Qin Lang, you've gone too far. Installing spies around me and sending people to follow me. How despicable can you be? The engagement was arranged by our families, and I, Mu Yuyin, can clearly tell you that I do not like you at all. In fact, I loathe you. Please do not pursue me any longer. In Tianhai City, at Mu Run International, the female So Mu Yuyin, dressed in a sleek black OL uniform, glared fiercely at the dazed Qin Lang across from her, delivering her admonition coldly. Unfazed by her tirade, Qin Lang sat motionless on the sofa, processing the flood of information in his mind, his lips twitching. Had he truly traversed? And into a novel he had thoroughly read? Ironically, his current identity was not that of the protagonist surrounded by beautiful women, but rather that of a major villain who was constantly being slapped in the face by the hero. Qin Lang, the legitimate grandson of the Qin family in Yanjing, the sole heir, with a grandfather who was a towering figure with remarkable achievements. His father currently occupies a high position, capable of shaking the very foundations of Huaxia with a mere stamp of his foot. His mother is a business tycoon, holding significant shares in various renowned state-owned enterprises. Those around him are either wealthy or powerful. He is the quintessential rich second generation, a powerful heir. With an unbeatable hand dealt at the start, he has squandered it all in the original Qin Lang's hands. As a sycophant, he has been desperately chasing after his fiancée Mu Yuyin, seeking to eliminate the shield she had brought in, implanting his spies beside her, and committing nearly every conceivable misdeed. In the end, he even directed a dagger towards the shield brought in by Mu Yuyin, who had paid a hefty price for it, namely the protagonist Yifeng, resulting in his own self-destruction, being outsmarted by Yifeng. His illustrious family background became a stepping stone for Yifeng's rise to power. One could say that Yifeng's ascension was entirely built upon the back of Qin Lang and his family, soaring to great heights. It is indeed a dismal fate. A sycophant experiences a fleeting thrill, only to end up in the crematorium. However, these were the foolish deeds of that idiot from the past. Now, with a new identity, everything shall begin anew. Ding! Host identity confirmed, binding the system of the fated great villain. As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, the well-read Qin Lang understood that his exclusive golden finger had arrived. The system of the fated great villain, as its name suggests, is designed to assist him in becoming the great villain, trampling the son of destiny, and growing into a formidable force. By seizing the opportunities that rightfully belong to the fated child of destiny, he can acquire villain points, which can be exchanged for goods or used in lotteries to enhance his strength. Having familiarized himself with the system's operations, Qin Lang felt quite satisfied. Compared to being a two-faced character, being a villain seems rather appealing. His own enjoyment is what truly matters. Mu Yuyin observed the occasionally smiling Qin Lang, her entire body trembling with anger. Had it not been for her bodyguards noticing, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that her office had been bugged, with nearly every aspect of her private life being eavesdropped by Qin Lang. Yet, this fellow had the audacity to smile? Qin Lang, how dare you laugh here? I want to annul our engagement. After becoming acquainted with the system's mechanics, Qin Lang slowly lifted his head and replied coolly, very well. What? Mu Yuyin was taken aback. Qin Lang actually agreed? Not long ago, he had been relentlessly pursuing her, even resorting to installing listening devices. What madness! Could it truly be that the sun had risen in the west, and she might finally escape this unfortunate engagement? Qin Lang reclined on the sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs, casually picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Let's annul the engagement. I have no objections, just clarify it with the Mu family and let them initiate the request. You, Mu Yuyin frowned tightly, huffing with anger. You're being unreasonable. Qin Lang chuckled. I'm being unreasonable? Why not mention how your Mu family is greedily insatiable? And you, Mu Yuyin, shouldn't overestimate yourself, thinking I'm unworthy of you, right? If it weren't for my Qin family, your Mu family would have been divided among others a decade ago. A decade ago, the fathers of Mu Yuyin and Qin Lang were close friends, but an unfortunate incident led to the death of Mu Yuyin's father, plunging the entire Mu family into turmoil, attracting countless greedy opportunists. It was Qin Lang's father who single-handedly stabilized the Mu family. To express gratitude for Qin's benevolence, Mu Yuyin's mother proactively arranged this engagement. Thus, One could say that the engagement between Qin Lang and Mu Yuyin was a desperate plea from the Mu family for self-preservation. Reflecting on this, Qin Lang couldn't help but critique the original. What a fool he was, holding such a powerful hand, yet choosing to act as a sycophant. Did he not understand that in a woman's heart, a sycophant is a role inferior even to a spare tire? There's another option available to you. We could pretend that this engagement is still ongoing, of course, with a time limit. If I feel like it one day, I might just casually sever ties with you. Qin Lang grinned. The daughter of destiny indeed possesses a fair share of fortune before extracting all. How could he let go of such a useful pawn? Mu Yuyin clenched her silver teeth tightly. That's impossible. What if you act recklessly? Qin Lang shook his head. Your thoughts are too sordid. How could you think that way? It's merely pretending to be a couple in front of outsiders. If you truly refuse, then you must return to the Mu family and have them initiate the annulment. I cannot guarantee what will occur then. Expecting to reap the benefits of the Qin family without giving anything in return? What a farce! Is there such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Mu Yuyin furrowed her brows, caught in deep contemplation. She knew full well what would happen if the Mu family made that request. If Qin Lang were to annul the engagement, it would be understood the Mu family would lose some face, but could do nothing to the Qin family. However, if Mu Yuyin were to initiate the annulment, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. Qin Lang is the legitimate grandson of the Qin family, the future sole heir. Her actions would undoubtedly slap the Qin family in the face. In the future, not only would she lose the protection of the Qin family, but she might even face repression. Her ancestral grave might as well be smoking. Even though she detested being with Qin Lang, enduring a short pain is better than a prolonged suffering. If she disagreed with this arrangement, she feared that her only option in life would be to marry Qin Lang. Fine, I agree, but you must adhere to your promise of annulling the engagement. Mu Yuyin took a deep breath, her beautiful, watery eyes flashing with determination. Ding! The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain fortune points. Qin Lang did not respond, instead rising to take Mu Yuyin's delicate hand, leading her outside. Mu Yuyin instinctively struggled, but Qin Lang interrupted. Are you not planning to let me annul the engagement? Can a couple not even hold hands? Well, she might as well consider it an itch from a dog. Mu Yuyin thought resentfully. Ding! The female protagonist Mu Yuyin experiences emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 villain points. Qin Lang paid no mind to her thoughts, his gaze boldly roving over her graceful figure. Grinning wickedly, young ladies, especially beautiful ones, should avoid wearing such tight clothing with such a good figure. It might attract stalkers. I followed two last night. Chapter 2. The Lottery. Surge of charisma in Mu Yuyin's beautiful eyes. A look of discomfort flickered. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of the underlying jest. She had only heard whispers of Qin Lang and was filled with dissatisfaction. As the office door swung open, Mu Yuyin's female bodyguard, upon seeing the pair emerge hand in hand, questioned with suspicion, "Mississippi, what is this?" Qin Lang, emboldened, wrapped his arm around Mu Yuyin's slender waist. Was it so shocking for couples to exhibit a bit of intimacy? Mu Yuyin shuddered slightly, dismissing it as if she had been pounced on by a dog, and feigned indifference. Ding! The female lead, Mu Yuyin, experienced a surge of emotional turmoil. Congratulations, host, you have gained 600 villain points. For the next half of the day, Qin Lang held Mu Yuyin close as they strolled through the company, accruing considerable benefits along the way, ultimately amassing a total of 6,800 villain points. His relentless pursuit of Mu Yuyin came to a close after dinner. Yes, he embraced her for a farewell outside Muran International. Mu Yuyin fled, flustered, while Qin Lang turned to climb into his Maybach. Accompanied by a convoy of four Mercedes MGS, he made his way back to his villa. Seated in the back, Qin Lang reflected. Mu Yuyin's disdain for the original owner was palpable, and her thoughts were intricate. He could only capitalize on small advantages. Any further advancement seemed implausible. Would she really shy away? Was she so easily swayed? It was all a ruse, a fade to create the illusion of reconciliation between them. Qin Lang was not in a hurry. He understood that as the destined daughter of fortune in the original narrative, Mu Yuyin held significant status. She was an indispensable piece in his grand design. The situation had improved considerably. At least he had shed the label of a sycophant, but there was still much work to be done. With a sigh of contemplation, Qin Lang mentally opened the system panel. Character: Qin Lang, age, 25, physique, 6, kidney deficiency, charisma, 85, villain points, 6,800 skills, none, shop, not yet opened lottery center. Opening, every draw consumes 100 villain points. As Qin Lang surveyed his character introduction, he grumbled, system, this is excessive. Kidney deficiency? As a transmigrator, can I truly endure such unfair treatment? This body's kidney deficiency is a major issue. You must rectify this bug. The system's mechanical voice echoed back, devoid of any empathy. The host is transmigrated, and the physique has no relation to the original antagonist condition. The possibility of kidney deficiency stems from various factors, including but not limited to underdevelopment and excessive fatigue. Enough. Just give me the beginner's gift pack. Qin Lang hastily interrupted the system's exposition, fearing that any further elaboration might lead to dire consequences. Ding. The beginner's gift pack is ready. Would you like to claim it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill affinity LV1, group affinity 10. Requires 100 villain points to upgrade to LV2, with each subsequent upgrade requiring double the villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received physique improvement pills 10. Each pill increases the host's physique by 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained charisma 13. These are splendid items. Qin Lang's eyes sparkled. With the affinity skill, wouldn't stepping out be akin to donning a buff that enhances goodwill? He waved his hand, spending 3,100 cumulative villain points to elevate affinity to LV6. He also consumed 10 physique improvement pills, boosting his physique by 10 points. With a normal physique around 10, Qin Lang's physique now stood at 16, liberating him from the shackles of kidney deficiency. As for his charisma, it elevated his appearance immeasurably, scoring a near-perfect 98 in attractiveness. Who among men could rival Qin Lang's allure, except perhaps that certain someone lounging on the bed, smartphone in hand, chuckling at the screen? With this 98 in charisma, Qin Lang's future plans unfolded with newfound ease. Lottery time. Let's go for 10 draws. He spent all remaining villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained physique 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic piano skills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained intermediate piano skills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a photo album of Aunt Xiao. Once the villain points were exhausted, Qin Lang's attributes panel was revitalized. Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25, physique, 26, charisma, 98, villain points, 0 skills, affinity LV6, group affinity 60. Advanced piano skills, advanced T-art, shop, not yet opened, lottery center. Opening, every draw consumes 100 villain points. System backpack. A photo album of Aunt Xiao. Qingfeng tissues 3. Not bad. Aside from a few peculiar items, the rest proved quite useful. Closing the attributes panel, Qin Lang turned to his driver and bodyguard, Junzi, instructing, on the way back, there are certain individuals and matters that require your surveillance. Qin Lang meticulously detailed his instructions. While he was aware of the plot, some elements were time-sensitive, and he needed to receive updates promptly. Understood. Junzi's smile reflected in the rearview mirror. Young master, rest assured, I'm a professional when it comes to reconnaissance. Typically, Junzi would not dare to jest with Qin Lang, as the young master was known for his unpredictable temperament. However, today felt different. Even Junzi sensed that Qin Lang had become more handsome, particularly with that charming visage, exuding a remarkable sense of approachability. Qin Lang did not contest this. Having traversed into a world where the plot was familiar, he had some time before the return of the mercenary king. Yifeng, as long as Yifeng had yet to return, he must forge strong connections based on everything he knew about the plot. To eliminate Yifeng, brute force alone would likely prove insufficient. He needed to seize opportunities. After all, that fellow was a child of destiny. It wouldn't be surprising if a bullet pierced his heart, sending him tumbling off a cliff, only to be saved by a passing female NPC, leading to a poignant love story. Until he acquired immunity to the protagonist's halo, the only method to defeat a child of destiny lay in leveraging the preordained opportunities. As the Maybach convoy merged onto the city ring highway, Qin Lang's expression took on a mischievous glint. The mercenary king? Huh? The leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group? Heh, I wonder how many villain points this child of destiny will bestow upon me. I eagerly await our fateful encounter when the story unfolds. Chapter 3. Rustic Su Xiaoxiao. Upon returning to the opulent villa, Qin Lang felt no discomfort. Prior to his transmigration, he was already a wealthy young entrepreneur. Having built his fortune from scratch, capital knows no right or wrong. The accumulation of wealth is often a bloody endeavor. This realization was what led Qin Lang to believe he was not a good person. Reclining comfortably on an ornate European-style sofa, he gently swirled the contents of his wine glass, while a timid girl, head bowed and fidgeting with her clothing, stood before him. Junzi, with a stern countenance, announced, "Young master, this cleaner accidentally broke the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain you collected." Hearing Junzi's ire, Su Xiaoxiao's fingers interlaced in fear, her fingertips turning pale, and no matter how impoverished she was, she understood the immense value of an antique adorned with the words Yuan dynasty. And now, she had shattered such a precious artifact. Qin Lang lifted his gaze to scrutinize the young girl before him. Standing just over 5 feet tall, her slender frame made the blue and white cleaning uniform seem oversized. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable girl was one of the protagonists in the original story, Su Xiaoxiao. Though clad in a cleaning outfit and appearing rather unassuming, in the original narrative, Su Xiaoxiao played a pivotal role. She had grown up alongside Yifeng in the same orphanage, holding an irreplaceable position in his heart. Moreover, due to the incident involving the broken vase, the original owner had oppressed Su Xiaoxiao, setting his sights on the land associated with the orphanage, thus forging a bitter enmity with both Su Xiaoxiao and the orphanage itself. This conflict later escalated into a direct confrontation with Yifeng, resulting in a humiliating defeat for the original owner, with Yifeng coming to Su Xiaoxiao's rescue. Of course, that was all a thing of the past. Qin Lang took a delicate sip of red wine, leisurely stating, "Su Xiaoxiao? Qin Xiao, I know I was wronged. It was truly unintentional. I will repay you for the broken blue and white porcelain. Just please give me some time," Su Xiaoxiao stammered, her anxiety evident. Gathering her courage, she looked up to meet the gaze of the Qin Xiao her colleague described as fearsome. To her surprise, a wave of calm washed over her, dissipating much of her fear. How handsome! His eyes were so gentle. A gentleman like no other. Why was such a refined young man portrayed as a capricious tyrant in her colleague's tales? Had she been deceived? Qin Lang was pleased with Su Xiaoxiao's reaction. He beckoned her closer, and as she approached, he pulled her down onto the sofa, gripping her delicate chin with one hand. Her refined features resembled those of a delicate young lady, her eyes shimmering with warmth and gentleness. Her finely arched brows slightly furrowed, and her petite nose twitching. The warmth of his palm against her chin was palpable, and her lips, untouched by modern cosmetics, glistened with a tender pink huit must be said. Disregarding her stature, Su Xiaoxiao's beauty would undoubtedly score above 95. "Qin Xiao, what do you want?" Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darting away in nervousness. Junzi, observing from the side, silently mused, "Is the young master under some sort of spell? Why would he be interested in such a rustic girl?" However, as a bodyguard who had remained by the original owner's side for so long, he possessed his own skills and quickly exited the living room, effectively signaling, "I saw nothing." "What do I want?" Qin Lang chuckled at the question. "You, a cleaner, still dare to speak of compensation for my broken blue and white porcelain? What could you possibly offer in return? That piece of porcelain cost me 8 million at auction. With your cleaning salary, how long would it take you to repay me? 10 years? Or 100? I don't know." Su Xiaoxiao was left dumbfounded by the figure of 8 million. Such a sum was incomprehensible. Even if she abstained from food and drink her entire life, she could never accumulate that amount. Tears welled in the eyes of the aggrieved girl as she reflected on her mistake. Her voice trembling, "Qin Xiao, I truly don't know how to compensate you. According to the background information provided by the intermediary, you grew up in Sunshine Orphanage, well liked by all. If you could persuade the director of that orphanage to sell the land to me at a low price, we could consider the broken porcelain incident settled." Su Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head. "No, that's impossible." She had long heard rumors of companies attempting to acquire the orphanage's land, and now, even Qin Lang sought to get a piece of the pie. No longer a child, she began to suspect that the incident with the broken porcelain might be a conspiracy to force her into persuading the director to sell the land. Since that was not feasible, it seemed she had to proceed with formalities. "For breaking my collectible, the damages must be assessed, and at minimum, it amounts to several million. If you have the money, pay your debts. If not, prepare to spend time in prison." Qin Lang withdrew his hand, reclining casually on the sofa with his legs crossed, his eyes narrowed, revealing no hint of emotion. With Yifeng's return drawing near, Time was of the essence. He had no intention of wasting time on Su Xiaoxiao, and even a month of unwavering kindness might not surpass the years of camaraderie she shared with Yifeng. To utilize Su Xiaoxiao to undermine Yifeng, he needed to secure a more significant place in her heart. What are you still doing here? Will you voluntarily confess, or shall I call the authorities to take you away? Qin Lang's voice turned cold. Su Xiaoxiao panicked. She had heard tales of female prisoners being ruthless, capable of anything, and if she were incarcerated, she would undoubtedly be bullied daily. With hesitation, she knelt before Qin Lang, head bowed, her demeanor submissive and anxious. Qin Xiao, please grant me another chance. I can work for you. As long as it's not illegal, I can handle anything: cleaning, laundry, cooking. I can do it all well. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, dubious. Cleaning? You mean the kind of cleaning that results in breaking you on dynasty porcelain? Chapter 4. The young master has changed. That won't happen again. I won't make such mistakes. Su Xiaoxiao fervently shook her head. She was genuinely at her wit's end, feeling both guilty and lacking any means to make amends. If Qin Xiao truly reported her, she would end up in a cell. Qin Lang squinted, contemplating for a moment before slowly speaking. The chef in the villa's cooking leaves much to be desired. We could use a full-time housekeeper. How about this? You stay for a trial period, and if you prove capable, you can remain. If not, we'll discuss it then. Capable? Absolutely. I can do it. Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Ding! The plot has changed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 villain points. The villain points have been credited. A smirk graced Qin Lang's lips, a playful smile transforming his once gentle demeanor into something more sinister. As for your salary, let us set it at 10,000 monthly, including food and accommodation. 10,000. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Is that too little? No, it's too much, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. As a cleaner, she worked herself to the bone for a mere 5,000 a month, and that didn't even cover food and lodging. This treatment felt like a windfall from the heavens. Ding! The female lead, Su Xiaoxiao, has experienced an emotional shift. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 villain points. Qin Lang was amused by Su Xiaoxiao's expression of surprise. In the original narrative, Su Xiaoxiao was depicted as an exceedingly kind-hearted girl, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed her reputation. Her innocence was so profound that she didn't even realize her salary was excessive. Instead, she viewed it as a stroke of fortune. If a heartless capitalist doesn't exploit such a naive girl, then who will? While 10,000 might seem extravagant to Su Xiaoxiao, the caveat remained her obligation to compensate for the 8 million yuan dynasty porcelain. Even if she managed to save every last penny, it would take her nearly 70 years to repay that debt. Feeling as if she had struck gold, Su Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with gratitude, believing she had encountered a benevolent employer. Gradually, the changes would come, step by step. After arranging matters concerning Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Lang returned to his bedroom. He dialed the call he had previously ended with Mu Yuyan, and upon connection, he asked, "What is it?" This was the first time Mu Yuyan had reached out to him, and it piqued his curiosity. After a moment's silence, Mu Yuyan stiffly replied, "Come to my house tomorrow, I'm busy." With that, Qin Lang hung up. When someone offers unsolicited kindness, they are either insincere or harboring ulterior motives. He hardly considered himself to possess such remarkable charm, yet within a mere day, his presence would completely transform Mu Yuyan's perception of him. Ding! The female protagonist, Mu Yuyan, experienced a significant emotional upheaval. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 villain points. Soon, the phone rang again, and despite Mu Yuyan's typically good temper, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. This was the second time. The incessant disconnection of calls was something she had never anticipated happening with Qin Lang. Indeed, men were like clumsy oxen, their fickleness more rapid than a change of face. My mother is coming and specifically wants to invite you for a meal. After all, we are still contractual lovers, and as per our agreement, you should come. Mu Yuyan exerted considerable effort to suppress her anger, her tone decidedly stiff as she spoke. When? Tomorrow at noon. All right. After exchanging only a few words, the call was abruptly terminated again. Ding! The female protagonist, Mu Yuyan, experienced another surge of intense emotions. Congratulations to the host for gaining 600 villain points. TSK. Listening to the mechanical notification from the system, Qin Lang clicked his tongue. Whether he rejected or accepted, villain points were still being accrued. Mu Yuyin was practically a mobile treasure trove, generating villain points with astonishing ease. He tossed his phone aside, reclined on the soft bed, stretched lazily, and began to contemplate his next moves, eventually drifting into slumber. At 6 o'clock, accustomed to rising early, Qin Lang opened his eyes right on time. After dressing, he made his way downstairs and discovered breakfast laid out on the dining table. Steamed buns, soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge. Everything was in order at the adjacent seat. Su Xiaoxiao was still sprawled out, clad in a blue and white cleaning uniform, her delicate and even breathing indicating she was deeply asleep. He surveyed the spacious villa. Having just moved in, some areas remained untouched and bore traces of dust. Yet after a single night, it had become spotless and immaculate. It was evident, without needing to think, that Su Xiaoxiao had toiled throughout the night in this 3-story villa, with nearly 700 square meters of space. The cleanliness achieved was a testament to her dedication to this job, showcasing her desire not to be dismissed, or perhaps her fear of facing imprisonment. Coughing lightly, Qin Lang, seated at the head of the table, accidentally choked on a mouthful of porridge, the noise startling the slumbering Su Xiaoxiao awake. She rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion, her fair skin slightly reddened and uneven from pressing against her hand. Upon noticing Qin Lang seated at the head, she instantly jolted awake, stammering, "Qin Xiao, is my breakfast not to your liking? I can only make these simple dishes. If you're not accustomed to them, I can learn. I pick things up quickly and will surely be able to handle this job." Taking a bite of the bun, Qin Lang shook his head. "No need, it tastes just fine. Breakfast should be light. The clothes I changed out of are in the bathroom. Do not use the washing machine." Su Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly, cautiously pulling her chair back to avoid creating any loud noise, and then somewhat dazedly made her way to the bathroom on the second floor. Shortly after, while enjoying breakfast, Qin Lang called for Junzi, gesturing for him to sit beside him. "Have something to eat?" After sitting down, Junzi shook his head with a goofy smile. "Young master, I've already eaten." After finishing the bun in his chopsticks, Qin Lang casually remarked, "Later, arrange for a room to be tidied up for Su Xiaoxiao to use as a rest area." Junzi glanced at Su Xiaoxiao bustling about on the second floor, softly murmuring, "Young master, you wouldn't genuinely want to keep this girl around, would you?" Qin Lang half lifted his head, casting a sidelong glance. "What of it? Is there a problem?" Junzi wore an awkward smile. "It's not that there's a problem, but is this breakfast not a bit too simple?" Casting a glance at the light breakfast on the table, it was a stark contrast to the lavish meals prepared by the previous chef. It was like comparing the heavens to the earth. If Su Xiaoxiao were an exquisite beauty, perhaps that would suffice, but he would not be so tactless as to voice such an ignorant question. The crux of the matter was that Su Xiaoxiao appeared quite rustic, reminiscent of a peasant fresh from the countryside, akin to a village girl. What could the young master possibly find appealing? He realized that not only had the young master become more handsome, his demeanor had transformed into one of elegance. Even his thoughts were now inscrutable. Chapter 5. Su Xiaoxiao's distress. "How is the investigation you were tasked with going?" Qin Lang wiped his mouth and inquired nonchalantly. Junzi's demeanor shifted, growing serious as he spoke of matters at hand. Bai Xiaoyun and Bai Ruyu are sisters from the Bai family in Tianhai City. One is still in school while the other serves as the acting general manager in the family business. As for Qiu Jiuer, her background is somewhat sensitive, seemingly having deep ties with the Black Dragon Society. Qin Lang nodded. "The efficiency is acceptable. Do we have enough personnel?" Junzi forced a smile. "The Bai sisters have bodyguards around them, and Qiu Jiuer is always surrounded by a group. Mere ordinary individuals cannot follow them. We must draw capable hands from the villa's security team. The number of bodyguards in the villa must not be lacking. If manpower is insufficient, recruit more. You handle the arrangements, ensuring they are trustworthy." Qin Lang fixed his gaze on him, a look of approval on his face. "You can determine the compensation. Also, starting today, all bodyguard salaries will increase by 5,000. And yours by 10,000. Junzi felt dazed for a moment, followed by a surge of profound gratitude. Even the recruitment of private bodyguards was entrusted to him. Had his status in the young master's eyes risen to such heights? Heaven has eyes. The young master was no longer just a playboy obsessed with women. Work diligently, and before long, you'll have a car, a house, and you won't have to scrimp and save just to visit the Lian Lotus Club a few times each month. Once you're wealthy, you could stay there every day." Qin Lang patted Junzi on the shoulder. As a retired veteran from the Special Forces, Junzi was undoubtedly skilled in combat. Even when facing Yifeng, who had just returned from abroad, he could hold his own for numerous rounds. Moreover, in terms of loyalty, Junzi was more than qualified. In the original story, he had even risked his life to shield Qin Lang, willing to endure severe injury to protect him, temporarily saving his life. Such a steadfast and loyal man. How could Qin Lang not be willing to share some authority with him? Young master, Junzi gritted his teeth, sincerely grasping Qin Lang's hand resting on his shoulder. Rest assured, I will complete the task. From now on, if you ask me to go east, I won't head west. If you tell me to chase a chicken, I won't chase a dog. All right, I believe you. Qin Lang subtly exerted a bit of strength to withdraw his hand. Fetch the car. Accompany me to buy a few pieces of clothing. At home, there were indeed countless outfits. He could change daily without repeating for an entire month. However, Qin Lang did not share the original owner's taste, which seemed to flaunt brand logos as if they were badges of wealth. As if one could not tell how expensive their clothes were without a label emblazoned across their forehead, declaring them a rich heir. In contrast, Qin Lang preferred something more understated. He glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, bustling about on the second floor, and called out, "Come down." Su Xiaoxiao felt somewhat uneasy, her cheeks still bearing traces of foam. Qin Lang stepped forward, brushed his fingers across her cheek, startling her into retreating a step. Her head lowered in shyness. Qin Xiao, is there something you wish to instruct me? Qin Lang scrutinized her slender figure in the blue and white cleaning uniform, finding it particularly garish. Come with me. Choose a few outfits. It's rather unsightly to see you wandering around the house in that cleaning uniform. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. She wished to explain that she had spare clothes at her rented apartment. But after last night's exhaustive cleaning, especially having witnessed the villa's opulence, she felt that wearing her old clothes while serving as a maid would tarnish Qin Lang's image. Fearing that her attire might provoke his disdain and lead to her dismissal, she resolved to use some of her savings to purchase a couple of slightly more expensive outfits. Junzi drove Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao to the mall before going to park. Upon entering the mall, the two attracted considerable attention. Wow, what a handsome young master. He must belong to some wealthy family. He's so good-looking and has a great physique. My goodness. He smiled at me. How could someone have such a healing smile? I'm dying. He is simply my dream Prince Charming. But who is that cleaning lady walking so closely beside him? Is she trying to get his attention? She should take a look in the mirror and see what she looks like. How shameless. Dressed in the cleaning uniform, Su Xiaoxiao trailed behind Qin Lang, feeling the weight of the onlookers' gazes, her head lowered in embarrassment, unable to meet their eyes. Qin Lang's aura resembled that of a noble prince from an ancient palace, evoking heartfelt admiration from all who laid eyes on him. Meanwhile, she felt like a humble servant, so insignificant that she didn't deserve to be by his side, instinctively stepping aside to distance herself. Let's go with this store. You pick out 2 pieces. Qin Lang halted in front of a women's clothing store, gesturing for Su Xiaoxiao to enter while he moved on to browse another shop. He entered a private Italian designer suit shop, selecting a dozen outfits, trading his ostentatious attire for suits that exuded understated elegance, enhancing his aura further. Young master, if I didn't follow you every day, I might think you had been to Korea. It's astonishing. You seem completely transformed, so much more handsome. Junzi exclaimed genuinely, devoid of any flattery, truly astonished by the renewed Qin Lang. Qin Lang adjusted his tie, accepting the receipt from a starry-eyed salesgirl, tossing it casually into his garment bag, smiling without contradiction. "I's the charm value of 98 joking with you." He glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly 10 o'clock. Yet Su Xiaoxiao had not emerged. Carrying multiple bags, Junzi volunteered, "I'll go find her. With that entire ensemble you're wearing, you should return the clothes to the car and wait outside." Qin Lang remarked, shaking his head. "I'll go look for her." Returning to the previous women's clothing store, he peered inside but did not see Su Xiaoxiao. Instead, he caught sight of a familiar blue and white striped uniform at the corner. Approaching, he found Su Xiaoxiao curled up in a corner, quietly sobbing. Chapter 6. The Injured Little Wildcat. What's the matter? Is picking out 2 pieces of clothing this difficult? Why are you crying here? Have you chosen your clothes? Qin Lang's expression hardened as he reprimanded her. "Qin Xiao, can I switch to another store? The one you picked is too expensive for me." Su Xiaoxiao choked out, her speech fragmented, one hand wiping away tears while the other rested on her abdomen, seeking solace. Qin Lang frowned coldly. "Change stores? How is that different from what you usually wear?" This is the store. We're going in now." His tone was firm, leaving no room for dissent. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, not daring to speak, trailing behind him like a little follower as they re-entered the store. Who is this blind fool? Just as the air was freshened, it's become utterly foul again. A young woman adorned in gold and jewels approached, pinching her nose as if repulsed by an odor, making exaggerated, retching motions. She glanced disdainfully at Su Xiaoxiao as she stepped in, rolling her eyes in disgust. "Wasn't it you, a cleaning lady, who came to buy clothes at a Fendi store? Is this place meant for you? You think after working as a cleaner for 2 months you can afford a handbag? I doubt I can afford it." Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly approached the counter, glancing at the prices of the handbags, the strings of numbers causing her vision to blur. She feared losing face in front of the young master and being dismissed. If that happened, she would end up in police custody, ruining her life forever. "I doubt I won't buy a handbag. I want clothes." Su Xiaoxiao walked along the clothing racks, circling around without deciding on any piece. 9,888, 8,888, 11,800. After examining dozens of garments, the cheapest was over 8,000. Su Xiaoxiao had saved up 50,000 over a year of frugal living, but after donating 45,000 to help the orphanage procure beds, she now had only 5,000 left, even with the rent already paid. That amount was barely sufficient for her daily needs for nearly 4 months. As for luxury items, let alone a handbag costing over 10,000, even a single piece of Fendi clothing was beyond her current reach. The flamboyant woman stood in front of the racks, fanning the air in front of her nose, her expression dripping with mockery. "What is the matter? Didn't you say you could afford it? Why don't you pick something and pay for it? What are you wandering about for? Those born to dragons will be dragons. Those born to phoenixes will be phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will dig holes. You, a commoner from the lower class, should stay in your own garbage heap and not pollute a place like this with your presence, sullying the air and offending my eyes. What of being a cleaner? The money I earn is clean. Why can't I come here? Is this store yours?" Su Xiaoxiao's slender body trembled with indignation. "I didn't ask you to look at me. Why do you say such things? Though I wear a cleaning uniform, I am very clean, not a whiff of stench. Why do you insult me? I haven't provoked you. Why bully me?" Like a little wildcat with its fur bristled, Su Xiaoxiao fiercely retorted at the glamorous woman, questioning her. Yet, her timidity betrayed her. Perhaps it was her nature. Even in a state of anger, her rebuttals grew weaker, akin to a beaten cat, unable to fight back or win an argument, merely curling up in a dark corner, silently licking her wounds. "My goodness, can you stop crying here? If you want to cry, roll back to your garbage heap. It's deafening. Where's the staff? Where are the salespeople? We customers are your gods. Can't you keep such cleaners out of the store? To mix my taste with the cleaners is an insult." Amid the flamboyant woman's exaggerated antics, Qin Lang crouched beside Su Xiaoxiao, offering her a silk scarf. "Stop crying, wipe your tears." "Thank you." Su Xiaoxiao instinctively accepted it, wiping her tears and gently sniffing. Standing up, she clutched the scarf in her hand. Glancing at Qin Lang with embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I got your scarf dirty. I'll wash it and return it to you." "This scarf isn't mine," Qin Lang replied, pointing to a nearby display case from which he had taken it. "Ah?" Su Xiaoxiao stood there, dumbfounded, momentarily frozen in place. You all." The flamboyant woman, witnessing this scene, nearly fainted from rage. The silk scarf was something she had long coveted, entwining her boyfriend in a lengthy persuasion, yet she had never mustered the courage to purchase it. Now, it had been appropriated by Su Xiaoxiao to wipe her nose. "You are in deep trouble. A calamity awaits you. Unable to afford even a single piece of clothing, you have the audacity to tarnish a limited edition Fendi scarf. Do you have any inkling of its worth? 42,000. I have yet to make up my mind about acquiring it, and you dare to soil it." Chapter 7. The ugly duckling transforms into a black swan amidst the ostentatious remarks of the glamorous woman. The sales assistant, who had deliberately avoided the scene, could no longer contain herself and approached. Witnessing the unfolding drama, she felt a shiver of unease. "I didn't do it on purpose," Su Xiaoxiao stammered. Nervously clutching the scarf, her spirit nearly extinguished by fear. "Ice not dirty. I'll take it back to wash. I'll return it in pristine condition." The sales assistant shook her head with a bitter expression. This was unacceptable. According to the store's policy, the scarf could no longer be displayed for sale. Under the astonished gazes of the three women, Qin Lang gently used the scarf to dab Su Xiaoxiao's nose. As if compelled by an obsession, and sighed contentedly. Now it's finally clean. He scrutinized the scarf again, lamenting, what a pity. It's a bit soiled now. It can't be used anymore. How about I buy it for you? The scarf was offered to the glamorous woman, who momentarily stood in stunned silence, instinctively asking, why give it to me? Qin Lang displayed a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. After all, dirty things pair well with other dirty things. Do you dare insult me? The glamorous woman admitted that since Su Xiaoxiao first entered the store, her scathing remarks had been intensified largely due to Su Xiaoxiao's proximity to Qin Lang. She was envious, consumed by jealousy. How could a lowly cleaner stand alongside such a handsome man? But now, she was mere moments away from being called a worn-out shoe by Qin Lang, and her fury erupted as she screamed. Do you know who my husband is? Qin Lang feigned innocence, shaking his head, I don't know. Why not call him over so I can meet him? Just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll take your last name. The glamorous woman strutted away, her hips swaying like a teddy bear. Qin Xiao. This scarf, Su Xiaoxiao raised the scarf, feeling perplexed and anxious. Had Qin Xiao just stood up for her? No, that couldn't he be. How could someone of his stature bother for her? What right did she have? Surely, he was merely irritated by the woman's raucousness and wanted to dismiss her. Qin Lang chuckled, his passive charm exuding a level 6 affinity, his warm smile akin to a refreshing summer breeze, soothing Su Xiaoxiao's flustered heart, which reddened her cheeks like a ripened apple. Ding. The protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, experiences intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host. You have gained 800 villain points. If you like this scarf, keep it. It's already been used, if not, consider it as trash. Su Xiaoxiao clutched the scarf, shaking her head in reluctance. I can't throw it away. But that I can't afford it. Qin Lang replied matter-of-factly, it was my suggestion for you to buy a few new outfits. It's an essential part of being a caretaker. Just like this scarf, it's a gift for you. He pointed at several garments hanging in the display, patting Su Xiaoxiao's slender shoulder. Try this one, and that one over there. Unable to refuse Qin Lang's request, Su Xiaoxiao obediently took the clothes from the sales assistant and stepped into the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged transformed, adorned in a long dress. The black ensemble featured a high waist, with the bodice elegantly draped and semi-transparent lace accentuating the most alluring part of the female form, creating an air of tantalizing anticipation. Her long, slender legs were accentuated by high-heeled sandals, adding a few extra inches, while her naturally unadorned beauty radiated freshness and playfulness. The sales assistant gasped in genuine admiration. You look stunning. Being in the fashion industry, she understood the principle that one's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire. The newly attired Su Xiaoxiao resembled a black swan emerging from an ugly duckling, presenting a striking contrast previously unseen. In comparison, Qin Lang appeared remarkably composed. As the protagonist, how could Su Xiaoxiao's beauty not be captivating? It was merely that her previous life had been one of hardship, lacking in nourishment and decent clothing, rendering her rather ordinary. After a period of residing in his villa and receiving some refinement, Su Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly rival even the likes of Mu Yuyan from Mu Run International. This one is lovely, wrap it up and let us try another. Qin Lang casually decided. After changing into another outfit, Su Xiaoxiao emerged cautiously from the fitting room. The white camisole revealed her delicate collarbone, showcasing smooth, sinuous curves that proclaimed her slender figure. Paired with a pale pink skirt that barely grazed above her knees, it was a realm she had never ventured into before. She hesitated yet boldly gazed in Qin Lang's direction, her voice barely above a whisper. Qin Xiao, does it look good? It looks great. Wrap it up, on to the next 1.1 after another. The garments fitted Su Xiaoxiao perfectly, ranging from pure to playful and elegant. Her figure seemed to be a natural hanger, effortlessly suited for such revealing attire. Mr. Qin has a keen eye. The clothing selected is exceptionally suited for Miss Su, the sales assistant sweetly remarked. She found conversing with Qin Lang quite delightful. Even mundane topics seemed to carry an allure that made one wish to continue. Then I shall graciously accept the flattery, beautiful lady. Qin Lang shrugged, non-committally. Pack up everything I just tried on. They all look splendid. And don't forget that scarf, Su Xiaoxiao muttered. That's too much. These clothes are quite expensive. Qin Lang turned, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Is it more expensive than that shattered blue and white porcelain you broke? Fine. That killed the conversation. Su Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless, left with no choice but to dutifully play the role of a bag carrier. A card was swiped, and the sales assistant moved seamlessly, a notification chiming in their ears as over 400,000 in cash was received. Only then did she realize what had transpired. Had she truly just completed a transaction worth over 400,000? The commission alone would net her over 10,000. Why had she not sensed this earlier? Nor felt the slightest doubt about Qin Lang's ability to pay. As Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao exited the store, a familiar yet irksome voice broke through the air. "Honey, it's right here. Right here. Just now, a pair of shameless lovers called me a worn-out shoe. You must stand up for me." Chapter 8. Defending one's own outside the Fendi boutique, the glamorous woman was wrapped around an unremarkable middle-aged man, seductively coaxing him, her hands squeezing his arms as she pressed against him. Upon spotting Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao emerging, she immediately pointed at them and shouted, "It's this pair of shameless lovers. Honey, they are the ones who insulted me." Her alluring gaze roamed over Su Xiaoxiao, who wore Fendi's Fashion Week attire, and jealousy ignited within her, causing her eyes to redden. She shook the man's arm, coyly whining, "Honey, I want to buy clothes from Fashion Week too. Buy. But let us be clear," Kai Yong said coldly, stepping forward, fixating on Qin Lang, exuding an air of menace. "Kid, which family do you hail from in Tianhai City?" Seeing Su Xiaoxiao laden with bags, it was evident she had spent a hefty sum. Though he had made a decent living as a construction foreman in recent years, there were still many influential figures in Tianhai City he could not afford to offend, and thus he cautiously inquired, "Qin family." Kai Yong raised an eyebrow. "The Qin family of Qin Qingshan?" His expression shifted to one of amusement. Qin Qingshan, the chairman of a small real estate company in Tianhai City, worth millions, might be considered a minor success by ordinary standards. However, in Kai Yong's eyes, he was nothing significant, relying on Kai Yong to make a living. Realizing it was the Qin family that depended on his support, he immediately grew arrogant. "Young man, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you offend someone, be prepared for retaliation. Have my darling slap you a few times and say sorry, and we can let this matter slide." Otherwise, Qin Lang chuckled. Otherwise, what? From the moment he laid eyes on the glamorous woman, he had discerned she was no upper-class lady. Truly wealthy individuals would never be as loud and obnoxious as she was. They were all those who made their fortunes quietly. He could see through her attempt to climb the social ladder, but he had not anticipated her would-be sugar daddy to be so lacking in taste. Kai Yong's demeanor grew icy. "You arrogant little punk, don't think you can act so brazenly. Even if your father came, he'd have to call me Mr. Kai." Qin Lang shook his head. "Really? I don't believe you. Don't believe your mother." Kai Yong, known for his fiery temper, felt his anger boil upon seeing Qin Lang's nonchalant attitude. He lunged forward, attempting to slap him while shouting profanities. "Do you think you're some sort of big shot?" Smack! The slap fell, but it did not land on Qin Lang. Instead, it struck Su Xiaoxiao, who had suddenly stepped in front of him. The flush of red blossomed on Su Xiaoxiao's delicate cheek as she opened her arms defiantly, shielding Qin Lang. "This has nothing to do with Qin Xiao. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead." She did not perceive the slender Qin Lang as a match for Kai Yong's burly frame, especially since he had no bodyguards around him. Had this been a previous encounter, Su Xiaoxiao would never have acted so boldly. Yet today, she recognized that Qin Lang had offended the glamorous woman for her sake. She could not bear to watch him suffer without intervening. "Damn it, I'll take you down too." Kai Yong roared in fury, swinging another slap towards Su Xiaoxiao. Smack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Kai Yong's hand was halted mid-air by Qin Lang, who had swiftly grasped his wrist. Caught off guard by Su Xiaoxiao's unexpected reaction, Kai Yong had failed to land his blow, but now that he had regained his senses, he would not allow Kai Yong to continue his rampage. A normal person's physique would be around 10 points, while Kai Yong, despite his imposing stature, had been worn down by years of indulgence in banquets and nightlife, barely maintaining 8 or 9 points of health. In contrast, Qin Lang possessed a physique of 26 points, making Kai Yong appear as frail as a child. "Hit someone? Who gave you the right?" Qin Lang's grip tightened, turning Kai Yong's wrist pale. Kai Yong winced, his facial muscles contorting as he howled, "Let go! Damn it, let go! Otherwise, I'll ruin you, fool!" Qin Lang yanked hard, sending Kai Yong stumbling forward, then abruptly kneed him in the arm, resulting in a resounding crack of bone. "My arm! It's broken! Ah! How dare you!" Kai Yong clutched his arm, collapsing to the ground in agony, his face turning a shade of deep purple from the excruciating pain. The glamorous woman knelt in panic. "Honey, get lost. Get the hell away from me." Kai Yong kicked her aside, his focus solely on exacting revenge on Qin Lang and the Qin family. He vowed to make the Qin family suffer, to make Qin Qingshan pay for his son's transgressions. Meanwhile, Qin Lang treated Kai Yong's threats as mere air, remaining unperturbed. He reached out to gently caress Su Xiaoxiao's reddened cheek, softly asking, "Are you all right? Why did you act so recklessly?" Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away, shyly avoiding his touch, her cheeks aflame like a blushing flower. "I didn't know you were so skilled in combat. Qin shot, I thought without bodyguards, you wouldn't be able to take him on, so I stepped in. Besides, this trouble started because of me. Qin Xiao, you needn't worry. I've faced many bullies in my childhood. This little injury is nothing. I'll recover quickly." Having taken a slap, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with determination, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor of hiding and weeping in a corner. As if she were two different people. In truth, what Qin Lang did not realize was that Su Xiaoxiao's personality had not changed. She was always this way. The physical pain was something Su Xiaoxiao could endure, but the emotional injustices were intolerable for a young girl. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to spill unbidden from her eyes. Seeing the understanding Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Lang felt a ripple of emotions. He placed his hand on her head, speaking solemnly yet with authority. "I don't know what sort of life you've led, nor who has bullied you in the past, but from this moment forward, you are my Su Xiaoxiao, part of the Qin family, and no one shall bully you, nor lay a hand on you. Not these two, nor anyone else. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't have the right to bully a member of the Qin family. As long as I, Qin Lang, am around, you shall always have the protection of the Qin family. Do you understand?" Chapter 9. One move too few. Ding. The protagonist Su Xiaoxiao experiences emotional fluctuations. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 villain points." Ding. Su Xiaoxiao's favorability rating increases. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 villain points." Ding. Su Xiaoxiao's favorability rating continues to rise. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 villain points." Su Xiaoxiao lifted her head, her large, watery eyes sparkling with brilliance. Up close, Qin Lang's exquisite features appeared even more defined, as though illuminated by a boyfriend filter, with shimmering starlight surrounding him, twinkling like 1,000 tiny stars. In that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mind was entirely filled with his powerful declaration. "Little punk, you better not run. If I don't break your legs today, I won't bear the surname Kai." Kai Yong's vicious threats jolted Su Xiaoxiao back to reality. She slapped her cheeks and shook her head vigorously, reprimanding herself internally. "Su Xiaoxiao, how shameless can you be? What nonsense are you thinking? Qin Xiao is merely concerned about the Qin family's reputation and won't allow their maid to be bullied. It's not for your sake. Don't be so self-important." Yet, even with this realization, Su Xiaoxiao felt enveloped in a thick sense of security. "What are you smiling about?" Qin Lang observed Su Xiaoxiao, who was alternating between giggling and pouting with a downcast expression, struggling to contain his amusement. This girl was too easy to read. Her thoughts were practically written on her face, pure as a blank canvas. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Qin Xiao, let us hurry and leave. If those people come, we won't be able to escape." "Leave? Why should we leave? He hasn't settled the score with you yet." Qin Lang stood his ground, unmoved by Su Xiaoxiao's persistent tugging. Instead, with a slight exertion of strength, he inadvertently pulled her into his embrace. Like a startled little white rabbit, Su Xiaoxiao quickly sprang out of his arms, her head bowed in embarrassment. Such an intimate gesture flustered the young girl, who had never experienced such contact with the opposite sex. Qin Lang was quite pleased with Su Xiaoxiao's reaction. His strategy of alternating between coldness and warmth, combined with his inherent charm, effortlessly captured the affections of a Na'vi girl like her. The ever-increasing reputation of a fated villain attested to his viewpoint. As he observed Kai Yong, who was angrily cursing over the phone, he scoffed, "Isn't it just calling for backup? Anyone can do that. I can too." In less than 10 minutes, both sides had summoned their respective reinforcements. A crowd of curious onlookers from the mall soon gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "How is this fair? My handsome guy is about to get beaten up. The odds are overwhelmingly against us. They're shouting for help. But why did he only call this one guy? Can one person take on a whole group? Isn't that just inviting trouble? A group of young girls began to panic, fearful of witnessing their handsome brother being brutally assaulted. On Kai Yong's side, years of working on construction sites had accustomed him to resolving conflicts with violence, leading him to assemble a gang of thugs. Today, he had summoned 13 men, each as muscular as an ox. In contrast, the other side appeared rather dull, consisting of only Junzi, who was not only responsible for securing the area but had also made a trip just moments ago to help Su Xiao load her bags into the car. He was playing both the father and the mother. Qin Xiao, aren't there others in the villa? What if we can't hold our ground? Su Xiao asked nervously, glancing at the formidable crowd on the opposite side, which appeared much more robust than Junzi. Qin Lang remained silent, casually gazing in Kai Yong's direction. Is this all you've got? Have they all arrived? I wonder how long you can keep up this bravado. Kai Yong gritted his teeth and barked orders to his thugs. Everyone, attack. Break one of his arms, and you'll be rewarded with 100,000. Break a leg, and it's 200,000. With a roar, the thugs surged forward like wolves descending upon their prey, charging towards Qin Lang. The fastest among them reached Qin Lang first, but Junzi, who had been standing like an ancient pine, sprang into action, moving so swiftly he seemed to create an afterimage, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The nearly 180-pound brute flew back several meters as if he were a sack filled with gravel. Use some strength and finish this in 3 minutes. Tonight, you and the brothers can enjoy the services at Qianjilian Club on my tab. Qin Lang patted Junzi's shoulder. Junzi's eyes brightened, and he chuckled. Young master, you really think I'm that easy? 3 minutes? You must be underestimating me. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward like a tiger unleashed, tearing through the ranks of thugs with ease. This wasn't a brawl. It was a massacre. In Junzi's presence, these ordinary thugs couldn't even get close. One swift chop rendered one unconscious, and a kick sent another flying several meters away. 3 minutes? In less than a minute, all 13 thugs lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Hiss! Every onlooker gasped in disbelief. Is this really a human being? How can he be so ruthless? With just his own strength, he incapacitated all those thugs in such a short time. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Even Su Xiao was left in shock by Junzi's terrifying prowess. Yet Qin Lang remained remarkably calm, showing no undue astonishment at Junzi's skills. If Junzi lacked such abilities, how could he have sparred with Yifeng for over 100 rounds? If Qin Lang's physical prowess was rated at 26, then Junzi must be in the 80s or 90s, while Yifeng would likely exceed 90, perhaps nearing 100. Recovering from his shock, Kai Yong took a deep breath and looked at Qin Lang seriously. You really have some skills. To find such a bodyguard is impressive. It seems Qin Qingshan has truly sheltered you well. What a pity. He pointed at the mall's surveillance cameras. But you're still one step short, young man. You need to be more vigilant in this society. It's not just about having a strong fist. He continued, you and your bodyguard have injured quite a few of my men. No matter the cost, I will ensure you both spend a year or more behind bars. Chapter 10. The Qin family of Yinjing Kai Yong admitted that he had underestimated the situation today. He never expected to find himself outmatched by a young man, but that didn't mean he would concede defeat. In fact, he had already prepared a backup plan. If his thugs had managed to subdue Qin Lang, he could simply pay a little money to have the assailants incarcerated for a year or so. As for now, he would ensure that Qin Lang and his bodyguard faced the consequences. Though he felt quite dissatisfied, the thought of Qin Qingshan bringing his son to bow and apologize to him soon made him contemplate how to humiliate this young upstart. Make way, please. What happened here? Why are there so many injuries? The mall's upper management, accompanied by security, arrived with grim expressions. Upon seeing them, Kai Yong's spirits lifted, and he approached, cradling his arm. Manager Wang, do you remember me? Wang Weishan frowned at Kai Yong, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Who are you? Kai Yong smiled awkwardly. It's me, Xiao Kai. I was the subcontractor for the earthworks when the mall was built. I even treated you to a meal. Good to see you, Manager Wang. I'm in a bit of trouble today. I was attacked. Could you help me pull up the surveillance footage? Although Kai Yong was the chairman of a company, he felt compelled to lower himself before a manager like Wang Weishan, who was backed by the powerful Tang Poetry Group, worth billions. Kai Yong gestured to his broken arm. Manager Wang, look, my arm is broken. Please help. Wang Weishan remained stern. The mall's cameras are malfunctioning. There's no footage. Kai Yong was skeptical. All of them? Yes. Wang Weishan replied coldly. Having spent years in the construction industry, Kai Yong sensed something amiss. He glanced at Qin Lang, who appeared unfazed, and felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, a security guard screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. He has got a dagger hidden in his sleeve. Quick, subdue these thugs. They're violent. With a shout that seemed rehearsed dozens of times, Wang Weishan and his security team charged forward, re-engaging with the injured thugs. Kai Yong was stunned. It was clear that Wang Weishan's arrival wasn't coincidental. He was here to clean up after Qin Lang. I don't know what your relationship with this kid is, but a mere Qin family shouldn't have you treating me this way. Kai Yong expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Weishan's expression shifted as he whispered, Do you know he is from the Qin family? Kai Yong sneered, Of course. There's only one Qin family in Tianhai City. And Qin Qingshan relies on my company for his livelihood. Qin Qingshan? Who is that? Wang Weishan didn't recognize the name, but inferred from Kai Yong's words that he had misjudged the situation. What a fool! He wasn't from Tianhai City but had come from Yinjingbang. Wang Weishan delivered a swift kick to Kai Yong's abdomen, shouting, This man is armed. I need 2 people to help control him. Soon, 2 young women wearing hats rushed over from the crowd, ready to assist. Kai Yong, curled up like a beaten dog, suddenly realized that Qin Lang was not just any ordinary person. The Qin family, not from Tianhai City, but from Yinjing? The Qin family of Yinjing? His heart raced. Was there a Qin family in the business world of Yinjing, aside from the prominent figure often seen on television? As the realization dawned on him, everything fell into place. Tang Xiao from the Tang Poetry Group was indeed from Yinjing, and it could only be that family forcing Tang Xiao to act this way. My heavens, who has he offended? Kai Yong, curled up on the ground, peered through the legs of the 2 girls towards Qin Lang, wishing desperately that he could vanish from existence. Had he known Qin Lang was from the Yinjing Qin family, he wouldn't have dared to utter a harsh word, let alone break his arm. A striking woman watched as her husband was mercilessly beaten, sensing the situation was dire, and hurriedly fled the scene. Su Xiao looked at Qin Lang in confusion. Qin Xiao, what is going on with the mall security? Qin Lang shrugged. They're just the reinforcements I said to call for help. But I never specified that it was only for Junzi. Let us go. It's getting late, and I have things to do this afternoon. Su Xiao nodded obediently, following alongside him. What do you want to eat for lunch? Qin Xiao. I want to be home today, so you can just make something for yourself. Junzi went to the underground parking garage to fetch the car while Qin Lang and Su Xiao waited at the mall's entrance. Instead of the Maybach, a Rolls-Royce arrived. A rotund man, his face beaming like a celestial being, hurriedly approached Qin Lang, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Qin Xiao, how is everything? Is the situation resolved? I just received your call at home and rushed over immediately. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? The newcomer was none other than Tang Tianpei, the eldest son of the Tang family from Yinjing, now 30 years old. 3 years ago, he was a dashing young man, but due to some internal family issues, he had been ousted from Yinjing. Having mingled in the wealthy circles of Yinjing, he and Qin Lang had each other's contact details. However, times had changed. Once, Tang Tianpei could engage with Qin Lang on equal footing. Now, he was merely a discarded pawn while Qin Lang stood as the legitimate heir to the Qin family of Yinjing. Their statuses were no longer comparable. You handled things well. I appreciate it, brother Tianpei. Today, I owe you a favor. Next time, I'll be sure to return it. Qin Lang replied with a warm smile, as if basking in the spring breeze. Tang Tianpei frowned. Qin Xiao, that is not necessary. It's a pleasure to help an old acquaintance. You're making me feel embarrassed. If you had been more open about your identity, this wouldn't have happened. I'm here to invite you to the Dingfeng gathering in a few days. It will be attended by the elite of Tianhai City, and it's a perfect opportunity for them to see your impressive skills. Chapter 11. Speak more if you can. Since Brother Tianpei has extended an invitation, I can only graciously accept. Qin Lang smiled, engaging in a few more pleasantries. Once Junzi arrived with the car, he ushered Su Xiao inside and left. As Junzi drove smoothly, he curiously asked, Young master, was that the eldest son of the Tang family? How did he end up in such a state? 3 years ago, Tang Tianpei was a handsome young man who would have been hard to compare to Qin Lang. Now, after just a few years, he had morphed into a rather greasy middle-aged man. Fallen? I wouldn't say that, Qin Lang replied. The Tang family is a significant force in Yinjing. To see the eldest grandson reduced to this state, and to witness his subservience to me is anything but normal. Junzi nodded instinctively. It makes sense. The Tang family has always been beneath your family. Plus, with Tang Tianpei expelled from Yinjing due to family issues, it's only natural he would grovel before you. The only heir of the Qin family. Make sure to read more and not spend all your time at Qianjilian Club. You need to think critically and not be deceived by appearances. Qin Lang reprimanded lightly. Everyone has their pride and dignity. The once prominent young master, even if fallen, wouldn't he stoop so low unless there's a reason. His spirit is still intact. Young master, do you mean he still wants to return to Yinjing? Junzi asked, astonished. Qin Lang chose not to delve further into the topic, waving his hand dismissively. Just drive. He intended to keep Junzi as a trusted aide, and while Junzi had the strength and loyalty needed, he sometimes lacked the ability to adapt. If Junzi could learn to change, he would become a valuable confidant. If not, he would remain a mere pawn. After dropping Su Xiaoxiao back at the villa, it was already noon, coinciding with his appointment with Mu Yuyan. Junzi drove Qin Lang toward her residence. In the car, Junzi chuckled, one hand on the wheel and the other giving a thumbs up behind his head. Young master, you truly are impressive. Your discerning eye. Su Xiaoxiao looked so plain yesterday, like a country girl. I really couldn't understand why you kept her. But today, after a change of clothes, she's transformed like magic. Looking cute and lively, despite her previous simplicity, she's obedient and sensible. Truly the perfect little cotton-padded jacket for the family. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. You like that type? Junzi grinned lecherously. I prefer someone a bit older. Like Manager Zhang from Qianjilian. She's mature and knowledgeable, and most importantly, she knows how to treat people well. Qin Lang had been to Qianjilian before, and he had seen Junzi with Manager Zhang. Initially thinking they were just discussing which technician to choose, he never imagined they were involved with each other. Manager Zhang was in her 30s, possibly nearing 40, older than Junzi. Junzi confirmed. She's 43, 8 years older than me. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth a gold brick. 5 years older, she's like an old mother. 8 years older, she's an old mother holding a gold brick. In the Jiangnan No. 1 villa area, Mu Yuyan sat in the living room, watching her mother bustle about in the kitchen wearing an apron. She pouted, feeling a bit resentful. Mom, when I return to Yinjing, I want to see you in the kitchen again. Today, just for that Qin Lang guy, you're cooking yourself? As a daughter, Mu Yuyan felt she was being treated unfairly. Jealous of Qin Lang, Lin Wanqing placed the last serving of home-cooked stir-fried edamame with meat on the dining table. She wiped her hands on her apron, then brushed the fine beads of sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, smiling warmly. You silly girl, you just don't know what is good for you. When your future son-in-law comes to visit, shouldn't Ti, as the mother-in-law, make a show of it? What future son-in-law? Mu Yuyan observed her mother's joyful expression, feeling a pang of discomfort. Who knows, with Qin Lang's character, he's bound to be flirting around outside. In a few years, he might even have children. Are you planning to have me step in as a stepmother then? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Wanqing's expression turned serious. Haven't I told you before? Just keep such thoughts to yourself, don't voice them. Do you think there's a man in this world who is different? Either they're incapable, or if they are capable, which one of them is clean outside? Have you forgotten your father's past? When Mu Yuyan's father passed away, it caused a significant upheaval in the Mu family, nearly resulting in the expulsion of both Mu Yuyan and her mother. Why? Because a group of power-hungry relatives discovered her father's illegitimate child. They tried to leverage the blood relation to impose their will. If it weren't for the Qin family supporting the destitute mother and daughter and providing a substantial sum of money to that illegitimate child, this matter would not have been so easily resolved. Yuyan, you are my only daughter. How could I harm you? Lin Wanqing sat beside her daughter, earnestly trying to console her. Qin Lang may be a bit mischievous and domineering in his ways, but everyone can see that he likes you. Mischievous? He installed listening devices in my office. That's what you call mischievous. Besides, I deliberately invited his boyfriend over, and one by one, they've all gone missing. Who knows if they're dead or alive? Is that what you call domineering? Mu Yuyan clenched her silver teeth. This person was clearly an arrogant second-generation heir, a villain, for heaven's sake. If it weren't for his good father, could he enjoy such freedom now? Just as she finished her thought, a figure appeared in the corner of the living room. It was none other than Qin Lang, standing there with a cold expression, gazing at the beautiful face of Mu Yuyan, which still bore traces of anger. Qin Lang, why didn't you call ahead before coming? Lin Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, quickly explaining, Yu Yin is still young. She speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Qin Lang ignored her, a wicked smile curling up on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Mu Yuyin. If you have the ability, say that last sentence again. I will say it. Mu Yuyin, still fuming, snorted, am I wrong? If you didn't have a good father, could you have enjoyed such freedom until now? Qin Lang nodded with satisfaction. Now that essay good line.it sounds delightful. If you can speak like that, feel free to say more. Chapter 12. Who is the biological one? Mu Yuyin initially thought that Qin Lang would be furious. At the very least, his expression would be displeased. To her surprise, her angry words did not provoke him but instead brought a smug smile to his face. How could someone be so shameless? Accusing him of relying on his family was akin to calling him a freeloader, yet he accepted it with glee? She pointed at Qin Lang, feeling as though she had never encountered someone so devoid of shame. Yu Yin, how can you speak like that? Quickly apologized to Qin Lang. Lin Wanqing could no longer contain herself. Hearing her daughter repeatedly insult Qin Lang, even she, as a mother, felt uncomfortable. Yu Yin stubbornly turned her head away. No, I didn't say anything wrong, so why should I apologize? She instinctively glanced at Qin Lang's reaction and, seeing that he showed no sign of anger, felt a twinge of confusion. What was going on today? When she first met Qin Lang, she sensed something was off. It felt as though he had transformed overnight into someone more handsome and charming. Moreover, if she had provoked the old Qin Lang, he would have either exploded in anger or smashed something. Now, he was suddenly calm, making her feel quite unaccustomed. Whether Qin Lang was angry or not was unknown, but Lin Wanqing was certainly fuming, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Mu Yuyin, I told you to apologize. Did you hear me? Are you ignoring your mother's words now? Mom. Mu Yuyin, stifling her fury, caught sight of her mother's furious demeanor and her own resolve began to wane. No matter how strong-willed she was, she had grown up following her mother's lead, and in her mother's presence, she felt like a child who could never grow up. Being scolded by her mother like this was a first in her life. Feeling both frightened and aggrieved, her eyes began to redden. Observing this, Qin Lang stepped forward, taking hold of Mu Yin's delicate hand, which felt soft and tender. He smiled and said, Auntie, please don't be so angry. Look, you're scaring Yu Yin. Perhaps you don't know, but Yu Yin and I are already a couple, and we've been dating. This is just how we interact. We don't take what we say to heart. We're both young and keep up with the trends. Really? Lin Wanqing frowned. Yu Yin nodded in agreement from behind, pinching Qin Lang's back discreetly. You can ask Aining if you don't believe me. Aining was Mu Yuyin's personal bodyguard, always by her side, aware of any movement around her. With that, Lin Wanqing ceased her anger, her expression softening as she looked at Qin Lang with increasing fondness. Well, I suppose it's fine as long as you young people like it. I'm just an old lady who can't keep up with the trends. Qin Lang feigned a serious expression. Auntie, why say such things? You don't look old at all. If you walk down the street with Yu Yin, people would think you two are sisters. While the compliment had an element of flattery, it was undeniable that Lin Wanqing, in her early 40s, maintained a youthful appearance, her face brimming with collagen. Her attire was also particularly suitable, a light pink long-sleeved shirt that hinted at transparency, subtly revealing her slender waist and figure. She wore blue skinny jeans, her legs straight and long, truly a sight to behold. In terms of looks, she might slightly pale in comparison to Mu Yuyin, but the difference was minimal, and she exuded a mature femininity. Lin Wanqing smiled contentedly, playfully scolding, You little rascal. It seems you've become quite the smooth talker after not seeing you for some time. Auntie is getting old and can't compare to the young ones. This outfit belongs to Yu Yin. It suits you well. I see. Qin Lang immediately understood, praising, What? This outfit is Yu Yin's? I've never seen her wear it before. I know Yu Yin's figure. It's practically sculpted to perfection. I didn't expect Auntie to wear Yu Yin's clothes so well. Your figure is enviable? Not at all. You are just sweet-talking, making Auntie feel embarrassed. Lin Wanqing's smile lingered, and she warmly took Qin Lang's hand. You came at the right time. I cooked a home-cooked meal just for you. Come, taste it and see how it is. Then I'm truly in for a treat today. Watching Qin Lang and her mother walk hand in hand towards the dining room, Mu Yuyin felt as if she were an abandoned child left behind. Things had changed, truly changed. This guy, once arrogant and domineering, had now transformed into a smooth talker. How could he possibly be a good person? She huffed in annoyance, glancing down at her home attire, which featured a little bear clutching a pillow. Even without receiving Qin Lang's compliments, she had no intention of changing. It was just a meal after all. Was it necessary to make such a fuss? At the dining table, Lin Wanqing sat at the head, with Qin Lang and Mu Yuyan seated on either side. Throughout the meal, Qin Lang's bowl remained brimming with food, as he never once took the initiative to serve himself. In contrast, Mu Yuyan, deprived of Lin Wanqing's attentive service, found herself clashing with her mother for the last piece of cola chicken wings. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. "Why are you a girl eating so much?" As she spoke, she deftly transferred the last wing to Qin Lang's bowl. Mu Yuyan, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Mom, who is your real child here?" "Of course, you are my biological child," Lin Wanqing reproached. "Am I not allowed to treat my son-in-law a bit better? Are you jealous?" Mu Yuyan pouted, inwardly grumbling that this was no longer a matter of being treated a bit better. It was blatant favoritism. She almost wanted to demand a DNA test. She couldn't fathom what sort of charm Qin Lang had cast over her mother, leaving her utterly enchanted. "Yuyan, if you want to eat, then take this chicken wing. Although it's quite delicious, I'll satisfy whatever you desire." Qin Lang stood up and placed the chicken wing into Mu Yuyan's bowl. His gentle demeanor, accompanied by a smile like a gentle spring breeze, stirred ripples in her heart. Even Mu Yuyan, who had always harbored disdain for Qin Lang, found her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. Chapter 13. Mu Yuyan's indignation. Qin Lang, to be honest, truly seemed to have feelings for her. Although he acted unruly and aggressive outside, he was gentle in her presence, never bullying or laying a hand on her. Moreover, given the Qin family's significant status in Yinjing, this match was undoubtedly an elevation for the Mu family when considering social status. Most importantly, her aversion to Qin Lang had noticeably diminished. The more she looked at him, the more appealing he seemed. No. As Mu Yuyan lost herself in her thoughts, she quickly chastised herself internally. She slapped her cheeks lightly, feeling flushed, and glared at Qin Lang, who had just placed the chicken wing in her bowl. "Who wants to eat food you've touched? Your saliva is all over the chopsticks. If you don't mind, I certainly do." While she berated Qin Lang, Mu Yuyan scolded herself repeatedly in her heart. What had come over her? Why was she suddenly thinking positively of Qin Lang? Today, not only was Qin Lang acting strangely, but she herself was also not behaving like her usual self. Qin Lang pouted. Shaking his chopsticks, "I used the thicker edges to pick it up. There's no saliva on it." Saying this, he ignored Mu Yuyan's refusal and placed it in her bowl. "It's not dirty. If you want to eat, then eat it. If not, just return it to the dish." Lin Wanqing watched the young couple bickering playfully, occasionally touching her delicate neck, smiling happily. Outside, people claimed that Qin Lang was an arrogant second-generation heir, reckless and shameless, tarnishing the Qin family's reputation. But seeing him in person today, Lin Wanqing realized that those rumors were mere fabrications. Such a wonderful son-in-law could not possibly be as despicable as others had painted him. Glancing at her mother, Mu Yuyan felt a sense of foreboding. She suspected that Qin Lang was deliberately putting on this obedient facade to gain her mother's favor, all to turn their contractual relationship into something genuine. What a wicked fellow, so insidious. Feeling displeased, Mu Yuyan poked at the chicken wing with her chopsticks, gritting her teeth, wishing to shred it to pieces. This girl, can't even behave properly at the dinner table. Can't you learn a thing or two from young Qin?" Lin Wanqing, overly pleased, had even begun to address Qin Lang more affectionately. The more she looked at him, the more she found him agreeable. While her daughter seemed increasingly insufferable, she couldn't fathom what young Qin saw in her. If it were their generation, a boy like Qin Lang, just coming of age, would have had suitors lining up. While rubbing her neck, she scolded her unruly daughter. "Auntie, since I have some free time today, how about we go to the hospital for a checkup after dinner?" Qin Lang gently suggested, setting down his chopsticks. Lin Wanqing, confused, inquired, "Why go to the hospital?" Mu Yuyan, already feeling irritable, snapped at Qin Lang. "Are you deliberately looking for trouble? My mom is perfectly healthy. What do you want her to go to the hospital for? Are you trying to irritate us?" It sounded as if Qin Lang was implying her mother was ill. Given that Mu Yuyan was already in a foul mood, hearing this would undoubtedly make her even more upset. Qin Lang did not argue back. Having nothing to do is still doing nothing. Think of it as a physical checkup. "Auntie, Have you had one recently? Lin Wanqing shook her head. No. I've been swamped with work in Yinjing, managing a plethora of matters at the company. I've barely had time to take a break, let alone go for a check-up. It seems unnecessary and quite bothersome. Hospitals are not pleasant places. She added, You're a thoughtful child, but I feel perfectly fine. Exactly. Mu Yuyan eagerly nodded in agreement, praising her mother. Mom, may you live a long life and remain eternally youthful. Forever 18. Well. Qin Lang wrinkled his brow, hesitating as if he were making a momentous decision. Auntie, since you say that, I shouldn't push, but today, as a younger generation, I must take the role of the bad guy. Whether you want to go or not, I will take you, even if I have to drag you there. Regardless of how certain he was about his intentions, Qin Lang would not divulge the underlying reasons. What he sought was that ambiguous feeling, to provoke Mu Yuyan's anger and to make Lin Wanqing uncomfortable. Aiming to elevate Mu Yuyan's perception of him, this was merely the first step, first inciting her anger, then making her flustered. Sure enough, Mu Yuyan's earlier praise for her mother vanished, replaced with a sullen expression. She glared at Qin Lang, her silver teeth gritting. Qin Lang, are you mentally unwell? I just said my mom is perfectly healthy, and you're here stirring up trouble. Do you want me to kick you out before you feel satisfied? Qin Lang's face flushed crimson, wanting to retort, but his words hung on the tip of his tongue. Ultimately silenced, his expression one of frustration. Observing this, Lin Wanqing chuckled, waving her hand. Yuyan, don't be angry with young Qin. He means well. Since he has said it, let us go for a checkup. It won't hurt. And it's been a while since you last went. Mom, Mu Yuyan exclaimed. Lin Wanqing firmly stated, That's settled then. Don't argue, I'll decide on my own health matters. Mu Yuyan rolled her eyes. Just indulge him. After saying that, she shot another glare at Qin Lang, her expression filled with disdain. She despised anyone meddling with her mother, her only close relative. No one was allowed to harm her. The lunch ended on a sour note. Junzi drove a Maybach, initially inviting Mu Yuyan and her mother to join him. However, Mu Yuyan adamantly refused, insisting on driving a pink convertible BMW from the garage to take her mother herself. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Wanqing was led to undergo blood tests and various scans, spending half the day in a blur, instinctively touching her neck more frequently. Finally, as the clock neared 4 in the afternoon, the examination report was released. The doctor, clad in a white coat, called out, Lin Wanqing, who is Lin Wanqing? Please come to collect your medical report. Mu Yuyan, holding her mother's hand, intentionally pushed Qin Lang outside the door and asked the doctor, Doctor, how is my mother's health? Is she particularly well? The doctor looked up, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. Are you the patient's daughter? How could you not know your mother's health condition? Well, your mother's coronary heart disease has progressed to stage 3. If we delay any longer, she could suffer a sudden cardiac arrest at any moment. Boom. The words struck Mu Yuyan like a thunderclap, leaving her frozen in place, her mind a blank slate. Chapter 14. First stirring anger, then inducing shyness. Ignoring Mu Yuyan, the doctor frowned at Lin Wanqing. You wouldn't happen to be unaware of your own health condition, would you? Lin Wanqing was still in a daze, shaking her head, stammering, I don't know, doctor. Could there have been a mistake in the tests? The doctor rolled his eyes. There were over a dozen normal individuals examined alongside you. Why is it that everyone else's results are fine, yet yours is the only anomaly? It's quite peculiar that you two would suddenly decide to get a checkup. The mother and daughter instinctively glanced towards the hesitant Qin Lang, still lingering outside the door. Xiao Qin, coming quickly. Why are you just standing out there? Lin Wanqing waved him over, and upon his approach, she offered a wry smile. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, if Annie were to suddenly pass away, we wouldn't even know what happened. Coronary heart disease, and stage 3 at that. Lin Wanqing herself found it hard to believe, and a sense of dread washed over her. Did you sense something was wrong? Otherwise, why were you so insistent on having Auntie come for a checkup earlier? She questioned, her brow furrowed. Qin Lang nodded. I noticed something amiss. Auntie, when you spoke, you unconsciously touched your neck, and the frequency increased when you were angry. That is quite abnormal. The doctor interjected, raising a thumb in approval. Young man, are you studying medicine? Coronary heart disease is caused by severe arterial stiffening in the coronary arteries, leading to insufficient blood supply to the myocardium, which results in myocardial ischemia and can cause angina. In stage 3, if a patient experiences angina, it can manifest as neck pain. The instinctive act of touching the neck is a prominent symptom. Thankfully, you came in time. If the condition is managed, there is a good chance for improvement. However, if you had delayed further or exerted yourself strenuously, it could have escalated into a myocardial infarction and sudden death. Zhang Yuyin finally came to her senses. The moment the doctor's words registered, cold sweat broke out on her back, and her heart felt as if it were suspended in midair, experiencing the weightlessness of a fall. She was terrified, shaking her mother's hand. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, redness creeping into her gaze as she fought back sobs. "Silly child, it's all right. Mom is fine. We discovered this early, right? We just need to take care of ourselves." Lin Wanqing comforted, patting her daughter's hand while casting a grateful glance at Qin Lang. "You, my dear, noticed something was off. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You made Yuyin quite angry with your silence." Qin Lang shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. "I was afraid to say anything, Auntie. You don't understand the position you hold in Yuyin's heart. I merely noticed a few signs. But I couldn't be certain. If I had voiced my concerns and your health was fine, it would have been a misunderstanding on my part. If I had spoken out, it would have seemed like I was maliciously harming you. And Yuyin would have been furious with me. I'm fine. As long as Annie is healthy, what do my grievances matter? Besides, I am a man. How could a little girl like Yuyin make me feel wronged?" "You, dear boy." Lin Wanqing felt a swell of emotions. How considerate and thoughtful Qin Lang was. His concern for her daughter far surpassed her own as a mother. He would rather bear the burden himself than let Yuyin feel uncomfortable. Truly, it was deeply moving. No, Lin Wanqing resolved within herself. The next time she heard anyone speak ill of her future son-in-law, she could no longer turn a blind eye. She must confront them and scold them thoroughly. What kind of ability was it to gossip maliciously? Moreover, it was slanderous. Her son-in-law was such a fine young man. How could he possibly be the despicable second-generation offspring as rumored? The doctor chuckled. "You, young man, look quite dashing, like a big boy, but your thoughts are remarkably astute. You'll surely become a devoted husband," he added with a glance towards Mu Yuyin, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. She bit her lip, hesitating before stepping forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, and I owe you an apology. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know my mother's health condition. I've been such an incompetent daughter. Thank you." Truly, at that moment, Mu Yuyin's emotions were a whirlwind of complexity. The anger she felt towards Qin Lang for his earlier suggestion was now doubled with guilt. Qin Lang clearly cared for her mother's health and had swallowed his grievances to spare her unnecessary worry. Reflecting on this, Mu Yuyin felt her previous behavior was utterly shameful, rendering her unworthy of the title of daughter. How could she have been so unreasonable as to malign Qin Lang's good intentions? If it had been anyone else, they could have scolded her without reserve, and she wouldn't have had a word to counter. "Silly girl, what do you have to apologize for? I'm your boyfriend. Your mother is my family too. What sort of reasoning is it to turn a blind eye to your family's discomfort? Don't overthink it. Your eyes are red. Anyone who didn't know would think I had bullied you. Please don't cry. I can't bear it." Qin Lang gently ruffled Mu Yuyin's hair. This was the first time he had taken such an initiative, and it was met with no resistance. Ding, the female lead, Mu Yuyin, has increased her affection for the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving 800 villain points. Ding, the female lead, Mu Yuyin, continues to increase her affection for the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1000 villain points. Ding, the luck points of the Son of Destiny, Yifeng, have decreased by 500 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5000 villain points. As the doctor prescribed medication and advised Lin Wanqing on daily precautions, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Qin Lang's mind. Good heavens! What should have been Yifeng's opportunity was seized by him in advance, not only gaining a substantial amount of villain points from Mu Yuyin, but also causing Yifeng to lose 500 luck points. He had garnered 5000 villain points. So it turns out that seizing Yifeng's fortune not only decreased his luck points, but also rewarded him tenfold in villain points? Thinking it over, Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle. He was becoming increasingly excited about being the ultimate antagonist. Chapter 15. Breaking the ice. Upon returning to Jiangnan No. 1, Mu Yuyin remained by Lin Wanqing's side at all times, serving tea and water, inquiring after her well-being. This made Lin Wanqing feel both warm and slightly amused. "What are you doing, my girl? Am I so frail that I can't even walk?" Mu Yuyin shook her head. her stunning face still showing signs of lingering fear. "I'm just scared, Mom. How about I accompany you back to Yinjing tomorrow? The hospitals there are the best in the country. They can surely treat this coronary heart disease." Sigh. Lin Wanqing felt helpless as she sighed. Coronary heart disease is not so easily treated. How many affluent individuals have succumbed to this illness only to be lost after a single late night? She never expected this disease would afflict her. Mun's eyes reddened once more. She truly could not bear to imagine what her life would become without her mother. The two of them embraced on the sofa in the living room. The sight of the two beautiful women formed a striking tableau. Qin Lang sat across from the coffee table, gently clearing his throat. "Auntie, you and Yuyin shouldn't be too overly worried. This illness can be managed with medication. But more importantly, it requires good care. Here's what we'll do. Once you return to Yinjing, I'll speak to my family and have you admitted to the Xiangshan Sanatorium for a while. As far as medical standards go, Xiangshan Sanatorium is undoubtedly the best in Huaxia. Auntie, as long as you follow the doctor's advice and take good care of yourself, there shouldn't be any major issues." Xiangshan Sanatorium? Lin Wanqing's breath caught in her throat. Am I even allowed to go there? In Huaxia, few people knew of Xiangshan Sanatorium, as it was not open to the public. Those residing within were all prominent figures in the political world. The facility boasted not only the most advanced medical equipment but also world-renowned doctors. In essence, it was akin to the ancient imperial medical institution. Qin Lang smiled. "I'm not sure about others, but as for you," Aniati paused, glancing at the still red-eyed Mu Yuyin, and continued, "Seeing Yuyin so anxious and distressed makes my heart ache. You needn't worry about this. If it comes down to it, I can have my grandfather speak with the director of Xiangshan Sanatorium." "Xiao Qin, how thoughtful of you." Lin Wanqing gazed at her future son-in-law, appreciating how much he cared for her daughter. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. However, there was a concern regarding the elder of the Qin family. If it weren't for Qin Lang, she might have suddenly suffered a myocardial infarction without knowing what happened. There was no use in expressing gratitude, but she felt a twinge of worry about having the elder of the Qin family intervene, especially since Xiangshan Sanatorium was akin to an imperial medical institution. Not just anyone could gain entry. It wasn't that she doubted the elder's status. He was one of the few remaining national heroes since the founding of Huaxia. A true titan in his own right. If he were to help her in this matter, she worried that some influential figures might speak ill of him. Mu Yuyin grasped her mother's hand. "Mom, please don't refuse. This is also Qin Lang's heartfelt intention." She wanted to accompany her mother back to Yinjing for treatment, but no hospital in Huaxia could compare to Xiangshan Sanatorium. "Well, fine. Since I've come all this way to Tianhai City, I'd rather not rush back. I'll stay a few more days and then trouble Xiao Qin after I return." In Tianhai City, Lin Wanqing stayed for only 3 days before returning to the capital. In the living room of the villa, Mu Yuyin sat beside Qin Lang. With her mother gone, their atmosphere felt unusually strange. "How is my mom doing? Can she get into Xiangshan Sanatorium?" She tilted her head, gazing at Qin Lang's handsome profile, her voice soft as she inquired. "It's all arranged. Once Annie lands, someone will be there to escort her directly. You needn't worry," Qin Lang replied, placing his hand gently over Mu Yuyin's delicate wrist. Mu Yuyin seemed oblivious to the gesture, or perhaps she had grown accustomed to such small affections during their 3 days together. In her heart, even the self-soothing thoughts had faded away. "How did I perform these past few days as your future son-in-law?" Qin Lang bravely attempted to grasp Mu Yuyin's wrist, pulling her slightly closer into his embrace. Feeling his broad chest, Mu Yuyin struggled momentarily before blushing and conceding. She wasn't sure why. Perhaps it was gratitude towards Qin Lang, or perhaps his behavior over the past few days had completely altered her preconceived notions of him. Truly, Mu Yuyin never expected Qin Lang to present himself so excellently before her mother. Could it be that the arrogance he displayed as a second-generation offspring was merely a fade? Otherwise, how could he have developed such refined tea-making skills in such a short time? For 3 days, Qin Lang had come to the villa every day, engaging her mother in conversation and preparing tea for her. With 12 intricate steps, he brewed tea, lit incense to dispel distractions, washed the cups with a pure heart, cooled the broth in a jade pot to nurture harmony, and poured tea in a grand manner to welcome the esteemed guest. Even someone like her mother, who had once been a distinguished lady, couldn't help but express admiration and appreciation. This was a pure appreciation from the perspective of tea culture. Additionally, upon learning of the illness, Mu Yuyin and Lin Wanqing would often find themselves lost in thought at night, leading to insomnia. Upon discovering this, Qin Lang not only didn't he show annoyance, but also played soothing piano lullabies to help them sleep. The melodious piano music flowed like a gentle mountain spring, soothing the hearts of those who listened. Had it not been for Mu Yuyin sneaking downstairs one night to watch Qin Lang's long fingers glide across the keys with such skill, she would never have believed he possessed such piano talent. Not bad at all. Keep it up, Mu Yuyin, feeling like a real couple, nestled in Qin Lang's embrace, her hand grazing his abdomen in surprise. I didn't realize you had such a good physique. You even have abs? Qin Lang chuckled. There are many things you haven't noticed. Their eyes met, and Mu Yuyin was dressed in the same outfit her mother had worn on her first day here. A translucent pink long shirt paired with deep blue fitted jeans. Under her slender figure, it accentuated her allure and coolness. Nice outfit, Qin Lang complimented. Your figure is quite impressive too. Chapter 16. A momentary thrill for the husband as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Qin Lang's hand grew bolder, slowly sliding from her slender waist upward. That's enough. Mu Yuyin swatted Qin Lang's wandering hand away, standing up from his lap and adjusting her disheveled clothing. She felt Qin Lang was becoming overly audacious, his behavior increasingly frivolous. If she didn't interrupt this atmosphere soon, who knew what else he might dare to do? A little sweetness is fine, but I can't let myself get too ensnared, she reminded him. I'll still need you to take care of my mama's situation. I owe you a favor and will remember it. Mu Yuyin seemed to snap back to reality from the charade of a couple, regaining her former pride and cold demeanor, transforming into the elegant Ice Queen CEO. Qin Lang shrugged. So you're clearly just using me? When you need me, I'm your go-to. When you don't, you toss me aside without a second thought. Mu Yuyin wanted to retort, but the words caught in her throat. She coldly huffed. If you think that way, then there's nothing more to discuss. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Fine, I'll go. Qin Lang wasn't angry. He merely gazed at Mu Yuyin with a knowing look before turning to leave. Prideful, continue being prideful. Go ahead and enjoy your moment of torment. In time, I'll show you what it means to face a husband's wrath. It's just a game, right? Who can't play? We'll see how this unfolds, as Mu Yuyin, clad in her translucent long shirt, sent Qin Lang off at the entrance of the villa. She waved her hand. Be careful on the way, and send me a message when you get home. Her affectionate demeanor caught the admiration of the driver behind the wheel of the Maybach. The Maybach departed from Jiangnan No. 1, Junzi's side and remarked, Young master, you truly are a remarkable talent. It's as if a little cow was standing on its head and witnessed a flash of lightning. Simply astonishing. Remember how proud President Mu used to be? His arrogance was such that his eyes seemed ready to pop out of his head. Every time he encountered you, he would roll his eyes and wear a frosty expression. Yet, in just a few days, he has transformed completely. Young master, have you already boarded the train of success? With that, he winked. What train? I haven't even touched the wheels, Qin Lang mumbled. The speed at which Mu Yuyin changed her demeanor could only be described as masterful. Just a moment ago, she had been seated stiffly in the living room, all seriousness, and yet the instant she stepped out to see Junzi, her smile radiated as if she were born to perform. What an incredible actress! He chose not to dwell on the matter further and silently opened the system panel. Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 26. Charm, 98. Destined villain points, 36,200. Skills, Affinity LV6, Group Affinity 60. Advanced piano skills, Advanced T-Art. Shop. Opening, Destined villain points reached 30,000. Level 1 shop unlocked. Lottery center. Opening. Each lottery consumes 100 destined villain points. System backpack. A photo book of Aunt Xiao. Qingfeng Tissue's 2i in the past few days, accompanying the mother and daughter duo had indeed yielded rewards. His affinity points skyrocketed, and he amassed a considerable amount of destined villain points. Furthermore, with Su Xiaoxiao being such a considerate companion, her occasional, seemingly accidental brushes against his hand or gentle nudges would also garner him a substantial number of points. Cumulatively, he had surpassed 30,000, meeting the criteria to unlock the system shop. Open the shop. Before Qin Lang, a translucent screen illuminated, displaying a variety of goods along with the corresponding costs in destined villain points below. Physique 1, if below 6,500 destined villain points. Physique 1, if below 101,000 destined villain points. Charm 1, 50,000 destined villain points. Skill Advanced Aesthetic, 3,000 destined villain points. Skill Basic Medicine, 100,000 Destined Villain Points. After perusing the offerings, Qin Lang felt somewhat dazed. This was hardly a system shop but rather a merchant's den. After laboriously earning just over 30,000 villain points in a few days, the items within the shop that he could afford were dismally few. He spent 17,000 points to increase his physique to 60, and then another 9,600 to elevate his affinity skill to LV8. He decided against further purchases and opted to use the remainder for the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a photo book of Ms. Bai. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received one set of advanced medical equipment. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained one physique. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the skill Advanced Aesthetic. After the lottery concluded, the system panel displayed Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 68. Charm, 98. Destined Villain Points, 0 Skills. Affinity LV8, Group Affinity 80. Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced T-Art, Advanced Aesthetic. Shop. Opening, Lottery Center. Opening, each lottery consumes 100 Destined Villain Points. System Backpack, a photo book of Aunt Xiao. Qingfeng Tissues 2, a photo book of Ms. Bai. Advanced Medical Equipment 1. Upon reaching a physique of 68, Qin Lang experienced a fleeting sense of illusion, as if a colossal mammoth stood before him, capable of being shattered by a mere punch. Of course, this was merely a result of his rapid physical improvement leading to a lack of self-awareness. Once his body adjusted to this newfound strength, such feelings would dissipate. It was unlikely that even Junzi, who was driving ahead, would be a match for him. However, there was no rush. After all, it had only been a few days. He had transformed from a state of deficiency to a physique of 68. A veritable 7 times a night marvel. It would not be long before surpassing Junzi became a matter of course. Reaching over 100 before Yifeng's return was certainly within reach. As the Maybach came to a halt in front of his villa, Su Xiaoxiao had already heard the sound and dashed out. She timidly stood in the corner of the doorway, head lowered, softly murmuring, "Young master, welcome home. Where did you learn such formality? Did I not tell you that here? You should feel as comfortable as at home. Just act naturally. Why the stiffness? Do you not understand?" Qin Lang gently grasped Su Xiaoxiao's frail hand. Su Xiaoxiao attempted to withdraw her hand but, after several efforts, found herself unsuccessful. Upon raising her head and encountering Qin Lang's ambiguous smile, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she ceased her struggles. She realized she had become somewhat muddled, despite knowing that the young master often engaged in little antics when greeting her. Upon hearing his familiar voice, she instinctively rushed to the door. She had become utterly enchanted by this scene, unsure whether it was a subconscious action or a deliberate closeness to the young master. Chapter 17. The silly Su Xiaoxiao in the living room. Qin Lang sat on the sofa, releasing Su Xiaoxiao's hand, and queried with suspicion, "Xiaoxiao, do you feel uncomfortable when I hold your hand? Why do you always seem to struggle so vigorously to break free? Or is it that someone else occupies your heart?" "Ah?" Su Xiaoxiao was startled, her face paling. "Young master, how could you say such things?" Her heart raced, and she stole a glance at Qin Lang, who sat on the sofa with a look of concern, her mind a disarray. What could the young master mean by such inquiries? Was it possible that, in contrast to modern times, Su Xiaoxiao was at an age of blossoming youth, experiencing the stirrings of her heart, making her particularly sensitive to matters of romance, especially with Qin Lang, whose mere smile could inspire her to dream of him night after night? She found herself lost in thought. It was akin to a typical boy in class, who, upon receiving a rare glance from the aloof class beauty, would wonder if she harbored feelings for him. Why does she keep looking back? Is she about to confess? Should I reject or accept? Adolescence is not exclusive to boys. Girls experience it too, and Su Xiaoxiao was no exception. She nervously toyed with her pale fingers, embroiled in a fierce internal struggle with her clothing, uncertain how to respond. Should she speak her mind, lest the young master misunderstand and become angry, vowing never to hold her hand again? Yet if she denied it, would the young master grow bolder, which frightened her a little? In that moment, she found herself ensnared in a web of indecision. Seeing the girl's bashful demeanor, Qin Lang chuckled lightly. "You need not overthink it. There's nothing to worry about if you have affections for someone. Just tell me that I'm already somewhat aware of your situation. At worst, I'll refrain from being overly familiar. That boy, Yifeng, right? The one you grew up with in the Sunshine Orphanage, your childhood companion? He seems to be missing now. You need not fret. I believe that good people will have their fortunes restored. He will surely return one day, perhaps sooner than you think. Each word struck Su Xiaoxiao like a dull blade, carving into her fragile heart. Ultimately, Qin Lang plunged a metaphorical dagger into her chest, wishing her well in her romantic endeavors. No, no, that's not it, young master. You've misunderstood, Su Xiaoxiao stammered, her voice tinged with a quaver. In her childhood, she and Yifeng were indeed inseparable, but at such a tender age, how could one comprehend the feelings between boys and girls? Moreover, she often defended Yifeng against the bullies in the orphanage, often finding herself embroiled in trouble because of him. Their relationship resembled that of siblings in adversity, and even in the early chapters of the original story, it remained so. Why are you crying? Qin Lang reached out, pulling Su Xiaoxiao's delicate frame into his embrace, wiping her tears away. Did I say something wrong? Ma'am, Su Xiaoxiao, pouting in a pitiful manner, replied with a soft murmur. Qin Lang, curious, probed. What if Yifeng returns and decides to pursue you? That's impossible. Xiaofeng has always seen me as an older sister. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, but upon noticing Qin Lang's still furrowed brow, she added, if Xiaofeng truly acted as you say, I wouldn't accept him. I see him merely as a brother. Ding. The luck of the child of destiny, Yifeng, has decreased by 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 destined villain points. A sudden wave of satisfaction washed over Qin Lang upon hearing the System's notification. He had merely offered a preventive remark to Su Xiaoxiao, yet unexpectedly, it bore such fruitful rewards. Cradling the still trembling Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, Qin Lang felt a rush of emotions. Though the girl was delicate and slender, her skin remained smooth, particularly her long, exquisite legs, clad in white stockings, resting atop him, inevitably evoking a hint of allure. Young master Su Xiaoxiao felt a flutter of embarrassment, wanting to lower her head. Qin Lang quickly shifted the topic, pinching her thigh lightly. It's been a few days. How are you still so thin? Have you not eaten properly while I was away? I have, Su Xiaoxiao huffed, her cheeks aflame. She sensed that the young master had ceased dwelling on the matter of Xiaofeng, which relieved her heart significantly. It truly puzzled her why the young master would leap to such conclusions, conflating her connection with Xiaofeng into something romantic. She genuinely regarded Xiaofeng as a younger brother, and considering how long he had been missing, she wondered if he had forgotten her altogether. Let us add a dish for dinner. How about we make a papaya rib soup in addition to the usual 8 dishes and 2 soups? Su Xiaoxiao instinctively responded with an "oh." Her curiosity piqued as to why he wanted to add another rib soup. However, she noticed Qin Lang's gaze lingering on her chest, causing her to blush fiercely and hastily escape from his embrace. What's wrong? Qin Lang asked, casually resting with his legs crossed. Unfazed, Su Xiaoxiao, flustered, huffed and turned, darting up the stairs to the maid's quarters with the lightness of a lark. Bang! After shutting the door, Su Xiaoxiao flopped onto the soft bed, burying her face in the pillow, repeatedly muttering "bad guy." After a considerable time, her face flushed from holding her breath, she finally allowed herself to breathe deeply, yet her mind couldn't help but wander back to earlier events. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, meticulously contemplating, am I really too small? Does the young master prefer a more voluptuous type? Is drinking papaya rib soup truly going to help me grow a bit? Lost in thought, Su Xiaoxiao scolded herself internally. How shameless! She rubbed her face with her hands, exclaiming, Ah, Su Xiaoxiao, why do you always indulge in such wild fantasies? What does it matter if the young master prefers a fuller figure? I refuse to entertain these thoughts. The young master wants me to drink. I simply want tea. If he likes the bigger ones, then perhaps he won't be so inclined to hold my hand in the future. Chapter 18. Su Xiaoxiao. Truly tempting watching Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly ascend the stairs, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile softly. She was indeed a clever and considerate little companion, living up to her reputation. Progressing gradually, it seemed this time might have been a bit too rapid for Su Xiaoxiao. However, it should not pose any significant issues. A few days of calm would allow her to adjust naturally. Young master, there's been a situation with the Bai family. Junzi entered the room, standing beside Qin Lang and glancing around, puzzled. Miss Su is not here? Junzi, in certain respects, had become quite astute. The treatment between the ugly duckling and the swan was entirely different. Upon witnessing Su Xiaoxiao's striking transformation, his address had shifted. She's upstairs, Qin Lang indicated towards the maid's quarters above. Go on. What's the matter? Nodding, Junzi spoke earnestly. There have been sounds of argument coming from the Bai family. Our people drew closer to investigate and discovered that the dispute was between Bai Ruyu and her father. Moreover, from snippets of Bai Ruyu's remarks, it appears there has been a significant cashing out occurring within the Bai company recently. Understood. Qin Lang pursed his lips, a playful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Here it comes. The opportunity to approach the Bai sisters has finally arrived. Setting aside Bai Xiaoyun, who was infatuated with youthful charm, Bai Ruyu was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the business world. Among the elite financial graduates returning home, most merely sought to enhance their resumes, but Bai Ruyu was genuinely talented. Moreover, she possessed an exceptional psychological fortitude. She was the future queen of the business realm. This had already been validated in the original storyline. How could Qin Lang let such a talent slip through his fingers? Since he had arrived in this world, he naturally needed to spend money. He couldn't rely on the Qin family for everything. Asking for 10 or 8 billion was simple once or twice, but if he did it too often, what if his family thought he was idle and decided to drag him back to Yinjing to inherit the family business? He certainly didn't wish to be shackled. He still had plenty of carefree days to enjoy. Starting his own company, he certainly wouldn't be able to spend all his time laboring away in the office. That would be no different than his previous life. Bai Ruyu was his ideal candidate for delegation. Once he secured her, considering her diligent nature and her willingness to devote herself to her partner, Qin Lang could easily relax and be a hands-off manager. Without hesitation, Qin Lang dialed the Bai family, expressing his desire to pay them a visit. Given his status, it was unlikely the Bai family would refuse. After a few polite exchanges on the phone, they finalized the arrangement. Tea dinner. Qin Lang occasionally cast glances at Su Xiaoxiao, who was sipping her papaya soup. Su Xiaoxiao felt her head droop, unable to lift it. She felt utterly shameless. She had repeatedly declared upstairs that she wouldn't drink. Yet when faced with the young master's presence, all her self-admonitions crumbled, and she drank excessively, her little belly now quite full. In the Bai family's courtyard, on the second floor, Bai Xiaoyun lay on her bed, flipping through a brand-new comic book, where the male protagonists entered with a floral halo of charm. As for the plot, utterly terrible, but Bai Xiaoyun didn't care. She simply adored the sight of dashing young men. Everything else was secondary. Dressed in a cute, lowly inspired outfit, Bai Xiaoyun was engrossed in her comics, her legs, wrapped in white stockings, occasionally kicking playfully on the soft bed, her cherubic face adorned with a hint of baby fat, making her remarkably endearing. Creak. The door swung open and Bai Ruyu, clad in a standard black silk OL uniform, stepped in. Upon seeing her innocent and carefree sister sprawled on the bed, she inhaled deeply, with a heavy heart. Encountering such an innocent and lively sibling only made her feel the urge to pamper her. Yun, how many times have I told you not to lie down like that? It's bad for your health. Bai Ruyu approached, looking at her sister, who had always carried a heavier burden than her peers since childhood, offering her concerned admonitions. Bai Xiaoyun merely responded with an "oh," shifting slightly in her position. Bai Ruyu forced a smile and shook her head, feeling a deep sense of grievance that she could not express to anyone, leaving her to endure it alone. She bravely asked, Yun, do you have a boy you like? No. Bai Xiaoyun decisively shook her head, dismayed by the lack of taste among the girls at school, who all claimed this boy or that boy was the school heartthrob. Yet, when she saw them, they appeared utterly ordinary, not handsome at all. My boyfriend must be exceptionally handsome and treat me incredibly well. The little fool Bai Ruyu gently brushed her finger against her sister's nose with affectionate exasperation. Even foolishness has its merits. At least she wouldn't fall for just any boy, which meant that even years later, she wouldn't readily consent to a marriage arranged by their father. As long as Bai Ruyu was around, she would never allow their father to do anything detrimental to her sister. And no matter the circumstances, no matter who it was, it simply wouldn't be permitted. Sister, are you angry again? I heard you arguing with Dad. Right? Bai Xiaoyun grasped her sister's hand and murmured, please don't argue with Dad. He treats me well, and you treat me even better. I don't want you two to fight. Okay. Bai Ruyu pondered this. Be why the standards of a normal person. Bai Xiaochun's way of raising his daughter could indeed be considered good. Unfortunately, her sister remained blissfully unaware. Once she grew a bit older, she'd realized that, in their father's eyes, daughters were never truly part of the family. They were merely sacrifices made for personal gain. Chapter 19. The conflict between father and daughter. A golden opportunity for Qin Lang to win over Bai Ruyu that night. Bai Ruyu accompanied her sister to sleep, occasionally pulling her into her embrace in the middle of the night, holding her tightly as if afraid she might drift away to S for Bai Xiaoyun. This adorable little girl, once asleep, was as still as a rock, even occasionally suckling on Bai Ruyu's chest in her sleep, seemingly lost in some delightful dream. As evening fell, the Bai residence was bustling with activity, brightly lit, and even the household staff donned formal attire. In the living room, Bai Xiaochun leisurely flipped through a stack of outdated newspapers, patiently waiting. The eldest son of the Qin family from Yinjing was visiting. While he held a bit of influence in Tianhai City, it was essential to maintain appearances. After all, one must save face. Moreover, for a wealthy second-generation heir, reputation was paramount. If they could be entertained properly, who knows what value could be extracted from this top-tier scion. "Dad, is someone coming over tonight?" Bai Xiaoyun asked, donning a cute Lolita outfit, her legs wrapped in white stockings, appearing particularly fair and smooth. She trotted over, her face brimming with curiosity. Bai Xiaochun's wife had passed away from illness in her early years, and he had never remarried, earning him widespread praise for his noble character. Perhaps his temperament had grown more serene. It had been a long time since the Bai family had hosted guests at home. Typically, they only entertained visitors outside. Such home gatherings were quite rare. Bai Xiaochun reached out, ruffling his daughter's hair with a smile. "That's right. We're expecting an esteemed guest." "Who? Do I know them? Is it a man or a woman? Are they handsome?" Bai Xiaoyun, ever the infatuated girl, was primarily concerned with the latter, bombarding her father with questions. "Well, he should be handsome, I suppose." Bai Xiaochun hesitated, shaking his head with a wry smile, genuinely unsure, having never met Qin Lang. However, one would assume that someone from such a prominent family would possess good genes. After all, wealthy individuals seldom married anyone less than striking. "Is he impressive?" Bai Xiaoyun blinked her big eyes. Bai Xiaochun chuckled. "Of course, he is the legitimate heir of a prestigious family from Yinjing." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at his eldest daughter. Bai Ruyu stood nearby, observing her father converse with her sister, initially intending to remain silent. However, upon noticing her father's gaze upon her, she couldn't help but retort, "What are you looking at?" "I don't know that so-called young master. Dio, you want to compare me to him now?" Bai Xiaochun could discern that his daughter was arguing about something else and was intentionally trying to belittle her. Sighing softly, "Compare yourself to him? Do you think too highly of yourself? With your capabilities, how could you possibly stand alongside the legitimate son of the Qin family from Yinjing? Do you even know that at the founding ceremony, his grandfather stood in the front row? So what? It's merely because he comes from a better family. His ancestors planted the trees while he enjoys the shade," Bai Ruyu retorted, her silver teeth clenched. "He wasn't he the one standing in the front row?" Hearing her father elevate the status of men while diminishing her own, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Bai Ruyu. There was indignation, a sense of injustice, and a deep-seated grievance to that moment. The butler rushed in. "Sir, young Master Qin has arrived." Bai Xiaochun rose, adjusting his clothing, his brow furrowed as he looked at Bai Ruyu. "Maintain your composure in front of others. Some things can be discussed at home." As the butler led the way, a well-dressed man in a tailored suit entered. Bai Ruyu instinctively turned, their eyes locking eye in that instant. Her tumultuous thoughts were calmed, as if a gentle summer breeze had swept through, soothing her unease. Chapter 20. Preparing for opportunity with the activation of his affinity skill and the 80 affinity effect from LV8. Even the most disliked individuals would appear tranquil at this moment. Not to mention that Bai Ruyu and Qin Lang were strangers, and there was no barrier between them. As Qin Lang smiled at Bai Ruyu, he deliberately cast his gaze toward Bai Xiaoyun for a brief moment before shifting it away. He was fully aware of Bai Xiaoyun's infatuation, teasing her just enough to leave her wanting more. As expected, the moment Bai Xiaoyun laid eyes on Qin Lang, her bright, charming eyes sparkled with excitement. "So handsome. This big brother is so handsome. How could his smile be so endearing? How could his figure be so tall? He looked just like a protagonist from a comic book. What if he pinned me against the wall? Should I accept it, or should I push back?" The little infatuated girl was now in a daze, having just been upset over Qin Lang's tardiness, making her feel as if she might starve. But upon seeing him in person, all her concerns evaporated. Who cared about hunger? As long as there was a handsome guy, she could go 3 days without food. Well, maybe just one meal. Yun. Bai Ruyu furrowed her brow and gently patted her sister's shoulder. Bai Xiaoyun, however, remained fixated on Qin Lang, reluctantly complaining, "What's wrong?" Bai Ruyu felt a wave of annoyance as she noticed her sister's grip on her waist. "When you're nervous, you tend to clutch at your clothing. I don't blame you, but next time, could you not pinch me so hard?" "Huh?" Bai Xiaoyun turned, glancing at her hand gripping her sister's waist, quickly releasing it with a guilty expression. "Sister, I'm sorry. It's fine." Bai Ruyu replied with a wry smile. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun and Qin Lang entered the room, engaging in cheerful conversation, displaying an intimate camaraderie. They addressed each other as dear nephew and uncle Bai, leading anyone unaware of their first meeting to assume they were longtime acquaintances. Qin Lang appeared respectful, but in his heart, he relished the privilege of being the antagonist. With his family background, even someone as wealthy as Bai Xiaochun, who possessed assets worth billions, treated him with utmost courtesy. It was clear that, despite Bai Xiaochun's polite demeanor, he was quite the snob. If it were anyone else, they certainly wouldn't receive such treatment. Bai Xiaochun had high standards and was not easily impressed. "Who are these two beautiful ladies?" Qin Lang feigned ignorance, looking at Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun. Bai Xiaochun pointed to his eldest daughter. Introducing her, "This is my eldest daughter, Bai Ruyu, 25 years old, the same age as you, young Qin. She studied abroad and just returned recently." Bai Ruyu stood around 1.65 meters tall, and with her high heels, she nearly reached 1.72 meters. Her slender figure accentuated the curves of her black office attire, creating a striking visual impact. Her ample bosom drew attention, making one worry about how those two buttons on her fitted blazer could withstand such pressure. They seemed precariously close to bursting, as if any sudden movement could free them from their confines. Yet, despite her alluring figure, Bai Ruyu had a delicate waist, as slender as a willow branch. The exaggerated contrast between the two features left one feeling dizzy, longing to bury their head in her generous bosom. The black pencil skirt hugged her curves perfectly, showcasing her enviable figure. Truly a devilish physique. As for her exquisite visage, her bright eyes and white teeth, delicate brows and refined nose, along with her rosy lips, certainly earned her the title of a fortunate beauty, undoubtedly one of the leading ladies. "Miss Bai, hello, I'm Qin Lang. It's a pleasure to meet you." Qin Lang extended his hand, introducing himself amicably. Bai Ruyu initially held a very favorable impression of Qin Lang, a refined young gentleman with an aura befitting someone from a prominent family. However, witnessing her father's uncharacteristic warmth towards him, she felt a tinge of resentment and coldly offered a brief handshake, exchanging few words. Bai Xiaochun sensed his daughter's displeasure but kept it hidden, quickly shifting to introduce his younger daughter, Bai Xiaoyun. However, was already eager to meet the handsome brother, jumping in, "Handsome brother, I'm Bai Xiaoyun. The younger sister, I'm in my first year of high school at Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. Do you like my sister?" "Huh?" Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback by the question. Ignoring Bai Ruyu's cough beside him, Bai Xiaoyun cheerfully took hold of Qin Lang's hand, boldly stating, "If you don't like my sister, you can wait a few more years. Once I grow up, I can be your wife, okay?" She gestured to her figure, somewhat unwilling yet brimming with confidence. "Don't underestimate me just because I'm still young. In a few years, I'll definitely be even more attractive than my sister." "Young? Not at all. You're really not that young." Qin Lang discreetly glanced at Bai Xiaoyun, who, despite being in her teens, was blossoming with feminine allure. If she donned a professional OL outfit, she would undoubtedly attract a horde of admirers. Yet, this little girl preferred a cute style, dressed in Lolita, with her legs in white stockings, complemented by her cherubic face, sparkling big eyes, and a delicate little nose that seemed to glisten with moisture. Wasn't she a rare gem of youthful beauty? Though he found her charming, he maintained a facade of indifference, gently patting her head. "Little sister, you must study hard. Your sister is so outstanding. If you don't focus on your studies, you won't catch up." "Huh?" Bai Xiaoyun deflated like a punctured balloon. She had only mentioned wanting to catch up to her sister in terms of appearance, not academics. Her sister had always been brilliant, labeled a genius by many, having completed in 4 years what others took 7 to accomplish. In that regard, she felt no confidence at all. Bai Ruyu cast a grateful glance at Qin Lang, then pulled her sister aside to offer her comfort. She understood her sister's infatuation but hadn't anticipated that Qin Lang would leverage this to encourage her sister to study. One could not deny that his words were more effective than her own months of coaxing. At least her sister now felt a twinge of regret for not having worked harder in school. Qin Lang returned her a warm smile, keeping his primary focus on Bai Ruyu today. As for Bai Xiaoyun, there was no rush. He intended to proceed step by step without disturbing the order. Chapter 21. Drunken Words, capturing Bai Ruyu. Qin Lang, warmly welcomed, was shown to a seat. The gifts he brought were placed in the living room by Bai Xiaoyun. The entire Bai residence buzzed with excitement as dishes were continually brought from the kitchen to the dining table. Dear nephew, it's been a while since you visited. You must drink with me today, Bai Xiaochun proclaimed, seated at the head of the table, personally pouring Qin Lang a drink. To overflow a cup with tea signifies sending off a guest. To fill a cup with wine signifies welcoming one. Qin Lang, not relying on his family background, stood up, raised his glass, and humbly toasted, lightly clinking his glass beneath Bai Xiaochun's, saying, I apologize for my ignorance in etiquette, allowing uncle to pour the wine for me. I'll drink a cup in penance. Please forgive me with that. He downed a cup of Maotai, tilting it back until not a drop remained. Ha ha ha, dear nephew, what rules are these? You're making this old fossil feel rather flustered. Bai Xiaochun took a sip, his apparent discontent cloaked in satisfaction. The more he observed Qin Lang, the more he found him agreeable. The legitimate heir of the Qin family from Yinjing was a true top-tier scion. Even though they interacted as equals, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't dare harm Qin Lang in any way, even if he felt slighted by the young man's casual demeanor. Dinner was a lively affair. As the drinks flowed and dishes were savored, Bai Xiaochun, his face slightly flushed from drinking, smiled and asked, Nephew, why have you come to Tianhai City instead of inheriting the vast family business in Yinjing? While Tianhai City was a relatively prosperous city in China, it paled in comparison to Yinjing. Leaving behind such a promising family legacy to come here might lead one to think that Qin Lang had failed in a power struggle within the family. Of course, those with any knowledge understood that the great Qin family had only one legitimate heir, making any internal rivalry moot. Qin Lang's cheeks were slightly flushed as he chuckled, Uncle, what you don't know is that everyone in Yinjing claims I, Qin Lang, am a playboy, dependent solely on my family's influence, lacking any real ability. They say anyone, even a dog, could do better than me with my family background. Nonsense. Just a bunch of envious remarks. Bai Xiaochun retorted, though inwardly he agreed, asking with a smile. So, you intentionally came to Tianhai City, not relying on your family's resources, wishing to forge your own path and prove your worth to the doubters? But why visit my Bai family specifically? Qin Lang nodded, sleepily rubbing his eyes. Uncle Bai built this impressive enterprise with his own hands, relying solely on the two of you. It's only natural for me, as a newcomer and a junior, to pay my respects and seek guidance. Unbeknownst to Bai Xiaochun, as Qin Lang casually mentioned the two of you, Bai Ruyu, sitting across the table, tightened her small fist beneath the table. Ah, Bai Xiaochun began, unaware of the tension building in the room. When it comes to discussing himself, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Uncle, I am already advanced in years. No matter how resplendent the family business may be, one cannot take it with them upon death. Despite the Bai family currently basking in glory, who can predict what will become of it once I am no longer around? How could that be? Qin Lang's eyes widened in disbelief. To outsiders, he appeared to be intoxicated, yet he vehemently rejected Bai Xiaochun's perspective. How could my elder speak such words? Who in Tianhai City does not know that the Bai family's young lady, despite her youth, has already meticulously organized the family business? This paragon of the business world has garnered numerous rumors proclaiming her to possess the acumen of my elder during his prime. As long as she remains, the Bai family's legacy shall continue to thrive. Is that truly his sentiment? Bai Ruyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she fixed her gaze on Qin Lang, eager to decipher the thoughts behind his words. Yet, no matter how intently she observed, Qin Lang maintained his seemingly dazed demeanor, appearing as if he had inadvertently expressed the thoughts lodged in his mind due to intoxication. Bai Xiaochun's expression darkened slightly. Having navigated the business world for many years and possessing a tolerance for alcohol that could rival the ocean, he may have flushed cheeks, but his mind remained sharp. Hearing Qin Lang's remarks only deepened his discontent. Ultimately, a woman is still a woman. She must marry into another family. How could she inherit the vast Bai family estate? He did not hesitate to voice his opinion, stating plainly, Ruyue indeed possesses capability, but as a daughter, she is burdened with domestic affairs, making it difficult for her to fully devote herself to managing the family business. Again with this line of reasoning. again using her gender to belittle her efforts. Bai Ruyue's eyes reddened, her anger causing her delicate frame to tremble, and the buttons of her blouse strained under the mounting pressure. She longed to retort but was caught off guard when someone else spoke first. "Uncle, your thinking is flawed." Qin Lang's voice grew stronger. In ancient times, Hua Mulan took her father's place in the army. Today, Bai Ruyue navigates the business world. Is that not a commendable tale? What is wrong with being a girl? Who says women are inferior to men? At least in my eyes, Miss Bai is far more exceptional than I am. If you are concerned, there is no need. With Miss Bai's talents, finding a suitable husband to support her is more than feasible. This way, she can secure her own future while wholeheartedly managing the family business. Truly a win-win situation. For a moment, both Bai Xiaochun and Bai Ruyue fell into deep contemplation. His words struck a chord, prompting both to consider the feasibility of such an arrangement. Just as Bai Ruyue resolved to pursue the idea of a suitable husband, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively. "My dear nephew has had too much to drink. It's best you return home early." With a thud, Qin Lang, still dazed, collapsed onto the floor, succumbing to his intoxication. Bai Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback and turned to the waiting butler, stating without preamble, "Where is young Master Qin's driver?" "Never mind. Arrange for a room, so he can rest for the night." "Oh, my room, my room!" Bai Xiaoyun exclaimed joyfully, raising her arm in excitement. "This is wonderful. The handsome brother is drunk. That means I don't have to leave tonight. I'll have a chance to spend time alone with him." Bai Xiaochun's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Bai Xiaoyun, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. "I'll just sleep in the study next door," she quickly added. After all, with such a prominent background, what if they simply assigned her a servant's room? What if he awoke angry the next day? "Ah Fu, please arrange for young Master Qin to be taken to Xiaoyun's room," Bai Xiaochun sighed. Rising from the dining table and heading straight for the study, Qin Lang was carried upstairs. Bai Ruyue sat at the dining table, biting her lip and watching her father's retreating figure, feeling a profound sense of desolation. Her own father had yet to trust her, while even outsiders were willing to do so. How ironic. Chapter 22. Night Assault on the Infatuated One. Ding. The female lead, Bai Ruyue, experienced a surge of emotional turmoil. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 villain points. Ding. The female lead, Bai Ruyue's favorability increased. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 villain points. Ding. The female lead, Bai Xiaoyun's favorability continued to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain points. Listening to the incessant system notifications, Qin Lang felt a wave of emotion wash over him. One maneuver, double the reward. The sister duo, such joy. He pinched his forehead and took a few deep breaths to soothe his flushed cheeks. Did Bai Xiaochun genuinely believe he could intoxicate him to the point of incapacitation? Nonsense. In his previous life, he frequently encountered those who, under the guise of business discussions, would ply him with alcohol until they vomited blood and required gastric lavage. Common occurrences. Moreover, now with his enhanced physique, he was uncertain just how much he could drink. Lying in a soft bed fragrant with the innocence of youth, he surveyed his surroundings. The pink room was plastered with posters of handsome boys, showcasing an array of hair colors. The little infatuated girl was indeed adorable. A bit of a crush was harmless, devoid of ulterior motives. Qin Lang took a whiff of the warm, sweet-smelling blankets, likely still infused with the lingering scent of Bai Xiaoyun, who had probably been reluctant to leave her bed. Following the gentle fragrance, he decided to rest for a while. Not in a hurry. In the eyes of the Bai family, he appeared inebriated, and seeking out Bai Ruyue to express his intentions at this moment would seem overly calculated. Whether it was exhaustion or the calming aroma of Bai Xiaoyun's room assisting him in drifting off, Qin Lang soon found himself in a light slumber. Creak. After an undetermined amount of time, the Bai estate fell silent, and the door was quietly pushed open, emitting a faint sound. Had it not been for Qin Lang's heightened senses, he would not have noticed. Clearly, someone familiar was sneaking in. A lithe figure slipped into the bed, her petite frame trembling with excitement. "Brother? Handsome brother?" Bai Xiaoyun whispered tentatively. Qin Lang kept his eyes closed, feigning sleep, unwilling to be distracted from the task at hand. He needed to seize the opportunity to express his intentions to Bai Ruyue. He could not afford to be sidetracked by this little fool. Hee. Bai Xiaoyun stifled a giggle, rising from the covers and darting to the other side of the bed. Her wide, sparkling eyes fixated on Qin Lang's face. "So handsome. What a pity that she was still so young." If only she were a few years older, she could convince her father to marry her off to this handsome brother. Bai Xiaoyun gazed at him dreamily, feeling increasingly enamored. Did she really appear foolish for only liking the handsome brother? Not at all. She was far from simple-minded. Qin Lang not only had a remarkable family background that even her father found intimidating, but his words during dinner had been a resounding endorsement of her beloved sister. Above all, his looks were stunning. When he smiled, it was as though she had been tossed into a pile of candy. So sweet it was overwhelming. Such a handsome brother was clearly the protagonist of a comic book. She certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Feigning that she was merely providing Qin Lang with a comfortable place to rest, she had her own schemes in mind. Although she could sometimes appear a bit naive, most of the time, she was quite clever. With a delicate nose and long eyelashes, her thin lips made her wonder if they tasted sweet. Bai Xiaoyun scrutinized him closely. The more she looked, the more handsome he appeared, even in slumber. His exquisite features perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Summoning her courage, she inched closer to Qin Lang, pouting her moist lips, wanting to steal a kiss, but hesitated midway, feeling it might be too bold. This was her first kiss, after all. She hadn't even shared many words with the handsome brother, and to give it away so easily felt rather reckless. At the very least, she should wait until he woke up before making such a gesture. What a pity, Bai Xiaoyun mumbled softly, then snuggled back under the covers, curling up against Qin Lang's warm chest and feeling the defined muscles of his abdomen, unable to resist running her fingers over them. For the duration of the night, Bai Xiaoyun explored as if she had discovered a new continent, her initial trepidation giving way to boldness as she ventured here and there. Ding! The female lead, Bai Xiaoyun, experienced a surge of embarrassment. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 villain points. After her failed attempt at a surprise attack, Bai Xiaoyun, blushing furiously, scrambled up and fled in a panic, leaving behind a hint of her youthful innocence. Once the door was firmly shut, Qin Lang finally opened his eyes with a wry smile, feeling utterly helpless. This Bai Xiaoyun was truly more adept at betrayal than Mu Yuyan. For nearly 3 to 4 hours, she had lingered beside him, incessantly exploring his body. Seeing that it was late at night, Qin Lang was about to abandon his plans of seeking out Bai Ruyue and instead intended to give this little girl a lesson when she had the audacity to trick him and then simply run away. There was no sense of responsibility in her actions. Despite his grievances, Qin Lang, to be honest, did not dislike Bai Xiaoyun's naive personality. On the contrary, after encountering so much deceit, he found himself preferring this kind of simple-heartedness. Pulling his clothes back into place, he glanced at the pink alarm clock on the computer desk. By this hour, Bai Ruyue had likely already retired, so he decided not to dwell on other matters and fell asleep once more. He slept soundly until the next morning, with no sign of Bai Ruyue appearing in the Bai estate. While washing up, he unexpectedly bumped into Bai Xiaoyun, who was clad in a little polar bear pajama set. Upon seeing Qin Lang, she reacted as though she had committed a grave misdeed, her face turning crimson as she turned on her heel and fled. Chapter 23. On tea, Qin Lang is serious after having breakfast at the Bai residence. Qin Lang finally made his way to the back seat of a Maybach amidst the insincere pleasantries of nephew. Do come by more often next time. As the car pulled away, Junzi sighed. Young master, from now on, I shall not lean against walls when I urinate. I will lean on you. The Bai family is a prominent family in Tianhai City, especially Bai Xiaochun, who rose from nothing and now possesses assets worth hundreds of billions. I never expected that with just one visit, you would win over Bai Xiaochun. Win over? Qin Lang scoffed. Bai Ruyue is the true beauty worth winning. As for Bai Xiaochun, he is merely subdued in my presence. Besides, do you genuinely believe that Bai Xiaochun has formed a genuine friendship with me? Don't be fooled by his enthusiastic demeanor. He likely wishes I would keep my distance. Bai Xiaochun? That name doesn't suit him. He should be renamed Black Big Filth instead. Junzi couldn't help but chuckle. Though Bai Xiaochun had been exceedingly courteous, the young master's demeanor was undeniably composed, treating Bai Xiaochun with the respect due to an elder. Yet, once outside, he had the audacity to rename him. Truly something, Junzi noted. Over time, he had realized that the young master had indeed changed. He now bore a smile on his face while likely cursing internally. Clearing his throat, Junzi continued seriously, Young master, the Blood Wolf mercenary group that you had asked us to investigate has arrived in Tianhai City, and there have been some unusual developments with Miss Su as well. It seems she has made contact with Yifeng, but but given Miss Su's status, we cannot conveniently check her chat records. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Group was an organization founded abroad by the Son of Fortune, boasting a presence in the chaotic lands of Africa. Although not immensely powerful, they certainly held their own. Yi Feng, as the founder of the mercenary group, was notorious for wielding life and death power. However, that was abroad. In Huaxia, even a tiger must lie low, and a dragon must coil. Mercenary group? AK-47? Same-day delivery services? Anyone? Qin Lang mused. Once in Huaxia, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group's members would be stripped of their firearms, effectively reducing their strength to that of unarmed special forces, hardly a formidable threat. Yet, with more than half a month remaining until the Son of Fortune's return, it was peculiar for the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group to appear in Tianhai City. Had he altered the plot, causing Yi Feng's return to be hastened? As he meticulously planned the next steps, Qin Lang recalled Kai Yong, who had apologized through various channels after receiving a beating from him days prior, assuring that he would do anything to atone for his actions. With a need for personnel in the real estate company, why not take advantage of the situation? No, wait. Given Qin Lang's status, it wouldn't he be taking advantage. It would be granting Kai Yong an opportunity for redemption. He leaned back in his seat, taking a deep breath and gazing outside. With Yi Feng commanding a group like the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, and only Junzi and a handful of bodyguards at his side, he needed to expand his manpower further. That night, under a starry sky, Su Xiaoxiao donned a high-waisted black silk dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. As she walked towards the orphanage, her mind was a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts. Xiao Feng had returned, and his words hinted at deeper meanings, seemingly aligning with the young master's speculations. Moreover, he had already sent someone to meet her. Should she go? On one hand was her younger brother, whom she had protected since childhood. On the other was the young master who invaded her dreams every night. It was difficult to sever ties with either. Although there was a strong implication in Xiao Feng's words, perhaps she was overthinking it? At the very least, when they truly met again, she could clarify her feelings and express that she had always regarded him as her brother. With this resolved in her mind, a smile blossomed on Su Xiaoxiao's face. That Xiao Feng, now that he is successful, has become increasingly bold. He used to call me Sister Su, and now he dares to call me Xiao Xiao. Curiosity piqued. She quickened her pace, arriving at the dilapidated old orphanage of her memories. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Su Xiaoxiao was left speechless. Everywhere she looked, there were remnants of destruction. The already cramped orphanage had lost even its outer walls, shrinking in size by half. The colorful sign of Sunshine Orphanage at the entrance had been violently torn in two and lay discarded on the ground. What is going on? The orphanage has been forcibly demolished? Who are you? What are you doing? Why is the Sunshine Orphanage being torn down? This is illegal. Su Xiaoxiao rushed forward, grabbing a foreman directing the demolition, demanding answers loudly. She had long been aware that a real estate company had set its sights on the Sunshine Orphanage. Yet negotiations over compensation had stalled, with the company's offer insufficient to even build half a new orphanage. If it were demolished, where would the children go? Who are you? What are you doing here? Can't you see we're in the middle of a demolition? The foreman frowned, irritated. I'm just doing a job. If you have issues, go speak to Boss Qin. It was Boss Qin who ordered the demolition. Boss Qin? Which Qin boss? Su Xiaoxiao, unwilling to concede defeat, posed her questions with fervor. The Sunshine Orphanage held her childhood and her dreams. She yearned to repay the director's kindness, to toil diligently and amass a fortune, which she would then donate to him, enabling him to provide a peaceful home for more homeless orphans. Yet now, gazing upon the desolate ruins before her, Su Xiaoxiao felt as though her dreams had been shattered in an instant. The foreman rolled his eyes in irritation, declaring, "This is the territory of Qin Lang, the boss of Qin Tianxiao Investment. Can you just not be a nuisance here? Move away." Stumbling from the shove, Su Xiaoxiao retreated vacantly. Her beautiful eyes glazed over in her mind. The image of the gentleman with a gentle, refined smile merged with that of the unscrupulous boss who violently commanded the workers to demolish the orphanage. A gentleman? How could it be him? This is impossible. On the verge of collapse, Su Xiaoxiao sank to the ground, tears finally escaping the corners of her eyes, plummeting like raindrops onto the dust-laden demolition site, staining the earth with patches of moisture. Chapter 24. This wave of disaster was inescapable for Su Xiaoxiao. A torrent of emotions, aggrievement, helplessness, despair, flooded her chest in an instant. She trembled uncontrollably, Why? Why him? Had he never truly cared for the orphanage? Were his discussions about it merely a prelude to forcibly seizing its land? A suffocating sensation enveloped her heart, causing her unbearable pain. It hurt. It hurt so much. If it were another boss, she would feel more anger and a desire to argue. But now, upon realizing that the ruthless demolisher of the orphanage was Qin Lang, an inexplicable heartache consumed her. Deception? Betrayal? Or was it merely a cruel game of cat and mouse? Qin Shao, she called softly, drawing his attention. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes catching sight of Qin Lang emerging from the nearby complex, his familiar and handsome visage now evoking within her a tumult of regret and embarrassment. "What are you doing here so late, Xiao Xiao?" Qin Lang questioned, his tone tinged with concern as he glanced nervously at the half-demolished orphanage and shot a glare at the foreman who had just called him. Su Xiaoxiao's delicate cheeks were still streaked with tears, and seeing Qin Lang's panicked expression filled her heart with sorrow. Perhaps even he had not anticipated her presence here tonight. Otherwise, why would he appear so flustered? There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. She truly wished not to believe that Qin Lang was such a heartless boss, yet the truth lay unyieldingly before her, leaving no room for doubt. "Why are you crying? Who bullied you?" Qin Lang asked, reaching out tenderly to wipe away Su Xiaoxiao's tears. Struggling against the betrayal and her former fantasies, she found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of thoughts. The fury within her had been suppressed to its limits. She had prepared to confront Qin Lang fiercely, yet standing before him, all she could do was unleash her grievances through her clenched fists. "Why? Why you? Why did you demolish the orphanage? So many children finally have a place to call home. Why do you covet this little piece of land?" Su Xiaoxiao cried out in anguish, throwing herself against Qin Lang's chest, her small fists pounding against him like a relentless rain, tears cascading down her cheeks in glistening streams under the harsh lights of the demolition site. "You are a villain, a terrible villain. My colleague was right. You wealthy young masters find amusement in playing with people's lives. Why do you torment me? Why?" Qin Lang, displaying a hint of masochism, allowed Su Xiaoxiao to strike him without resistance, even purposefully puffing out his chest. "Go ahead. Hit me. The harder you strike, the more guilty I'll feel when you learn the truth." Only when Su Xiaoxiao's strength began to wane did he gently grasp her delicate wrist. Responding with a pained expression, "Xiao Xiao, what are you saying? What do you mean by me occupying the orphanage's land?" Overwhelmed by her fury and the intensity of her actions, Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with tears and anger as she pointed at the demolition site. The orphanage lay in ruins. The reality was undeniable. From the moment he had asked her to stay, had he not been planning to seize the orphanage's land? It was no wonder she had harbored such thoughts. When she had shattered the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, Qin Lang's initial demand had been for her to persuade the director to sell the land at a low price. After all, he was a businessman. Seeing no other way, he had resorted to demolition. And the director's hurried phone call summoning her, only to abruptly hang up, was likely to prevent her from provoking this powerful man. Everything became clear. Qin Lang remained silent, enduring the brunt of Su Xiaoxiao's wrath, and even when she pointed a finger in accusation, he said nothing. Only after Su Xiaoxiao had calmed down did he speak, his brow furrowed, his expression laden with anguish. With a self-deprecating sigh, he asked, "Xiao Xiao, do you truly see me as such a selfish villain, willing to deceive you for the sake of a mere piece of land?" Su Xiaoxiao's heart sank, as if she had committed a grave sin, and instinctively softened. But turning to look at the demolished orphanage, she steeled herself and retorted, "Isn't that so? Are you going to continue to quibble?" Their argument attracted the attention of numerous workers on site, including an elderly lady with silver hair who emerged from the complex. "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here?" The director's face broke into an involuntary smile upon seeing her. But as he approached and sensed the tense atmosphere, he questioned, "Qin Xiao, Xiao Xiao, what is going on? Are you fighting?" "Director, do not be afraid. We are in the right. We need not fear him," Su Xiaoxiao declared, gripping the director's rough hand. Standing resolutely, her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination, reminiscent of the day she had stood before Qin Lang, defiant against Kai Yong's slap. She was unafraid, for she felt no injustice in her heart, believing wholeheartedly in the righteousness of her actions. What was there to fear? "Xiao Xiao, what are you saying? Why does it seem like Qin Xiao is a villain?" The director chuckled bitterly, Su Xiaoxiao, bewildered, pointed at the demolished orphanage, asking, "Isn't he a villain? He has even demolished the orphanage." The director rolled his eyes. "Xiao Xiao, why are you spouting nonsense again? What do you mean by demolition? Our orphanage has long been in disrepair. It was a hazardous building, and demolition is only natural. Besides, Qin Xiao has already purchased an apartment in Sunshine Community to serve as the new orphanage, which is 4 to 5 times larger. Soon, every child will have their own little room." As he spoke, the director handed over the property deed left by Qin Lang. Smiling kindly, "Qin Xiao, your help is a blessing for our Sunshine Orphanage. We cannot accept this deed. It is far too valuable, 50 million. Even if we demolished 10 orphanages, it would not be worth it in business. How could we allow you to suffer such a loss?" Chapter 25. Pain, Regret, Self-Blame. Qin Lang pushed the deed away, refusing. "Director, keep this deed. After all, it is for the children's residence. It is safer with you." The director looked on with gratitude, but added, "Qin Xiao, you have gone to great lengths for this matter, agreeing to the landlord's exorbitant demands just to be nearby. 50 million. That is 50 million. In my lifetime, I have never seen so much money." Qin Lang shrugged, forcing a smile. "This is also for the convenience of the children's education. Once the orphanage is demolished, we will build a new primary school for them to study in." The director felt a warmth in his heart, observing Qin Lang and increasingly believing he embodied the true spirit of a businessman. Greater capability meant greater contributions to society. He glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, shamefully explaining, "Qin Xiao, this is all my fault. I did not anticipate that you were planning to give Xiaoxiao a surprise. I immediately called her, and then I became so engrossed in discussing the apartment purchase that I forgot to return her call. Please, do not hold it against Xiaoxiao. She only spoke out of concern for the orphanage that raised her, and her anger led her to misunderstand you." Su Xiaoxiao stood dazed, listening to the director and Qin Lang's conversation as if her worldview had been turned upside down. The orphanage was not demolished. Did the gentleman arrange for its destruction due to its dilapidated state, intending to build a new primary school to provide the children with a place to learn? Moreover, he had spent 50 million, even knowing he was being taken advantage of by the real estate company, to purchase an apartment to enhance the living conditions for the children. Most importantly, the director's abrupt phone call was not out of fear of provoking a powerful force, but rather because the gentleman intended to surprise her, and it had inadvertently been discovered. A thunderous sound echoed in Su Xiaoxiao's mind, and her thoughts went blank. The gentleman. The gentleman was not the unscrupulous boss she had imagined, who demolished the orphanage for profit, but instead someone who, for her sake, had invested time and effort and spent a fortune to transform the Sunshine Orphanage, all to surprise her. How could this be? Why would he go to such lengths for her? It was more perfect and touching than anything in her dreams. Had she known all this half a day ago, she would have been melted by this warm gesture of love. She would have thrown herself into his arms, willing to dedicate everything she had. But now, no, she no longer had that right. The gentleman was perfect to an extreme, and all he had done for her was enough to move any girl. Yet she had not only failed to express gratitude, but had even accused him of being heartless and deceitful. She felt like a thankless wretch, a wolf that devours its benefactor. Calling it ungrateful was hardly an exaggeration. A sharp intake of breath broke the silence. Qin Lang, his brow furrowed and his expression pained, sank to the ground, utterly defeated. "Qin Xiao." Su Xiaoxiao and the director rushed forward, as did the foreman and several workers. "Qin Xiao, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. Are you all right? Where does it hurt?" Su Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Qin Lang's slender frame, preventing him from collapsing, while tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken kite falling onto his shoulder. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, shaking his head in pain. "I'm fine. Just a bit of discomfort." Where does it hurt?" Su Xiaoxiao leaned in, her heart brimming with anxiety and unease, bursting forth in that moment. Qin Lang raised a trembling hand and gently pressed on his chest, where his heart lay, sighing weakly, It hurts here." The director, astute and perceptive, stepped back a few paces to provide space for Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao to be alone together. But Su Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to the others, her entire focus on Qin Lang, unable to tear herself away even slightly. Her delicate hand gently caressed his heart area, while she sobbed, "Are you feeling any better? How could you suddenly be in pain?" As her words fell, Su Xiaoxiao paused, recalling the agony she had felt while crouched on the ground in despair. Was it not akin to a heart-wrenching pain? Did the gentleman? Did he feel the same way? In his heart, Was she not insignificant but rather a girl worthy of his concern? Surprise? That was merely a fleeting moment, quickly overshadowed by guilt and anxiety. Su Xiaoxiao knelt on the dust-laden ground, one hand soothing Qin Lang's back while the other gently comforted his chest. Xiaoxiao, I should not have kept this from you. Leading to your misunderstanding, I'm sorry. I'm just a terrible villain. Qin Lang grasped the delicate hand resting on his chest, his voice imbued with emotion. Seeing this, the director did not linger, rising to leave while waving to the workers, signaling them to disperse. Soon, the vast area was left with only Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao, oblivious to the outside world, as if trapped in their own realm. Please, don't say that. It's all my fault. I thought too much and spoke too recklessly. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, tears shimmering like brilliant gems in the light as they fell. She was filled with sorrow and regret, unable to halt the flow of tears. You can scold me or hit me if you want. It's all my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this state. The little girl, who could not bear injustice, especially felt the weight of her self-blame. Realizing she had misunderstood a good person, she would rather endure tenfold physical pain than witness the gentleman in such a wretched state. The psychological torment it brought her being unbearable, as long as the gentleman could be well again. She would accept anything. Do not cry. I do not blame you. Qin Lang attempted to wipe away her glistening tears, but the more he tried, the more they flowed, an unstoppable flood. Please, do not cry. All I want is to make you happy, to see you joyful, to help you enjoy each day. The more distressed you are, the more I feel useless. Chapter 26. The child of destiny has not returned. First, let us take a hit. I'm not crying. I want to cry. Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly pouted her rosy lips, trying her utmost to hold back her tears, wiping her eyes vigorously. She did not wish to cause the gentleman further sorrow, nor to see him suffer. After a while, with her delicate nose scrunched up, Su Xiaoxiao stammered, Qin Xiao. Qin Lang, puzzled, asked, What is it? Su Xiaoxiao choked on her words. Why are you so good to me? You spent such a large sum on the children's apartment. Aren't you at a loss? Qin Lang chuckled. How could that be? I'm a heartless boss, a villain. How could I lose money? Heartless, a villain. If even the gentleman were heartless and a villain, then there would be no good people left in the world. Su Xiaoxiao thought to herself, then questioned with skepticism, Does Qin Xiao have other plans? Qin Lang, serious now, held Su Xiaoxiao's delicate hand. Of course, consider this. Such a large sum is spent for you, so you must compensate me. Plus, you owe me for breaking the vase, so you should pay me back for 400 to 500 years of labor. But don't worry. If you can't pay it back in this life, then in the next or the next after that, you will be with me. Qin Xiao Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly unable to lift her head from the sweet nothings he spoke. She felt as though she were riding a roller coaster this evening, soaring to the heavens one moment and plummeting to the depths of despair the next, her back drenched with sweat from the tumultuous emotional highs and lows, while she was laden with self-reproach. A profound sense of happiness and security enveloped her. Observing the guilt and shyness reflected in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, Qin Lang felt it was time to alleviate his own weakness. He pushed himself up and said, Let's head home. The dust here is quite bothersome. Su Xiaoxiao responded softly. What about your health? Should I call Brother Junzi to come pick us up? Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, as long as you aren't upset. I'm perfectly strong. Just the two of us. Let us walk back together and enjoy a stroll. Su Xiaoxiao glanced down at their entwined hands. She ceased her struggles, even exerting a bit more pressure to hold onto Qin Lang's warm grip. Under the sparse moonlight, with the trees casting playful shadows, the summer evening breeze tousled Su Xiaoxiao's flowing locks, the strands brushing against Qin Lang's cheek, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Walking side by side, they resembled a couple taking a leisurely nighttime stroll. Su Xiaoxiao, with her head lowered, fixated on her shoelaces, her mind began to race. The way Master treated her with such kindness and intimacy, especially now as they walked hand in hand, made her wonder if she could be deemed his girlfriend. Instinctively, she wanted to gauge Qin Lang's reaction. Just then, the hand holding hers abruptly released and forcefully shoved her aside. As she regained her balance, Su Xiaoxiao turned to see Qin Lang engaged in a struggle with a mysterious figure clad in black who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. With a swift thrust, the assailant, wielding a dagger, inflicted a wound on Qin Lang's arm, blood oozing forth. Master! Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock. Stay back! Qin Lang shouted without looking back, simultaneously launching an offensive against the intruder. Despite his lean appearance, Qin Lang possessed a formidable strength that drove the black-clad assailant back, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Ultimately, the mysterious figure, unable to withstand the onslaught, attempted to reclaim the dagger but was met with a kick from Qin Lang and fled in haste. "Master, your hand is injured." Su Xiaoxiao rushed over, and without waiting for Qin Lang's permission, she dialed Brother Junzi's number. They waited there, but within 10 minutes, Junzi arrived in a car, accompanied by a personal doctor. After a brief dressing of the wound, the bleeding on Qin Lang's arm was staunched. Junzi, wearing an expression of guilt, stood before Qin Lang with his head bowed. "Master, it is my fault for failing in my duty to protect you." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. "What does this have to do with you? I chose to walk home myself." As he moved his arm, a sharp pain shot through him, prompting an internal curse for not cooperating better during the altercation. Fortunately, his resilience was greater than most. Otherwise, the incident could have ended far worse. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Lang's arm, now wrapped in white bandages, and inquired anxiously, "Master, who was that person? Why did they want to harm you?" Qin Lang shook his head in confusion. "I have no idea." Junzi revealed the dagger he had retrieved, which bore an unusual emblem that neither of them recognized. Su Xiaoxiao raised her gaze to the dagger, its handle adorned with a striking red wolf's head, and felt her mind go blank. Qin Lang, unconcerned, waved his hand dismissively. "No need to dwell on it. We will simply enhance our security. There are many who wish for my demise, and it is impossible to track each one." Junzi drove them back to the villa. Su Xiaoxiao, uncertain of how to process the events, retreated to her room after confirming Qin Lang's injury was not severe. Meanwhile, Qin Lang lay on his bed, activating the system's notification sound. Earlier, he had found the system's voice somewhat irritating and had muted it, but now that the situation had settled, he felt it was time to review his gains. Ding! The protagonist Su Xiaoxiao experiences a significant emotional fluctuation. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 800 villain points." Ding! The protagonist Su Xiaoxiao's affection level rises. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 1000 villain points." Ding! The luck of the child of destiny, Yifeng, decreases by 500. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 5000 villain points." Ding! The luck of the child of destiny, Yifeng, decreases by 1000. "Congratulations, host, you have received a beauty pill, heals injuries, removes scars, and a recipe for the beauty pill." Listening to the system's notifications, Qin Lang suspected Su Xiaoxiao had already connected the dagger to Yifeng, which explained her hasty retreat to her room. Likely to interrogate him, he decided not to involve himself further. Being overly enthusiastic might cast suspicion on Yifeng. After all, Su Xiaoxiao had witnessed everything firsthand, and with the true member of the Blood Wolf mercenary group dead, there would be no one to corroborate the story. No matter how much Yifeng tried to explain, it would merely come across as a feeble defense. Dismissing the matter from his mind, Qin Lang glanced at the system's inventory. "Wow!" he exclaimed, marveling at the rich rewards acquired from the Child of Destiny. Not only had he gained villain points, but also a recipe. This beauty pill was precisely what he needed to heal his injured arm. He retrieved the beauty pill from the system's inventory and swallowed it. A warm sensation coursed through his arm, quickly replaced by a refreshing coolness. In no time, the discomfort vanished entirely, and he was able to move his arm freely, fully healed. Chapter 27. A Fortuitous Star. Early detonation. The beauty pill recipe? A product of the system, undoubtedly of the highest quality. Qin Lang examined the recipe, noting that all the ingredients could be procured from the market, although some primary materials were quite costly, such as 100-year-old ginseng. However, given the potency of the beauty pill, which he had personally experienced, he recognized it was designed for those who wished to enhance their beauty. Of course, if produced, it would be impossible to manufacture the beauty pill according to the proportions in the recipe. The cost would be exorbitant, and the effects too powerful. If diluted 100-fold or 1,000-fold, it might be suitable for market circulation. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone on the bedside table lit up, displaying an incoming call from Mu Yuyan. Upon answering, Mu Yuyan immediately launched into a tirade. "Qin Lang, do you not understand what I'm saying? I asked you to call me when you got home. Did you not take it to heart?" Qin Lang was taken aback, recalling that Mu Yuyan had indeed mentioned something similar when he left the Jiangnan No. 1 villa. "You're kidding, right? Mu Yuyan, Miss Mu, am I required to report everything to you?" Mu Yuyan scoffed. "Given our relationship, isn't that how it should be?" Wow, she's really on edge. Qin Lang thought, Raising an eyebrow, it was just one parting comment. Yet she had been thinking about it all this time, and instead of addressing it the same night, she had waited several days to call. It seemed she had been troubled by this matter for days, and finally couldn't contain herself. He decided not to confront her directly, adopting a teasing tone. What's this? Are you alone in the villa at this late hour and missing me? Should I come over and keep you company? Mu Yiyan retorted angrily, missing you? Don't flatter yourself. I'm not alone. If you come over, no one will let you in. I have a legitimate reason for calling. The summit meeting in Tianhai City is happening the day after tomorrow, and nearly every prominent entrepreneur and wealthy individual will be attending. You are coming with me. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Yu Yiyan pressed. Are you going or not? Yes. Qin Lang agreed. He recalled that Tang Tianpei had mentioned it during his previous invitation. Such gatherings primarily serve to provide networking opportunities and channels for wealthy individuals. Bai Ruyu would likely attend as well. After not having had a chance to interact with Bai Ruyu at the Bai family's residence yesterday, he feared being too overt and seeking her out might raise suspicions. A chance encounter at the summit would appear less deliberate. After a brief conversation, Qin Lang hung up the phone. Jiangnan number 1. Mu Yiyan seethed. Qin Lang, that bastard. What audacity! Hanging up on me repeatedly. Is he getting too bold? Her bodyguard, and Ning, stood nearby, chuckling. Miss, you used to hang up on Qin Xiao's calls just as casually. Did I? Mu Yiyan questioned, recalling past events, then quickly defended herself. He was a nuisance back then. Those were all harassing calls. I had legitimate matters to discuss. After venting her discomfort, Mu Yiyan turned to Ning, her brow furrowed with suspicion. Do you think Qin Lang has changed? Ning nodded seriously. Indeed. Qin Xiao's entire demeanor is different now. He has become more charming and composed. How can a person change so drastically in such a short time? There must be something amiss. Mu Yiyan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes narrowing as her fingers turned white from clenching. Do you think it's possible that Qin Lang was merely pretending to be a wastrel while in Yinjing? Perhaps to create a facade of a carefree young master. After all, given the status of the Qin family, some things must be concealed. If Qin Lang had displayed his exceptional qualities from the start, many would likely have trouble sleeping at night. As for now, distancing himself from Yinjing to avoid an unwanted fiancée, such a wastrel would hardly attract attention. That night, Mu Yiyan found herself lost in thought, struggling to sleep. Meanwhile, as soon as there was a knock at the door of his bedroom, Qin Lang quickly ended the call to open it. The light, gentle footsteps could belong to no one other than Su Xiaoxiao. Upon opening the door, he found her standing there in the same black silk dress she had worn earlier, looking dazed and guilt-ridden. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Lang's demeanor shifted completely as he pulled Su Xiaoxiao into the room. His concern evident. What happened? Su Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, her expression one of sorrow. Master, I found out who sent that person to harm you. Who was it? With a heavy heart, Su Xiaoxiao confessed, it was Xiao Feng. He contacted me from abroad, and I recognized the emblem on the dagger from a photo he sent me. It was identical. Seriously? What a coincidence. Qin Lang's heart raced. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. While the emblem was peculiar, it couldn't possibly connect to someone overseas, given the vast distance. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. It has to be Xiao Feng. The more Qin Lang defended Yi Feng, the more guilt Su Xiaoxiao felt. Before today, Xiao Feng told me that his subordinates had already arrived in Tianhai City and wanted to meet me, but I hadn't made up my mind yet. After tonight's incident, I want to find Xiao Feng, but he refused to admit it. However, when I mentioned meeting his subordinates tomorrow, he claimed they had gone missing. What are the odds of that, Master? I truly didn't mean for any of this to happen. I didn't know that Xiao Feng would want to harm you just because I was getting close to you. Don't overthink it. It could be a misunderstanding. Qin Lang, embodying the role of a compassionate friend, pulled Su Xiaoxiao into his embrace. Meeting with Yi Feng's subordinates? What is the point? They're gone, and can Yi Feng even reach them? Can his phone connect to the underworld? With that thought, Qin Lang tightened his hold on Su Xiaoxiao, feeling that she was indeed a fortuitous star. He had only staged this little drama to set a trap for Yi Feng. Somehow, Su Xiaoxiao had managed to find the one thread amidst the chaos of 1,000 wires and pulled it. Boom! It exploded. Chapter 28. The Child of Destiny loses another opportunity. Ding. The protagonist Su Xiaoxiao experiences a significant rift with the Child of Destiny. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 villain points in his embrace? Su Xiaoxiao fidgeted slightly. Qin Lang loosened his grip, gazing down at the girl whose brow was furrowed, not from guilt but seemingly from physical discomfort. He gently asked, "What's wrong? Are you truly unwell?" Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed as she nodded. "My stomach hurts, it. Happened to be that time of the month." And with relatives visiting, Su Xiaoxiao was already in a state of irritability and emotional distress. On top of that, the incident with Yifeng had left her feeling pent up with frustration. She had already misunderstood Master once. The guilt still weighed heavily on her heart. Now, with the added burden of Yifeng's actions harming Master, it compounded her distress, leading to the painful cramps in her abdomen. Qin Lang, concerned, suggested, "Shall I accompany you to the hospital?" Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. "No need. This isn't my first time. It will pass soon." She forced a smile, attempting to reassure him, "Master, don't worry about me." "How many girls go to the hospital during this time?" Qin Lang looked skeptical. "Is it that time of the month?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. "It's fine. I'll just sleep it off. That doesn't mean we should do nothing." Qin Lang's expression turned stern as he supported Su Xiaoxiao, guiding her to lie down on his bed. "You rest here. Don't move around with that." He went downstairs. After a considerable amount of time, he returned, carrying a bowl of red sugar water. Su Xiaoxiao, having been lost in thought, looked up, her eyes slightly red. "Master, did you make red sugar water for me?" Qin Lang nodded. "What else could I do?" It said that girls should drink some red sugar water during this time. Did I make it wrong?" "That's not what I meant." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Qin Lang held the bowl of red sugar water to her lips. "It's not hot. Drink it to warm your stomach." Su Xiaoxiao sipped the red sugar water, casting glances at Qin Lang repeatedly. The warm, rich, and not overly sweet liquid flowed into her stomach like honey, filling her with warmth and comfort. Master was so kind to her. He was caring and considerate. Setting aside his status as a young master, she, Su Xiaoxiao, was merely a poor girl from an orphan background. How could she possibly repay such kindness? "Is it still painful?" Qin Lang set the empty bowl on the table. Softly inquiring, Su Xiaoxiao smiled. "Not anymore that you're deceiving me again. Do you think I'm a fool?" Qin Lang frowned. "If you weren't in pain, why would you be frowning? Just lie down. Let me help you with a massage." Qin Lang's hand slipped beneath the covers, inadvertently brushing against a sensitive area before finally resting on her flat, smooth abdomen, gently kneading, "Mem." Su Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes, releasing a soft hum of contentment. So warm. So comfortable. Qin Lang's hand felt as if it possessed a magical touch, easing her pain. The sharp cramps began to subside under his gentle ministrations. Yet, this intimacy felt a bit too close for comfort. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks remained flushed, her heart racing, but she didn't utter a single word of protest. She understood Master's intentions. He was simply being righteous and kind to alleviate her discomfort. If she were to say anything more, it would only seem as if she were overthinking his good intentions. Moreover, even if Qin Lang were to take advantage of her, to be honest, after today, she would likely be willing in her heart. "You shift a little closer, and I will join you on the bed. You can lie in my embrace, making it more convenient for us." Qin Lang, undeterred and with a calm demeanor, proceeded with his intentions. Su Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed, obediently followed Qin Lang's instructions, soon finding herself rigidly nestled in his arms, like a little white rabbit caught by the scruff of its neck. Qin Lang chuckled inwardly, not at all surprised. After all, just a few days prior, holding Su Xiaoxiao's hand had elicited struggles. Now, they had taken the plunge together, so what was there to complain about? When dealing with girls of different temperaments, one must tailor their approach accordingly. Su Xiaoxiao, having grown up lacking affection, required care in the minutiae of life, a sense of protection that could be evoked by simple gestures, such as preparing a bowl of brown sugar water, which could move her deeply. This was precisely why Qin Lang found joy in these small acts. With one hand gently caressing her abdomen while the other remained still, Su Xiaoxiao's initially stiff form gradually softened. Eventually, emboldened, she wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's chest, her face aglow as she stole glances at his countenance. When Qin Lang slightly averted his gaze, Su Xiaoxiao seized the moment to plant a delicate kiss upon his cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, before hastily lowering her head. "You have quite the audacity." Qin Lang furrowed his brow, growing serious at Su Xiaoxiao's audacity. How could this be tolerated? A mere maid daring to behave so recklessly before him. It was imperative to impose some discipline. Chapter 29. The pinnacle gathering. At times, kissing can indeed be addictive. Take Su Xiaoxiao, for instance. Upon learning of Qin Lang's so-called punishment, she seemed to relish challenging her master's authority, in a sense, covertly seeking punishment. After a few instances of discipline, Qin Lang began to feel somewhat weary. It was not that he had lost interest in Su Xiaoxiao, but rather that he was intimidated. Such a gentle and understanding companion, coupled with her striking beauty, would surely be overwhelming even for someone like Lu Xiaohui. Yet, what would happen if he ignited that inner flame? Qin Lang had no intention of disregarding Su Xiaoxiao's feelings throughout the night. As a sweet evening slipped away, the following afternoon, under Qin Lang's guidance, Su Xiaoxiao, adorned in a floral qipao, was diligently preparing tea. Her graceful silhouette was accentuated by the fitted attire, with the slit cut low, revealing a tantalizing glimpse above her knees. As she moved about serving tea, a fragrant breeze swirled around her, delicately captivating tea. That moment, Junzi hurriedly burst in, exclaiming, "Young master, there's trouble at the Bai family." Upon noticing Su Xiaoxiao's presence, he immediately swallowed his words, instinctively lowering his gaze. Su Xiaoxiao, ever obedient, glanced at Qin Lang before exiting the tea room. "Why the rush? If there's something to discuss, take a seat and share over a cup of tea," Qin Lang said, waving his hand nonchalantly. Junzi plopped down, hastily gulping down a mouthful of West Lake Longjing tea, his words tumbling out in a rush. "There's been an incident with the Bai family. Bai Xiaoyun has been abducted on her way home." Qin Lang responded with a mere "oh," already aware of Bai Xiaoyun's whereabouts. Junzi looked puzzled. In his eyes, the Bai sisters were on such friendly terms with the young master. Yet he remained so calm upon receiving the news of Bai Xiaoyun's abduction. He nodded. "Our people are outside, but the group that took Bai Xiaoyun has been planning this for some time. I intend to lead a rescue effort personally." "Hold on," Qin Lang interjected, shaking his head. "Recall the surveillance from Bai Xiaoyun's location, but leave one person behind just in case. We only need to know where they are hiding." Qin Lang had long since memorized the details of Bai Xiaoyun's abduction, so he showed no surprise. Furthermore, the abduction was merely a form of intimidation. She was viewed as a bargaining chip, with no real intent to harm her. "Understood. I'll make the arrangements." Despite his lingering confusion, Junzi did not dare to defy Qin Lang's orders. He was Qin Lang's confidant, not a bodyguard for the Bai family, so why concern himself with such matters? Another day passed, and it was time for the pinnacle gathering. Outside the villa, Junzi awaited. At the entrance, Qin Lang stood as Su Xiaoxiao, resembling a devoted wife, fussed over his collar, anxiously advising, "Young master, please be careful outside. Don't stray too far from Junzi." "I've warned Yifeng, but I'm still worried he might attempt something to harm you." Ding! The fated Sun Yifeng's luck diminished by 500. "Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points." Qin Lang affectionately ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair, sensing her genuine concern for his safety. Touched, he leaned down to plant a reassuring kiss on her lips, soothingly saying, "Don't worry, stay at home and wait for my return." Su Xiaoxiao softly acknowledged. She stood at the door, watching as Qin Lang's Maybach faded into the distance, her gaze lingering long after it had vanished. The Pinnacle International, a towering edifice in Tianhai City, soaring 100 stories high. Luxury vehicles flowed ceaselessly. Clad in a black suit, Qin Lang encountered Mu Yuyan, elegantly adorned in a blue evening gown at the entrance of the venue. The long skirt swayed gracefully, and with crystal heels, she resembled a princess from a European royal family, exuding a noble and dignified aura. "I thought you wouldn't come." Mu Yuyan stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Qin Lang's, hastily adding, "At this gala, everyone has their partner, and I would rather not be among unfamiliar faces. Isn't that obvious? You are my girlfriend. It would be absurd for you to be with another man." Qin Lang huffed. "If I catch anyone harboring ill intentions towards you, I'll make sure they regret it." "How crude." Mu Yuyan rolled her eyes, disdainfully scolding him. Oddly enough, if she had heard such words from Qin Lang before, she would have kicked him away, eager to distance herself from his roguish aura. But now, she found his domineering nature oddly appealing. Hand in hand, they navigated through the crowd, occasionally stopping to clink glasses and exchange pleasantries. Some approached with ulterior motives, while others sought partnership. Mu Yuyan graciously acknowledged each, keeping conversations brief. In the business world, one cannot afford to shut themselves away, especially with Qin Lang by her side. Who would dare to trouble her with him around? Did they not know that he was a top-tier scion in the capital? Who was that guy walking so closely with Mu Yuyan? I've never seen him before. Where did he come from? Mind your words. That's the fiancé of President Mu. Someone from the capital. We can't afford to offend him. Nonsense. Just because he is from the capital, does that make him impressive? Tian High City isn't made of paper. Even a dragon must bow down here. I don't believe it. He's invited by young Master Tang. If you don't believe me, find out for yourself. He is from the Qin family in the capital, the one you see often on the capital's news. Hiss. The rich second generation, who initially intended to provoke, gasped, trembling in fear. The Qin family? The one featured in the capital's news? How did such a formidable figure end up in Tian High City? Are they here to dominate? Despite Tian High City's prosperity, it paled in comparison to the international metropolis of Yinjing. How could the top-tier aristocracy from the capital come to Tian High City? Even young Master Tang, who had failed in the family rivalry, would not be someone they could afford to offend, let alone Qin Lang. Several second-generation elites, harboring an interest in Mu Yuyan, dared not provoke him but cursed him silently in their hearts. Little did they know that Qin Lang was not only a member of the Qin family but also their legitimate heir, the future sole successor. Had they known, they would have been too intimidated to entertain any thoughts of rivalry. Chapter 30. What if it happens again? Sometimes having a powerful background can be quite the burden, Qin Lang mused. In such grand occasions, if it were the fated son in his place, he would surely attract the attention of several oblivious rich heirs, leading to a series of confrontations where he would triumphantly slap them down, winning the hearts of beautiful women. Yet here he was, despite being embraced by a beauty like Mu Yuyan. Not a single challenger dared to approach him. It seemed he was denied even the slightest opportunity to show off. Qin Lang sighed, pondering, what good is this background? What use is my handsome face? Mu Yuyan turned her head, giving him a disapproving look. Must you be so shameless? You only, she started to say, you only have a good father. But recalling Qin Lang's smug expression, she held her tongue, her lips twitching as she refrained from completing her thought. Young Master Qin, your presence graces us. From a distance, Tang Tianpei, with an arm around a female companion and flanked by several socialites, approached. These socialites, Tang Tianpei was far more impressive than any rich second-generation heir. He hailed from the Tang family of Yinjing. Even if he wouldn't inherit the family business, the meager assets he possessed were beyond what the rich heirs of Tian High City could compare to. Naturally, the socialites flocked to Tang Tianpei. Seeing Tang Tianpei treating Qin Lang with such deference piqued their curiosity. Young Master Tang, who is this handsome gentleman? Tang Tianpei, still with his companion, eagerly introduced. This is young Master Qin, a former acquaintance from the Yinjing circle. Unfortunately, I've truly fallen on hard times here in Tian High City, while young Master Qin has come here solely to win the hearts of beautiful women. Wow. He is someone who used to mix with the Yinjing circle, and from the sound of it, his background isn't too shabby either. Moreover, young Master Qin doesn't appear to be down on his luck at all. He is just here in Tian High City to pursue beauty. With such a golden opportunity, the socialites were eager to engage, one after another approaching to toast him, their enthusiasm palpable. Setting aside family backgrounds, in terms of looks and physique, Qin Lang overshadowed Tang Tianpei completely. Even among the entire venue, his external attributes set him apart. Handsome, wealthy, and well-connected. Who else could be considered a golden son-in-law but him? With a figure like Qin Lang to attract attention, who would have the leisure to concern themselves with Tang Tianpei? Young Master Qin, Tian High City boasts many historical landmarks. We should explore them together sometime. Young Master Qin, my favorite breakfast stand is renowned in Tian High City. You must come over for breakfast with me one morning. Young Master Qin, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Could we get to know each other? Can I have your contact information? And me? I want young Master Qin's contact too. These socialites, dubbed the Atmosphere Group, were adept at enlivening the gathering. Perhaps they weren't all highborn ladies, but their discerning tastes were unmistakable. Only a handsome and wealthy golden son-in-law would be worthy of their attention. Being surrounded by so many socialites was undoubtedly a matter of prestige. Such a delightful scene. Young Master Qin truly possesses charisma. The moment he arrived, all the beautiful women flocked to him, Tang Tianpei remarked, trailing behind and lauding Qin Lang. Qin Lang maintained a calm smile, accustomed to such attention. Behind the scenes, as he exchanged glances with the socialites, he too engaged in subtle flirtation, eliciting many coy glances in return. Mu Yuyan watched Qin Lang's playful demeanor, her suspicion growing. Accustomed? How did you become accustomed to this? Qin Lang glanced over, cleared his throat, and recounted. There was one time at a gathering where, suddenly, everything went dark before my eyes. The socialites gasped in surprise. Low blood sugar. Qin Lang shook his head. Not quite. After 3 or 4 seconds, I regained my sight, only to realize a beauty had buried my head in her bosom. Mu Yuyan huffed. What if you suffocated? The socialites, unlike Mu Yuyan, were not inclined to mock Qin Lang. They were supportive, only concerned for their beloved Gidge. They empathetically asked, how could a girl be so forward? You must have been startled, right? Did it leave any lasting impressions? Qin Lang replied earnestly, not really. In truth, if it were to happen again, what of it? Ha ha ha, young Master Qin, you're quite the joker. You're such a tease. Truly know how to make a girl smile. How about a walk tonight? A summer night stroll with ice cream is perfect. One slender socialite, flaunting a figure akin to the Bai sisters, fluttered her eyelashes enticingly. I see someone familiar. Come with me. Mu Yuyan felt an increasing sense of discomfort, pulling Qin Lang away from the throng of flirtatious socialites. Once they escaped the crowd, the area finally felt spacious again. Qin Lang teased, "What's this? Seeing your boyfriend admired and adored by so many women has made you jealous. Can you stop being so self-important? Am I jealous of you?" Mu Yuyan huffed lightly, her disdainful expression effortlessly displayed. "I merely don't want you getting too close to those women. With your inability to resist temptation, if left unchecked, you'll inevitably end up in trouble. Don't be fooled by their designer outfits and poised demeanor. At gatherings like this, if sparks fly, they could easily end up in a hotel room together that same night. Who knows how cleanly they conduct themselves? So, you wish to control me?" Qin Lang's gaze lingered on Mu Yuyan. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under his scrutiny, she retorted, "Who would want to control you? Stop inflating your own significance." Qin Lang lifted his arm, which he had been holding tightly. "Then why are you holding on so tightly?" "Who cares?" Mu Yuyan scoffed, releasing him. Now free, Qin Lang turned without a glance and headed toward a corner. There, Bai Ruyu, clad in a black silk OL uniform, sat alone, nursing a drink, seeming out of place amidst the lively gathering. "Qin Lang, you scoundrel!" Mu Yuyan seethed from behind, feeling a pang of jealousy as she witnessed Qin Lang approaching another woman, leaving her feeling neglected and resentful. Chapter 31. Winning over Bai Ruyu, Qin Lang had no intention of pondering Mu Yuyan's thoughts at that moment. He was filled with trepidation himself. Given the recent troubles at the Bai family before the Pinnacle gathering, he was uncertain whether Bai Ruyu would even attend. Now, seeing her standing alone in a corner, he was determined not to miss this chance. He approached with a smile. "Miss Bai, what a coincidence to see you again." Bai Ruyu frowned, turning to see it was the young man who had visited her family not long ago. She managed a polite smile, nodding slightly before averting her gaze. She was utterly disinclined to reminisce, for her sister had been abducted, her whereabouts unknown, and even now, no trace had been found, no clue whatsoever. Inside her, there burned a conflagration of despair. Either she must extinguish that fire by finding her sister, or allow it to consume her entirely, reducing her to ashes. She harbored a fondness for Qin Lang. After all, during that fateful banquet, his candid words had struck a chord deep within her heart. Yet, until her sister was found, she could muster no thought beyond that, not even for the recent events transpiring within her own company. "Miss Bai, what a sorrowful visage you bear. Have you encountered some tribulation? Perhaps you might share, and I could assist in shouldering your burden." Qin Lang, seemingly oblivious to Bai Ruyu's frigid demeanor, leaned in closer. Bai Ruyu furrowed her brow. "Qin Shao, I apologize, but I am not in a good frame of mind. If there is something to discuss, may we postpone until another time?" "Not in a good frame of mind?" Qin Lang queried, suspicion lacing his tone. "Could it be related to your father's affair with a mistress?" Bai Ruyu turned sharply, her beautiful eyes wide with shocked it seemed that was not the case. "Or perhaps your father has been secretly liquidating company stocks to support the illegitimate child." Qin Lang mused, as Bai Ruyu's expression morphed into one of fright, her gaze fixed on him as if he were a stranger. "What do you know?" With just 2 sentences, Qin Lang had laid bare the scandal plaguing her family. Yes, Bai Xiaochun had a child out there, a boy nearing adulthood, even older than Bai Xiaoyun. What did that imply? It suggested that before her mother's passing, her father had already taken a mistress. Now, he was brazenly liquidating company assets to secure a legacy for that child, trampling over the efforts her mother had invested in the company. These matters were supposed to remain within the confines of the Bai family, unknown even to Bai Xiaoyun and the company's elders. Had Bai Ruyu not stumbled upon this information, they might still be oblivious. This was precisely why Bai Ruyu had tirelessly strived to prove her worth to her father, especially when he dismissed her capabilities with the notion that women were inferior to men. The existence of that illegitimate child had dealt a devastating blow to her worldview. Who could have imagined that a father, esteemed in the business world for his integrity and responsibility, had been unfaithful even before her mother's demise? Now, he was actively relocating family assets to benefit the mistress's son. How could you possibly know all this? What is going on? Bai Ruyu was taken aback, a sense of dread enveloping her as if her very essence had been laid bare before him. Qin Lang shrugged, his expression unyielding. Miss Bai, do not be alarmed on why knowledge is rather limited. For instance, I only learned about your sister's abduction yesterday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon? Bai Ruyu thought back to the mysterious call she had received that evening, realizing that Qin Lang had been aware of her sister's predicament long before she had. What do you want? Just don't harm Yunyun. I will comply with any demands you make. Bai Ruyu instinctively regarded Qin Lang as the mastermind behind it all. How else could he have known the timeline of her sister's abduction? It was no wonder he appeared so knowledgeable about her family's affairs. He had been plotting for some time. Miss Bai, is it necessary to be so astonished? I can assure you, I have no involvement in your sister's disappearance, Qin Lang replied, a wry smile on his lips. Besides, do you not already possess your own understanding? Why besmirch my character with such unfounded accusations? He found it hard to believe that someone as astute as Bai Ruyu would fail to recognize such elementary tactics, or perhaps she was deliberately avoiding the truth, choosing ignorance over acceptance. Bai Ruyu inhaled deeply, her heart racing. She fought to regain her composure, fixing her gaze on Qin Lang. You know far too much for it to be mere coincidence. Do you also know where Yunyun is being held? Qin Lang nodded. Not only do I know, but I also possess the means to rescue her. What do you want in return? I will grant you any request if you can bring Yunyun back. Bai Ruyu's determination shone through, regardless of whether the kidnapper was Qin Lang or the person she had already begun to suspect but was reluctant to confront. Qin Lang wasted no time. Cutting straight to the chase, I want you. Before Bai Ruyu could react, he continued earnestly, your family's company is ultimately your father's domain. No matter how hard you strive to prove yourself, he will not relinquish control. If he intended to pass the company to you, he would have done so long ago. Instead, he has been brazenly liquidating stocks during this critical moment, believing that his son cannot contend with you. Should he pass away, his son would be left with nothing in your struggle for power. Thus, he has chosen to secure some cash for his son. Despite presenting as a delicate flower, Bai Ruyu was a force to be reckoned with in the business arena, decisive, ruthless, far more formidable than many brutish men. Given what her father had done for the illegitimate child over the years, Bai Ruyu knew that the boy would be fortunate to see even a fraction of the Bai family's wealth. If an outsider like Qin Lang could discern this, how much more so could her own father, who had already begun preparing for his own death? Observing Bai Ruyu lost in thought, Qin Lang gently prodded. Therefore, it would be wiser for you to collaborate with me, I assure you. I will provide you with ample personal space to showcase your talents. All authority within the company will be entrusted to you. Your decisions will be final, free from any interference. As for profits, we could split the shares 60-40 or 50-50. Bai Ruyu regarded Qin Lang with skepticism, as if he were reciting an ancient text. You would relinquish power? Aren't you afraid I might dilute your shares and usurp control? Qin Lang shrugged. Having chosen to trust you, I will not waver. Should things go awry, it would be my own folly, unrelated to you. I extend to you my absolute trust. Bai Ruyu was acutely aware of the principle of reciprocity. A single kindness from her would be met with tenfold or even 100-fold in return. With someone so clear in their affections as her, Qin Lang had little to fear. The notion of her usurping control was unfounded. Even if she did, what of it? She was merely a local businesswoman, yet to carve out her grand legacy. What waves could she possibly stir? Of course, this was his internal monologue. Outwardly, he maintained the necessary decorum, extending her the trust she required. I need to deliberate on this matter. May I provide you with an answer once I see Yunyun? Bai Ruyu's emotions were tumultuous, unable to respond immediately on one hand. Qin Lang's extensive knowledge astonished her. On the other, his immense trust left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Rest assured, Miss Bai, your sister's safety is assured. Feel free to think boldly. In this world, anything is possible. Once you've seen enough, you'll understand, Qin Lang reassured her. Gently patting her shoulder, he subtly guided her thoughts toward a new perspective. Since he had already begun his recruitment, why not widen the existing rifts within the Bai family? How else could he convince Bai Ruyu to make a firm decision? Just how do you know so much about my family? Bai Ruyu scrutinized him cautiously. Qin Lang maintained his composure. Your business acumen is remarkable. Miss Bai, I have been keenly observing you with the intention of collaboration and inadvertently stumbled upon this situation. Not one to shy away from her accomplishments, Bai Ruyu had made significant decisions during the Bai Group's restructuring. Even the seasoned tycoons of Tianhai City could scarcely rival her. If Qin Lang sought her collaboration, his excuse was plausible. I want to see Yun Yun as soon as possible, she implored, urgency coloring her tone. The sooner I can confirm her safety, the sooner I can make a decision, of course. We can arrange that. Your sister will be reunited with you tonight. However, I must caution you against acting too hastily. Your presence may inadvertently complicate matters. It is best for you to wait here. Seeing Bai Ruyu's eagerness, he felt compelled to remind her that carrying such a substantial burden would only hinder their progress. He turned and exited the venue, disregarding Mu Yuyan, who approached with questions. Striding straight out the door. In the back seat of a Maybach, he spent 32,000 points of villainous destiny to enhance his physique to 100. System interface. Character: Qin Lang. Age: 25. Physique: 100. Charm: 98. Villainous destiny points: 21. 800. Skills: Affinity LV8, Group Affinity 80. Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced T-Art, Advanced Aesthetics. Shop: Opening, Lottery Center. Opening: each lottery costs 100 villainous destiny points. System Backpack: 1 photo album of Aunt Xiao, 1 pack of Qing Feng Tissue 1 photo album of Ms. Bai, 1 set of electric medical tools. After acclimating to the surge in physique, Qin Lang calmly instructed Junzi, have those stationed outside withdraw, and take me to my destination. Meanwhile, in the kidnapper's hideout, the room was eerily quiet, occupied solely by Bai Xiaoyun, who huddled in a corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, her cherubic face streaked with tears, trembling in fear. She had been kidnapped and had narrowly escaped the advances of those ruffians moments ago. How terrifying! She had always been the cherished princess of the Bai family, coddled and protected. When had she ever encountered such a dire predicament? It felt as though she had been cast into a den of wolves, surrounded by predators eager to devour her. Thankfully, a woman clad in a black leather jacket had intervened earlier, scolding the lewd kidnappers and preventing them from harming her. Fear, anxiety, and a sense of injustice swirled within Bai Xiaoyun, intensifying her sorrow. Just as she began to sob helplessly, the door swung open. Curious, she lifted her head and was greeted by a familiar, handsome face. "Brother," she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet and stumbling into Qin Lang's embrace. Her tear-filled eyes were wide with distress. "You're here to rescue me, right? Please, take me away from here." Qin Lang felt as though he had collided with 2 large spheres, producing a shockwave. Despite his surprise, he gently stroked Bai Xiaoyun's head, reassuring her, "Do not fear. Now that I am here, I shall ensure your safety," he comforted her softly. "No matter the place or the person, as long as I am here, no one shall harm you." Suddenly, the door on the left side was kicked open with force, revealing 2 burly men adorned with tattoos of black dragons. They glared at Qin Lang, who had somehow managed to infiltrate their lair. "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Creating such a ruckus while trying to rescue someone, thinking no one would notice?" Bai Xiaoyun, watching the menacing figures, felt her fear surge, clutching Qin Lang's shirt tightly, her big eyes glistening with tears. "If you're scared, just cover your eyes. It will all be over soon," Qin Lang said, ruffling her hair, stifling a chuckle. He knew that making some noise was the only way to draw the kidnapper's attention. How could he put on a show in front of Bai Xiaoyun without stirring up the ruckus? He extended his finger, beckoning the 2 men with a casual air, full of disdain. "Little brat, you're asking for it." One of the thugs snarled, cracking his knuckles as he advanced toward Qin Lang, raising an arm as thick as Bai Xiaoyun's thigh to strike him. The ferocity of the attack caused Bai Xiaoyun to shield her face with her hands. With a sharp crack, a piercing scream echoed through the room as Qin Lang effortlessly seized the thug's arm, twisting and shaking it until the man's strength was neutralized. With a swift downward pull, he drove his knee upward, striking the joint with precision, instantly breaking the thug's arm. "Ah, my arm. You bastard, I'll kill you. The thug howled in agony, lashing out at Qin Lang with his foot. However, his speed paled in comparison to Qin Lang's enhanced physique. With a kick of his own, the two collided, creating a thunderous sound as the thug was sent flying across the room. If one were to examine closely, they would see an unsightly bulge at the knee, the result of a dislocated bone, a gruesome sight that would have been even bloodier had his pants not concealed the injury. The commotion drew the attention of all the kidnappers in the villa. No, they could not merely be called kidnappers. They were members of the Black Dragon Society. This location was a stronghold for them, and Bai Xiaoyun was merely being temporarily confined. A swarm of Black Dragon members charged in, no fewer than a dozen, each one a fierce fighter. This kid is suspicious. Arm yourselves, one of the first men to enter exclaimed, his scalp prickling with unease as he surveyed the unconscious thug on the ground. Let us get him. We can't let him take Bai Xiaoyun. That was a hefty sum. As long as they kept her long enough, a fortune awaited them. They would never allow her to be taken away. The gang of thugs approached Qin Lang with predatory intent, wielding batons and large knives, tools commonly used in their line of work. As long as they didn't get too reckless, they could incapacitate someone without killing them. It was a simple task. Yet, in this dire situation, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. Instead of standing his ground against the advancing thugs, Qin Lang boldly charged at them, seizing a baton from the nearest thug with brute force. The force was so tremendous that the thug lost his weapon and stumbled forward, receiving a vicious blow from a baton right on his forehead. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog. You have quite the audacity. You dare to kidnap my people. Today, if I, Qin Lang, do not teach you a lesson, you truly will not know your own surname. Qin Lang wielded the baton like a modern-day warrior, exuding the courage of 1,000 men. His speed was astonishing. With every swing of the baton, another thug was struck squarely in the forehead, or their shoulder crumpled, sending them sprawling to the ground. A swift kick to the abdomen sent yet another assailant flying out of the encirclement. His strength was beyond the comprehension of this group of thugs. This was not a case of kidnappers bullying Qin Lang. Rather, it was Qin Lang single-handedly pursuing a group of kidnappers and subjecting them to torment. Amid the wretched cries, Bai Xiaoyun peered through the gaps of her splayed fingers, gazing at the invincible Qin Lang. The image of her Prince Charming and his physique melded seamlessly in her mind. Already entranced by Qin Lang's good looks, the current scene left her with no room for any other thoughts. Her entire mind, chest, and body were filled to the brim with the figure of Qin Lang. Let us go. Qin Lang grasped Bai Xiaoyun's delicate hand and strode out through the entrance, eyeing the corridor. Members of the Black Dragon Society attempted to block their path, but with a single swing of his baton, Qin Lang felled one, and with a swift kick, sent another thug from a nearby compartment crashing back into the fray. The villa was teeming with members of the Black Dragon Society. It was a stronghold, and one could only imagine the numbers. Even a soldier of elite caliber would find this a treacherous den, fraught with peril. Yet, Qin Lang moved through the corridor as if on a leisurely stroll, utterly unfazed. What does a physique of 100 entail? The average person has a physique around 10. 20 is already extraordinary, akin to the strength of two individuals combined into one. If a man with a physique of 20 were to face two individuals with a physique of 10, would it be a fair match? No. It would be a slaughter. With double the physique, every aspect of physical capability experiences exponential growth. It is not something that merely doubling numbers can counter. Let alone the current Qin Lang, who faced these thugs as if they were mere babbling infants. Easily crushed. The path ahead was unobstructed. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, they found no one to impede them. Behind them lay a scene of devastation, with fallen members of the Black Dragon Society scattered about. Wailing in agony, is this what they call ruthless kidnappers? Qin Lang tossed the baton into the villa's living room, shaking his head in disdain. He led the dazed Bai Xiaoyun, who was entranced and gazing at him. Out of this stronghold, after walking a distance and arriving by the roadside, they entered the waiting Maybach. He looked back at the brightly lit villa, anticipation swelling within him. Having extinguished a stronghold of the Black Dragon Society, it was unlikely they would let this go unchallenged. Moreover, having acted so brazenly and repeatedly announcing his name, it was clear the villa had cameras. All signs pointed to the fact that they could track him down. Qiu Juer? Head-out, it seems this female lead requires no effort on his part to locate. Instead, she might come seeking him. How delightful. While feeling elated, Qin Lang sensed Bai Xiaoyun tugging at him and instinctively turned around. Suddenly, a delicate face drew near, and before he could think, her rosy lips pressed against his. Bai Xiaoyun had become utterly infatuated. Her mind, her heart, her entire being were filled with Qin Lang's actions from today. She was convinced. Qin Lang was her Prince Charming. She was willing to be his little admirer for life, solely devoted to him. The sensation of their lips meeting was sweet, akin to cotton candy, intoxicating and hard to part from. After a long while, the bashful Bai Xiaoyun finally lowered her head, burying it in Qin Lang's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, murmuring softly, "Brother, when I grow up, can I be your wife?" A lowly driver might have cautioned the backseat passengers to fasten their seatbelts, emphasizing that safety is paramount. A seasoned driver, however, would have discreetly adjusted the rearview mirror and turned on soothing in-car music. "He shall be your groom. From this day forth, he is your lifelong companion." Chapter 34. An uncomfortable encounter with Mu Yuyan. Bai Xiaoyun had never heard this song before. It was an old tune, not from her generation and not to her taste. However, the ambience in which she found herself made all the difference. At that moment, having just declared her desire to be Qin Lang's little wife, she was profoundly moved by the lyrics of the music. "Brother, from now on, I will accompany you for life, okay?" Embracing Qin Lang, her soft, sweet voice penetrated deep into his heart. Had it been any other man, he might have been overwhelmed by the rush of blood to his head, capable of anything in such a moment. Even Qin Lang felt something was off, constantly reminding himself that she was still young. Just a child, however, when he glanced down and caught sight of two ample curves, his self-justification faltered. "Not small at all, indeed. Just drive carefully and take us home." Qin Lang suppressed his inner turmoil and urged the driver. "Junzi," with a hint of irritation. Junzi promptly acknowledged and stepped on the gas, causing the Maybach to accelerate. Qin Lang merely held Bai Xiaoyun gently, exchanging few words, occasionally brushing his hand against her thigh by accident. It was a normal occurrence, nothing excessive. Moreover, given that Bai Xiaoyun had just walked over in her cute pink dress, it was only natural he would smooth out any wrinkles and check for any injuries inflicted by the kidnappers. Such actions were hardly out of line. Though Qin Lang had no desire to engage in this exhausting charade, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion at the sight of Bai Xiaoyun's flushed face and her gaze filled with admiration. Having done it, he thought, why not? After all, Bai Xiaoyun was simply repaying his kindness. In Tianhai City, outside a row of townhouses, Bai Xiaoyun, still holding Qin Lang's hand, regained her composure upon seeing Bai Ruyu standing at the door. Her infatuated gaze turned misty with emotion. With her slender legs adorned in white stockings, she rushed over, colliding with her sister. "Sister, sister, I thought I would never see you again. Those bad guys were terrifying." In her sister's embrace, Bai Xiaoyun freely expressed her grievances. Bai Ruyu, filled with concern, held her sister close, gently stroking her hair while soothingly whispering, it's all right, don't be afraid. I'm here, I won't let you get hurt again. Does Dad know I was rescued by my brother?" Bai Xiaoyun looked up eagerly, wanting to share the news with Bai Xiaochun. Bai Ruyu hesitated for a moment, then smiled. He knows it's already so late. "How about you rest here, okay? No need to go home." This townhouse was Bai Ruyu's private property, rarely visited, but whenever she had a fierce argument with their father, she would come here in a huff. She didn't want her sister to return to that house, which had changed so much and felt unsafe, not knowing what might happen next. "Will my brother stay here tonight?" Bai Xiaoyun turned to glance at Qin Lang. Her cheeks flushed. Bai Ruyu sighed inwardly, aware of her sister's nature. Yet Qin Lang seemed shrouded in mystery, making her uneasy about getting too close. Moreover, the age difference was significant. She took her sister's hand and walked up to Qin Lang, expressing her gratitude. "Mr. Qin, I can't thank you enough for your help tonight. Once things settle, we can discuss other matters, all right?" Qin Lang nodded with a smile. "Of course, no rush. It's most important that you two sisters are reunited after rescuing Xiaoyun from that den of danger. I want to intrude." Bai Ruyu was trustworthy when it came to integrity. Besides, he had already hinted at Bai Xiaoyun's kidnapping, almost saying it outright. Anyone with common sense could piece together the clues. Giving Bai Ruyu some time would only lead her to uncover the truth, inevitably widening the rift that had already begun to form between them. "Brother, don't go." Bai Xiaoyun, seeing Qin Lang turn to leave, broke free from Bai Ruyu's grasp and ran after him, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. resting her head against him. "Please don't go." Qin Lang felt as though he had been struck by two soft balls. He grimaced and pulled her small hands away, turning to issue a necessary warning in front of Bai Ruyu. Some matters require discretion. He affectionately ruffled Bai Xiaoyun's hair, smiling, "Xiaoyun, be good and stay with your sister. If you face any difficulties or feel unhappy, you can always come to your brother, all right?" "Okay." Bai Xiaoyun nodded earnestly, still reluctant to let go of Qin Lang's warm hand, murmuring, "Brother." After a long while, she finally released her grip under Bai Ruyu's comforting words. As they entered the townhouse, glancing back 3 times, the door closed behind them. Ding! The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points. Ding! The fortune of the child of destiny, Yifeng, has decreased by 500. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points. Hearing the continuous notifications from the system, Qin Lang turned back with a satisfied expression. Just as he exited the front yard of the townhouse, he spotted Mu Yuyin leaning against the wall, a teasing smile on her lips as she watched him. "What's this? Did you leave the summit gathering halfway to seek out Bai Ruyu, only to be turned away at the door? Who is Mu Yuyin?" Though her family background may not match Qin Lang's, even in Yinjing, she had countless admirers if not for her engagement to Qin Lang. Suitors could have lined up from the square to Daxing Airport. What man wouldn't greet her with a smile? When had she ever experienced being so blatantly ignored like this? After speaking to him at the summit gathering, she was dismissed without a second glance. It was as if she didn't matter at all. When Bai Ruyu left right after, curiosity compelled her to follow, wanting to see what Qin Lang was up to that made him so reckless. Even ignoring her, to her surprise, she witnessed Qin Lang being turned away at night, unable to suppress her ridicule. Chapter 35. Shattering Mu Yuyin's shield. Qin Lang shot her an exasperated glance. "Have you heard of Lu Huangshu visiting the thatched cottage thrice? I'm not just here tonight. I'll be back tomorrow and the day after." "What business is it of yours?" Mu Yuyin replied coldly. "Shouldn't your girlfriend know where you are? If you're out gallivanting, I can't even ask?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. This sounded less like mockery and more like a wife confronting a wayward husband. Goodness, Mu Yuyin was clearly agitated. He didn't want to provoke her further on this matter, so he replied earnestly, "I have a legitimate reason to seek out Bai Ruyu. The new company needs someone capable, and she fits the bill." "Another company? Is it because the 10 billion from the Qin family has been spent, and you're looking for another excuse to swindle money?" Mu Yuyin seemed to see right through him. It wasn't arrogance. It was merely that the old Qin Lang had a reputation for such behavior. She scoffed, "If you need help, why not go to a talent market? Why seek out Bai Ruyu? Are you out of your mind? Bai Ruyu is the daughter of the Bai family. The massive Bai group is beyond her control. Why would she have the time to help you? That was then. This is now, I mean at this time." Qin Lang stepped forward, leaning against the wall and pinning the shorter Mu Yuyin beneath him. His gaze serious, Mu Yuyin felt a flutter of panic as she pressed her hands against his chest, attempting to push him away, but no matter how hard she tried, he remained steadfast. She gritted her teeth. "What does your seriousness have to do with me? Do you think business is that simple? Even if you pretended to be a playboy, learning to be bad is easy, but being good is not. If starting a company were that easy, there would be entrepreneurs everywhere. Where would all the office workers and laborers come from?" Qin Lang unfastened his suit jacket, his hand still blocking her way. Mu Yuyin grew anxious. "What do you want to do?" "Qin Lang, if you dare do anything without my permission, I swear I'll bite you." She clung to his arm, her lips poised dangerously close to his wrist, ready to bite and flee at the first sign of trouble. Qin Lang, digging into his pocket, pulled out a prescription with a serious expression. "Could you refrain from jumping to conclusions? What on earth fills your mind? It's not pure at all. Qin Lang, I'll fight you." Mu Yuyin was indignant, raising her head to strike at his lower regions. However, her strength was no match for Qin Lang in just 2 moves. He had her knee pinned down, immobilizing her completely. It was as if Mu Yuyin were a frog on an operating table, just in a different position, suspended in midair instead of lying down. "Let go of me! Release me!" Mu Yuyin exclaimed, her body flushed with embarrassment as her beautiful face turned crimson from the indignity. She was furious, scolding him, nearly at her breaking point. Yet, Qin Lang remained unfazed, placing a piece of paper before her. Struggling to maintain her dignity, Mu Yuyin asked in a flustered tone, "What is this?" "A beauty prescription." "Isn't your company in the beauty product business?" Qin Lang explained. He had no intention of focusing on the beauty pill right now. He simply lacked the energy for it. Mu Yuyin was an expert in this field. Giving it to her was practically free. Why not? Mu Yuyan glanced at it, sneering. Who gave you this prescription? You think you can just throw in a few expensive ingredients and call it a beauty product? If it were that simple, why would we need a research team? You're such a fool. You don't even realize you've been duped. And you think you can start a company based on this? Dream on. And don't let me down. My knee hurts. Qin Lang cast a glance downward at Mu Yuyan, who had changed into a form-fitting skirt. The area above her delicate, fair calves at the back of her knees appeared slightly flushed, prompting him to slowly lower his gaze. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "You need not concern yourself with whether I have been deceived. The prescription is right here, and you may take it for experimentation. However, I must caution you that the efficacy of this beauty pill is exceedingly potent. I would advise you to dilute it by several tens of times." The prescription he presented was not a verbatim copy from the system's inventory, but rather one he had diluted by 100-fold. Were the beauty pill to be concocted according to this formula, it would not lead to a miraculous and visible healing of injuries. Yet, in comparison to typical beauty products, its effects were rather overwhelming. How to appropriately water it down would necessitate the expertise of Mu Yuyan, as this was not his specialty, nor did he wish to squander time on it. Mu Yuyan, holding the prescription, furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you being serious? Establishing a company and recruiting by Ryu? Are you truly earnest?" She had initially assumed Qin Lang had ventured here at night for romantic pursuits, only to realize that she had indeed misinterpreted his intentions. "Does the truth matter so greatly? Just follow my instructions and leave the rest be," Qin Lang replied, straightening his clothing. "And do not forget, our romantic relationship is merely maintained by a contract. Once the contract is voided, our relationship concludes. The matter of following me should not arise again." This romantic endeavor was undoubtedly one that Mu Yuyan had become quite absorbed in. Yet, in this ambiguous context, perhaps intentionally overlooked by Mu Yuyan, he felt compelled to actively remind her and shatter the illusion, in the midst of truth and falsehood. When Mu Yuyan became ensnared in her emotions, Qin Lang delivered a sharp slap to awaken her from her reverie. Did she wish to feign ignorance, using the contract as an excuse to maintain her aloofness and pride? No. Qin Lang would not permit Mu Yuyan to continue presenting herself in such a manner before him. Previously, the contract had seemed a constraint in Mu Yuyan's eyes, but now it appeared to serve as a protective charm of her own making. Qin Lang must tear it asunder. The thrill of dominating a husband is fleeting. Pursuing him leads only to ruin. This was not merely a thought to entertain. Chapter 36. Let's book for a month. As Mu Yuyan departed, her expression was rigid, not once glancing back. Her cold demeanor suggested that someone owed her several million and had yet to repay her. "Remember to conduct your experiments. My company relies on this prescription for its initial profits," Qin Lang called after her provocatively. Boom. The response he received was the sound of exhaust from a white car. A BMW that swiftly vanished into the distance amidst the roar. Once the BMW disappeared at the end of the road, Junzi awkwardly emerged from the shadows, grinning sheepishly. "Young master, I apologize. I truly did not expect President Mu to engage in such acts of stalking. It was rash of me, my fault entirely. This has nothing to do with you." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. "You've performed well these past few days. The tasks I assigned have been executed satisfactorily. Tonight, gather your brothers and let us revel at the Qin Club." Wow. Upon hearing the name Qin, Junzi's eyes lit up. He had been curious about how the young master had rescued people from the Black Dragon Society's stronghold and had planned to inquire. But now he was interrupted by Qin Lang's sudden decision. What was there to ask? Going to Qin was the priority. Half an hour later, on the asphalt road, a long convoy of luxury cars, like a great dragon, gradually came to a halt before the Qin Club. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, captivated by the opulent spectacle, men enamored, women envious. Setting aside the elongated Maybach, the mere sight of a dozen Mercedes-AMGs was valued at over 30 million. Who could it be? Who arrives at a club with such grandeur? Could it be the chairman of a publicly listed group? It was not that they refrained from speculating which wealthy heir it might be. The scale was simply too astonishing, far beyond the antics of a typical rich kid. Clad in a black suit, Junzi exited the vehicle, walked to the back, opened the door, and bowed respectfully. "Young master, we have arrived." Only then did Qin Lang slowly emerge. The moment his countenance appeared, passers-by, including the welcoming staff and technicians who rushed out to observe, were captivated. Why heavens, How handsome! Who is this young master? He is incredibly striking. And with such an extravagant convoy, he smiled at me. Oh dear, will he request my services? What if he needs special attention? Should I accept or take the initiative to offer? How ostentatious! A dozen luxury cars, over 40 bodyguards, and so young. I only wore light makeup tonight. This will not do. I must return to touch it up. Amidst their astonishment, led by 2 bodyguards, Qin Lang stepped into the resplendent hall of Qin. A manager clad in a Chong Sam approached with urgency, greeting him politely. Welcome, esteemed guest. I am the manager of Qin. May I have the honor of serving you? Those who manage such opulent establishments are well-versed in human interaction. Upon seeing Qin Lang, not only was she struck by the imposing presence of his numerous bodyguards, but also by the understated elegance of his tailored suit and his superior demeanor, which left her momentarily awestruck. Lowering her own position to a humble inquiry, Qin Lang curiously asked, "What services do you offer?" The manager readily replied, "Esteemed guest, Qin comprises 5 floors. The second floor features bathing facilities, offering both health-oriented hot spring baths and communal bathing pools. The third floor serves as a leisure area, with a buffet of snacks and fruit platters, along with an entertainment area. The fourth floor offers massage services, with technicians of various skill levels available to attend to your needs. The fifth floor is a resting area, featuring private rooms, including individual hot spring bathing services." Qin Lang nodded, inquiring, "What is the cost for the 5th floor?" The manager chuckled awkwardly. "The price varies depending on the service." Qin Lang furrowed his brow. "I am asking about the cost to book the entire 5th floor." "Ah?" The manager was taken aback, but upon observing Qin Lang's demeanor, she did not dare to be impolite. Quickly responding, "Booking for 1 night requires 600,000 points. 600,000 for 1 night? That's rather steep," Qin Lang exclaimed incredulously. The manager quickly began to explain, "Esteemed guest, our 5th floor resting area employs." Before she could finish, having not yet mentioned any discounts, Qin Lang interjected, "No need for so many details. I am not interested in hearing them. Just book it for a month. Will you accept a check or cash? If it's a check, I can provide it now. If it's cash, it may take a bit longer as I will need to coordinate with the bank for transport." Wow! His words left the staff and technicians in the hall utterly dumbfounded. They had thought Qin Lang to be merely affluent, but now they realized he was nothing short of a god of wealth, lavishly spending. Then, before their astonished gazes, Qin Lang produced a checkbook, swiftly writing down a sum, tearing off a page and handing it to Junzi. "Here is 20 million. Take manager Zhang to withdraw the funds. The remaining 2 million, you decide how to handle it. Distribute bonuses to the brothers." Junzi, holding the check, had been exchanging ecstatic glances with manager Zhang for quite some time. It was known that they shared an ambiguous relationship but had yet to take any steps forward. Today was different. With Qin Lang's arrival, they were now in a position of power, and with his extravagant spending, manager Zhang could easily earn tens of thousands or even over 100,000 from this month's booking. What kind of concept is that? It was akin to becoming a millionaire overnight. At her age, manager Zhang naturally did not expect to have an intricate relationship with Qin Lang, but that would not prevent her from continuing to flirt with Junzi. As long as she could retain such a significant patron as Qin Lang, she was willing to make sacrifices. Looking at Junzi, her gaze grew increasingly alluring, sending flirtatious glances. Dozens of bodyguards, all met with enthusiastic embraces from the young technicians. Enter the elevator. Without exception, including Junzi, the group of bodyguards looked at Qin Lang with profound gratitude and loyalty. Did they truly believe Qin Lang was simply a wealthy man with nowhere to spend his money? Did he come here to flaunt 20 million to pose as a tycoon? He was not that foolish. During recent times, particularly for these bodyguards aside from Junzi, who had been meticulously tracking and observing, fearing they might miss any significant information, the workload had been intense, and they were likely feeling uneasy. At such times, it was essential to provide proper reassurance. Directly handing out money? That wouldn't he do. Not everyone was as loyal as Junzi. Overly generous rewards often led to greed rather than unwavering loyalty. Qin Lang understood the principle of a grain of rice brings kindness, a handful brings enmity. Taking them out to relish some leisure, granting them face, and providing bonuses was the true way to secure the loyalty of these bodyguards. Of course, the most critical factor was that Qin Lang knew who the true owner behind Qin was. Chapter 37. The appearance of Qiu Juer on the 5th floor of Qin, in the emperor's private room, occupying over 150 square meters, The decor was both warm and luxurious, resembling a wealthy family's residence rather than a club's private room. It even featured its own hot spring bath. Qin Lang, wrapped in a towel, reclined beside the bath in a carved area, basking in the momentary tranquility. Behind him, a girl clad in a floral cheongsam knelt, gently massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands, her touch tender and attentive. Two young women, each around 18 or 19, accompanied him on either side, assisting with shoulder rubs. Qin Xiao, is this pressure all right? If it's too strong, I can ease up, inquired the girl on the left, adorned in a pink swimsuit, a bright smile gracing her face. Qin Lang squinted, leisurely nodding, it's fine. I can handle it. Qin Xiao, I really didn't expect it. You look tall and slender, yet your physique is quite impressive. Do you exercise often? The girl in the blue swimsuit chimed in, striving to compliment while showcasing her own allure. Not really, Qin Lang replied casually, casting a meaningful glance before returning his gaze. He indeed possessed a good physique, but it depended on whom he was compared to. Against ordinary individuals, he was more than sufficient, but when placed beside the Bai sisters, the difference was immediately apparent. Having returned from an evening with Bai Xiaoyun, he had grown somewhat immune to the collisions that occurred when one bumped into others. The girl on the right was certainly not as aggressive as Bai Xiaoyun. Qin Xiao, could you lift your legs? I've already massaged your arms. Let us help you with your legs. The girl in the pink swimsuit blinked playfully, smiling brightly. Qin Lang opened his eyes in confusion, glancing at both sides. You two? Yes, what's wrong? Qin Xiao, did we not satisfy your expectations? We will improve. Please don't request a change, the girl in the pink swimsuit pleaded, her tone pitiful. The girl in the white swimsuit's eyes glistened. Qin Xiao, please don't change us. We can adjust. Whatever you ask, we will fulfill. The two girls, with tearful eyes, appeared genuinely distressed, as if they had encountered a significant grievance. Were they truly afraid of losing their pay? Perhaps not entirely. In Qinzilian, guest complaints could indeed lead to penalties, but similarly, if any other services were discovered, it would also incur fines. If Qin Lang were to invite these two girls out for some fun, perhaps to spend a night at a hotel, would they still be so pitifully feigning innocence? Stop overthinking. It's just the two of you. You're wonderful. Why change for no reason? Qin Lang said with a teasing smile. The girl in the pink swimsuit pouted, playfully complaining. Then what did your expression just now mean? Were you unsatisfied with our massage? Qin Lang shook his head. Not at all. I merely doubted your arithmetic skills. The girl in the white swimsuit pouted. What do you mean by that? Qin Lang smirked. Well, aren't we lacking one person? Ah, Qin Xiao, you're so naughty. Qin Xiao, you're so mean. How could you say such things? Isn't that bullying? The two girls seized the opportunity to snuggle into Qin Lang's embrace, playfully scolding him. Wow! Qin Lang felt as though he had become bait, ensnared by a few octopuses. Although it felt somewhat awkward and uncomfortable, adhering to his life principles of not initiating, not rejecting, and not being responsible, he refrained from pushing the girls away. Amidst the playful banter, the girl in the cheongsam stepped into the bath area, joining the gathering around Qin Lang. This cheerful atmosphere was meant to be a private affair. However, the entrance to the private hot spring was breached by the arrival of another figure. The woman who entered was clad in a fitted black leather outfit, accentuating her alluring figure to perfection. With a faint smile on her face, her eyes, however, conveyed an icy demeanor. As she sauntered closer, the three girls encircling Qin Lang immediately bristled with hostility. Who are you? What are you doing here? This is the Emperor's private room. How did you get in? Where did you steal the key card? They exclaimed, fiercely protective of Qin Lang. The woman in black leather slightly inclined her head, sitting on the steps of the bath, her long hair cascading over her right shoulder, regarding Qin Lang with a half-smile. Qin Xiao, is this your taste? Playing with these girls has piqued your interest? Who are you insulting? The girl in the pink swimsuit glared fiercely. The woman in black leather chuckled, removing a watch from her wrist and tossing it into the pool. Take this watch and roll out of here. Please, who do you think you are? You think you can dismiss us with just a watch? How valuable can it be? Don't overestimate yourself. The three girls, now even more tightly clustered around Qin Lang, became increasingly intimate. While they might not expect to have long-lasting interactions with Qin Lang, as long as they could enjoy a single evening, any little exposure he offered would suffice for years to come. Why would they care about a mere watch? The girl in the pink swimsuit gazed adoringly at Qin Lang. What's a broken watch worth? Right? Qin Lang nodded earnestly. You are absolutely correct. It's merely a Patek Philippe, worth at most 8 million. What a trivial sum. Plop, plop, plop. As soon as he finished speaking, the three girls dove toward where the watch had fallen, scrambling to retrieve it. After a chaotic tussle, they obediently departed under the watchful eye of the woman in black leather. The room fell silent, leaving only Qin Lang and the woman in black leather. She gazed at him, smiling. Qin Xiao, your extravagant spending truly reflects your refined taste. First, you rescued by Xiaoyun from my Black Dragon Society, and now you are splurging at the Qianzillion Club. Do you believe that my Black Dragon Society cannot contend with you? The laughter in her voice belied the icy coldness of her words, infused with an unmistakable aura of menace. The woman clad in black leather was none other than the infamous leader of the Rose Hall of the Black Dragon Society. Qiu Jur. Chapter 38. Intoxicated, no more drinking. Qin Lang nodded earnestly, acknowledging that he perhaps had overstepped his bounds by neglecting to greet her. After all, having concluded his business, he had taken the initiative to present himself before her. Hadn't he? How about this, Hallmaster Qiu? You decide how to proceed, as long as you can quell your anger. I am open to discussing anything. Very well. Qiu Jur cast a piercing glance at Qin Lang before rising from the bath. Not long after, Qin Lang emerged, having completed his ablutions, donning a robe. Upon stepping out of the bathroom, he was met with the sight of Qiu Jur, still clad in her black leather, seated gracefully on the sofa in the living room, with several bottles of flying mitai arranged on the coffee table before her. Join me for a few drinks, she beckoned casually. If I manage to get you drunk, we can let bygones be bygones. But should you succumb first, you will unconditionally grant me a request. Having observed Qin Lang's prowess through surveillance footage, she was confident that he was no mere match for a couple of the Black Dragon Society's elite enforcers. The mishap involving Bai Xiaoyun had already transpired, and there was no chance of reversing it. Qiu Jur never engaged in ventures where she stood to lose. If she could bind someone of Qin Lang's caliber to her side, or perhaps have him train the members of the Rose Hall, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly soar. As for eliminating Qin Lang, that notion had yet to cross her mind. In the realms of the Black Dragon Society, as well as in business, one never acted against their own interests. Qin Lang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Drinking was not his forte, yet having already acquiesced, it would be remiss to decline. Shortly thereafter, a waitress with delicate fingers presented an array of snacks to accompany the drinks. Qin Lang and Qiu Jur began to toast one another. True to her reputation, Qiu Jur possessed an impressive capacity for liquor, consuming 2 liang of white spirit without so much as a flush or a breathlessness, earning Qin Lang's admiration. With a hint of drunkenness blooming on his face, he exclaimed in awe, simultaneously tossing a handful of peanuts into his mouth. Internally, Qiu Jur smirked. Her tolerance for alcohol surpassed even that of the bulliest men in the Black Dragon Society, let alone Qin Lang. After just one drink, his complexion had turned ruddy, clearly belonging to the category of those ill-suited for alcohol. Her confidence swelled. Qin Xiao, allow me to toast you once more. Although we have our differences regarding Bai Xiaoyun, I must admit, your skills are indeed commendable. A true man should be like this, capable of standing against 1,000 foes. With a loud clink, another Tuliang cup of liquor was downed, deepening the flush on Qin Lang's face. After a brief respite, Qiu Jur raised her glass again. Qin Xiao, do not just indulge in the snacks. I propose another toast. By the way, I am somewhat curious. How did you come to know the whereabouts of Bai Xiaoyun's captivity? Could it be there is a traitor within the Black Dragon Society? Qin Lang's face grew crimson, and he hazily swallowed yet another cup of liquor. A traitor? That was not something he could divulge, but he was well versed in many of the happenings in Tianhai City. Consider me an information broker. If there is anything you wish to know, I can provide it for the right price, understood? No wonder. Qiu Jur's heart trembled with newfound respect for the man before her. It appeared that Qin Lang's capabilities were not solely limited to his formidable strength. There were deeper, hidden layers to him. Such an enigmatic figure only intensified her desire to draw him closer. At the drinking table, there were no enemies. Moreover, Qiu Jur was deliberately probing him for information, and the two conversed as if they were familiar comrades. Noticing Qin Lang's silence, she lifted her glass once more. Qin Xiao, allow me to toast you again. You are the epitome of the man I admire. Your skills would leave even the top enforcers of the Black Dragon Society in awe. If you would be so kind as to train the members of the Rose Hall, it would be splendid. I can't drink anymore. I'm already intoxicated. Qin Lang murmured, wavering as he leaned on the table for support. Internally, Qiu Jur scoffed. This was hardly the extent of his inebriation. He hadn't even finished a bottle. Is the distinguished Qin Shao truly intimidated by a mere woman? With a mix of soft persuasion and firm insistence, Qiu Jur expertly coaxed him into drinking more. Qin Lang grimaced, gritting his teeth as he raised the glass, finally managing to swallow the contents. All right, that is the spirit. Qiu Jur subsequently downed her own glass. Qin Shao, can you still manage another round? I propose another toast. Impossible. I'm going to be sick. Qin Shao, allow me to take the first toast. Really, I can't anymore. Qin Shao, let us just call it a day, shall we? You seem quite unsteady. Unsteady? Nonsense. A man must never admit weakness before a woman. I am perfectly fine. I am feeling a bit tipsy. This is hardly the end. One more drink, and I'll fulfill all your requests. Whether it's training the Rose Hall or even serving as your enforcer. Change the glass. This one is too small. Never mind, too much hassle. Just pass me the bottle. Qin Shao, why do I feel as if our roles have reversed? Nonsense, you're simply sitting on the sofa. Qin Shao, is something weighing down on me? Where would that come from? Your clothes are all stained with liquor. Hall Master Qiu, this won't do. You can't drink and fish at the same time. Let me help you change. A splendid night unfolded, stretching languidly into the early hours. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight bathed the emperor's suite, casting reflections upon the disheveled bedding. A female member of the Rose Hall entered, surveying the chaos within the suite, her heart racing as she approached the bedroom. Upon seeing the lady of the house beneath the covers, along with the black leather jacket strewn carelessly on the floor, she felt a tightening in her chest. Miss, the woman's voice trembled with urgency. You have seen nothing, understood? Qiu Jur's voice was as frigid as ice, her gaze somewhat dazed as she leaned against the headboard, covered by the blanket. The woman nodded vigorously. Miss, Qin Shao, he just left with the group of bodyguards from Qin. Qin Lang, recalling the events of the previous night, an eruption of fury surged within Qiu Jur, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Damn Qin Lang, that scoundrel. How dare he feign drunkenness to deceive me, leading me into complacency. How could such a shameless man exist in this world? All she had desired was to leverage Qin Lang's value to bolster the combat capabilities of the Rose Hall. Yet, this rogue had deliberately pretended to be intoxicated, taking advantage of her inebriated state. With her trusted confidant right before her, Qiu Jur found herself unable to ask for assistance, even hesitating to request the removal of the bedding. Given the opportunity to redo the night, had Qin Lang suggested drinking from the bottle, she would have disregarded his foolish words and promptly smashed the bottle against his head. Beast, beast. The humiliation she experienced was a devastating blow, shattering her pride into countless fragments, her anger uncontainable. She longed to pin Qin Lang down and pummel him mercilessly, even wishing to stomp on his head afterward to vent her frustration. Chapter 39. A Great Harvest. Hall Master. The President wishes to speak with you. The female member of the Rose Hall extracted her phone, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. The Miss and the President had never been on good terms. Not only had they never met, but the Miss had also blacklisted the President's contact number. Yet today, the President insisted on speaking with the Miss directly. What had she done to deserve such a fate? Though she grumbled inwardly, she approached with utmost respect, holding the phone out. Qiu Jur had no inclination to answer the call. Rolling her eyes, she declared, "Tell him I'm busy, and I have no time." The woman forced a smile. The President said if you refuse to answer, he will come personally to find you. Has he lost his mind? Coming here now? If anyone discovers this situation, I would be finished. If my father learns of my disgrace at the hands of Qin Lang, I want he just be set up for an arranged marriage. He would likely force me to marry someone outright. Seething with frustration, Qiu Jur reluctantly accepted the call, grumbling, "It's too early for this. Can't a person get some sleep? Speak quickly." A steady voice resonated from the other end. That how you speak to your father? Qiu Jur, whether you want to listen or not is up to you. But if you don't speak, I'll hang up. Qiu Lang scoffed. I've already learned about the events that transpired at the base last night. Stay away from the family's affairs, and regarding Qin Lang rescuing someone, just let it go. Oh, not pursue him any further. What? Not pursue Qin Lang? Qiu Jur's rage flared anew. That was inconceivable. He had brazenly rescued someone on her territory, effectively slapping her in the face. If she were to lose her dignity, she would not allow Qiu Jue to retain hers. She was baffled as to why her typically uninvolved father was so keen to advise her against Qin Lang. One thing she was certain of was that this matter would not end here. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. How could she suppress this fury? Qin Lang sighed. Some individuals are not ones we can afford to offend. Qin Lang's connections run deep. Do not provoke him. Qiu Jue laughed mockingly. So that it. The esteemed president is afraid. Isn't the Black Dragon Society the most powerful force in Tianhai City? Why is it that you can't even afford to offend a mere rich heir? Have you grown old? If you've lost your courage, hand the Black Dragon Society over to me. If it remains in your hands, it will inevitably decline. Qin Lang barked, stop wasting my time. Return to your arranged marriage. If you don't find a partner soon, I'll take back both the Black Dragon Society and the Rose Hall. Why should I? The Rose Hall is my labor of love. If you dare interfere within its ranks, do you believe I will let this slide? Qiu Jue exploded in fury. Oh dear, how do you speak to your father? You know how I am. If you push me too far, I might just take matters into my own hands. On the other end of the line, Qiu Jue's mother admonished, taking the phone over. Her voice was gentle and indulgent. Qiu Jue, are you still listening? It's your mother? I'm listening. Qiu Jue's anger dissipated considerably. Qiu Jue, you're already 26. You're not a child anymore. Other girls your age have already had 2 children. And you? You don't even have a boyfriend. How can your father and I not worry? Listen to your mother, stop wandering around, and come home. I found a wonderful match for you. He is 6 feet tall, handsome, and a brilliant student who studied abroad. Upon hearing this, Qiu Jue felt overwhelmed. No matter how commanding she was within the Rose Hall, she was utterly defenseless against her family's persistent nagging. Especially her mother's, gritting her teeth, she stubbornly replied, there's no need for a brilliant student. I already have a boyfriend. Really? Is that true? Please don't lie to your mother. Qiu Jue's mother was suddenly animated. And faintly, Qin Lang's voice inquired who the boy was. You know him. It's that Qin Lang whom you fear. Qiu Jue scoffed inwardly. Are you satisfied now? Impossible. Qin Lang interjected. How could Qin Lang possibly be involved with you? What is his family background? Doesn't he know? Qiu Jue's fury ignited. What do you mean? Are you implying I'm unworthy of Qin Lang? Qin Lang nodded, unworthy without a doubt. But since you've said so, it must not be without reason. What exactly happened? With a crack, the line went dead. No, more accurately, Qiu Jue had smashed her phone in frustration. The conversation between father and daughter had crumbled. Meanwhile, Qin Lang, feeling as if he had transcended earthly bounds, had returned to the villa and opened the system prompt. Ding. Plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,000 Destiny villain points. Ding. Host has successfully captured the female lead Qiu Jue. Congratulations for obtaining 50,000 Destiny villain points 1006. Silently reviewing the influx of Destiny villain points, Qin Lang's heart raced. What a windfall. Capturing a female lead netted him a whopping 50,000 points. And that subsequent 6 meant there was potential for ongoing accumulation. This was a sustainable path to prosperity. Having amassed a significant amount of Destiny villain points, Qin Lang promptly purchased a boost in charm from the shop, leaving the remainder untouched, intending to accumulate more before upgrading his physique all at once. Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 100. Upgrading, Charm, 99. Destiny villain points, 42,500. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity 80, Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced T-Art, Advanced Aesthetics, Shop, Open, Lottery Center, Open. Each lottery costs 100 Destiny villain points. System Backpack, a photo book of the landlady, 1 pack of Qingfeng tissues, a photo book of Sister Bai, 1 set of advanced medical supplies. Though he had merely increased his charm a notch, with a foundation of 98, Qin Lang felt as if he were enveloped in a refreshing wave of rejuvenation. Junzi entered and, upon seeing Qin Lang, momentarily appeared dazed before quickly regaining his composure. Young master, did you call for me? Qin Lang lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a smile gracing his lips. How did last night go? Did you succeed? Junzi rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly. I did. Thanks to you, I was saved from a prolonged struggle. Zhang manager was quite accommodating. By the way, young master, since we have booked Qian Zillion for a month, we can't keep going every day. I've already discussed it with Zhang manager. We can go whenever we like, as long as we exceed 30 bookings. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. You handle those details on your own. There's no need to report every little thing to me. We VE had our fun, but business must continue. I have several Black Dragon Society strongholds. Take your men and clear them out. Chapter 40. For your own good, in the following 3 days, Junzi led his team, systematically dismantling 3 strongholds of the Black Dragon Society, 1 per day. Not to mention the incapacitated members left lying around. The number of those apprehended had already exceeded 30. Each would face nearly a decade behind bars based on their charges. This strike was akin to amputating an arm from the Black Dragon Society. Qiu Jiuer, already formidable, was not one to endure such unfounded calamity gracefully. She went straight to confront the source. Bang! The door was kicked open. Qiu Jiuer strode in, flanked by dozens of burly enforcers from the Black Dragon Society, each one exuding a menacing aura. These were the true elite, forged in the fires of battle, each bearing scars that told tales of survival. The sheer intensity of their presence could intimidate an ordinary person into submission. If Su Xiaoxiao had been home to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly have been terrified. What is all this commotion about? Qiu Jiuer entered with a storm, her demeanor commanding as she donned a sleek black gown. Gesturing for Qin Lang. Stop dawdling outside. Come in and have a drink. Qin Lang. Qiu Jiuer's voice was icy as she admonished. Do not play innocent after having gained an advantage. What brings you here today? Surely, you must be aware of it yourself. Given the nature of their relationship, was it truly necessary to maintain such a distance? Qin Lang cast a discontented glance her way. There's no need for your entourage to come inside. Let them wait outside. They can forego the drinks and settle for some tea instead. Miss, a chorus of bodyguards called out loudly, their gazes towards Qin Lang filled with hostility. Qiu Jiuer frowned and waved her hand, instructing, you all stay outside. If I need anything, I will summon you. Following Qin Lang, she ascended to the 2nd floor and entered a serene tea room. Qin Lang personally undertook the tasks of washing the tea, rinsing the leaves and brewing, showcasing 12 exquisite steps of tea artistry. Accompanied by the fragrant wafts of sandalwood, the freshly brewed pre-rain Longjing tea filled the air with a delicate aroma, gradually calming the ire that had burned fiercely in Qiu Jiuer's chest. She gazed at Qin Lang, who was savoring his tea with an expression of tranquility, feeling her suppressed grievances rise within her. It was she who had suffered. Yet before she could seek retribution, Qin Lang had turned the tables on her. This injustice was something she was unwilling to swallow. In a cold and furious tone, she exclaimed, Qin Lang, are you being excessively unreasonable? I have yet to hold you accountable for that night. And now your men have dared to disrupt my Black Dragon Society's establishments? For 3 consecutive days, they have wreaked havoc upon my venues. What, do you intend to declare war on my Black Dragon Society? Qin Lang set down his cup, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, expressing no interest in waging war against the Black Dragon Society. Although 3 days had passed, the playful glint in his eyes seemed to evoke the nightmares of that day in Qiu Jiuer's memory. A surge of unjustified anger flared within her, and she raised her teacup, ready to hurl it at him, only to be interrupted by Qin Lang's raised hand. Hold your temper. I assure you, my actions are for your own good. For my good? You mean to say that you are doing this for my sake while planning to obliterate my Black Dragon Society? Qiu Jiuer scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Dio, enlighten me with your reasoning. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, exclaiming, do not tell me you remain oblivious to the dealings occurring at those 3 dismantled strongholds. The operations within those strongholds have nothing to do with our Black Dragon Society. Qiu Jiuer's beautiful eyes widened, her demeanor suddenly serious. Following the dismantling of the strongholds, over 30 individuals had been apprehended, all because those locations were linked to the milk powder trade. Though the Black Dragon Society operated in the underbelly, her father, Qiu Lang, had explicitly instructed against engaging in such transactions. Now that they had been discovered, Qiu Jiuer could not afford to ignore the implications. While this may not concern you, it is inextricably tied to the Black Dragon Society. As the illicit activities were uncovered within your territory, Qin Lang remarked, sipping his tea. Qiu Jiuer furrowed her brows, biting her lip as she fell into contemplation. Are you suggesting that the milk powder dealings are my father's covert operations? Ha! Even Qin Lang could not suppress a chuckle as tea splashed onto Qiu Jiuer's face. He approached her with a wry smile, helping to dab away the moisture. Do you not know who Mr. Qiu is? Surely, as his daughter, you must be aware of his character. This has nothing to do with him. The situation was indeed precarious. Had that batch of milk powder accumulated excessively or been sold, the Black Dragon Society would be irreparably tarnished. Before the bomb detonates, I have helped you neutralize the threat. At worst, it will be perceived as the actions of a few individuals involved with milk powder. Is this not for your own benefit? Qiu Jiu'er pondered for a moment, recognizing the merit in his reasoning. Even if Qin Lang possessed extraordinary abilities, it was improbable that he had been in contact with her society's members this long in advance. Are you implying there is a traitor within the Black Dragon Society? She questioned, reaching to touch her cheek, brushing off a stray tea leaf, then glancing at the cloth that had carelessly been left on the tea table. You used a rag to wipe my face? Qin Lang shook his head dismissively. That is inconsequential. What matters is that someone indeed harbors intentions against the Black Dragon Society. This serves as a warning, but the time bombs within your organization are far from singular. I detest traitors above all else. Whoever dares to betray the Black Dragon Society will face consequences they cannot bear. Qiu Jiu'er gritted her teeth. You are an information broker, are you not? Tell me who the traitors in the Black Dragon Society are. Seeing Qin Lang remain silent, she insisted, name your price. I will pay it. Such a greedy individual. Qin Lang nodded, a smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded Qiu Jiu'er's striking form, the implication clear. That is impossible. Qin Lang, do not overestimate your significance. No matter how furious I am, I will never consider myself a bargaining chip. Even without you, I can discern who the traitors are. 3 hours later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 villain points x2. Wang Tao. Tian Heng. If what Qin Lang claims is true, and you dare to betray the Black Dragon Society, I will ensure you pay a price you cannot afford. Seated in the back of a sleek black Benz, Qiu Jiu'er seethed with anger. The former was the public face of the Black Dragon Society, essentially its representative, while the latter, like Qiu Jiu'er, was a hall master of the Black Dragon Society, overseeing the War Soul Hall, one of its 3 main halls. Despite her suspicions, she had never dared to focus her attention on these two. However, with Qin Lang's piercing words resonating in her mind, she realized the gravity of the situation. She had no doubt that if she conducted a private investigation, she would take decisive action. Losing these 2 key players would be akin to crippling the Black Dragon Society, yet it was far better than being betrayed at a critical juncture. Shortly after Qiu Jiu'er departed, Qin Lang received a call from Mu Yuyan. Where did you obtain the formula for the beauty pill? Her tone was laced with disbelief. It was almost inconceivable that the beauty pill, crafted from the formula, had such potent effects. It not only visibly enhanced skin but also, through scientific trials, exhibited remarkable healing properties for wounds and scars. Was this not tantamount to saying that long-term use of the beauty pill could serve as a healing remedy? Moreover, it bore no side effects. Having immersed herself in the cosmetics industry for years, Mu Yuyan grasped the significance of the beauty pill. Should it be released, it would undoubtedly ignite a fervor in the market. Its value and future prospects were limitless. Where it came from is irrelevant. What matters is whether you have diluted it. To what extent must it be diluted for it to be categorized alongside market beauty products? Qin Lang was disinclined to concoct an excuse. He simply chose not to divulge the truth that this product was a system-generated masterpiece. Mu Yuyan replied earnestly, I have conducted experiments and currently diluted it 50-fold, with effects that far exceed the best whitening masks on the market. Such a product could not be launched. It would cause market chaos, and the pricing could not be arbitrary. Further testing was essential to determine the most accurate dilution ratio. 50-fold? Qin Lang inhaled deeply. The formula he had provided Mu Yuyan was diluted 100-fold, which meant he had effectively diluted the original system formula 5,000 times. Given that the effects surpassed even the best masks available, it was evident that this forthcoming beauty pill would be a lucrative venture. Mu Yuyan was exhilarated. I plan to compile a comprehensive overview of all major products on the market, and then, relying on the R&D team's experiments, categorize the formula into 3 different pricing tiers, high-end, mid-range, and low-end. On the phone, Mu Yuyan chattered excitedly. Her enthusiasm palpable. It had been several years since she left Yanjing to establish herself in Tianhai. During this time, although she had not been merely surviving on her family's assets, her profits had only reached a few tens of millions at best, barely crossing the 100 million mark. Initially, she believed that after laying the groundwork, she could steadily develop her business to achieve annual profits exceeding 100 million, thus silencing any naysayers within her family. But now, Witnessing the vast potential of the beauty pill, Mu Yuyan felt that once it launched, it would undoubtedly set the market ablaze. If anyone in her family dared to speak ill of her and her mother, then she would simply deliver a resounding slap in response. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. After a brief pause, she anxiously inquired, "Qin Lang, how do you intend to divide the profits from the production and sale of the beauty pill?" Qin Lang replied nonchalantly, "How else would we divide it? Murin International has a dedicated R&D team and established sales channels. These are not built in a day. If I have existing resources, why should I exert unnecessary effort? You will handle all aspects of the production and sale of the beauty pill. I will solely be responsible for collecting the profits." Mu Yuyan readily accepted. "Great. We need to discuss the collaboration in depth. Are you free now? I'm at the company, or we can meet later. Rest assured regarding the collaboration, there will be a designated person to negotiate with you." Qin Lang wore a knowing smile, deliberately avoiding a direct answer to her question. For 3 days, he and Mu Yuyan had not been in contact, a situation he had intentionally orchestrated. But what about Mu Yuyan? Was she truly preoccupied with the dilution progress of the beauty pill? Nonsense. That was a task for the R&D team. She merely needed to review the reports. After 3 days of silence, she approached him without mentioning the events of that night. Had she forgotten? Or was she deliberately avoiding the topic of their agreement? On the other end of the line, Mu Yuyan continued to seek conversation, seemingly unwilling to end the call, but Qin Lang found an excuse and abruptly disconnected. Meanwhile, abroad, in an upscale presidential suite, the resolute Yifeng casually lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke before slowly addressing the man below him, his tone indifferent. "What is it?" The man, exuding an air of formidable menace, spoke up, "Sir, our people in Congo were ambushed, and it is closely tied to the local authorities. They were betrayed." The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was renowned on the international mercenary battlefield, frequently receiving combat invitations from various regions. This time, a contingent headed for Congo had been ambushed before they could engage, resulting in 5 fatalities and over 20 casualties. Recall the Blood Eagle operatives. Send Bloodslaughter to address this situation. Yifeng's expression remained unchanged, yet his words brimmed with a palpable aura of vengeance. "Whoever has harmed my Blood Wolf personnel will pay dearly for their actions, be it the local authorities or their leader. Have Bloodslaughter display the head of our betrayer on the black market, sending a clear message to the entire mercenary world. This is the cost of betraying the Blood Wolf." Yifeng paused, continuing, "Starting tomorrow, I will temporarily withdraw. Bloodslaughter will take charge of all operations for the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. When I am absent, Bloodslaughter will lead." His words left no room for disagreement. Obedience was the ironclad rule of the Blood Wolf. As his subordinates slowly exited the presidential suite, Yifeng raised his gaze to the neon lights outside, a hint of melancholy flickering in his expression. For reasons unknown, he had felt an inexplicable sense of loss lately, as though he had lost much yet could not grasp what it was. This feeling, coupled with Su Xiaoxiao's criticisms, prompted him to alter his plans and return to Huaxia ahead of schedule. Chapter 42. The crisis of Bairuyu. Qin Lang had already made preparations for Yifeng's return, and Junzi and the others were meticulously monitoring the situation. In no matter when Yifeng landed in Tianhai City, news would inevitably reach Qin Lang's ears. However, at that moment, Qin Lang lacked the energy to focus on such matters. Upon receiving Junzi's report about the incident involving Bairuyu at the company, he immediately rushed to the villa, capture Bairuyu, and seize the moment. Inside the villa, Bairuyu and her sister Bai Xiaoyun were huddled together, exchanging cleansing creams. "What is going on?" Qin Lang entered with a broad smile. "Brother." Bai Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled as she spotted Qin Lang, wanting to rush into his embrace. However, upon noticing her sister's sorrowful demeanor, she merely pouted, unwilling to leave her side. Bairuyu weakly lifted her gaze, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips. "Are you not an information broker? Do you really need to ask me what has happened at the company?" Qin Lang settled onto the sofa across from her, legs crossed. "It is true that I am an information broker, and I am aware that your company is embroiled in a multitude of issues, including allegations of misappropriating public funds. There are even individuals attempting to undermine your position. Yet, I cannot help but wonder, do you truly have no means to navigate this predicament?" Bairuyu's expression shifted from despondency to icy resolve. She had merely posed a casual question, but it appeared that Qin Lang was fully aware of the recent turmoil at her company. After a moment of contemplation, she felt a sense of resignation wash over her. Qin Lang, your network is vast. You must have countless informants. It is no surprise you know the location where my sister was kidnapped. However, now the company has barred me from intervening, even threatening to report me. I have no connections left. What can I possibly do? Even though the situation was not her doing, she sensed that something was amiss, yet the antiquated minds within the company refused to grant her the opportunity to address it. How could she defend herself? All the relevant documents had been sealed. How could she prove her innocence? Do not fret, as much as I desire your assistance. Qin Lang's voice trailed off momentarily, laden with unspoken implications. Before the sisters could fully process his words, he continued, I wish for you to work for me, but not at this moment. I cannot bear to witness my future business queen in such a despondent state. With a casual motion, he tossed a stack of documents onto the coffee table, gesturing towards Bai Ruyu. Look here. These contain information on the infiltrators within your company, along with detailed accounts of the incidents. With this, you will not need to expend any extra effort to prove your innocence. Bai Ruyu had been systematically undermined within the company, a plot that was all too predictable. Prior to this, Qin Lang had already prepared the leads regarding the underhanded dealings within Bai Ruyu's company. Was it truly about proving Bai Ruyu's innocence? No, it was merely to allow her to see clearly whether the Bai family was worth her continued loyalty. Indeed, as Bai Ruyu perused the documents, inhaling sharply, she found herself indifferent to how Qin Lang had acquired them or the extent of his infiltration into her company. Upon seeing the list of traitors, her heart was consumed with rage. All of them were loyalists to her father. She had not wanted to entertain such thoughts, but the evidence forced her to confront the reality. Her father was behind all of this. Kidnapping my sister, now colluding with company insiders to frame her. Is it all to pave the way for that illegitimate child? She rose to her feet, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. I'm stepping out for a moment. I trust you to take care of Yunyun. Before Qin Lang could utter a word, she dashed out, almost impatiently. What happened to my sister? Bai Xiaoyun looked up at Qin Lang, her expression laced with confusion. Qin Lang smiled and gently patted her head. Don't be afraid. Everything is fine. Even if the sky were to fall, I would be here to support you. You're the best, brother, Bai Xiaoyun said, touched, as she wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's neck, pulling his head into her embrace. Qin Lang felt a momentary darkness before regaining his sight after several seconds. The familiar scent of facial cleanser, yet, under Bai Xiaoyun's usage, its potency was astonishing. Not only did it steal his vision, but it also overwhelmed his sense of smell, leaving a lingering, delicate fragrance around his nose until he was released. In a state of mental exhaustion, Bai Xiaoyun nestled in Qin Lang's arms, enjoying a moment of childish affection before drowsiness overtook her. Qin Lang urged her to go upstairs to sleep, but the little girl refused to leave his embrace. With no other choice, Qin Lang carried her upstairs, kicked open the door, and gently placed her on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Xiaoyun tugged at Qin Lang's arm, her voice soft and pleading, Brother, don't go. Please don't leave me. She was in desperate need of security. Before Qin Lang arrived, she had been comforting her sister, but inside, she felt immensely wronged, unwilling to worry her sister further. Qin Lang's arrival had brought her a glimmer of hope. How long had it been? Now she was to be cast back into the darkness alone? Bai Xiaoyun trembled at the thought of abandonment. Should I fetch a chair? Qin Lang asked, glancing at Bai Xiaoyun lying beside the bed, perplexed. She scooted further in, patted the spot she had just vacated. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, Brother, sleep here. Just as Qin Lang lay down, Bai Xiaoyun squeezed into his arms, mumbling incoherently before gradually drifting into a dreamy slumber. Like a child, she fell asleep remarkably fast. Qin Lang smiled, reflecting on her cuteness as he brushed his fingers across her delicate nose, gazing at her cherubic face. The little girl was indeed playful and adorable. At such a young age, she possessed this level of beauty. If she continued to blossom, who knew what she would become? Would she not outshine Bai Ruyu? Brother in her dream, Bai Xiaoyun clung tightly to Qin Lang's neck, babbling softly. Despite her usual silliness, she understood far more than she let on. The coldness of her father, the harm inflicted on her sister. She felt utterly powerless as a sister, swallowing her grievances alone without daring to express them, fearing her sister would be burdened further. Was it not the last thing Bai Xiaoyun wished for? Chapter 43. Late-night conversations with Bai Ruyu. This late at night was excruciatingly difficult for Qin Lang, who found himself in a state of deep turmoil. Bai Xiaoyun nestled beside him, her arms around his neck. Was he to earn villain points or nurture her instead? Before he could make a decision, an unexpected guest arrived at the villa. With his acute senses, Qin Lang quickly departed Bai Xiaoyun's room, seeking refuge in the adjacent room. Hearing the faint sound of a door creaking open, he pretended to awaken, sleepily opening the door to meet Bai Ruyu's gaze at the entrance of Bai Xiaoyun's room. Sure, Bai Ruyu made a silencing gesture, feeling a mix of embarrassment and relief upon seeing Qin Lang emerge from her sister's room. Thankfully, Qin Lang still had some self-awareness and had chosen not to sleep with her sister. Otherwise, given her sister's infatuated nature and unguarded sleeping posture, he might have faced quite the predicament. "Mr. Qin, let us talk downstairs," Bai Ruyu said quietly, gesturing toward the living room below. Qin Lang nodded, and the two descended to the villa's grand living area. Bai Ruyu turned on the chandelier, then made tea in the kitchen. Bringing a cup to Qin Lang with gratitude, "Mr. Qin, I owe you a debt of gratitude for today's events. Otherwise, I can only imagine the trouble that might have arisen." Qin Lang took a sip of tea, his demeanor calm, as if he had not just been sleeping in Bai Xiaoyun's bed. "There's no need for excessive thanks. How did you manage the situation?" Bai Ruyu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes glinting with resentment. Despite being a woman, she was no timid creature in the business world. The realm of capital was devoid of bloodshed, yet the accumulation of wealth often required sacrifice. However, she had never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Even a tiger wouldn't harm its cubs. How could Bai Xiaochun repeatedly inflict harm on the two sisters? First, he hurt her sister, and now he had planted the seeds of her downfall within the company. Had it not been for Qin Lang's intervention, she would have been completely marginalized, severed from any ties to the company. Her father had always favored sons over daughters, never truly viewing her and Xiaoyun as heirs to the Bai family legacy. In his eyes, only a son could inherit the family assets. Initially, he intended to leave a mere 10% to the sisters, but after the incident with Yun, he agreed to raise it to 20. However, after a fierce argument upon my return, he consented to 40%, provided I relinquished all control over the company. As she spoke, Bai Ruyu felt a deep internal struggle, not to mention her years of hard work, helping stabilize the Bai group after her father's retirement. There was no lack of effort on her part. And what of her mother, who had passed due to overexertion for the company? Did the combined worth of the three women mean nothing compared to an illegitimate child? Truth be told, Bai Ruyu was not particularly concerned about the Bai family's assets, but was instead filled with indignation she could not swallow. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Lang inquired, "And what are your plans now?" Bai Ruyu wore a bitter smile. "If it were before, even if I received nothing, I wouldn't allow that illegitimate child to have it easy. I would drag it out. As long as I'm here, the Bai family's wealth won't be easily transferred. But now, I am afraid, uncertain of what threats my father might wield. With my mother gone and my father caring only for that illegitimate child, Yun is my only family left. For her sake, I can no longer act out of spite." She was truly frightened. Bai Ruyu was genuinely terrified. If not for the stark reality before her, she would never have believed her father could endanger Yun for the sake of an illegitimate child. She dared not provoke further, fearing it might result in harm to her sister, Mr. Qin. Bai Ruyu suppressed her sorrow, gazing earnestly at Qin Lang. "I am profoundly grateful to you for today. I never imagined my own father could commit such atrocious acts." Bai Ruyu bit her lip. "I accept your previous proposal. I am willing to take over your company and manage it for you. Even if you are reluctant to hand over shares to anyone else, I will accept." The Bai family? Her father had acted so ruthlessly. What more could she hope to hold on to? Did she truly expect her father to come and apologize? That was nothing more than a fool's dream. In her father's eyes, he had never regarded his daughters with any importance, lacking even basic trust. Rather than placing her faith in such a cruel father, she would prefer to entrust the future of her sister and herself to Qin Lang. At least, thus far, Qin Lang had not done anything to harm the two sisters. In fact, it was because of him that her sister had escaped that perilous situation. "Mr. Qin, from now on, I, Bai Ruyu, will never do anything to betray the company. I am willing to give my all for the company. I will accept any cost." Bai Ruyu looked earnestly into Qin Lang's eyes, her gaze transforming, even including herself. No one knew what thoughts swirled in her mind now, or why she spoke these words. Was it to reassure Qin Lang, igniting his resolve to continue protecting the two sisters? Was it to protect her sister? Or had the rupture with her father led to a mental collapse? Or perhaps it was the boundless trust Qin Lang had bestowed upon her, granting her the strength she wished to lean on? Ruyu, are you serious? Qin Lang was taken aback, utterly astonished that Bai Ruyu would return with such a declaration. Refusal? That would be foolish. He had just felt stifled in Bai Xiaoyun's room. Since Bai Ruyu had spoken, he could hardly turn her down. Ding. Host has secured the female lead Bai Ruyu. Congratulations on acquiring villain points 50,000. Chapter 44. The Bai Family Banquet, Bodyguard Yi Feng. The following morning, as Bai Xiaoyun awoke, she realized Qin Lang was missing from her bedside, prompting her to hurriedly rush downstairs. However, upon reaching the lower level, she found her sister sitting on the sofa, looking haggard instead of the sought-after brother. Whereas brother? Bai Xiaoyun mumbled anxiously. He has left, Yun. There is something I need to clarify with you regarding our father. Bai Ruyu's exquisite face was etched with bitterness. The mention of their father felt like a knife twisting in her heart, tears brimming in her eyes. Bai Xiaoyun moved closer, sitting beside her sister, grasping her arm as she softly murmured, I already know. Sister, I heard you two arguing. It was quite loud. It's all right. I'll always be here for you, and brother will be too. Shifting her position, Bai Xiaoyun slowly approached Bai Ruyu, reaching out to wipe her tears. Sister, please don't be sad. Yun. Bai Ruyu felt overwhelmed, never expecting her usually innocent sister to be aware of the existence of the illegitimate child. Yet she still pretended to be oblivious. Surely, she harbored her own grievances, merely afraid of adding to her sister's troubles, swallowing her feelings instead of expressing them. Bai Ruyu pulled her sister into her embrace, heartbroken. Yun. Mother has left us, and father has abandoned me for that illegitimate child. You are my only family now. Promise me you won't leave me. Before Qin Lang, Bai Ruyu could still suppress her feelings of grievance. However, in front of her blood-related sister, she let it all pour out without reservation. She was just a girl, a few years older, facing not only the cunning old-timers in the company, but also standing against her father at home. How could she possibly bear it all? Sister, please don't cry. I will never leave you. Bai Xiaoyun clung to her sister's head, instinctively applying some facial cleanser. They both succumbed to their shared sorrow, crying together in the secluded corners of the villa, relying on one another. After a long while, Bai Ruyu sniffled, feeling a bit of relief after shedding her tears. She gently wiped Bai Xiaoyun's small face with her palm, tenderly saying, Yun, stop crying. If you keep it up, you'll turn into a raccoon-eyed mess, and that wouldn't be pretty. Okay, Bai Xiaoyun replied, wiping her nose and the corners of her eyes as she worriedly asked, Sister, do I look ugly when I cry? I also cried in brother's arms last night. Will he dislike me? Bai Ruyu chuckled through her tears. You're not ugly at all. How could anyone dislike such a lovely Yun? Bai Xiaoyun beamed at the compliment, nodding happily. That is good. If brother dislikes me, then I can't tell him I want to be his wife when I grow up. Be his wife. Bai Ruyu felt a bittersweet smile form. Her sister longed to marry Qin Lang, but she had already fulfilled that wish in advance, and in a grand manner too. She had no intention or ability to prevent her sister from thinking of Qin Lang. She could only make more demands on his side. Yun, let us head back tonight. Father has arranged a banquet to celebrate your rescue and even hired a high-priced bodyguard from abroad. You are the guest of honor. Bai Xiaoyun vigorously shook her head. I don't want to go back. I don't want to see him. It wasn't just Bai Xiaoyun, with her emotions readily displayed on her face. Even the most calculating girl would instinctively reject such a situation. You are the one who was kidnapped, and now that you've been rescued, he throws a celebratory banquet? How could a father be so shameless, disregarding her daughter's feelings just to save face in front of others? Bai Ruyu patted her sister's head, offering comfort, and gently advised, Yun, some things are best kept in your heart. There is no need to create a scene. You could always curse him as a bad man in your mind. Besides, your brother Qin Lang will be there tonight. Bai Xiaoyun's eyes lit up, but she quickly pouted. Oh, in that case, I'll go back. But I won't speak to that bad dad. The Bai family estate, due to Bai Xiaochun's invitation, was graced by nearly all the prominent figures of Tianhai City. Even those with pressing matters sent family members in their stead or had made prior arrangements. Despite Bai Xiaochun's blatant favoritism towards sons and the chaos he had caused, his status in Tianhai City was still significant, one of great weight. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun was traditionally inclined and rarely held banquets at his estate, underscoring the importance of this occasion. At the banquet, Bai Ruyu appeared in a glamorous purple gown that flowed elegantly to the floor, drawing the attention of many male guests with her every move. Bai Xiaoyun donned a pristine princess dress, her chest area accentuated, making her stand out remarkably at such a young age. She already possessed such a figure. How would she fare as she matured? And glancing at her slender legs, adorned in crystal shoes and white stockings, she exuded a youthful charm that captivated numerous admirers. Wow, what a handsome guy. Who is this? I've never seen him before. He is almost on par with the previous Mr. Qin. Oh my. What is happening in Tianhai City lately? One handsome man after another. Which one should I pursue? Ift, dream on. Who would want you? Many socialites took note of a young man sipping red wine in the corner, his melancholic gaze exuding a hint of coldness, drawing people in with the allure of his eyes. Yi Feng. Thank you for gracing us with your presence and agreeing to be my sister's bodyguard. Bai Ruyu approached the young man, raising her wine glass and taking a delicate sip. Beside her, Bai Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with surprise. Based on her years of infatuation experience, this was another handsome man. Of course, having already set her sights on one, she would merely admire him quietly without any further actions. Otherwise, she would no longer embody the essence of a crush, but rather that of a bold pursuit. Chapter 45. Yifeng's doubt. Yifeng wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze subtly lingering on the two beautiful sisters before him. Indeed, they were the epitome of sisterly beauty. Both their figures and looks easily surpassed a score of 95. Having spent years abroad, accustomed to the robust physiques of Western women, encountering such graceful and slender Chinese beauties momentarily stirred his heart. It was an honor to serve as the bodyguard for these two ladies. As for Miss Yun Yun's incident, I have already heard Mr. Bai mention it, and such occurrences shall never transpire again. As long as I, am present, I will ensure that no harm befalls either of you. With this declaration, Yifeng encompassed both women within his protective sphere. Naturally, with his skills and capabilities, even without the backing of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, he felt no trepidation. What concern would he have in safeguarding two women? This was the absolute confidence born of his prowess. Bai Xiaoyun fixed her striking eyes on Yifeng, her expression fraught with skepticism. Are you going to protect me too? But I already have an older brother. Why not just look after my sister instead? Would that be all right? An older brother? Yifeng was puzzled. You have a brother? Yes. He rescued me after I was kidnapped, Bai Xiaoyun replied, her eyes sparkling at the mention of Qin Lang. While she acknowledged Yifeng's handsomeness, when compared to her brother, he paled in significance. Despite her youthful infatuation, once she had set her sights on someone, she remained steadfast. It wasn't that she disliked Yifeng. Rather, she worried that if Yifeng were to protect her, what if her brother misunderstood? Bai Ruyu stifled a laugh. Observing her sister's rambling without naming her brother, and gently explained, it was Qin Lang who saved Yun Yu and so in her heart. Qin Lang is akin to her brother. Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. Qin Lang? At the mere mention of this name, Yifeng instinctively furrowed his brow tighter. He had engaged in dealings with Bai Xiaochun abroad and had previously safeguarded Bai Xiaochun's caravan. His acceptance of this invitation was not solely for the purpose of protecting the Bai sisters. He had been unaware of their appearances beforehand. The name Qin Lang had been casually mentioned by Bai Xiaochun, and how could he forget the man who had caused the young lady to erase his contact information? Miss Yun Yun, if my information is correct, this Mr. Qin Lang should have quite a poor reputation outside. Yes? Yifeng smiled lightly, his words devoid of any intention to malign Qin Lang, merely referencing his public perception. However, it was unfortunate that this fellow had garnered the affection of Bai Xiaoyun. She hardly cared for outside opinions. If one person spoke ill of Qin Lang, Bai Xiaoyun would deem that person problematic. If 100 people spoke ill of him, she would consider all of them at fault. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Bai Xiaoyun's hands flew to her hips, her lovely face clouded with indignation. What do you mean by that? How dare you speak ill of my brother? Don't you know that seeing him in person is far better than mere hearsay? You're not allowed to say anything bad about him without even having met him. You must be jealous, right? Of course, that's it. They let my brother protect me but not you. So you're just envious, aren't you? How irritating. I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. After scolding him, her attention was drawn to Qin Lang, who had just entered the courtyard. She immediately dashed towards him, diving into his embrace like a fledgling sparrow. Brother, why did you only just arrive? That bodyguard named Yifeng said you have a bad reputation outside. Bai Xiaoyun nestled comfortably against Qin Lang, shifting slightly. But you don't need to be angry. I already defended you against him. She chimed playfully. Dado? Is that so? Then I owe my gratitude to you for avenging me, Qin Lang said, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. He then raised his head, wearing a smile as warm as spring sunshine, and locked eyes with Yifeng. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if sparks were flying, a silent battle of wills. Qin Lang chuckled inwardly, never anticipating that despite his prior arrangements, Yifeng would manage to entwine himself with the Bai sisters, even taking on the role of their bodyguard. In the original narrative, Yifeng had inadvertently rescued Bai Xiaoyun from the clutches of the Black Dragon Society. This had marked the beginning of his encounter with the Bai sisters. Yet now that opportunity had been seized by him, Yifeng remained in the presence of the Bai sisters, and it must be said that his charm with women was undeniably formidable. Regrettably, even if Yifeng had returned earlier, it was still too late. He did not confront Yifeng directly. Instead, he merely exchanged glances with Bai Xiaoyun before taking her away to another location. Meanwhile, Yifeng narrowed his eyes, sensing an unusual aura emanating from Qin Lang. After withdrawing his gaze, he turned to Bai Ruyu and said coolly, Miss Bai, what is your perspective on the relationship between Miss Yun Yun and Qin Lang? What perspective could she hold? Bai Ruyu thought to herself, whether standing, sitting, or reclining, it was all the same. However, her lips curled into a polite indifference as she replied, it is an inevitable circumstance. Yun Yun is innocent and naive, and Qin Shao saved her from the hands of the kidnappers. It is only natural that their relationship is somewhat closer. Moreover, Mr. Yi, you needn't address me as Miss Bai any longer. It feels rather distant. Just call me Ruyu. Acquaintances in the business world do so. Yifeng slowly countered. However, as far as I know, when Miss Yun Yun went missing, the police were notified, yet they could not find any trace of her. Yet, Qin Lang managed to rescue Miss Yun Yun before the police could even act. Have you never suspected something unusual about this, Miss Bai? Ruyu? Yifeng's heart harbored a cold amusement. Trying to outmaneuver him? Having witnessed all manners of underhanded tactics abroad, he knew that such trivial schemes could only deceive a naive girl like Bai Xiaoyun. Before him, all deceit would be laid bare. Having broached this subject, he assumed Bai Ruyu, a savvy business elite, would surely comprehend his insinuation. Indeed, he implied that the kidnapping incident might have been orchestrated by Qin Lang, a deliberate ploy to create the illusion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Bai Ruyu cast a fleeting glance at Yifeng, pondering for a moment before her voice turned impassive, shedding any pretense of politeness. Mr. Yi, I retract my previous statement. From now on, please continue to address me as Miss Bai. Chapter 46. Sister, you really are gluttonous, Ruyu. What do you mean by that? Yifeng frowned. While this was merely a conjecture, I find it highly plausible. Miss Yun Yun is quite innocent. Have you not considered this angle as well? Bai Ruyu remained silent internally. Had she never doubted Qin Lang? No. The moment Qin Lang had spoken of her sister's kidnapping at the Dingfeng gathering, she had immediately suspected him, convinced of his guilt. But what about now? Reality had slapped her in the face. Qin Lang was not the mastermind. He had rescued her sister from the kidnappers. Mr. Yi, I can only tell you that some matters are not as simple as you imagine. You may question Qin Lang's character, but regarding Miss Yun Yun's situation, I hope you refrain from further probing. Bai Ruyu raised her wine glass and departed, signaling the end of their conversation. Initially, she had found a favorable impression of Yifeng, composed, calm, and perceptive. Yet now, she felt she had misjudged him. Yifeng gazed at Bai Ruyu's graceful silhouette, his grip on the wine glass tightening, producing a sharp, creaking sound as if it might shatter under the strain. How could this be? He prided himself on his judgment. By Xiaoyun's misunderstandings and insults he could brush off. After all, as the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, he had witnessed life and death, hardly bothered by the whims of a young girl. But why did even Bai Ruyu react so strongly? Could it be that Qin Lang had somehow bewitched the sisters? Unbeknownst to him, had he delved deeper, he would never have suspected that Bai Xiaochun, the cunning fox, was the true puppet master behind the kidnapping of his daughter. A crafty old schemer, after committing a dastardly act, not only continued his charade but also celebrated Qin Lang's rescue of his daughter. He even specifically hired a high-caliber bodyguard like Yifeng. While Yifeng was indeed the protagonist of the original tale, he was still human, aside from Qin Lang, who was privy to the storyline, who could see through Bai Xiaochun's meticulously layered deception. Where had he gone awry? What step had he taken that was incorrect? With his head bowed, Yifeng's thoughts were in disarray, a lingering feeling of discontent nagging at him. Where had it all gone wrong? The familiar irritation that had plagued him lately resurfaced, prompting him to retreat to a corner, attempting to regulate his breathing and regain his composure. Years of survival in the battlefield had taught him that no matter the circumstance, calmness was paramount. The moment one succumbed to anger, reason fled, leading to defeat. In the center of the venue, Qin Lang called out softly, approaching Bai Ruyu from behind. Bai Ruyu jolted, turning to face him, her expression laced with suspicion. What is it? Qin Lang's tone turned serious. I need to discuss company matters with you. This is my first venture. I cannot afford to be careless. Though you are an expert in this field, we must clarify everything that needs to be addressed, correct? Not convenient. Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes. Miss Bai, what are you saying? Never mind. There are too many people here. Let's head upstairs for a private discussion. Qin Lang replied, raising his voice slightly to deter any passers-by. He then gently patted her back a few times, nudging her to ascend the stairs. An hour later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 villain points. Wary of potential complications, Bai Ruyu was the first to descend from the second floor, a slight flush adorning her cheeks. Guests who noticed her would likely assume that Miss Bai was simply enjoying herself and had perhaps indulged in one too many glasses of red wine. This assumption was shared by many, including those familiar with Bai Ruyu. Just then, Bai Xiaoyun, having just extricated herself from a circle of elderly gentlemen, joyfully rushed towards her sister. Scanning the room for her longed-for brother, her face crinkled with discomfort as she patted her heart. Sister, I'm so tired. Is this what they call playing along? If you hadn't warned me beforehand, I wouldn't have lasted 3 minutes. Those old men are so disgusting. Each one praising him for being a loving father and devoted in love. Some even suggested he remarry. Little do they know he not only lays hands on his own daughter, but that his so-called fidelity is nothing but a facade. Yun Yun, Bai Ruyu exclaimed, hastily covering her sister's mouth. After glancing around to ensure no one overheard, she released her grip. Don't speak recklessly, Bai Xiaoyun pouted, then clung to her sister's arm, saying sweetly, Oh, sister, you don't need to worry. When I came over, I noticed there was no one nearby. Besides, with so many people here, who would know I'm talking about whom? Bai Xiaoyun seemed unfazed, whether genuinely aware of her surroundings or deliberately venting her frustrations. She stepped closer to her sister, playfully poking at the corner of Bai Ruyu's mouth. Sister, you really are a glutton. It's a banquet, and yet you're sneaking food up here? What is this? Let me taste. As she spoke, she attempted to bring her finger to her lips. Chapter 47. Having quite the conversation? Stop. Don't eat indiscriminately. Bai Ruyu quickly seized her sister's hand, anxious about her gluttonous tendencies. She even wiped the corner of her mouth clean with her hand. There are so many guests. Behave yourself. Bai Ruyu softly reassured her. Her sister was delightful in every way, except for her insatiable appetite and infatuation, which remained unaltered. If left unchecked, what would happen if she indiscriminately consumed food offered by strangers in the future? Yulu, Yun Yun, you are both here. What a coincidence. Qin Lang, brimming with confidence, descended from the upstairs, greeting the sisters as if by chance. Bai Xiaoyun, unaware of the prior events, felt that fate had aligned perfectly for her. How serendipitous that she had ventured into this corner of her home, only to embrace her brother. Brother, where have you been? You didn't stop them from pulling me to drink. Those old men are so devious. Each one boasting about my drinking capacity, trying to get me to drink more. Bai Xiaoyun nestled into Qin Lang's side, her expression filled with displeasure. They all looked so friendly, yet they are all villains, not caring whether I even enjoy drinking. Your smile is the most genuine, hee. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Indeed, when it comes to smiles, who could match my sincerity? Suddenly, as if struck by a jolt, Qin Lang winced and inhaled sharply, turning to see 2 slender fingers pinching his waist, twisting and causing him discomfort. The pain felt almost excruciating. Qin Xiao, when it comes to smiles, who could match your sincerity? Bai Ruyu said, her smile a mask of innocence, her fingers tightening their grip before releasing him. She shot Qin Lang an annoyed glare. Before today, she had wholeheartedly agreed with her sister's sentiments. However, after experiencing the charm of Qin Lang's winning smile, she could no longer trust him. Have you ever been in a relationship? Qin Lang inquired curiously, looking at Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu was perplexed. Why do you ask this question? Are you suspecting something? How could that be? Last night, I wasn't blind. Didn't I see the remnants left on the sofa? Qin Lang's lips twitched. I was merely curious as to why you possess such effective techniques with women. Or perhaps these skills are innate to women, requiring no formal training, just a natural instinct that surfaces in such situations. Was this waist-pinching ability truly an innate talent hidden within the NDA, a passive skill just waiting to be unleashed in the right context? Who could say? If he were to be cautious, he would surely take note next time. Bai Ruyu huffed, reveling in her sister's embarrassment, her heart swelling with satisfaction at seeing Qin Lang flustered. Let us see if you dare to act recklessly again. The banquet had reached its zenith, with all the expected guests in attendance, and even a few uninvited ones. Among them was Mu Yuyin from Murin International, still clad in her black OL uniform, having just rushed over from the research base. Originally intending to return to the company to handle some channel deployment documents, she had hurried here upon learning that Qin Lang would be attending the Bai family's banquet. On one hand, Mu Yuyin had absolute confidence in her appearance, believing she could easily outshine anyone present. On the other hand, she was eager to discover what Qin Lang, the elusive mastermind behind the scenes, was up to while she was frantically preoccupied with the matter of beauty pills, barely finding time to sleep. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, much like a rightful wife searching for a mistress. And almost instantaneously, she noticed Qin Lang's obnoxious face, especially when she observed the pair of sisters, Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun, flanking him. An irritable anger boiled within her. Beautiful lady, it seems you harbor a disdain for Qin Lang over there? Just as Yifeng, who had managed to calm himself, caught sight of a striking woman emerging at the entrance. With a beauty and figure both scoring above 95, she was clad in a sleek black silk OL uniform. Perhaps for women, such office attire represented elegance and propriety, yet for men, including Yifeng, it exuded a distinctly enticing flair. Noticing the fury simmering in Mu Yuyin's beautiful eyes, he felt an instinctive urge to approach her. Mu Yuyin, however, was brimming with pent-up frustration and had no inclination to engage in conversation. Just as she was about to dismiss him casually, she caught sight of Qin Lang's gaze directed at her, igniting her competitive spirit. She smiled sweetly at Yifeng and, with a light chuckle, remarked, "It seems you too dislike that fellow Qin Lang." Yifeng shook his head, saying, "Dislike may be too strong a word. I am merely curious as to why, in the information I possess, this man seems to be a notorious scoundrel, yet in the eyes of some, he appears entirely different." I in the same puddle, Yifeng would not stumble twice. He feared repeating past mistakes. This time, he refrained from launching into his assumptions or casting aspersions on Qin Lang, instead posing his inquiries with a sense of puzzlement. Perhaps it was not the information that was erroneous, but rather the issues lay with those individuals. Mu Yuyin, with a half-smile, noted the closeness between Qin Lang and the Bai sisters, deliberately continuing in Yinjing. Qin Lang is indeed a notorious rake, having committed numerous misdeeds that are too many to count. Yifeng chuckled, watching as Qin Lang approached and teased. "Qin Shao, your name precedes you. It appears, based on what this lady has said, that the rumors are not unfounded. Whether they are unfounded is of little consequence." Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly, casting a suspicious glance at Mu Yuyin. "I was merely curious to see, and it seems you two are quite engrossed in conversation." Chapter 48. Dissolving the engagement? Fulfill your wishes. Mu Yuyin's enchanting gaze swept over Qin Lang, as if to say, how dare he come over here? With his arms around the sisters, did he wish to add her to the mix? Having seen enough, was he satisfied now? Although Mu Yuyin felt that her behavior was unbecoming, a fierce sense of competitiveness surged within her. Why should Qin Lang be allowed to get so close to the Bai sisters within the confines of their engagement while she remained solitary? Who established such a rationale? Yifeng sensed an odd tension in the atmosphere, wondering if this stunning woman in a black silk OL uniform had some inexplicable connection to Qin Lang. Was there a misunderstanding? He glanced at Mu Yuyin, instinctively reducing his animosity, not because it had entirely dissipated, but rather as a strategic retreat to gauge Mu Yuyin's reaction. "What's there to misunderstand?" Mu Yuyin scoffed dismissively. "It's just that I happen to be engaged to him." Engaged? Bai Xiaoyun's big, watery eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Qin Lang. "Brother, what is going on? Is she your fiancée?" Bai Ruyu's expression was also somewhat uneasy. To say she liked Qin Lang was an exaggeration. It was far too soon for that. Yet to claim she was indifferent to the engagement was impossible. Considering how far their relationship had progressed, Mu Yiyan coldly laughed. It's merely a piece of paper set down by the elders. Who says we must adhere to it? What kind of society are we living in? Still so antiquated? She was bubbling with resentment, especially upon witnessing the unusual reactions of the Bai sisters to the mention of the engagement. Clearly, there was an unspoken bond between Qin Lang and the two sisters. How could she suppress her indignation? These past few days, she had been overwhelmed with the beauty pill ordeal, toiling tirelessly, while Qin Lang, on the other hand, was here flirting with women behind her back. Did he ever consider her feelings? So it was like this. Yes, it was indeed too antiquated. Ignoring the words of the elders was the best course. She would decide whom to marry in the future. Bai Xiaoyun nodded earnestly, fully agreeing with Mu Yuyan's perspective. Absolutely. You can't marry him. What will happen to me when I grow up if you marry brother? Wouldn't that mean no one would want to marry me? That's terrifying. She pressed her hand over her heart to calm her racing pulse. Qin Lang gazed at Mu Yuyan for a long moment until he noticed her eyes flickering away, then glanced at Yifeng. Letting out a sigh, so this was the situation. The bait was set. Qin Lang was certain. But was this truly the moment to reel in the catch? No, not yet. It was time to cast the line. Since it appeared to be such a scenario, he began to comprehend her sentiments. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly looked at Mu Yuyan and said, Mu Yuyan, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused by our engagement. I regret impeding your freedom to love. However, you need not worry. This binding will be entirely lifted starting tonight. From now on, you shall no longer be shackled by any engagement or contract. Let us go. This misunderstanding has inadvertently turned into a beautiful tale. Qin Lang chuckled to himself, taking Bai Xiaoyun's hand as they turned to leave. After a few steps, he paused, glancing back at the dazed Mu Yuyan and continued. I wish you happiness in the future. May you find someone you love and cherish for a lifetime. With that, Qin Lang vanished from Mu Yuyan's sight. She stood there, momentarily frozen, while Yifeng also hesitated. Indeed, from his experience, he could sense that there was something amiss. Both Bai Xiaoyun and Bai Ruyu served as cautionary tales, warning him against rushing in with congratulations and blessings. That would only lead to discomfort. Clearly, this beautiful woman, Mu Yuyan, seemed to share an ambiguous relationship with Qin Lang, more than mere romance, but rather a complicated entanglement. Logic dictated that it was time to exit. Before leaving, in a gesture of respect, Yifeng produced a business card and offered it to Mu Yuyan. Miss Mu, this is my card. Should you encounter any safety concerns, I am more than willing to assist. I must take my leave. Mu Yuyan grasped the card, her dazed expression gradually returning to normal. She turned to face Yifeng, coldly remarking, Are you out of your mind? Why are you giving me your card? Did I ever ask for it? If I have safety issues, I wouldn't seek you out. Yifeng frowned, perplexed. Mu Yuyan pressed on, Aren't you leaving? Why are you still standing here? Are we familiar? Is flirting with women that entertaining? Are you insane? Yifeng's brow furrowed deeper. Even with his composure, he felt an urge to retaliate. What had he done wrong? He had said nothing. This was all Mu Yuyan's doing. How had it become his fault? This was not insanity on his part, but rather a reflection of Mu Yuyan's irrational behavior. However, after her tirade, she stormed out of the Bai family estate without granting him any chance to retort. In truth, Yifeng's thinking was not erroneous. He just remained unaware that when women are angry, they often exhibit irrationality, and in Mu Yuyan's case, it was amplified. Having left the Bai family estate, Mu Yuyan drove straight back to her residence, neglecting a multitude of matters at the company, feeling utterly disheveled. Damn Qin Lang, scoundrel Qin Lang, shameless Qin Lang. Dissolving the engagement? If you have the guts, then do it. Talking is easy. Anyone can do that. Acting in front of the Bai sisters, what is the point? If you truly wish to dissolve the engagement, would you still be hesitating now? Damn it, even if you come to beg me next time, I might not even give you a pleasant face. As Mu Yuyan ranted, she tossed and turned on her bed, gripping a large white teddy bear. A gift from Qin Lang when her mother first passed away, meant to provide comfort during sleepless nights. As he had said, imagining it was him keeping her company, I'll strangle you. With both hands tightly gripping the teddy bear's neck, her eyes bulged with fury, as if that alone would suffice to vent her anger. She hurled the teddy bear to the ground, stomping on it in frustration. Then, leaning against the headboard, she fell silent, for a long while. Perhaps this position failed to provide her with a sense of security. She gradually curled up, hugging her knees tightly, becoming a small, vulnerable bald eye in the bedroom. Only her solitary breaths echoed, starkly audible. Glancing left, she caught sight of the teddy bear lying on the ground, returned to its original form. Mu Yuyin hesitated, her arm reaching out, then pausing as if in conflict. Ultimately, she extended her hand, retrieving the teddy bear, hugging it close and murmuring softly, "I'm sorry. I'm not angry at you. I just despise that scoundrel Qin Lang." Had Yi Feng been present, witnessing Mu Yuyin's actions, he might have spat blood. This woman could apologize to a teddy bear, yet not a single thought of apologizing to him had crossed her mind. Chapter 49. Mu Yuyin's regret. Who are you trying to intimidate? Dissolving the engagement. What worth is mere talk? If you truly wish to dissolve it, would you have established a contract with me as your romantic partner? Hugging the teddy bear, Mu Yuyin scoffed internally. Qin Lang is just putting on a show. In the end, it will all come to nothing. Just like the last time, when she had proposed dissolving the engagement, Qin Lang had coerced her into an unequal contract using family pressure. She wondered what tricks he would pull next time they met. She continually reminded herself that it was not that she was unwilling to dissolve the engagement. It was simply that hearing the word dissolve come from Qin Lang's lips unsettled her. If there were to be a dissolution, it ought to be initiated by her. And that scoundrel, where had he come from? Why was he meddling in her affairs? Recalling her encounter with Yi Feng at the Bai family estate, she furrowed her brow. Qin Lang must have seen her conversing animatedly with Yi Feng, prompting his outburst about dissolving the engagement. Upon reflection, it seemed he was jealous. That made sense. How could Qin Lang, who had once been so infatuated with her, suddenly change his mind? It was likely jealousy. Realizing this, Mu Yuyin lay on her comfortable mattress, clutching the teddy bear, her thoughts swirling, yet she remained unsettled. That moment, her phone on the bedside table rang. Almost reflexively, she answered swiftly. Instead of hearing Qin Lang's apologetic words, she was met with Lin Wanqing's urgent voice on the other end. "Yuyin, what happened between you and Xiao Qin? Why did the Qin family just call and tell me that if you have another love interest, you should pursue it bravely without worrying about the constraints of the engagement?" Boom! Lin Wanqing's words detonated in Mu Yuyin's mind, leaving her stunned, her hand frozen with the phone still clutched, resting on the bed. The Qin family had conveyed this message to her mother? Though worded delicately, was this not tantamount to annulling the engagement? Qin Lang was not joking. He genuinely intended to dissolve their engagement and had already notified his family. How could this happen? Qin Lang was resolute in his decision to sever their engagement, not merely to frighten her. What on earth had transpired? "Yuyin, tell your mother, do you truly not have feelings for Xiao Qin?" Lin Wanqing's voice carried a hint of urgency. Previously, she had indeed harbored intentions of leveraging the Qin family's influence. However, having witnessed Qin Lang's fervent pursuit of her daughter, she genuinely believed he was a fine young man. Moreover, recalling her trip to Tianhai City, had Qin Lang not pointed out her health issues, she might have faced dire consequences without ever knowing. Now, as a potential mother-in-law, she found herself increasingly fond of him, fearing that her daughter and Qin Lang might fall into unnecessary conflict over trivial matters. If that were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. Mu Yuyin clenched her phone tightly, her teeth biting down hard, her eyes reddening. Why should he do as he pleases without regard for her feelings? He could flirt with others, but she was not even allowed to voice her concerns. Mu Yuyin's heart ached with resentment. Though she spoke fiercely, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, which threatened to spill over at any moment. "Yuyin, your mother has long told you that this is a common issue among families of stature. It is not simply one individual's fault, Ayan Yanjing. Which prominent family does not have such matters? Even those elders who appear amiable may have mistresses younger than their granddaughters, as long as it remains outside the home. Such affairs are often overlooked." Sighing, Lin Wanqing continued, "Well, your temperament is such. If you cannot endure it, do not force yourself. If you wish to dissolve the engagement, so be it. I still prefer Xiao Qin. Even if the engagement is dissolved, we can still be friends." Perhaps she had indeed failed to consider her daughter's feelings. With that, she no longer pressed her daughter, believing it unreasonable to sacrifice her happiness for the family. The Qin family's attitude was gentle. As long as they accepted it, they could treat it as if the engagement had never existed. Their subsequent interactions could remain unchanged. Mu Yuyin bit her lip, hesitatingly murmuring, "I never said I wanted to dissolve the engagement. It was all Qin Lang's unilateral decision. Yu Yin, what do you mean by that? Lin Wanqing grew anxious. Could it be that you have developed feelings for Xiao Qin? If so, why are you still at odds with him? Mu Yuyin stuttered, her voice catching in her throat. I don't know. Mom, what should I do now? She felt flustered, unable to articulate her emotions, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloping her, especially her exposed legs, which felt particularly cold, as if a chill were seeping from her feet up through her body, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Even as she attempted to voice her reluctance to dissolve the engagement, no justification for her feelings seemed to surface. She lacked the energy to argue her case. A sense of emptiness pervades her mind, once vibrant and bustling, now rendered void of any capacity for contemplation or resolution. The thought that Qin Lang will no longer be entwined with her in any way leaves her heart feeling desolate, akin to the loss of something precious. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing has also regained her composure. She genuinely hoped her daughter would forge a bond with Qin Lang, sincerely cherishing him as a potential son-in-law, appreciating his lineage, character, and the affection he harbored for her daughter. However, as matters have escalated to this point, she finds herself wanting to scold her daughter sternly, exclaiming, "You brought this upon yourself. Now you regret it, don't you?" Yet, mere complaints do not resolve issues. After a prolonged silence, she slowly articulated, "In the current situation, I can no longer assist you. The Qin family will not pressure Xiao Qin into pursuing you any further. If you wish to continue this, you must take the initiative. The Qin family's stance is subtle. If you can persuade Xiao Qin to change his mind, then anything is negotiable." The mother and daughter conversed until the late hours of the night, only ending the call when urged by the caregivers at the Shangshan sanatorium. Without her mother's admonitions, Mu Yuyin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Unconsciously, she reached for her pillow, only to discover it was damp. Had she cried? Was it true that she had developed feelings for Qin Lang? Did she truly need to take the initiative in pursuing him? Yet, throughout her life, she had never pursued a boy. Nor had she ever felt such emotions. Where would she find the experience? A tumult of emotions, frustration, resentment, sorrow, grievance, and heartache, swirled within her. This night felt interminable. Every time she closed her eyes, she recalled Qin Lang's resolute declaration to annul their engagement. Regretful tears had already soaked her pillow. Chapter 50. With a 98% chance of victory, how is that different from courting death? In stark contrast to Mu Yuyin's silent sorrow, Qin Lang reveled in his triumph. The incessant notifications from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! The female protagonist, by Xiaoyun, has severed ties with the fated child of luck. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20,000 villain points. Ding! The female protagonist, by Ruyu, has developed a rift with the fated child of luck. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 villain points. Ding! The fated child of luck, Yifeng, has lost 200 luck points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20,000 villain points. Ding! The fated child of luck is experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points. Ding! The female protagonist, Mu Yuyin, has severed ties with the fated child of luck. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20,000 villain points. A continuous influx of villain points left Qin Lang bemused. Was Yifeng truly here to be the protagonist? It seemed he was merely providing him with villain points. The rewards were abundant. Initially, with by Ruyu's 50,000 points, the total barely exceeded 100,000. Yet, after just one encounter with Yifeng, it had doubled. The villain points now soared to an impressive 215,300 in the system shop. Body enhancement pill, 1,500 points. Basic firearms proficiency, 1,000 points. Advanced firearms proficiency, 100,000 points. Disguise technique, 50,000 points. Stamina, enhancement pill, 1,000 points. The shop was a dazzling array of items, complete with images and prices. Clicking on an item revealed detailed descriptions. For instance, the basic firearms proficiency would allow one to grasp the fundamental principles of various weapons, not limited to handguns. However, the basic level offered minimal effectiveness, focusing primarily on foundational knowledge. Once advanced, one could master all types of firearms, shooting with unparalleled accuracy, rivaling elite soldiers from major military districts. The effectiveness was undeniable. Products from the system were guaranteed to be of the highest quality. However, the price was rather steep, and in the domestic context, firearms were rarely necessary. so there was no immediate urgency to enhance his skills in this area. However, upon seeing the body enhancement pill, Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This item was indeed remarkable. He had encountered it during the initial new player gift package, with no limits on its use. Simply consuming one would enhance his physique. Although he currently boasted a physique exceeding 100, likely surpassing Yifeng, one could never be too cautious. After all, Yifeng was a mercenary leader abroad, having survived numerous life-threatening situations, and as a fated child of luck, even if he was currently suppressed, he would not be easily eliminated. Moreover, as their interactions continued, Qin Lang anticipated exploiting Yifeng further. The animosity was inevitable, and he harbored concerns that Yifeng might attempt to assassinate him. This slight advantage in physique could not be taken for granted. Unwilling to take such a significant risk, Qin Lang decisively spent 150,000 villain points to purchase 100 body enhancement pills. As the villain points diminished, his inventory swelled with the addition of 100 dark green body enhancement pills. He casually popped one into his mouth, treating it like candy. After consuming all 100, his physique would surge past the 200 mark in one-on-one combat. His odds of victory soared to an astonishing 98. With a 98 chance of victory, how was that different from courting death? He had come to this world to become a major player, to relish life. He was not here to eliminate Yifeng while risking a mere 0. 2. Clearly, he needed to assign Yifeng some tasks. Qin Lang mumbled to himself, contemplating how to create a public adversary for Yifeng. As for himself, he could remain in the shadows, waiting for Yifeng and the scapegoat to exhaust each other before making his move. What a delightful prospect! With this resolution, Qin Lang spent another 50,000 villain points to acquire the essential skill of disguise technique. System panel. Character. Qin Lang. Age. 25. Physique. 108. Charm. 99 villain points. 15,300 skills. Affinity LV8. Group affinity 80. Advanced piano skills. Advanced tea art. Advanced aesthetics. Disguise technique. Shop. Open. Lottery center. Open. Each lottery costs 100 villain points. System inventory. A photo album of the landlady. A pack of tissues 1. A photo album of Bai Jie. An electric massager 1. Worn out. Gazing at the significant depletion of villain points, Qin Lang felt a pang of regret, popping another body enhancement pill to soothe his troubled heart. Meanwhile, he pondered which unfortunate soul would be tasked with confronting Yifeng. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. The cunning figure of Bai Xiaochun appeared in his mind. How could he have forgotten about Bai Xiaochun? This old scoundrel favored sons over daughters and was acquainted with Yifeng. Most importantly, he was excessively protective of his illegitimate son. Qin Lang summoned Junzi to his room, adopting a serious tone as he instructed, "Keep a close watch on Yifeng now that he has arrived in Tianhai. Monitor his daily activities and report to me without fail." Junzi's expression faltered. "Young master, that man is no ordinary individual. His strength is formidable. Even I would not stand a chance against him. Just tonight, 2 of our brothers who were tailing him were discovered, and Yifeng broke 2 of their ribs. It is nearly impossible for anyone to approach him, and his counter-surveillance instincts are exceptionally sharp." Junzi was not cowardly. He would follow Qin Lang's orders without hesitation, even at the cost of his life. However, he worried he might fail to fulfill his master's command and would be unable to make amends for the blunder. Give each of the injured brothers 200,000 for medical expenses. They must be compensated for their efforts. Qin Lang stated calmly, pausing briefly before continuing, "As for the surveillance, keep your distance, but do not abandon it entirely. Consider employing ordinary residents nearby to watch him. I need to know his whereabouts. Cultivating subordinates requires investment. One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. There are no foolish subordinates who would serve without compensation. The strategy of managing subordinates is not through oppression, but rather through a form of control. Understood?" Junzi nodded solemnly, his fists clenched, a serious expression on his face. It was evident that young master held Yifeng in high regard. If necessary, Junzi would personally monitor him. Even if he could not confront him directly, maintaining a safe distance would minimize the chance of detection, given his skills. Qin Lang popped the candy into his mouth and inquired, "How has Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son been faring lately?" He chuckled curiously, looking at Junzi. "What do you think would happen if Bai Xiaochun found out that someone was involved with his illegitimate son?" Junzi did not hesitate. He would likely go mad. "Others may not know, but our people recently discovered that Bai Xiaochun has been maintaining close ties with his illegitimate son, showering him with affection. It would not be an exaggeration to say he indulges him. As a traditional patriarch, Bai Xiaochun placed immense importance on lineage. In his heart, he likely believed that his two daughters combined could not compare to the significance of his son. Chapter 51. Mu Yiyan's initiative to invite to Qin Lang. Junzi was more than just a subordinate. He was a confidant he sought to cultivate. While he had not stated his thoughts outright, he had hinted at his inner voice. After numerous interactions, Junzi had begun to grasp his intentions. Consequently, many minor matters no longer required explicit instructions, as Junzi could intuitively arrange them, saving considerable effort. Just then, an unexpected phone call interrupted their conversation. Junzi glanced at the screen and noted it was Mu Yiyan calling. He immediately understood and said, "Young master, I'll step out to handle some matters. Please continue." Qin Lang waved him off, but just as Junzi turned to leave, he impulsively called him back, tossing him a pill. Junzi looked down curiously and asked, "Young master, what is this?" "An agent for enhancing physical attributes, with no side effects. Taking it will make you stronger." Qin Lang began to appeal to their camaraderie. "You've been with me for several years, akin to an older brother protecting me. Sometimes, I hesitate to ask too much. But in matters of women, you must exercise restraint. This pill will help restore your vitality." Junzi's dark circles were pronounced, and he appeared weary, clearly exhausted from overwork. Qin Lang recognized this was due to Junzi's recent diligence, yet he subtly shifted the blame onto women. Was he scolding Junzi? No, not at all. Such statements would not only avoid inciting his resentment, but also convey a hidden message. As a master, he had noticed Junzi's indulgences, yet instead of rebuking him, he showed concern by providing a restorative pill, questioning whether Junzi felt a sense of favoritism. Young Master Junzi attempted to explain that his fatigue was due to late nights spent organizing information for Qin Lang, but the words caught in his throat. Hearing Qin Lang's words filled him with warmth, and he earnestly replied, "Understood, young master, I will take my leave now." As the door closed gently behind Junzi, Qin Lang withdrew his gaze. Junzi's loyalty was unquestionable, yet at times, it manifested more as a sense of duty, stemming from his role as a bodyguard. What Qin Lang desired was more than that. He sought Junzi's heartfelt loyalty. In times of peril, a bodyguard would exert 100 of his strength out of obligation, yet a sincerely devoted protector could unleash 120 of his potential. A single body enhancement pill was merely worth 500 villain points, not exorbitant. If necessary, he could have Chiu don the maid outfit a couple more times. Furthermore, investing in Junzi meant he would ultimately benefit from Junzi's enhanced abilities. This was just the beginning. Junzi's strength must continue to grow. How could Qin Lang settle for anything less than a formidable ally by his side? Not long after, the phone rang again. Qin Lang had intentionally delayed, sensing it was time to answer. He picked up the phone, yawning and feigning impatience. "Who is it? Why are you calling at this hour? Is it some nuisance?" "It's me, Mu Yiyan. Am I disturbing you?" Her voice was soft, as if she felt it was inappropriate to call at such an hour. And she quietly suggested, "Should I call you tomorrow instead?" "It's you. Speak. What do you need?" Qin Lang's tone perked up a bit. "Are you here to remind me about the engagement? Rest assured, I'll handle it properly. I've already informed the Qin family, and you should receive news shortly. From now on, you and I have no ties. You can associate with whomever you wish, date whomever you please. I assure you, there will be no entanglements. Nor will I cause you any discomfort like before." Mu Yiyan's voice was frail, tinged with a sense of injustice. Yet upon hearing his words, she hurriedly clarified, "My relationship with that Yifeng is not what you think. I scarcely know him. We merely happened to meet at a banquet. Let us not dwell on that. The contract has been annulled. Your relationships are no longer my concern." Qin Lang urged, "Let us get to the point, or I'll hang up." Feeling agitated and frustrated, Mu Yiyan longed to cry and vent her emotions to Qin Lang, to express her grievances. Yet she understood that Qin Lang would likely dismiss her, denying her the chance to speak. Fearing he would end the call, she suppressed her complaints. She recognized her mother's words were entirely accurate. It was all her fault. If she hadn't acted so recklessly, would the situation have escalated to this point? From Qin Lang's tone, she detected his palpable impatience. "The issue with the beauty-enhancing pills has been resolved. The dilution ratio has been finalized. I would like to discuss further details with you. How about we meet tomorrow?" This was Mu Yiyan's first proactive invitation, and she worried about being rejected. Qin Lang pondered for a moment. "Yes, we should clarify everything and sign a contract. You choose the location. Tomorrow works for me. How about I come to your house?" Delighted not to be turned down, Mu Yuyan felt elated. If she could visit Qin Lang's home, she could address everything face to face, including her relationship with Yifeng. She needed to clarify that she did not know Yifeng at all, and had no intention of pursuing anything with someone like him. Is that really appropriate? Qin Lang's voice held a hint of hesitation. We are no longer in the same relationship as before. A man and a woman alone together might not be suitable. As he spoke, a playful smile graced his lips. He had already discerned Mu Yuyan's thoughts. If she were not conflicted, she would not be so unusually gentle with him. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. How haughty Mu Yuyan was before. Soon, she will feel every bit of her grievances. Who is to blame? Isn't it all Mu Yuyan's doing? We are on solid ground. There is no need for concern. Besides, we are conducting business. There are no ulterior motives. Mu Yuyan was resolute, attempting to salvage her connection with Qin Lang. If she were to miss meeting Qin Lang this time, she had no idea when the next opportunity would arise. The grievances she felt within her heart were simply unbearable for too long. It was imperative that she clarified everything in front of Qin Lang. Is that so? Very well then, Qin Lang replied with a nonchalant hum, not affording Mu Yuyan any chance to respond, before abruptly severing the call. The following day, in the afternoon, Mu Yuyan meticulously prepared herself for the anticipated meeting. Before stepping out of the car, she took a moment to check her reflection in the rearview mirror, ensuring her lipstick was perfectly applied and her eyeliner was flawlessly defined. The visible tension radiated from her, indicating the gravity of the situation. The female bodyguard, observing her, remarked, "Miss, we are merely here to discuss a business matter. Is it truly necessary to be so concerned? Besides, with your beauty, even without makeup, you could easily captivate Qin Lang. Dressed as you are, won't you leave him utterly spellbound? Must you talk so much?" Mu Yuyan shot her a sidelong glance, complaining verbally while feeling a sense of delight within. Typically, she was unconcerned about her appearance in front of Qin Lang, often going without makeup and never contemplating his feelings. Yet, reflecting on it now, could it be that her natural look was less than appealing, leading Qin Lang to lose interest? It was high time she began to pay close attention to her image before him. She needed to convey that her beauty was indeed formidable. "You may head back now. I will contact you when necessary," she instructed Ning, leaning out of the car window before striding toward the opulent villa. The front yard was adorned with a vibrant array of blooming flowers, and a sunlit outdoor swimming pool shimmered a brilliant blue. The entire expanse of the villa's front yard was exceedingly spacious. Amidst the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, Mu Yuyan walked confidently in her high heels, spotting the deep azure wooden door ajar, with someone already waiting inside. For reasons unknown, upon entering Qin Lang's residence, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her entire being felt taut with anxiety, her expression tense. Passing through the foyer into the living room, she noticed 2 cups of tea prepared and still steaming. Additionally, the sound of running water emanated from the nearby restroom. Taking a seat with her back turned to the restroom, she patted her cheeks to force herself to calm down, suppressing any signs of trepidation. The moment of their meeting was upon her. At long last, she would see Qin Lang. After contemplating throughout the night, when the crucial moment arrived, Mu Yuyan found herself wavering, her carefully prepared words becoming a jumbled mess. Lost in her own thoughts, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by the approach of someone beside her. She lifted her gaze, ready to greet Qin Lang with a gentle smile, only to widen her beautiful eyes in shock and exclaim, "Why are you here?" The figure approaching was certainly not Qin Lang. It was none other than Bai Ruyu, the woman who had entangled herself with Qin Lang the previous night at the Bai family gathering. "What brings you here?" Mu Yuyan's brows knitted together in concern. This was Qin Lang's home. Bai Ruyu's presence here implied that they had taken their relationship to such a level. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Bai Ruyu settled into a seat opposite her, her legs elegantly crossed, leaning slightly against the corner of the sofa. With a demure smile, she brushed back a few loose strands of hair, her heart amused by the events of the previous night. "I came to visit my boyfriend. How is that any of your business?" With Qin Lang absent, Bai Ruyu spoke without a hint of embarrassment, deliberately provoking Mu Yuyan. After all, it is said that beautiful women are often rivals. This sentiment was vividly illustrated in the dynamic between Mu Yuyan and Bai Ruyu. Calm down, it's all a deception." Mu Yuyan inhaled deeply, silently reminding herself. "What boyfriend? How could Qin Lang possibly have a girlfriend? Don't think I'm unaware. You're merely a subordinate to Qin Lang, yet you dare to claim to be his girlfriend? Who do you think you are?" It wasn't that she was unwilling to accept the truth. It was simply that Qin Lang's nature was such that he would never commit to a steady girlfriend. Even in Yanjing, surrounded by beautiful women, he had never publicly acknowledged anyone as his girlfriend. So how could he suddenly be involved with Bai Ruyu? What a despicable scheme! Bai Ruyu was attempting to unsettle her, and she absolutely could not fall for it. As Mu Yuyan's anger began to cool, she found herself in disbelief that Qin Lang had indeed brought Bai Ruyu under his wing. She had thought it was merely one-sided affection on Qin Lang's part, considering Bai Ruyu was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, with the vast family assets awaiting her management. Little did she know that the unimaginable had come to pass right before her eyes. There's no need for such provocation. However, I must inquire as to why you agreed to work for Qin Lang. Moreover, when you were so close to him at the Bai family gathering, was that also due to him courting you? Mu Yuyan pondered if she had perhaps misstepped in her assumptions. Maybe Qin Lang's closeness with Bai Ruyu was not for other reasons, but rather to win her over. The queries you pose, President Mu, seem unrelated to this collaboration, do they not? I am unable to divulge the reasons behind it, Bai Ruyu coolly declined. She had no desire to answer, nor could she. She certainly couldn't reveal to Mu Yuyan that her father had a secret love child who had ousted her from the power center of the Bai family. As Mu Yuyan's tenacity persisted, it appeared that their relationship had yet to reach that level. As for her, though she was reluctant to admit it, she had already become wholly Qin Lang's. Reflecting on it now, she could almost feel a tinge of apprehension regarding Qin Lang's formidable nature. With a stern expression, Mu Yuyan pushed the documents she had brought across the table toward Bai Ruyu. Since you are one of Qin Lang's subordinates, we must adhere to the proper protocols. Here are the experimental reports and various classifications and pricing for the beauty pills. Please take a look. Bai Ruyu accepted the documents without objection, carefully examining them. Upon seeing the figures listed, even someone accustomed to grand spectacles like her could not help but gasp in astonishment. Is this truly a beauty product? How can this be? The cost-performance ratio is astonishing. The mid-range beauty pills were said to rival high-end products on the market, while the high-end ones far exceeded the vast majority of products available. If released, wouldn't it ignite a market frenzy? Initially, she had assumed Qin Lang's descriptions were exaggerated, but the experimental data was truly remarkable. I previously discussed with Qin Lang. He indicated that the production and sale of the beauty pills would be entrusted entirely to Murin International. Is that acceptable? Mu Yuyan inquired. Bai Ruyu closed the documents, nodding indifferently. No problem. Had it not been for her expulsion from the Bai family's power center and her father's restrictions against her involvement in business matters, she would have been eager to take on the beauty pills business herself. The Bai family also owned a beauty product company, albeit smaller in scale and less reputable than Murin International. However, that was inconsequential. As the saying goes, even a pig can fly if it stands in the right wind. The beauty pills represented a significant opportunity, and she would not object to the Bai family playing the part of the pig. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. The remaining matters could wait for Qin Lang's return to address. Yuyan found herself disinterested in prolonging the confrontation with Bai Ruyu. Yet Bai Ruyu furrowed her brow, stating, since it is I who has come today, I shall naturally take responsibility for this matter. Do you not trust me? Or are you intentionally trying to entangle yourself further with Qin Lang? Mu Yuyan's brows knitted in irritation. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by entangling? What does my relationship with Qin Lang have to do with you? Relationship? What relationship? Bai Ruyu scoffed. Inherently competitive, especially when it came to Qin Lang, who stirred within her a unique sentiment, perhaps not love, but certainly something not easily claimed by others. If I recall correctly, you seem to have severed ties with Qin Lang yesterday. Did you not? After all, it was you who proposed the dissolution of the engagement. Qin Lang merely acquiesced to your wishes. Where is that boy toy of yours? Why isn't he here with you? Bai Ruyu, do you think too highly of yourself? Stung by the pointed remark, Mu Yuyan felt a surge of anger. She had wept throughout the night over Yifeng, and after spending a considerable time on her makeup that morning, she had finally concealed her reddened eyelids. She had come here to leave a good impression on Qin Lang, not to endure indignities. Bai Ruyu's expression grew equally frosty. Whether or not I overestimate myself is of little concern to you. If you wish to discuss business, then let us proceed. If not, there is no need for further conversation. If you do not wish to pursue this venture, there are countless others eager to take over. We could even establish our own production base. It's merely a matter of time. As a woman, how could she tolerate Mu Yuyan's immediate declaration of dominance upon their meeting? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. each unwilling to yield. Just as the air thickened with tension in the living room, a commotion outside drew the attention of both women. "It's Xiao Xiao. I'll go take a look," Bai Ruyu remarked, moving toward the door. She had only just met Su Xiao Xiao that day and recognized her as Qin Lang's housekeeper. Hearing the ruckus, it seemed she might be in some trouble. Although Mu Yuyin was still seething, she could only follow along. Not far from the villa, Su Xiao Xiao, holding a bag of fruits and vegetables, wore an expression of vexation as she glared at Yifeng. "Yifeng, I have told you countless times not to disturb me, yet you not only ignore my words but also follow me. What have you experienced these years? How could you have changed so much?" She found the Yifeng before her to be a stranger, and it left her somewhat dazed. Indeed, people could change. After all these years, Xiao Feng had become a different person. "Little miss, I truly did not mean to," Yifeng replied, looking at Su Xiao Xiao, whom he had longed for while abroad. Filled with distress, he recalled how, as a child, she had once defended him against the bullies at the orphanage. Now that he had the means, he wished to return to protect and cherish her. Yet reality had played a cruel joke, leading to a massive misunderstanding. "Don't talk about protection. You don't even have my contact information anymore. Little miss, you deleted my contact information, and my number has been blacklisted. Whenever I call you from a public phone, you hang up as soon as you recognize my voice. There is truly a misunderstanding here. Please let me explain." Yifeng implored gently. Yu Xiao Zhao's inherently kind nature softened slightly at the sight of Yifeng's remorseful expression, but when she recalled the blood streaming from her master's arm that night, she hardened her resolve, saying, "What is there to explain? I know you have become capable, but you should not have harmed my master." "Harmed your master? I didn't even know Qin Lang before this. How could I harm him? Moreover, my subordinate I sent to Tianhai City has yet to report back. I suspect he has been eliminated," Yifeng retorted. Angered, he felt that the situation was utterly bizarre. Nearly all evidence pointed at him, yet he knew he had done nothing wrong. "Little miss, there are many things in this world that are not as simple as you think. Perhaps the thief is shouting to catch the thief." Su Xiao Zhao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She could hardly fathom that Yifeng would cast blame on her master. How could someone be so shameless? Yifeng had become more of a stranger to her. "Little miss, I have never changed. I am still the same Yifeng you knew as a child. Forever your Xiao Feng. There is something fishy about this," Yifeng insisted urgently. "Let us not discuss whether or not I did this. Even if I did, such a situation could not have occurred. I know the capabilities of my own subordinates. A rich heir like Qin Lang could not have survived an assassination attempt. How could he merely have sustained a cut on his arm? Furthermore, why was the emblem of my blood wolf found at the scene, exposing my identity? It must be that you spoke of my identity to Qin Lang beforehand, prompting him to act in such a manner." In a bid to regain Su Xiao Zhao's favor, Yifeng laid out all the heavy suspicions he had. Applause suddenly erupted from within the villa. Before Su Xiao Xiao could respond, Mu Yuyin and Bai Ruyu emerged from inside. Upon seeing Yifeng, Mu Yuyin first let out a cold laugh before questioning. "Yifeng, you truly are sincere. Just who are you? What were you like before? Even as a child, you were already flirting with girls and handing them your business card, claiming you would protect them?" Yifeng appeared momentarily dazed, his heart entirely focused on Su Xiao Xiao, oblivious to the presence of the two acquaintances. Coincidentally, Mu Yuyin, harboring resentment toward Yifeng's advances the previous night, seized the opportunity to mock him further. Why Yifeng's expression darkened considerably, unsure how to explain himself. He had anticipated encountering Qin Lang, but had not expected to run into Mu Yuyin. Bai Ruyu also wore a cold expression. Scoffing, "Mr. Yifeng, while I must admit I agree with some of your points regarding Qin Lang's character, you cannot repeatedly cast aspersions on someone without basis. Last night, you accused Qin Lang of being the mastermind behind my sister's abduction. Yet you should know that I have already identified the true culprit. If it weren't for Qin Lang, my sister might have been imprisoned for a significant time. When you defame someone's integrity without evidence, have you considered the feelings of others? Isn't this quite the coincidence? Had Yifeng not accused Qin Lang, perhaps Bai Ruyu would have entertained the possibility of his claims, given her own doubts about Qin Lang's character. However, the events of the previous night, coupled with witnessing Yifeng pursue Su Xiao Xiao, had led Bai Ruyu to view Yifeng as a scorned suitor seeking to frame another out of spite. Su Xiao Xiao glared at Yifeng with a stormy expression, her resentment intensifying. Why Yifeng felt overwhelmed. His fists clenched tightly in frustration, Yet he could only endure it, attempting to explain, "Little miss, it's not as you think. There's a misunderstanding. These two women are not familiar with me. Surely you understand my character." Su Xiaoxiao retorted sharply, "What do I understand about you, Yifeng? We haven't seen each other in many years. How would I know what you've become? Moreover, regardless of others' opinions, I must inform you of one thing. I have not told my master about any of your affairs. He knows nothing of you or your mercenary group. So why would he accuse you? Enough." Yifeng implored, "Leave. I no longer wish to see you." Regardless of whether it be by Ruyu and Mu Yuyan, or even Su Xiaoxiao's own inner turmoil, all evidence pointed towards Yifeng. Initially, he was merely someone who caused pain to the young master out of unrequited love in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Now, an additional accusation lay against him. The baseless defamation of the young master's integrity. The three women turned to leave, and an elderly gentleman strolling by happened upon this scene. Approaching Yifeng, he placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Young man, a love quadrangle can be quite treacherous. You seem unable to navigate these waters." Chapter 54. "We must not meet again, begone." Yifeng swiftly turned around, his gaze fixed on the old man, his eyes glinting with ferocity akin to a wolf lurking in the shadows. The old man shuddered at the sight, quickening his pace to depart while muttering about the lack of martial virtue. "Qin Lang, just you wait. I shall remember this grudge." Yifeng's fury surged within him like a tempestuous tide, unprecedented in its intensity. All of this was orchestrated by Qin Lang behind the scenes. A wave of murderous intent surged within his chest, so potent it felt nearly tangible. Meanwhile, at the Queen's Bar in Tianhai City, within an opulent three-tiered private room, Qin Lang, the object of Yifeng's fixation, reclined on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, savoring the smoke. Before him stood Qiu Jiu'er, clad in a sleek black dress, one hand resting on the expansive glass window while the other slipped a pair of patent leather heels onto her delicate feet, her cheeks tinted with a hint of blush, rendering her all the more enchanting. Her graceful figure formed a perfect S-curve. Turning back, she glared at Qin Lang, her voice icy as she declared, "We should not meet again." "Why?" Qin Lang exhaled a smoke ring, curiosity piqued. "Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago?" Qiu Jiu'er rolled her eyes dramatically. "What does our relationship appear to be? Is this how one conducts business? What do you think you're doing? Are we just stuck in a glitch here?" She felt that their current dynamic could no longer be sustained. The mere sight of Qin Lang left her feeling unsteady, having developed a psychological shadow. Observing her intense emotional turmoil, Qin Lang felt increasingly at ease as he activated the system notification sound. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,003 villain points. Congratulations, female lead Qiu Jiu'er has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Host gains 800 villain points. Congratulations, fated child Yifeng has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Host gains 1,000 villain points. Congratulations, fated child Yifeng's fortune value has decreased by 500 points. Host gains 5,000 villain points." Listening to the system notifications, Qin Lang smirked. The time and energy he had invested in Qiu Jiu'er paled in comparison to the villain points he amassed from Yifeng's hatred. After all, a day married brings 100 days of affection. I shall strive to make us a 100-day couple as soon as possible. Approaching Qiu Jiu'er, Qin Lang brazenly wrapped an arm around her waist, laughing off any contention, and then pointed towards the now bustling dance floor below. This private room was exclusive to Qiu Jiu'er, with the floor-to-ceiling glass acting as a one-way mirror, allowing them to see outside. He pointed at a young man in a white shirt below, who was pouring red wine over the head of a middle-aged man, exuding an air of arrogance. "Who is that fellow? He seems oddly familiar." Initially, Qiu Jiu'er, held in such intimacy, would have retaliated with a slap or at the very least struggled fiercely. However, having already endured worse postures and outfits, she instinctively overlooked this minor transgression, snorting in response, "Am I complimenting you? Are you truly trying to put in the effort here?" Following Qin Lang's finger, she spotted the young man in the white shirt and scoffed, "That's Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son. Of course, he looks familiar. So, Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son, is he? No wonder he seems so familiar. Could it be that the Bai sisters experienced a rift with that old man because of him? His presence here was due to the knowledge that Bai Xiaochun's son frequented the Queen's Bar. Now that their relationship had deepened, it was time to take action." Qin Lang feigned casualness, a smirk forming on his lips. "Tell me, what would happen if I were to eliminate that little bastard for the Bai sisters? In front of Qiu Jiuer, there was no need for pretense. Their relationship had reached a point where such openness was permissible. Although they had not explicitly stated anything, each time he visited, she behaved as obediently as a little wife. After all, they were essentially family. There was no need for excessive caution. Qiu Jiuer, well aware of her own temperament, could hardly deny her feelings for him, irrespective of her outward disdain. Turning to face Qin Lang, she furrowed her brow. I believe it would be wise for you to abandon such thoughts. Qin Lang chuckled playfully. Are you implying that you fear I cannot handle Bai Xiaochun? Qiu Jiuer shook her head. It's not a matter of capability, but necessity. Bai Xiaochun dotes on his illegitimate son immensely, and few know of this. If it weren't for our deep entanglements with the Black Dragon Society, it's likely no one would know of Bai Xiaochun's existence as a father. This boy, Bai Shui, was unaware of his father's influence as a child and was bullied at school. Bai Xiaochun had several familiar gang leaders from the Black Dragon Society break the legs of those who bullied his son, and they were sent away, never to be seen again. There was even an incident where a school principal who struck Bai Shui for bullying a girl was found dead in the artificial lake of Tianhai City the next day. Such events are commonplace. Bai Xiaochun's devotion to his son is extreme. Should he suffer any harm, he would undoubtedly go mad. He could do anything in that state. Why provoke a madman? What appeared to be a cold warning was, in truth, a kind reminder. It signified that while Qin Lang's background was formidable, should he truly encounter a lunatic, it would be prudent to exercise caution and avoid unnecessary conflict. Qin Lang stroked his chin, gazing with wicked charm at Qiu Jiuer's exquisite visage. You, a woman of contradictions, just moments ago declared we should not meet again. Now, are you beginning to worry for my safety? I can't be bothered to deal with you. Qiu Jiuer, in her patent leather heels, twisted her slender waist as she made her way toward the restroom. She had no interest in entangling herself with Qin Lang further. She felt somewhat uncomfortable and needed to relieve herself. Qin Lang's gaze returned to the dance floor, observing Bai Shui's bullying antics, a smirk playing on his lips. The show is about to begin. Dialing Junzi, he instructed him to wait outside the Queen's bar as he made his exit before Bai Shui. Chapter 55. Heartfelt, Su Xiaoxiao falls as they departed the Queen's bar in Junzi's car. Qin Lang stretched his body and slowly inquired, How goes the matter I tasked you with? Junzi, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, replied calmly, We located the target. Action will be taken tonight. Young master, you wouldn't believe the extent of Bai Shui's depravity. His sins are numerous and grave. The deeper we dig, the more we uncover the extent of his misdeeds. Several families have been devastated by him. Junzi felt no guilt about taking action against such a villain. In fact, he found it exhilarating. Compared to Bai Shui, even the young master's past transgressions seemed forgivable. Thus, utilizing him was the ideal course of action. Qin Lang nodded, unfazed. While his former self was indeed a wayward son, he had always been under scrutiny in the capital, surrounded by watchful eyes, and his misdeeds were conducted discreetly, with care to avoid family discovery. Bai Shui, however, lived without restraint, his wrongdoings often shielded by Bai Xiaochun's interference, or rather, his biting back in such an environment of indulgence. It was absurd to expect Bai Shui to possess a commendable character. With Bai Xiaochun's pampering, Bai Shui would only grow increasingly arrogant and unrestrained. Young master, just as you predicted, Yifeng indeed sought out Miss Su and caused a significant rift between them. Their relationship is now irreparably damaged. If this were ancient times, you would be akin to a cunning Zhuge Liang, Junzi praised sincerely, giving a thumbs up. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Zhuge Liang was a master strategist. I encouraged you to read more. Did you not return all the knowledge you acquired to Manager Zhang when you went out last night? Of course not, Junzi replied in a thick Beijing accent, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Eager to demonstrate his knowledge, he suggested, I believe we should take our time returning. Let Miss Su remain alone for a while. If we allow this situation to unfold, Yifeng will have no chance of redemption. Tonight is important. We will head directly to the Sunshine Orphanage. Leaning back in his seat, Qin Lang closed his eyes and ceased further conversation. Junzi's thought seemed overly simplistic. Rather than allowing Su Xiaoxiao to ponder Yifeng's faults, it would be more beneficial to stoke the flames of conflict, albeit in a different context, which would inevitably reach Yifeng. Half an hour later, they picked up Su Xiaoxiao from her home. Upon entering the car and seeing the young master asleep, she chose not to disturb him but instead sat quietly beside him, her mind heavy with thoughts, her spirits low. Upon arriving at their destination, Su Xiaoxiao continued to lower her head, following Qin Lang silently as if carrying a heavy burden. That moment. Before Qin Lang stood the old Sunshine Orphanage. Now demolished, leaving only a desolate wasteland. He strolled for a moment before halting before a swing, only for Su Xiaoxiao, distracted, to bump into him. "What's wrong? Are you lost in thought?" Qin Lang turned, gently stroking Su Xiaoxiao's head as he inquired softly. "Has someone bullied you? Tell your young master. I'll take care of them." Su Xiaoxiao looked up, her lips pressed together in confusion, murmuring, "Young master, why do you think Yifeng has become like this? Today he not only followed me but also slandered you. Miss Bai also mentioned he had besmirched your name before her. Moreover, this evening, I received an inexplicable large sum of money in my bank account. It must have come from him. What does he mean by that? Is he trying to buy me off?" In Su Xiaoxiao's heart, Yifeng was akin to a younger brother. She had once fantasized about his return, envisioning a joyful reunion, even considering finding him a beautiful girlfriend. Yet now, all those dreams lay shattered. Not only had Yifeng developed ill intentions towards her, but he also sought to tarnish the reputation of the young master to possess her. The money he sent her was baffling. Did he truly believe she was a vain girl who lingered by Qin Lang for his wealth? Yifeng's transformation was beyond her comprehension. Rather than mere disdain, what filled Su Xiaoxiao was sorrow. How could the boy she cherished like a brother have changed so drastically? Do not dwell too much on it. As time passes, people inevitably change. Qin Lang opened his arms, enveloping her in an embrace, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder as he whispered in her ear. He said nothing of the money Yifeng had transferred to Su Xiaoxiao, like a timid quail, remained still in Qin Lang's embrace, her cheeks flushed with warmth, feeling anxious yet not repelled. In that moment of emotional turmoil, being held in such warmth imbued her heart with a profound sense of trust and happiness. Not only has Yifeng changed, but you too have undergone some transformation, unaware of it. Qin Lang retrieved a slightly tarnished iron box from his pocket, stepping back to gaze into Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes, smiling as he asked, "Do you remember this box?" This was something he had obtained from the director, possessing great significance, akin to a powerful weapon for Su Xiaoxiao. "Young master, how did you come to possess this box?" Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the scene before her in astonishment. This iron box was something from her childhood. Back then, she had harbored many unrealistic dreams and had written them down, wishing to hide them away like the heroines in television dramas. However, as a child, she could not afford a wish bottle, so she had to confine her dreams within this iron box. It contained many of her aspirations, but she had lost it long ago. Uncertain of its whereabouts, she had nearly forgotten its existence until now, when it unexpectedly reappeared in Qin Lang's possession. Time had passed too long. Had it not been for Qin Lang's retrieval of the iron box, Su Xiaoxiao would have completely forgotten about it. Qin Lang remained silent, pulling out a sheet of paper from the iron box. Due to its excellent sealing, the writing was still clear. Perhaps because Su Xiaoxiao was young when she wrote her wishes. The handwriting was somewhat crooked, amusing yet adorable. "Today, the director said there isn't enough money and is worrying about it. I want to earn a lot of money when I grow up to help the director. So she won't have to worry about money anymore. Today, a child in the orphanage found $1 and bought 2 ice creams. They looked so happy eating them. I want to eat ice cream too. I want to earn a lot of money, not just for the director but also to buy ice cream for myself. The director said that when girls grow up, they must get married, and before marriage, they need to find a boyfriend, and we must learn to love ourselves, seeking a really good boyfriend. Today, I saw on television girls having fun at an amusement park with their boyfriends, and they looked so happy. I also want to go to the amusement park and find a really good boyfriend, just as the director said." Listening to Qin Lang read aloud her childhood wishes, Su Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson, her embarrassment extending to her neck. She felt as if she could drill a hole in her head to let the steam escape. She rushed forward, trying to snatch the small paper from Qin Lang's hands, anxiously exclaiming, "Young master, don't read that. Those are just childish musings I wrote when I didn't know better. I've almost forgotten what's inside. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Please, don't read it aloud." While she had only vague memories of her childhood wishes, she still retained enough recollection, as the director had often expressed her hopes for her to find a loving boy. Who would have thought that these random aspirations from her youth would be exposed to the young master? At this moment, she wished fervently to dig a hole in the ground and bury her head in the soil. Utterly mortified, She desperately tried to wrest the small papers away, but no matter how she struggled, she was unsuccessful. Qin Lang placed slips of paper into an iron box, raising it above his head as he gazed intently into Su Xiaoxiao's lively eyes, gradually adopting a serious demeanor. Perhaps in your eyes, these wishes are merely whimsical scribbles from childhood, rendered insignificant. Yet to me, they represent everything you once yearned to possess. Even childhood desires hold a distinct meaning in my heart. I wish to accompany you in realizing them. He grasped Su Xiaoxiao's hand earnestly and inquired, Su Xiaoxiao, I find myself rather greedy at this moment, harboring numerous requests. I wish to share ice cream with you, to stroll through the amusement park together, to witness the sunrise, and I am so greedy that I wish to accompany you in fulfilling all your wishes. Will you agree? Chapter 56. The uncontainable thoughts of a young girl. The two exchanged glances for a long while. Su Xiaoxiao stood there, entranced, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. It was not anger or grievance, but rather an overwhelming sense of emotion. She found herself at a loss for words, momentarily dazed. Qin Lang took a small step closer, leaning in. Instantly, Su Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, pouting her lips and inching forward, awaiting his approach. You little rascal! A teasing exclamation startled Su Xiaoxiao awake. Upon seeing the playful expression on Qin Lang's face, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully scolded, Young master, you are truly mischievous. Qin Lang gently pinched Su Xiaoxiao's nose, affectionately responding, I fear you might become addicted to my affection, demanding punishments for wasting time. We have many activities planned for tonight. If we delay, the amusement park will close. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding, linking her arm with Qin Lang's and resting her head against his shoulder, not releasing him even as they approached the car. Though the soldiers' gazes were filled with mirth, Su Xiaoxiao preferred to endure their laughter rather than let go of Qin Lang's arm. She craved closeness, wishing to keep that warm, emotional sensation from boiling over. The amusement park at night was a riot of colors, with neon lights aglow. Compared to the daytime family-friendly atmosphere, the night leaned more towards romantic couples, with countless pairs embracing and cuddling. Logically, Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao, linked arm in arm, should not have drawn attention. Yet, Qin Lang's smile and inherent charm frequently caught the eyes of young girls, causing their boyfriends to seem less appealing. Many cast envious glances at Su Xiaoxiao, jealousy brewing within them. Is it possible that the handsome guy favors this plain princess? Though the girl beside him is beautiful, she pales in comparison to me in terms of figure. Indeed, what does it matter if one has a pretty face? When the lights go out, it's all the same. How infuriating. Why isn't it me standing beside the handsome guy? Comparing myself to others is maddening. It must be said that the dynamics between men and women today are rather peculiar, especially among ordinary people. Girls often adopt a dominant, bold demeanor, openly uttering derogatory remarks about their boyfriends in front of them. Several boys dared not utter a sound, merely shooting Qin Lang resentful glances, envious of the well-behaved and beautiful Su Xiaoxiao beside him. As they walked amidst the crowd's scrutinizing gazes, the remarks of nearby girls reached Su Xiaoxiao's ears. She lowered her head, glancing at her slightly rounded but not overly curvaceous figure, her lips forming a discontented pout. Though she knew comparisons were futile, Su Xiaoxiao had always believed that young master preferred more ample figures. Otherwise, why would he insist she drink papaya rib soup? She often protested, yet she consumed it daily, feeling warmth in her chest at night, as if she were growing. However, she still felt inferior to many girls. A wave of disappointment washed over her, causing her to instinctively lean away from Qin Lang. It was not that she wished to distance herself. Rather, she feared that if young master realized her shortcomings, he might not adore her as much. A girl's heart can be particularly sensitive at times. And Su Xiaoxiao was no exception. Her thoughts were intricate, and she feared loss deeply. A minor displeasure could leave her feeling despondent for an extended period. This was an inevitable consequence of her upbringing as an orphan in a children's home. No matter how kindly the matron treated her, it was only temporary. She could not expect the matron to devote her entire heart to one child amidst so many. As they passed a milk tea shop, a catchy tune played on repeat. You love me, I love you, Mishua Ice City is sweet. After purchasing 2 ice cream cones, one for each, Qin Lang led Su Xiaoxiao toward the Ferris wheel. Along the way, Su Xiaoxiao's ice cream nearly melted, prompting Qin Lang to take a curious bite and ask, Why aren't you eating? Su Xiaoxiao remained silent, lowering her head while gently licking the spot where Qin Lang had bitten. Observing her unusual behavior, Qin Lang followed her gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. How could Su Xiaoxiao possibly conceal her feelings? The way she was staring, her beautiful eyes seemed to convey self-reproach for not measuring up. Such trivial thoughts, and she believed she could keep them hidden? Meanwhile, Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, not expecting her to take to heart the words of passing strangers. Leaning closer, he playfully whispered, "What are you so entranced by? Let me see too." Overwhelmed by the intimate proximity, Su Xiaoxiao felt as though she might burst from embarrassment, her essence nearly escaping her being. She gently retracted her neck, only to find herself even closer to Qin Lang. Her legs growing weak, with a hint of pleading in her voice, she chided, "Young master." Qin Lang planted a kiss on her delicately flushed ear, smiling indulgently as he said, "You're truly delightful. I like it." Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks reddened further as she weakly murmured, "Young master, you just enjoy teasing others. Earlier at home, you insisted I drink papaya rib soup. You prefer larger figures, don't you?" As she uttered those words, a pang of bitterness struck her heart. Though she couldn't be considered particularly small, she was certainly nowhere near large. She felt resentment towards her own body for not being the type young master favored. Determined, she resolved to drink more papaya rib soup after tonight. Previously just one bowl a day, she would now double it. Seizing the moment, Qin Lang stealthily pecked Su Xiaoxiao's mouth corner, causing her to glance around, startled to ensure no one was watching. His voice resounded in her ear, "You're right. I do prefer larger figures. So it is." The wave of disappointment washed over Su Xiaoxiao, leaving her heart feeling hollow and despondent. Just as her feelings of disappointment began to solidify, Qin Lang continued to whisper in her ear, "But what I cherish most are the small ones. Dio, you want to know why?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, her eyes widening in anticipation, as if ready to take notes like a diligent student. Qin Lang smirked, deliberately elongating the word "because" with a playful tone, "because I can cherish you from childhood to now." Chapter 57. An unfathomable fury. Ugh. Su Xiaoxiao felt her entire being weaken at his words, her expressive eyes shimmering with panic yet refusing to look away. On one hand, she was embarrassed. On the other, she felt as though the knot in her heart had been untied. Hand in hand, they boarded the Ferris wheel under the guidance of the staff, and as the enclosed cabin ascended, their space felt increasingly confined. The moon hung high, adorned with twinkling stars. From their lofty perch, the dazzling and opulent night view of Tianhai City unfolded before them. The streets below bustled with traffic, seemingly even busier than before, with occasional police cars weaving through, suggesting some significant investigation was underway. "Has it begun?" Qin Lang mused, a cold smile crossing his lips as he observed the surge of police vehicles. Bai Xiaochun truly is reckless. We're barely getting started, yet he is already mobilizing his resources. During the earlier kidnapping of Bai Xiaoyun, there was no such urgency. The blatant favoritism towards sons over daughters has reached an absurd level. Lost in thought, Qin Lang shifted his attention to Su Xiaoxiao, who sat beside him, her head lowered as she fiddled with her fingers, exuding a sense of aimlessness that hinted at her inner turmoil. "Young master." Su Xiaoxiao's startled exclamation escaped her lips as she was unexpectedly lifted and seated on Qin Lang's lap. Leaning against his warm chest, she curled up, anxious like a little rabbit. The memory of his earlier words sent her heart racing, pounding faster than ever. She was apprehensive. Even the mere act of him touching her stomach had brought her immense comfort and joy. What would happen if he ventured elsewhere? From their elevated viewpoint, the night scene of Tianhai City, though not the most prosperous, was breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Lang wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pointing out the window. "You were seated on the inside, only able to view the amusement park. From my vantage point, I can see the city." Nestled in Qin Lang's embrace, Su Xiaoxiao had no mind for the night view. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and she felt too shy to lift her head. While he earnestly directed her attention to the scenery, her thoughts were consumed by all manner of inappropriate notions. She felt utterly shameless. Observing Qin Lang in deep contemplation only heightened her own burgeoning, unchaste thoughts. The Bai family manor was ablaze with lights. Bai Xiaochun, usually composed, was uncharacteristically furious today. "Where are the bodyguards? What are they doing? How could they let someone slip away? Call them. Tell Director Zhang to send people to search. Have the Black Dragon Association comb every household. We must retrieve the person by tonight. How outrageous! Who dares to have ill intentions towards my son?" If I discover who it is, I will flay them alive. What are you staring at? Get out of my sight and find that person. If you can't locate them, don't bother returning. The Bai family's chief steward, a Fu, was unceremoniously shoved out by Bai Xiaochun. He lowered his head, obediently hurrying past Bai Ruyu, who called out, "Miss," before swiftly exiting. "Ha! This is karma, isn't it?" Bai Ruyu chuckled coldly as she listened to the continuous tirade of curses echoing from the study. Having someone kidnap my daughter, and now losing his illegitimate son. If this isn't karma, what is? She retrieved a carton of milk from the refrigerator and poured 2 glasses, handing one to Bai Xiaoyun while gently comforting her. "Drink some milk to calm your nerves. Once things settle down, we can head up to sleep." Bai Xiaoyun took a sip, feeling a mix of emotions. After all, he was her father. How could she not feel disheartened by such disparate treatment? "Sister, are boys really that important? Is it true that girls are not worth cherishing?" Bai Ruyu wrapped an arm around her sister's shoulders, ruffling her hair as she softly admonished, "Silly sister, why would you think that? I care for you deeply." Bai Xiaoyun nodded, her mind suddenly drifting to the image of Qin Lang, her eyes brightening with a joyful smile. "Brother also cares for me." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase as Bai Xiaochun descended, his face a mask of unrestrained fury as he glared at Bai Ruyu. "Does this matter concern you? If it does, then release him immediately. We can overlook past grievances, but if you dare to harm Shui, I won't show you any mercy." After much contemplation, he suspected his eldest daughter might be behind the kidnapping of Shui, especially considering her affection for Xiaoyun, which could be perceived as a deliberate act of retribution against him. His anger erupted, unleashing a barrage of accusations, devoid of any fatherly compassion, more akin to interrogating a suspect than addressing his daughter. Witnessing this scene, even Bai Ruyu's steadfast composure was shaken. Was this truly her father? Even a stranger should not treat another so callously. Her teeth clenched, her body trembled with indignation as she retorted, "Stop projecting your malice onto others. Some things I would never stoop to do. My pursuit of the Bai family's legacy is not for wealth, but to ensure that our mother's sacrifices are not in vain. I declare this. If anything happens to Bai Shui, I will take none of the Bai family's wealth. I have no interest in that filthy money." Bai Ruyu gripped her sister's arm, shooting a glare filled with resentment and anger at their father, but devoid of any reluctance. Her heart had already been shattered. She tugged her sister, not looking back as they made their exit. "Xiaoyun, let us go home. This place is no longer our home." Bai Xiaochun stood in the living room, watching his daughter's retreating figures, a fleeting sense of guilt quickly overshadowed by the fury of his son's kidnapping. Chapter 58. The captivating Su Xiaoxiao in the dead of night, Tianhai City simmered under Bai Xiaochun's unyielding wrath. The district headquarters mobilized nearly half of its police force to conduct searches. Bai Xiaochun was a prominent taxpayer in Tianhai City. If something happened to him, the authorities had to take it seriously, ensuring his satisfaction. Otherwise, if he decided to relocate his business to another province, the city's GDP and countless jobs would be at stake. Moreover, nearly 80% of the Black Dragon Association's personnel were deployed to search, driven by the prospect of monetary reward. Why wouldn't they venture out? If luck was on their side, they might stumble upon a handsome bounty. Amidst this atmosphere, Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao enjoyed themselves at the amusement park until closing time. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Lang received a call from Qiu Juer, who opened with the shocking news. Bai Shui has been kidnapped. Qin Lang chuckled. "So what if he has been kidnapped? Why tell me?" Qiu Juer's voice carried a hint of skepticism. "Doesn't this concern you?" In her subconscious, she always sensed that something was amiss. Coincidentally, today Qin Lang encountered Bai Shui, who had just been kidnapped. Could such coincidences truly exist? Moreover, what sort of person was Qin Lang? Surely she had an inkling of his character. A person who seeks no profit will rise early for nothing. If he had no intentions towards Bai Shui, how could he be so diligent in inquiring about him at the Queen's bar? And just after his inquiries, an incident occurred. There must be something suspicious here. Qin Lang chuckled. "Are you worried about me? Afraid I might face retaliation?" Qiu Juer snorted coldly. Worry about you? You're dreaming before even sleeping. I'm merely investigating your potential involvement. After all, money can stir the heart. This time, Bai Xiaochun has put forth a hefty sum. Whoever manages to rescue Bai Shui will be rewarded with 500 million. Qin Lang laughed heartily. 500 million? Quite a fortune. That would cover my expenses for half a year. Have any leads surfaced? We can all profit together. With our relationship, who is counting? Qiu Juer, accustomed to Qin Lang's tone, responded generously, all right then, I have over 100 suspects, all of whom have grievances with Bai Shui. Since you're an information broker, why not provide me with their intel? Smack. Without hesitation, Qin Lang hung up the phone. Over 100 enemies? Impressive. Bai Shui indeed had a knack for inciting hatred. Knowing this scoundrel mingled with the dregs of society and made enemies everywhere, he never imagined he had amassed so many adversaries. In a certain sense, he ought to be grateful to Bai Shui for nearly clearing his own suspicions. The only one left to be wary of was Qiu Juer. But could there be any concern there? She had already called to indirectly convey information to him. Wasn't he that a deliberate reminder? If she truly intended to expose him, by now Bai Xiaochun would have personally come knocking. It was none of his business. After all, if he acted too eager, it would only raise suspicion. Given the current situation, it needed to ferment a little longer. Once the timing was right, everything would fall into place. Knock, knock. Just as Qin Lang was lost in contemplation, Su Xiaoxiao knocked on the door and then pushed it open. She was wearing an outfit she had apparently found from somewhere, perfectly accentuating her slender figure. Although Su Xiaoxiao's physique wasn't voluptuous, she radiated youthful charm, exuding a refreshing allure, especially with her head bowed demurely, looking utterly endearing. Xiaoxiao, where did you find that outfit? Qin Lang asked in surprise, Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed. Young master, I found it in a small cabinet while cleaning the tea room. Do you like how I look in this? She was no longer a child. Upon discovering such clothing, she naturally understood it was hidden away by Qin Lang. Remembering the several outfits she had found, this one was the most normal, and it took all her courage to wear it. It was obvious to her that Qin Lang must have purchased these clothes because he liked them. In her heart, as long as the young master was pleased, she would earnestly try to comply. Qin Lang beckoned with his finger, and Su Xiaoxiao shyly approached, sitting on his lap, silent as he embraced her. Do you realize what you're doing? Qin Lang inquired with interest, observing her reaction and recognizing that he had successfully made an impression. He had thought he might need to stoke the fire further. Yet Su Xiaoxiao had come forth on her own. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, aware that she was now unable to escape the night's fate. Yet within her heart, there was not a flicker of resistance. In every aspect, she had been completely captivated by Qin Lang, fearing that she might never escape the fate of being doted upon. Just as the director had said, a girl must find a boy she likes to entrust her heart to. She had never aspired to cling to the powerful, nor had she hoped to soar to greatness. In her eyes, Qin Lang had always been her young master, the one she was meant to serve. Yet, repeated misunderstandings had left her feeling guilty towards him. If Qin Lang were to be harsh with her, she would feel it was deserved. After all, she had indiscriminately slandered him. But in reality, Qin Lang had not only refrained from being cruel, nor did he wish to harm her. He had gone to great lengths to protect her, caring for her above all else. Most importantly, he even took the time to learn about her childhood dreams. Truly, had he not taken the initiative, she might not have thought to revisit those memories. After all, life was so exhausting that she hardly had the time to reminisce about the joys of her childhood or fulfill her youthful aspirations. Su Xiaoxiao lifted her head, her face flushed as she gazed at Qin Lang. She seemed to recall her earlier encounter at the mall, remembering how the young master had punished that pair of bullies on her behalf. She recalled the resentment in his eyes when she had misunderstood him, along with the reluctant compassion in his gaze that stopped him from punishing her. She remembered how he had gently comforted her when her stomach hurt, staying by her side. Gradually, all other images faded from her mind, leaving only Qin Lang's figure filling her world entirely. Chapter 59. The Emotion of the Fortunate Girl. Ding. The host has successfully captured the heroine Su Xiaoxiao. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50,000 villain points. Ding. The heroine Su Xiaoxiao has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain points. Hearing the system's notifications, Qin Lang rose and gently covered the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao with a blanket, placing a soft kiss on her forehead before leaving the room. The moment the door clicked shut, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been feigning sleep, opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed as if she had been drinking. She hugged the pillow that the young master had just used, burying her face in it and inhaling deeply, a satisfied smile spreading across her face, filled with a sense of happiness. After leaving his home, Qin Lang headed straight to the villa where the Bai sisters resided. It had been a long night, filled with relentless engagements. Upon arrival, Bai Ruyu came out to greet him from the living room. Her expression one of bitter apology. I'm truly sorry for calling you over at such a late hour, but Yun is in a foul mood and wants to eat. I really have no choice. Feigning ignorance, Qin Lang asked, what happened? Didn't we already have an inkling? What stirred up the conflict now? A flicker of resentment crossed Bai Ruyu's eyes before she shook her head nonchalantly. Forget it, the facade is already torn. There's no need to hide anything. It's still about that illegitimate child. I don't know who kidnapped him, but Bai Xiaochun is throwing a fit at home, acting like a madman, even suspecting that I had something to do with it. Yun and I couldn't bear it anymore. So we left and want to be going back. If Bai Xiaochun thinks that child is his only offspring, let him live with that child. And what about Yifeng? Isn't he your bodyguard? He wouldn't be nearby, would he? Qin Lang scanned the area, feeling a bit uneasy since he hadn't spotted him. What if that guy has ulterior motives? Bai Ruyu observed Qin Lang's expression, noting the genuine concern reflected in his demeanor, and softened her tone. Why Yifeng has been too busy to pay us any mind. Although he is not of the best character, Bai Xiaochun trusts his abilities immensely and has even claimed that Yifeng is most likely to locate that illegitimate child. Ah, I see. Qin Lang nodded. Unsurprised, Bai Xiaochun was well aware of Yifeng's identity and would undoubtedly leverage such a valuable asset. As long as Yifeng was on the case, his plans could continue to unfold. Bai Ruyu glanced upstairs, sighing, when Yun gets angry, I can't do anything. She wants to even eat, don't worry too much. Yun just has a bit of a stubborn personality, but you know her heart is kind. Qin Lang reassured, feeling relieved now that he had received information on Yifeng. The tracking efforts there had proven ineffective, easily discoverable. Bai Ruyu's information from the Bai family was far more accurate. I understand, I'll go check on Yun. Let us hope she doesn't do anything foolish. She still wants to open the door. Bai Ruyu looked helpless and worried. Nodding silently, Qin Lang made his way upstairs. Upon reaching the door, he found it slightly ajar and simply pushed it open without knocking. Bai Xiaoyun was sitting upright, looking as obedient as a student about to face a teacher as reprimand. Qin Lang didn't scold her but merely asked, don't you want to eat? Bai Xiaoyun nodded her head lightly, glancing up to see that Qin Lang wasn't angry, and then nodded more vigorously. What about the meal I prepared? You want to eat? Qin Lang inquired again. Huh? Bai Xiaoyun exclaimed, quickly shaking her head. Realizing something felt off, she nodded emphatically, yes, I will eat. How could she refuse a meal prepared by her brother? Even if her stomach was already full, she would still eat. Then come down, Qin Lang said, taking her small hand and leading her to the living room, tying on an apron as he entered the kitchen. This was not something he was supposed to do, but for the sake of the sisters' villain points, he would endure. 1 effort, 2 rewards. Quite the bargain. He exchanged for temporary advanced cooking skills in the system store, requiring just 20 villain points. While he had enough villain points for a permanent upgrade, there was no need. The sisters stood at the kitchen's edge, watching Qin Lang skillfully toss the ingredients and cook. No matter how bold Bai Ruyu was, she couldn't fathom that Qin Lang could actually cook. To her, he was the quintessential pampered heir, untouched by hardship. How could he possess such skills? Yet the scenes unfolding before her shattered her preconceived notions. In less than half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were perfectly prepared. Bai Ruyu stepped forward to assist in bringing the dishes to the table. Qin Lang and Bai Xiaoyun sat together, while Bai Ruyu took a seat across from them. The 3 of them enjoyed a simple home-cooked meal. Delicious. Really delicious, brother. How are you so good at cooking? Bai Xiaoyun's big eyes sparkled with excitement. The little girl, who was not particularly refined while eating, was now thoroughly enjoying the meal, praising it as she devoured her food. Perfect, brother. You are simply too perfect. The more time she spent with her brother, the more she realized he was her true soulmate, even better than the Prince Charming of her dreams. It was something she had never dared to imagine, even in her dreams. Eat more if it's good. You need your strength to continue arguing with your sister, Qin Lang remarked, causing the atmosphere to cool. Bai Xiaoyun, chewing her rice, found it less appealing. Are you feeling that your sister lives too comfortably and you want to stir up trouble for her? Or do you think you're the only one who feels wronged, and your sister doesn't? With a rapid-fire series of questions, Bai Xiaoyun was left dizzy, shaking her head repeatedly. Ding! The heroine Bai Ruyu's favorability increased. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 villain points. Ding! The heroine Bai Ruyu's favorability continued to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 villain points. Watching from the sidelines, Bai Ruyu felt warmth spreading through her heart. Though Qin Lang might not appear serious in front of her, when it came to Yun, he completely adopted a protective brother-in-law demeanor. She felt an inexplicable sense of affection, as if that night's extreme exchange had not been so hard to accept after all. Chapter 60. The chairman requests leave from the manager at the dinner table. Bai Xiaoyun felt a deep sense of guilt as she was lectured. Her sister had done so much for her. Yet she had failed to show understanding, instead sulking and refusing to eat, which only saddened her sister. Her actions were akin to pouring salt on her sister's wounds. "I'm sorry, brother, I realized my mistake. I shouldn't have acted out, I was just feeling wronged," Bai Xiaoyun pouted, acknowledging her error and throwing a tantrum. Qin Lang affectionately patted her head, smiling. "Why are you apologizing to me? The one you should be apologizing to is your sister." Bai Xiaoyun nodded eagerly, standing up in her sparkling slippers, her legs wrapped in white knee-high socks, and ran over to Bai Ruyu. Her pink dress swayed playfully as she approached. Seeing Bai Ruyu, who had just set down her bowl and was smiling, Bai Xiaoyun collided into her embrace, wrapping her arms around her neck. "Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just so very angry seeing how our father treated you. It made me feel so wronged." Bai Xiaoyun nestled comfortably in her sister's arms, determinedly murmuring, "From now on, I won't sulk with you anymore." After hearing her brother's words, Bai Xiaoyun recognized how hurtful her actions had been. She knew that her sister loved her the most. Yet her little outbursts had caused her sister great distress. Guilt washed over Bai Xiaoyun, making it hard for her to meet her sister's gaze. Bai Ruyu smiled softly at Qin Lang, feeling a warm glow within. She pinched her sister's cheek and laughed gently. "As long as Yun is happy, that is all that matters. Let us not be upset. You'll always have your sister to care for you. From now on, we will live in this home together, just for the two of you, and no matter how much she felt wronged, Bai Ruyu would never voice it. After all, that was her sister, her flesh and blood, whom she had raised since childhood. The love in her heart was immeasurable. How could she bear to scold her even a little?" Glancing at Qin Lang, Bai Ruyu felt a flicker of hopeful anticipation. Perhaps without the Bai family, her future could be freer and happier. Who could say? "Yes, a home just for the three of us, and we have a brother too." Bai Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, ensuring to count Qin Lang as a family member. Then she huffed defiantly, "I won't get angry anymore. Even if I don't have a father's love, I still have a brother. My brother is so much better than my father. I don't care about him at all, sister. You only have me now, and I will take good care of you." "Only one person," Bai Ruyu thought with a bitter smile, feeling a strange sensation hearing her sister refer to Qin Lang as brother. It wasn't jealousy. Rather, it felt oddly discomforting. Yes, her sister had a brother who cared for her, but what her sister didn't realize was how many times he had cared for her own sister. Whenever she thought of Qin Lang, her mind inevitably wandered to more intimate thoughts, filled with anticipation for what the night would bring. The bond between sisters was profound, exchanging heartfelt words. After some time, realizing it was getting late, Qin Lang finally stood up. Looking at the sisters holding hands, he smiled. "Seeing you two so harmonious is truly wonderful. I won't disturb you sisters tonight." "Are you going back already? You just got here," Bai Xiaoyun pouted, unwilling to let him leave. Bai Ruyu gently patted her sister's head, urging her to go upstairs while secretly promising to persuade Qin Lang to stay. Only then did Bai Xiaoyun reluctantly ascend the stairs. Glancing back several times, the living room fell silent, leaving only Qin Lang and Bai Ruyu exchanging glances. "How is it that you don't feel my presence might be a disturbance to both of you sisters?" Qin Lang chuckled half-jokingly. Bai Ruyu cast a bewitching glance, lightly snorting. "What do you think? Yun is so concerned about you that I, as her elder sister, am feeling a twinge of jealousy. It's already quite late. What do you intend to do going back? There are rooms at home where you can rest. If it comes to it, I can share a room with Yun, and you can take my room for the night." Qin Lang shook his head. "That would render my staying here pointless. If you leave, what reason do I have to remain?" His gaze roamed playfully over Bai Ruyu's graceful and alluring figure, bold and unabashed. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ruyu bit her lip and said, "Considering how you've helped me tonight, if you agree to stay, once Yun falls asleep, I shall seek you out." It was uncertain whether her gratitude towards Qin Lang was genuine, or if she was merely trying to fill the void she had been feeling lately. Whenever she spent a prolonged period alone, her restless emotions would surface, with thoughts of Bai Xiaochun's ugly visage haunting her mind. Conversely, being with Qin Lang, despite the teasing and occasional pain, provided a sense of mental release that she found alluring. Almost intoxicating, Qin Lang, rather insensitively, declined. Perhaps another time, on one hand. He truly had matters to attend to tonight. Bai Xiaochun had already requested Yi Feng to search for Bai Shui, and it wasn't that he doubted Junzi's capabilities. Moreover, Yi Feng was a formidable figure within the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, and he needed to act swiftly to stabilize the situation. Any unexpected incidents were not something he wished to encounter. On the other hand, he had been running non-stop all day, and his body still felt somewhat weak. Bai Ruyu's intelligent eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Qin Lang. "You're so eager to leave. Could it be that you're off to rendezvous with Mu Yuyin? Let me remind you, you've entrusted me with the matter of the beauty pill, so don't be deceived by her charms." A hint of discomfort stirred within her. Being rejected after her invitation was a blow to her ego. If Qin Lang were indeed to meet Mu Yuyin, she feared she might not sleep a wink that night. "Impossible!" Qin Lang immediately shook his head. "What does that have to do with me?" He stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Bai Ruyu's slender waist, and said earnestly, "Manager Bai, I entrust the company's affairs to you without a single worry. I absolutely will not interfere, I assure you. I must also request something." "Request what?" Bai Ruyu was left perplexed. Qin Lang chuckled awkwardly. "I request Manager Bai to grant me permission to take a night's rest, and let the chairman have a day off, shall we?" After a lengthy exchange of banter, Qin Lang finally departed from the villa where the Bai sisters resided. He moved stealthily through the darkness, akin to a ghostly shadow, darting swiftly. His speed was such that even an assassin of Yi Feng's caliber would find it difficult to rival him. During this period, having exhausted the body-enhancing pills, his physical prowess had surged to an impressive 200 points. Against an ordinary person, even a robust man, he could easily dispatch them with a mere breath or puncture their skull with a single finger. The current Qin Lang was vastly different. His combat strength was unfathomably formidable. In a life-or-death confrontation, he held a considerable advantage over others like Yi Feng, not to mention he had no intention of getting embroiled in such brutal affairs himself. As thoughts turned to the location of Bai Shui's abduction, he was aware that while the kidnappers had no direct ties to him, they were instigated by Junzi. Bai Shui had made numerous enemies in the outside world, far too many to count, including several vicious characters who, with a slight provocation, could erupt into violence. Before long, Qin Lang arrived at a secluded residential building. Silently, he donned a human skin mask from his system backpack, transforming his visage to that of Yi Feng. Under the guise of this disguise, his physical form also underwent subtle changes, aligning with Yi Feng's stature, making it nearly impossible for anyone unfamiliar with him to discern the difference. This disguise was an impeccable tool for framing others. However, he was mindful of the consequences of using such a disguise. It would only be effective before Bai Shui and some unrelated men. In the presence of those who knew Yi Feng, or his acquaintances, he would never dare to employ it. Even though it was his own body, masking it with another's face made him feel uneasy, as if he were crossing an invisible line. Inside a relatively isolated residential apartment, 3 tattooed men sat around a table, drinking beer with a bowl of peanuts. One man, visibly agitated, swallowed a mouthful of beer and shouted, "What the hell? Didn't we hear that this kid was just the son of a wealthy family? Why has this situation escalated so drastically? The entire city of Tianhai is in chaos, with police sirens wailing everywhere. I just heard from a group of fellow drivers that the Black Dragon Society is involved now. Both the underworld and the law are after this kid. Who the hell is he?" The 3 men simultaneously turned to glare at Bai Shui, who was bound in the corner, his face battered and bruised, their teeth clenched in frustration. They had only intended to kidnap him, give him a good beating, and let him suffer some days of hunger. After all, this kid had robbed them of their girl at the bar, even going so far as to send a video of her being bullied to humiliate them. What man could endure such humiliation? Now, having vented some of their anger, they found themselves in a precarious situation, filled with dread as they listened to the commotion outside. They realized the gravity of their actions. They had crossed a line from which there was no turning back. "Who? Go check," commanded a man adorned with a black scorpion tattoo on his neck, his face cold. Ahu, clutching a dagger, approached Bai Shui and yanked the 2 pairs of original flavor underwear from his mouth, barking, "Behave yourself. No yelling, or I'll show you what it means to have a knife enter and exit." Bai Shui's eyelids twitched violently, not from fear, but from the pain of his swollen face as blood trickled into his eyes, causing him great discomfort. Gritting his teeth, He pressed down his anger and asked, "What do you want? Let me go, and we can negotiate. How much do you want? I can pay, money. Do you think we're doing this for a few stinking bills? Have you forgotten how you humiliated us?" Ahu roared in fury, "Damn it. If I didn't want to escalate this, I would have been the first to stab you. That girl was drugged by me at the bar. If we're going to play, there should be a proper order." Bai Shui rolled his eyes. "It's just a woman. I assent it. If you want to play, just say so. Let me go, and you can have whoever you want. I'll arrange it for you." He had completely forgotten that it was his own lackeys who had beaten up the men and taken the women upstairs. Robbing the women of thugs and filming the humiliation was nothing new to him. He had always sought excitement in such matters. Slap? Ahu slapped Bai Shui across the face, cursing, "I'm not discussing that with you. Tell me, which family do you belong to?" Bai Shui winced in pain, defiantly responding, "My father is Bai Xiaochun." His hands were bound, unable to wipe away the blood or massage his aching face. He could only comply as a child. He had been unaware of his father's identity, but now, having grown up, how could he still be kept in the dark? Even if Bai Xiaochun hadn't told him, couldn't he investigate on his own? Even if Bai Xiaochun had retreated into the background, he could recognize his father from old photos and newspapers, the chairman of the Bai Group, a billionaire tycoon in Tianhai City. Had he not known his father's identity and been showered with such indulgence, how could he dare to act so arrogantly? Yet, he never anticipated this day would find him in the clutches of such reckless men. Damn it. Ahu angrily shoved the original flavor underwear back into Bai Shui's mouth. Returning to the table, he plopped down on a chair, grabbing an open can of beer and drank it all in one go, slamming his fist on the table, sending peanuts flying. "A brother, we've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. We shouldn't have boasted to those guys. This kid is Bai Xiaochun's son, and now the entire Tianhai City is hunting for us. From the looks of it, this is no fabrication. Only a family like the Bais could cause such a ruckus. What do we do now?" Ahu felt a pounding headache. He never imagined they would provoke the Bai family. Trying to take on a wealthy family was akin to crushing ants. The scorpion, keenly alert, narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent glinting as he glanced at Bai Shui. Ugh, Bai Shui struggled violently, wanting to explain, but the taste of urine-soaked underwear stifled his words. "Behave yourself," the scorpion coldly reprimanded. And once Bai Shui fell silent, he slowly turned to his two subordinates. At this point, regret is futile. The entire Tianhai City is searching for us. If Bai Xiaochun discovers we've kidnapped his illegitimate son, he will undoubtedly stop at nothing to end us. Ahu questioned, "No way. Bai Xiaochun is a major entrepreneur and philanthropist in Tianhai City." He still clung to the hope that they could find a way out, perhaps by returning Bai Shui and offering an apology, even if it meant suffering a broken leg. It would be better than being constantly hunted. The scorpion rolled his eyes. "Even the Black Dragon Society is involved. Do you really think they are acting on their own? Isn't Bai Xiaochun orchestrating this from behind the scenes? All these capitalists are ruthless at heart. Let us just wait and see. We're still relatively safe here. I'll go take a leak." Having consumed too much alcohol, the scorpion felt the urge to relieve himself. As he glanced at Ahu and the others, a sense of helplessness washed over him. At this moment, they were still hoping Bai Xiaochun would let the matter slide. What nonsense! What wealthy family ever started out as saints? They were all cutthroat and merciless. He could hardly be bothered to explain further, feeling a wave of resignation as he stood to head downstairs to the restroom. Coincidentally, just as the scorpion stepped out, the door to the room was suddenly pried open from the outside with a sharp crack. "Li Feng, I know it's you." Ahu and his companion, Silly Chong, instantly shifted into a serious demeanor at the sound, putting down their beers and gripping their knives tightly, stealthily approaching the door. As the person knocking stepped inside, Ahu and Silly Chong took their chance, lunging forward with their daggers drawn to thud. Two dull thuds of knives sinking into flesh echoed, followed by agonized howls. Both Ahu and Silly Chong felt their arms sliced open by the opponent's daggers, blood gushing forth as their injured limbs were seized. Qin Lang, donning the Yifeng mask, entered the room, his face concealed by a black mask he had retrieved from his system backpack, a gadget from the system lottery. If he had needed it, he could have supplied himself with a box of gas masks. With a grip on their bleeding arms, he wore an air of a protagonist relishing in the moment, his lips curling into a playful smirk as he sneered, "With your pathetic skills, you think you can harm me?" He didn't hesitate to speak, having previously acquired an intermediate voice mimicry skill from the system store. Unless one was an expert in voice recognition, they would find it impossible to discern. Bai Shui, bound and gagged, squirmed like a distressed maggot, his excitement palpable. Qin Lang tossed Ahu and Silly Chong to the ground and pointed at the item stuffed in Bai Shui's mouth, urging, "Get that off him." Ahu, terrified, stumbled toward Bai Shui, but instead of removing the original flavor underwear, he pressed his dagger against Bai Shui's throat, shouting at Qin Lang, "Stay back, or I'll kill this kid. You just want Bai Xiaochun's money, right? Let us discuss this. If you let us leave Tianhai City, we'll release him." He was aware of Bai Xiaochun's extensive connections, yet he never anticipated the speed at which this newcomer would arrive. Fortunately, while this man seemed powerful, he appeared rather dim-witted, having captured them only to let them go. What arrogance! Qin Lang remained unfazed, swiftly taking Silly Chong hostage, and to eliminate any threats, he picked up a dagger from below and thrust it into Silly Chong's right chest with a swift motion. "Don't make any sudden moves. Drop the knife, or your friend here will meet his end." Blood gushed forth. Silly Chong grimaced in pain, internally screaming, "What the hell did I do to deserve this? Who's the real kidnapper here?" Ahu hadn't even made a move yet, merely threatening verbally, yet this guy had already stabbed Silly Chong without hesitation. This was outrageous. Ahu was momentarily stunned, swallowing hard as he yanked the original flavor underwear from Bai Shui's mouth, shouting, "Make him stop!" Bai Shui, in a panic, cried out, "Yifeng, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? If you can save me, just show your face. I know it's you, Yifeng. If anything happens to me, my father won't let you off the hook." With a swift motion, Qin Lang plunged the dagger once more into Silly Chong's chest, creating two gaping wounds that bled profusely. Silly Chong looked up, his face pale, nearly in tears. "Brother." Qin Lang chuckled awkwardly. "I'm a bit obsessive-compulsive. It just doesn't sit right with me to have one hole on the right but not on the left." Bai Shui stared in disbelief. He recognized Yifeng. His father had once taken Yifeng out for a meal. Although they hadn't spoken much, it was clear his father held Yifeng in high regard. Yet now, it was evident even to a fool that this man had no intention of rescuing him. "I get it now. You must be in cahoots with those two women, right? You want me dead so they can inherit the Bai family's fortune, don't you?" As the dagger grazed his neck, Bai Shui's tone shifted to one of panic. "Just save me, and I'll give you whatever you want, please." Qin Lang twirled the dagger, gazing at Bai Shui with amusement. "Can you really compare to Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun? Even if you fancy fencing, I'm not interested." Without further ado, Bai Shui has expressed everything he needed to say, and before he could utter what should remain unspoken, Qin Lang swiftly hurled a dagger, striking directly at Bai Shui's heart, leaving him with a chilling sensation that penetrated deep within. Until his last breath, Bai Shui could hardly fathom that the one who took his life would be Yifeng. Moreover, the manner in which it was done, without a shred of hesitation, suggested an urgency as if fearing that the group of kidnappers might not take his life, prompting him to deliver the fatal blow himself. Bai Shui's eyes bulged wide, gradually slipping away in Ahu's embrace, their gazes locking in a moment of mutual bewilderment. The fate of Sha Chong was no better. His neck was twisted mercilessly. Ahu recoiled in terror, panic etched across his face, and before he could even divulge the identities of his accomplices, he was swiftly dispatched with a single kick. In the aftermath, Qin Lang seemed to orchestrate the scene, leaving Sha Chong's fingerprints on the dagger and on the neck of the now lifeless Sha Chong, before disappearing into the night, oblivious to the scorpion, who had witnessed everything from the restroom. It wasn't until the figures had distanced themselves that Scorpion slumped against the restroom wall, sliding down the tiles in a state of despair, his back drenched in cold sweat. Madness. Pure madness. What a clever use of a knife to kill. That damned Yifeng used our brother as a shield, all to usurp Bai Xiaochun's fortune. A most insidious tactic. He swallowed hard, erasing all traces of himself from the scene, and hurriedly departed. To seek revenge on Yifeng? How foolish! That man possessed strength beyond the ordinary, capable of snapping a person's neck with his bare hands. His own two brothers, towering at over 1.8 meters, felt like mere rabbits in his grasp. Would he stand a chance? Even if he could, why risk it for such a thankless endeavor? As for reporting to Bai Xiaochun, that was utterly impossible. After all, Yifeng had killed Bai Shui, making him an accomplice. Scorpion, having been in the game longer than Ahu, was sharper in mind. If he were to betray Yifeng, the latter would undoubtedly evade Bai Xiaochun's retribution, and Scorpion would likely meet the same fate. After much contemplation, he resolved to make a discreet exit in the cloak of night. Qin Lang concealed himself in the shadows, observing Scorpion's hasty retreat from the crime scene. He removed his black gloves and stowed away the human mask in his system's backpack. Though it had served its purpose, he couldn't just discard it carelessly, as leaving behind any evidence would be ill-advised. He paid no mind to the chaos left at the scene. If it were ever investigated, the scant traces Scorpion had erased would be insufficient to absolve him of suspicion. At the very least, the deaths of Hu and Sha Chong could not be attributed to a mutual altercation. The remaining matters would be left for Bai Xiaochun to handle. He was content to remain uninvolved. The child of fortune? Time and again beset by calamities, one must wonder what fate befalls the lucky child Yifeng at present. Does he sense the shifting tides? Perhaps Yifeng still harbors thoughts of expanding his influence with Bai Xiaochun's aid, aiming for greater heights, or even plotting against him. Little did Yifeng know. He was not the only one with designs on action, as a quintessential villain. If he did not grasp the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand, he might as well self-destruct and serve as a cautionary tale for Yifeng. Chapter 63. Unmasking Qin Lang's true nature in the Bai family estate. It was the early hours of dawn, with the horizon just beginning to blush with light. Within the study, Bai Xiaochun had not slept a wink. His mind a tempest of agitation. One could say he was in a state of extreme fury. The night had passed without a whisper from the police, and the Black Dragon Society remained silent. Such a commotion had stirred half of Tianhai City. The city's airports and train stations were under heightened scrutiny. His son's abduction occurred just last night. Where could he have escaped to? Shui. Father will not spare anyone who harms you. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. His eyes tinged with ardity that moment. The door swung open, revealing Yifeng, whose complexion was somewhat pale. Bai Xiaochun immediately rose to greet him, his face alight with anticipation as he inquired, "Mr. Yi, do we have any news regarding my son?" He was aware of Yifeng's formidable connections and held great hope for his assistance. Yifeng shook his head. None yet. How about on by Dao's End or the Black Dragon Society? Not only was there no news, but truth be told, he hadn't even sought it out. Firstly, he had been in a foul mood and wished to avoid the stress of such matters. Secondly, he had been afflicted by a bout of food poisoning, suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress, leaving him utterly exhausted. Lately, he had felt something amiss. There were moments when he inexplicably felt irritable, and even when encountering a beautiful woman, he often assumed she would take an interest in him, only to find that when he attempted to strike up a conversation, she would ignore him entirely. As for his luck, it had been abysmal. Food poisoning, falling victim to scams, even standing under a tree's shade could lead to being hit by bird droppings. Bai Xiaochun studied him closely, noticing his pallor, and assumed it was due to his restless search, thus patiently remarked, "There is still no news. Mr. Yi, I apologize for troubling you, but this matter requires your utmost assistance. There will be ample rewards afterward." Yifeng offered a reassuring nod. Rest assured, the kidnappers are likely motivated by money. They wouldn't dare harm young Master Bai. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Xiaochun received a call from Bai Dao. Listening to the officer's account, particularly the grave news, Bai Xiaochun felt as if struck by lightning, his phone slipping from his grip with a sharp crack. His eyes glazed over, lifeless, as he appeared to age a decade in an instant, followed by an eruption of rage that ignited from within. "Who is it? Who killed my son?" His roar reverberated through the study as he dashed out, not even pausing to change his clothes, leaving Yifeng dumbfounded in his wake, grappling with his own dismay. Could this be some cruel twist of fate? Just as he assured that Bai Shui would be unharmed, the next call delivers the devastating news of his murder? How could one be so unfortunate? Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan No. 1 Villa District, in Mu Yuyan's residence, a girl clad in a white panda t-shirt lounged on the sofa, the panda's face adorably round due to the shirt's snug fit. With her slender fingers, she was massaging Mu Yuyan's shoulders, softly urging, "President Mu, dear sister, since you're not in the mood to work today, why not accompany me for a shopping spree? It's been ages since we went out." Mu Yuyan cast a sidelong glance, wearily shaking her head. No interest. Lin Yuchu pouted, her delicate nose scrunching up as she clung to Mu Yuyan's arm. "Sister Mu, how about we catch a movie together? There's a new comedy that just premiered, and I've heard great things about it. It would be perfect for lifting our spirits, don't you think?" "I'm not in the mood," Mu Yuyan reiterated, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "You're older than me by a month, so stop calling me sister. Lin Yuchu huffed in annoyance. Despite being older, her youthful appearance often led others to mistake her for a high school student. Previously, when she called Mu Yuyan's sister, it had never elicited such a response. Clearly, Mu Yuyan was still reeling from the heartbreak inflicted by that scoundrel. She huffed indignantly, "It's just a lousy man. Is it worth being so upset? Skipping work is one thing, but ignoring me entirely? Do you even consider me a friend? Am I not one of your own?" Mu Yuyan remained fixated on the television, her voice low as she replied without turning, "If it weren't for you, do you think I would confide in you about Qin Lang?" In Mu Yuyan's heart, Lin Yuchu held a significant place. Otherwise, she would not have shared her troubles regarding Qin Lang. Was it worth it? Just a no-good man? Yuyan, you're wonderful. Why cling to this one tree? All men are the same. Don't let his indifference fool you. He might be reveling in your sorrow, possibly even bragging about it to others. Lin Yuchu's tone dripped with disdain as she recounted the heartless men she had encountered, particularly those from the wealthy circles of the capital. Their numbers beyond counting. Those rascals would flaunt their conquests, throwing money around carelessly, utterly revolting. She had thought Mu Yuyan would be wise enough to avoid such traps, especially since only half a month ago, Mu Yuyan had expressed disdain for Qin Lang and often complained about his faults. Lin Yuchu never anticipated that, in such a short span, Mu Yuyan's feelings toward Qin Lang would undergo such a dramatic transformation. What a complete turnaround. It's just Qin Lang. I'm certain he is playing games with you. This tactic is classic, wanting what he can't have. If you were focused on your work, you wouldn't fall for such a pathetic ruse. Just wait. Once you get Qin Lang to meet you, I have 100 ways to expose his true character. Mu Yuyan turned, frowning. Don't act recklessly. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't complicate things for me. I'm already stressed enough. Although she recognized Lin Yuchu's good intentions, she was fully aware of her friend's eccentric nature. Lin Yuchu boasted of her prowess in romance, but in reality, she was merely a novice. Having never experienced genuine love, merely a fool who had observed various tactics, Lin Yuchu disregarded Mu Yuyan's warnings, coldly scoffing as she turned to Aning. Are you really going to sit back and watch Yuyan descend into despair? You know what kind of person Qin Lang is. Even if Yuyan is infatuated, she shouldn't be with a man like him. We must team up to keep Yuyan in check. Once Qin Lang's true nature is revealed, it will be a win-win, Mu Yuyan snapped. You wouldn't dare. Lin Yuchu lunged forward, undeterred. What is there to fear? Don't forget, I've been training in Taekwondo for 2 years. Moments later, Mu Yuyan found herself restrained, while Aning stood by, exasperated. Miss, truly, as an observer, I feel heartbroken seeing you like this. What if Lin is right? What if Qin Lang is indeed a scoundrel? Yuyan, stop resisting today. Qin Lang will undoubtedly suffer social ruin. Lin Yuchu toyed with Mu Yuyan's phone and, after a moment, proudly announced, it's all set. The meeting place is at my family's hotel. Just wait and see how I unveil Qin Lang's true identity. Lin Yuchu's eyes sparkled with triumph, brimming with confidence. She had countless tricks up her sleeve to expose the scoundrel. Just one mere man? Lin Yuchu could easily unveil his true colors with a snap of her fingers. How dare he attempt to take advantage of her friend? It was nothing short of a dream. Lin Yuchu's eyes gleamed with mischief as she silently mused, Qin Lang, don't blame me for lacking mercy. You've simply chosen the wrong target. Watch how I dismantle your facade and leave you utterly humiliated. Chapter 64. Lin Yuchu in the rain at noon. Qin Lang made his way to Kaiyuan International. Junzi, with one hand on the steering wheel, gave Qin Lang a thumbs up with the other. Young master, when it comes to handling women, I would declare you the strongest. You are like a hunter in pursuit of prey. Once you set your sights on a target, there is no one you can't ensnare. It's simply astounding. Remember how President Mu used to ignore you or even look at you with disdain. Now she comes to your place every few days and even invites you to lunch. Clearly, she is trying to woo you. Junzi was genuinely impressed with Qin Lang's prowess, especially in charming even the aloof Mu Yuyan. What many didn't know, however, was that he was fully aware of young master's multitasking abilities, juggling multiple pursuits simultaneously, all yielding fruitful results. It was nothing short of incredible. Qin Lang chuckled lightly. A hunter? What kind of hunter? A bounty hunter, perhaps? If not for the circumstances, I wouldn't have the time to dine with Mu Yuyan. Had I not sensed the system alerting me to her emotional turmoil, possibly due to some incident, I would have likely commenced my second lesson with Su Xiaoxiao, continuing to impart my wisdom. isn't that far more pleasant than dining with Mu Yuyan? The Maybach came to a smooth halt outside Kaiyuan International. Due to the rain, Qin Lang emerged with an umbrella, his fitted suit accentuating his charismatic figure. The hotel entrance, he paused, glancing at a girl nearby. Though she was described as a girl, she stood over 1.6 meters tall, her figure elegantly proportioned, donned in a black and white JK uniform complemented by knee-high white stockings, showcasing her long legs splendidly. Most strikingly, Qin Lang noted that her physique was hardly inferior to that of the Bai sisters, and beneath her JK uniform, her form was even more alluring. This girl's remarkable figure was paired with a delicately exquisite yet youthful face, giving her the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old. Ding! The protagonist Lin Yuchu experienced an emotional surge, and the host received 100 villain points. At the hotel entrance, Lin Yuchu was anxiously stamping her feet, her large, watery eyes fixated on the transparent rain shield, seemingly intent on dashing out to hail a taxi, though her heart was filled with urgency. Damn it. What's taking Qin Lang so long? Can't he see this lady is without an umbrella? Not a hint of gentlemanly behavior. Can't he at least come over and strike up a conversation? Lin Yuchu felt a surge of indignation. In such miserable weather, dressed so lightly, any man would have considered offering her a ride. Yet Qin Lang stood there, merely watching, neither approaching nor entering the hotel. For the sake of exposing Qin Lang's true nature, Lin Yuchu gritted her teeth, muttering, and boldly dashed out from beneath the rain shield, not venturing far before she deliberately slipped, landing hard on the ground with a resounding thud. Inside the hotel's surveillance room, Mu Yuyan and Ning sat before the LCD screen, able to see and hear the unfolding events through the cameras. Upon witnessing Lin Yuchu tumble into the rain, Mu Yuyan exclaimed in alarm, "How can she do this? She is clearly manipulating Qin Lang's sympathy. And on such a rainy day, if she wants his attention, she needn't go to such extremes. No way. I have to send her an umbrella. I can't just stand by and watch her get soaked." And Ning hurriedly blocked her path, a wry smile on her face as she said, "Miss, please don't add to the chaos. Lin has already gone to such lengths for you, braving the rain just to unveil Qin Lang's true colors. If you go now, wouldn't that waste her efforts?" And Ning wasn't foolish. Having accompanied Mu Yuyan for years, she understood her well. If Mu Yuyan were to step out, while Lin Yuchu wouldn't need to endure the rain any longer, her identity would undoubtedly be exposed. She certainly did not wish to witness Miss Lin's heartfelt efforts being trampled upon in a moment of turmoil. The figure of Qin Lang in the video stirred, prompting Ning to exclaim, "Miss, quick, look. Qin Lang is about to make a move." In the puddle, Lin Yuchu was drenched from head to toe, her black and white JK uniform accentuating her delicate curves. She sat on the ground, hugging her knees, tears mingling with the rain as she wept uncontrollably. Her pitiable, helpless, and aggrieved demeanor overflowed with emotions that evoked sympathy. Any man with a semblance of decency would surely not stand idly by while such a beautiful girl was caught in the rain. Right? Lin Yuchu felt even more assured of this. She held unwavering confidence in her beauty and figure. As long as Qin Lang was willing to engage her in conversation, she was certain she could entice him away. Once Qin Lang departed, it would be a breach of promise. What could a man want when he left with a strange woman? There was no need to speculate on his intentions. He would undoubtedly be exposed as a scoundrel. After waiting for a while, Lin Yuchu kept stealing glances at Qin Lang. When she saw him move, her heart leaped with joy. However, her delight was short-lived as he did not approach her, but instead headed towards the recently parked Maybach, causing her to feel suspicious, yet she quickly reassured herself. He must be fetching an umbrella. He wants to offer her shelter from the rain, providing a perfect excuse to exchange contact information. Humph. Truly the old tricks of a scoundrel. How could he possibly deceive her keen eye? Moments later, Qin Lang emerged from the Maybach, indeed carrying an umbrella, but standing beneath it was another figure, his driver and bodyguard, Junzi. The two approached Lin Yuchu, standing less than 2 meters away, glancing around. Holding the umbrella, Qin Lang did not step forward to shield Lin Yuchu from the rain. Instead, with a look of amusement, he remarked, "Junzi, what do you think is going on with this girl? Heartbroken, or perhaps pregnant and unable to afford an abortion?" Junzi, seemingly lost in thought, replied, "Heartbroken, I suppose. Her belly isn't even showing. It doesn't seem like she is pregnant. It could be too early to show." he added. Lin Yuchu was taken aback, raising her head as rainwater trickled down her cheeks, mingled with tears. Gazing at Qin Lang, whose expression was one of detached curiosity, even locking eyes with her, she felt utterly bewildered. Was this man a scoundrel? He clearly appeared to be a rigid, unyielding type. Seeing a vulnerable woman in the rain, instead of offering warmth and comfort, he chose to watch the spectacle and even summoned his bodyguard to join in the amusement. Was there any more humiliating treatment than this? Chapter 65. An umbrella with a fruit knife? Ding. The protagonist Lin Yuchu experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for receiving 200 Destiny villain points. Ding. The protagonist Lin Yuchu's anger continued to rise. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500 Destiny villain points. Ding. The protagonist Mu Yuyan's favorability continued to rise. Congratulations to the host for receiving 600 Destiny villain points. Ding. The incessant system notifications in Qin Lang's ears confirmed that his choice was indeed the right one. As expected, this girl was not a good person. Although she was a legal lowly in the original work, Lin Yuchu, as Mu Yuyan's best friend, was known as the scoundrel identification machine, having scolded Yi Feng countless times for his mischief, damaging reputations, and being rather manipulative. This time, Mu Yuyan's emotional fluctuations were undoubtedly intertwined with Lin Yuchu. Moreover, this was clearly an act of flirtation, which aroused Qin Lang's wariness. Others may be oblivious, but he was well aware of Lin Yuchu's hidden familiarity. She was just a girl in love. Simultaneously, she exhibited a tendency towards masochism. The more kindness one showed her, the more she rebelled. How could she possibly take the initiative to flirt? Perhaps Mu Yuyan was watching nearby, and Lin Yuchu had set a trap, waiting for him to leap into it. Qin Lang chuckled coldly to himself, turning the tables, seizing the initiative as he gazed at Lin Yuchu, who was sitting in the puddle, with a devilish glint in his eyes. Just by tormenting Lin Yuchu, he could reap 2 portions of Destiny villain points. 1 effort, 2 rewards. Why not take advantage of it? The rain continued to pour, soaking her black and white JK uniform, making her alluring form even more captivating. Lin Yuchu gritted her teeth in frustration but was unwilling to abandon her previous efforts. Feigning a pitiful demeanor, she murmured, "Brother, it's really coming down. Could you lend me an umbrella?" Qin Lang counted the 2 umbrellas and then the 3 people. Smirking as he retorted, "Little sister, can't you count? There are only 2 umbrellas. How can I lend you one?" Lin Yuchu was internally screaming. Was Qin Lang truly such a fool? She had clearly stated her need. Did he not understand that he should help her hold the umbrella for a while? Honestly, Lin Yuchu never expected to crouch in the puddle for so long, her white skirt soaked through. Holding an umbrella, Qin Lang approached Lin Yuchu, and as the umbrella was about to shield her, he abruptly halted just a few centimeters away, pointing towards the hotel entrance with glass shielding from the rain, saying, "You can go there to avoid the rain." Lin Yuchu wiped her face, unsure whether the moisture was from tears or rain, forcing a bitter smile as she rubbed her ankle and pleaded sweetly, "I just twisted my leg. It hurts so much, brother. Could you please hold the umbrella for me just for a moment?" Qin Lang ignored her, instead pointing at the dark object protruding from her waist. His tone turning serious, "What are you hiding there? It looks bulging. Let me see it." Lin Yuchu's expression changed, "And no need for that, is there? Junzi, let us go." Qin Lang turned, calling to Junzi as he prepared to leave. Lin Yuchu quickly pleaded, "Don't go, don't go. I'll show you, okay?" Reluctantly, she pulled out a small fruit knife from her waist. This was something she had initially brought along, thinking it might be useful after deceiving Qin Lang. In case he acted recklessly, she would need a means of defense. Now exposed, she had to weakly explain to maintain her image as a vulnerable girl, "Brother, this is a fruit knife. For cutting fruit." Qin Lang frowned, his suspicion evident. "Cutting fruit? On a rainy day, you leave home without an umbrella but bring a knife. What does that mean? Carrying a knife in the rain but no umbrella. What are you implying?" Lin Yuchu was nearly driven to the brink of madness, wishing she could stab Qin Lang repeatedly with the fruit knife, carefully avoiding any fatal wounds, making him unable to live and unable to die. However, recalling that Mu Yuyan was watching from the surveillance video, she casually tossed the fruit knife aside and resorted to her ultimate move, pleading pitifully, "Brother, I'm still young, just starting high school. My parents are arguing at home, and they said they want a divorce. They even hit me. I'm so scared and cold. Could you take me to a warm place to warm up?" She hugged herself, trembling in the rain. her petite frame evoking sympathy from anyone who saw her. Even Junzi, who typically adhered to a manager's demeanor, felt a twinge of compassion, considering if he should offer her warmth. Qin Lang scrutinized her from head to toe, then extended his hand to lift Lin Yuchu from the ground, sighing, "It's not easy, is it? Here's the deal. I happen to have a friend who is particularly interested in students like you, who lack care. How about I call him over so we can have a good chat together?" Goodness! Lin Yuchu's heart screamed in delight, unexpected joy. Who could have imagined that the seemingly rigid Qin Lang would propose such a bold suggestion at this critical moment? Inviting a friend to warm up together? Would they play together? 3 people or 4? What about P? Lin Yuchu's heart soared with happiness as she faced Qin Lang, her right hand positioned behind her, forming an okay gesture. All to ensure that Mu Yuyin could witness Qin Lang's true colors. In the surveillance room, Ning looked utterly indignant. "Miss, I never expected Qin Lang to be such a person. How dreadful. Not only does he intend to take advantage of Miss Lin, but he also wants to call a friend to join him. How can he be so shameless?" Mu Yuyin appeared puzzled, not immediately condemning Qin Lang, feeling something was off but unable to pinpoint it, creating a sense of awkwardness. What exactly was wrong? In this moment of distraction, the surveillance video emitted a series of beeping sounds. Beneath the rain, Lin Yuchu stood at the edge of the umbrella, droplets cascading from its ribs onto her head, the piercing chill failing to coax her under the shelter. Instead, she stood frozen, pointing at the approaching figure of a police officer clad in dark uniform, walking closer with a stern expression, illuminated by the flashing lights of a vehicle. Her beautiful lips trembled as she stared into Qin Lang's eyes, hesitantly asking, "Is this the friend you mentioned?" Chapter 66. Social death. In an instant before she could finish her sentence, the middle-aged officer approached, silencing his communicator. With a stern face, he asked, "What are you doing standing here in the rain? Did you call the police?" He directed his gaze at Qin Lang, his expression unfriendly. The scene before him, a dapper young man and a drenched Lin Yuchu, looked like a couple embroiled in a quarrel. Qin Lang nodded and pointed at Lin Yuchu, saying, "I called the police. This young lady is still in high school. Her parents are arguing and even hit her, so she is afraid to go home. Could you please help her get back?" The officer's demeanor softened upon realizing it was a misunderstanding. He shifted his gaze from Qin Lang to Lin Yuchu. Acknowledging her as a pitiable student, he gently said, "Please tell me your home address, and I'll take you back." Lin Yuchu stammered, feeling flustered upon seeing the officer. Instinctively, she felt apprehensive, and no need to trouble the officer. Qin Lang skeptically replied, "Didn't you just say you were afraid to go home alone, and that you wanted me to take you to warm up? What is going on? Do you think my house is warmer than yours?" Lin Yuchu shot Qin Lang a furious glare, inwardly seething. Why is this guy so chatty? Can't he just shut up? The officer frowned, sensing something amiss, and asked, "What is happening here? Show me your ID." Lin Yuchu stuttered, I forgot my ID." Realizing she could no longer hide, she admitted, "Actually, I'm not a student. I'm already of age. I was just joking with a friend earlier." "Officer, please don't take it seriously. It's all a misunderstanding." Qin Lang chimed in, "A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Didn't you just claim to be a high school student? And we only just met. How can you call him a friend?" Ding! Lin Yuchu's anger continued to escalate. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 Destiny villain points. The officer shot Lin Yuchu a look of disdain. He despised women who spent their days flirting with men. His son had fallen victim to such frivolous girls, and he had yet to recover. Now hearing Qin Lang's account, he instinctively viewed Lin Yuchu as a girl deliberately seeking attention, with a cold gaze. The officer reprimanded Lin Yuchu, "You're obstructing law enforcement and wasting police time. Do you find this joke amusing?" Lin Yuchu felt utterly defeated. She hadn't anticipated that Qin Lang, the scoundrel, would summon the police, let alone publicly undermine her. Now under the officer's scrutiny, she meekly apologized. "I didn't mean to," the officer, cold and unyielding, replied. "If saying sorry were effective, why would we even need police?" He produced a booklet on civic conduct from his pocket, handing it to Lin Yuchu, stating, "Memorize this within 3 days, and come to the station to recite it in public." Lin Yuchu, clutching the green booklet, appeared as pale as a ghost, her mind racing. Memorizing the civic conduct? She had initially intended to expose Qin Lang's true colors, hoping to witness his social demise before Mu Yuyin. But now, the one facing social death had become her instead. What could she do against such an upright officer? Feeling aggrieved, she anxiously gripped the booklet and, under the watchful gaze of the officer, began to read aloud, "Be patriotic and abide by the law." Every gaze felt like a dagger piercing her heart. Her pent-up anger could not be displayed in front of the officer, so she redirected her frustrations entirely onto Qin Lang. After a while, she completed the recitation, and the officer turned to leave, reminding her to remember to come back in 3 days to recite it. Once the officer departed, Lin Yuchu erupted, lunging at Qin Lang, fists flying. "Qin Lang, I'm done with you. You humiliated me and called the police. You bastard." Her 2 years of taekwondo training were fully displayed in her martial prowess, each strike filled with vigor, akin to a fierce fighter. As she charged, Qin Lang quickly retreated, feigning a stumble, and as he fell backward, he reached out instinctively, grasping her most prominent feature, using it as leverage to regain his balance. Instead, Lin Yuchu was propelled towards the puddle. "Ouch, ouch, that hurts." Lin Yuchu thought she was about to fall, but reality proved otherwise. She found herself suspended mid-air, with Qin Lang's hand gripping her chest, preventing her from tumbling completely. "Qin Lang, you scoundrel, are you taking advantage of me? Let go of me," Lin Yuchu scolded, feeling utterly humiliated. Captured in such a vulnerable position, relying on his grip to remain upright, the combination of her inner rage and the physical discomfort ignited an explosive fury within her. Qin Lang glanced down, his fingers gradually releasing their hold. One by one, Lin Yuchu barely had time to register her precarious situation before his hand withdrew completely. She plummeted back into the puddle with a resounding splash, feeling as though her backside had been shattered into pieces. Qin Lang, slightly embarrassed, said, "I sincerely apologize. I lost my footing earlier. I intended to help you up, but the position was awkward, and you yelled at me, so I had to let go." Lin Yuchu, not only feeling wronged but also in pain, retorted, "What are you pretending for? You did that on purpose, slipping. With 2 perfectly functional legs, how could you possibly slip?" Qin Lang rolled his eyes, uninterested in explaining himself. "Honestly, it's pointless to argue with a woman who has 2 mouths. Lin Yuchu opened her mouth, wanting to say something but finding herself at a loss for words. A profound sense of grievance and an inexplicable feeling surged within her heart simultaneously. Chapter 67. The Plastic Sisterhood. As Lin Yuchu composed herself and prepared to launch her second counterattack, Mu Yuyin finally arrived alongside Aining. The situation had already been determined. Lin Yuchu's so-called plan to expose the truth had been utterly thwarted. Although Aining was quite displeased, she could only allow Mu Yuyin to leave. "It's a misunderstanding. Qin Lang, do not be angry. She is actually my close friend, Lin Yuchu, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family from Yanjing." Mu Yuyin stood before Qin Lang, her face displaying distress as she feebly explained, "She is merely looking out for me, which is why she has acted this way. Please do not be angry with her." Qin Lang wore a skeptical expression, alternating his gaze between Lin Yuchu and Mu Yuyin. As if suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "You two are close friends? What is this, a performance for my benefit?" Lin Yuchu, supported by Aining, rose to her feet and chided him with irritation. "Qin Lang, stop pretending. You must have seen through it long ago. Haven't you? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your sordid little thoughts. They are futile. Even if you manage to deceive Yuyin, you cannot escape my keen perception." With a derisive laugh, Qin Lang shot a glance at Mu Yuyin. "It seems your friend harbors quite a strong prejudice against me. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude any longer. With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Mu Yuyin's heart raced. She promptly reached out to grasp his arm, shooting an indignant glare at Lin Yuchu. "What exactly do you wish to put me through before you feel satisfied? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?" She was genuinely exhausted from the turmoil. The rift between her and Qin Lang had already widened, and now Lin Yuchu's antics felt like a push into a fiery pit. Lin Yuchu pouted, wanting to retort at Qin Lang, but upon seeing Mu Yuyin's visibly angry gaze, she suppressed her words, huffing softly and turning her head away in silence. With a sigh, Mu Yuyin looked at Qin Lang helplessly and explained, "Actually, today is significant. The product report for the beauty pills has come out, and I brought it along. As the provider of the formula, you should take a look and offer your insights. Don't you want to earn money with your company? This beauty pill is the first step towards your company's profitability, and it needs to be taken seriously. Shall we reserve a private room at the hotel to discuss over a meal?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lang nodded, deeming it essential to address business matters. Upon returning to Kaiyuan International Hotel, they booked a luxurious private room. After taking a shower, Lin Yuchu emerged dressed in a more mature outfit, a white camisole paired with a pink skirt. Though it lacked the youthful charm of her previous JK uniform, it still retained a whimsical and playful essence. She seated herself beside Mu Yuyin, intending to rescue her from Qin Lang's clutches. However, Mu Yuyin showed no inclination to engage with her, engrossed in a discussion about the beauty pill report with Qin Lang. Qin Lang scrutinized the report meticulously, occasionally nodding at the text, acknowledging that while the report was well presented, it still had its flaws. The introductory section was rather mundane, understandable enough, but the middle section detailing the advantages of the beauty pill was commendable. However, was the conclusion not a tad too hasty? How about this? Let us find a time when we're both free to collaborate on refining this report. Certainly, Mu Yuyin nodded earnestly, albeit missing the deeper implications of his words. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, placing a piece of cola chicken wing into Mu Yuyin's bowl. Let us eat. Some people have kept waiting in the shower for so long that the dishes are nearly cold. Mu Yuyin felt a surge of delight. Cola chicken wings were among her favorite dishes. She recalled a time when her mother visited Tianhai City and they had competed for the last piece. To her surprise, Qin Lang remembered her preferences, suggesting that she had not completely faded from his memory. Taking a small bite of the chicken wing, she exclaimed, "This tastes wonderful." Observing their harmonious interaction, akin to a couple, Lin Yuchu could no longer tolerate the scene. She felt compelled to disrupt the situation. Otherwise, her naive friend might fall deeper into Qin Lang's trap. She picked up a piece of black garlic and placed it in Mu Yuyin's bowl. "Yuyin, if you're hungry, do eat a bit more." Mu Yuyin glanced down, her brow furrowing slightly, showing no intention to use her chopsticks. Lin Yuchu added another piece. "Yuyin, do not underestimate this black garlic. It has been specially prepared by our hotel chef and is quite delicious, both flavorful and sweet." As she brought the black garlic to her mouth, an overwhelmingly repugnant scent hit her, causing her to grimace and instinctively gag. Ugh! Mu Yuyin's frown deepened. Lin Yuchu, feeling cornered, held her breath and bit into the black garlic, exclaiming, "Wow, this black garlic is amazing. It melts in your mouth. Though it may not smell appealing, it tastes just like stinky tofu. So fragrant." Ugh! As she praised the garlic, her big, watery eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet before she could finish her sentence, she found herself retching, tears and snot threatening to spill forth. Under Mu Yuyin's incredulous gaze, Lin Yuchu felt a surge of indignation but could only force a smile, attributing her reaction to a possible cold from the rain, insisting it had nothing to do with the black garlic, just a bit of nausea. Ugh! Plop. Unable to continue the charade, Lin Yuchu slammed her palms on the table, spitting out the black garlic onto the floor, and pointed at the server who had just entered, demanding, "Which chef prepared this dish? It made me vomit. Have him clear his pay at the front desk and leave immediately. What an embarrassment." "Understood." The server nodded and quickly exited. The private room fell silent once more. Lin Yuchu felt as though she had been slapped, her cheeks burning with shame as she crossed her arms, sulking in silence. Unsure with whom she was angry, Mu Yuyin raised her glass and urged, "Yuchu, do not be upset. If it's not to your taste, simply do not eat it. Let us toast to put today's unpleasantness behind us." Lin Yuchu felt as though she had been plagued by misfortune all day, her heart heavy with grievance. Her gaze towards Qin Lang grew increasingly hostile. Yet, under Mu Yuyin's conciliatory gesture, she reluctantly lifted her glass, feigning agreement as the three clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. The gathering continued. Chapter 68. Mu Yuyin weeps. Qin Lang, there are matters for which I must apologize. In the past, I have wronged you in many ways. But it was unintentional. I did not realize the extent of your responsibilities for your family. I always assumed you were merely putting on a facade until now. Mu Yuyin's cheeks flushed as she spoke halfway, raising her glass once more and downing it. "This drink is my apology." In her attempts to reject Qin Lang's advances, she had resorted to fabricating a fake boyfriend and treating him with disdain during every encounter. Now, reflecting on her actions, she felt deep remorse. She had been deceived, unaware that Qin Lang's roguish demeanor was merely an act for outsiders. Only now did she realize that regardless of the timing, this cup of apology must be consumed. Furthermore, regarding my mother's situation, I owe much to your arrangements. She informed me during our call last night that her health has improved significantly and her condition is under control. Mu Yiyan lifted her glass once more, downing it. This drink is to express my gratitude. Qin Lang regarded her with curiosity, assessing Mu Yiyan. You can drink quite well? Blushing, Mu Yiyan shook her head. I'm not very good at drinking. I just have some things on my mind that must be expressed. Otherwise, it feels uncomfortable and I can't sleep at night. Not good at drinking. Qin Lang filled her glass again. If you're not good at it, then drink a bit more. If you're feeling down, just drink a bit more to sleep it off. Feeling slightly tipsy, Mu Yiyan swayed the glass in her hand but obediently nodded. I'll listen to you. A drunken stupor cures all sorrows. Cheers. Qin Lang clinked his glass with Mu Yiyan's. Both finishing their drinks, Mu Yiyan began to feel the effects of her intoxication. Her hands trembled as she attempted to serve herself food, occasionally dropping pieces onto the table. Qin Lang readily assisted her, serving dishes and pouring drinks. I didn't expect you to be so spirited, Yiyan. Truly, wine with an understanding friend is never enough. Let us have another drink. I can't anymore. I'm already drunk and can barely drink anymore. Yiyan, are you disregarding my feelings? Your glass seems never to diminish. Are you keeping it as a fish tank? I need a moment to rest. Ugh. I'll drink. Just don't force me. Plop. After consuming at least a bottle and a half of red wine, Mu Yiyan's head rested on the table, inebriated and unmoving. Qin Lang had moved his chair beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, chuckling as he sipped his wine while gently caressing Mu Yiyan's delicate shoulder, reveling in the leisurely ambience with fine wine and a beautiful companion. Lin Yuchu, who had been observing silently, interjected coldly, "Continue taking advantage of Yiyan. Do go on. Forcing her to drink. Do you believe that getting her drunk allows you to act with impunity? Humph. Do you know why I didn't intervene sooner?" She pulled out her phone from her bag and snapped several pictures of Qin Lang holding Mu Yiyan, a cruel smile gracing her lips. Just wait. Once Yiyan regains her senses, I will expose your true nature. When that time comes, Yiyan will see your ugly visage and will no longer harbor any thoughts of you. Before Qin Lang could respond, Mu Yiyan, still dazed, murmured with her hand propping up her cheek, facing away from him, one eye open while the other closed, and subtly parted her lips towards Lin Yuchu. Although no sound emerged, Lin Yuchu clearly read her lips. She had unmistakably mouthed idiot. Lin Yuchu stood there in shock, her finger hovering over the shutter button, snapping pictures continuously. Concerned about a potential misstep, Mu Yiyan, still inebriated, deliberately leaned into Qin Lang's embrace, silently mouthing her disdain towards Lin Yuchu. However, Qin Lang gently pushed her away. Shaking his head inside, Lin Yuchu, if you wish to tarnish my reputation, you need not bother I in Yanjing, or even in Tianhai City. Who doesn't he know that I, Qin Lang, am a notorious scoundrel? You simply want me to leave Mu Yiyan, right? Very well, I shall take my leave to satisfy you. With that, he stood up. That moment, Mu Yiyan could no longer feign drunkenness. She quickly grasped his arm. Qin Lang, it wasn't intentional. Yuchu is merely playful and doesn't truly wish to oppose you. Under Mu Yiyan's furious gaze, Lin Yuchu felt a chill run down her spine, realizing she had indeed upset Mu Yiyan today. She lowered her head, reluctantly murmuring, I was wrong. I can delete the photos. She had no intention of ruining Qin Lang's reputation. She merely wished for Mu Yiyan to see his true nature. Yet now, after the silent rebuke, she understood Mu Yiyan's feelings all too well. Her friend was likely enchanted. No amount of action could rescue this friend who had already fallen into a trap. Mu Yiyan's eyes glistened with tears as she clung to Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang, please don't be upset. This time, it truly was our fault. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I assure you that such incidents will not occur again. I will not oppose you, nor will my friends. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead, releasing a heavy sigh. Yiyan, it's not that I am angry. It's just that opportunities are fleeting. You've missed your chance. It seems this dinner cannot continue. Let us arrange for another time. Shall we? Ultimately, Qin Lang departed, silencing the system prompt regarding Mu Yiyan's emotional fluctuations. The wise bird chooses a sturdy tree to perch upon. With Lin Yuchu present, he could not advance his relationship with Mu Yiyan too swiftly, or else it might create numerous complications. Preferring to avoid trouble, he decided to postpone any further engagements. Once the door closed, Lin Yuchu wore a bitter expression. Yiyan, I didn't mean to dime you. Yiyan, her head bowed, wiped away her tears. She felt no embarrassment in revealing her current state of dejection to her friend. Instead, she looked Lin Yuchu in the eye earnestly, saying, Yuchu, If you truly consider me a friend, please refrain from meddling in my affairs with Qin Lang in the future. Otherwise, our relationship may have to come to an end. I understand. Lin Youchu's heart sank, suddenly realizing that she had indeed angered Mu Yuyan today. A sense of panic washed over her, yet she dared not say more, fearing it might aggravate the situation. Chapter 69. Citywide Manhunt, Scorpion Kaiyuan International. Junzi had already parked the Maybach under the protective canopy, standing on the steps with a black umbrella in hand. Upon seeing Qin Lang emerge, he hurried over, waiting until Qin Lang settled into his seat before gently closing the door and jogging to the driver's seat. Young master, where to now? Back home, or to find Miss Bai? Or perhaps Miss Chiu? Junzi adjusted his tie, smiling as he glanced back. Having just finished dinner, he knew without a doubt that Qin Lang had not engaged in a deep conversation with President Mu. As a competent bodyguard, he needed to anticipate his young master's thoughts in advance. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead, replying, "Not heading home just yet." "How is the recruitment task I assigned you last time coming along?" Junzi replied truthfully, "Quite a number of people have shown up, but none have started yet. I've gathered them all at the same hotel and plan to give them a briefing shortly." "A briefing?" Qin Lang raised his head in surprise, regarding Junzi with a quizzical expression. "What gives you the audacity to teach them? You might have had a decent turnout, but after your lecture, I wouldn't be surprised if half of them walked out." Junzi countered with some indignation, "Young master, you shouldn't speak carelessly. I've been reading a lot lately, enhancing my knowledge. I can easily sway a few old comrades. It won't be a problem." Qin Lang chuckled wryly. "All right then. I'll accompany you to see just how significant the issue truly is, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, and having already arranged matters with Yifeng." He figured it was best to observe the situation unfold quietly. All right. Junzi started the car, excitement bubbling within him. He had prepared extensively for this day, crafting his speech in advance, and now with the young master accompanying him, it presented a perfect opportunity to showcase his capabilities. With eager anticipation, Junzi drove the Maybach slowly toward the city center. Meanwhile, at the Bai family estate, Bai Xiaochun had completely lost her usual composure. After returning from the crime scene, she was furious, smashing and breaking everything in sight. The living room was left in disarray, the porcelain furniture in ruins. There was not a trace of her usual grace. He was indeed a traditional patriarch, viewing his son as the embodiment of familial pride and the continuation of their lineage. And no matter how disappointing his son may have been, in his eyes, he was infinitely more significant than the Bai sisters, Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun. Yet now, his most beloved son lay dead. Lying in a pool of blood, a dagger embedded in his heart, the terror in his son's eyes lingered on his face. With each closing of his eyes, Bai Xiaochun would be haunted by the image of his son's fearful and helpless gaze. "Scorpion, I demand that your entire family accompany my son to the grave. I shall ensure that you are left with no means to live or die." Bai Xiaochun's eyes burned crimson with rage, his teeth clenched. With a violent crash, he sent an entire tea set sprawling across the floor, shattering into countless fragments. "Master." Afyu appeared cautiously from behind the sofa, hunched over, his voice barely above a whisper as he reported the situation, stating that the police had conducted searches at major train stations and airports. Yet there was no trace of Scorpion. Initially, upon arriving at the scene, everyone assumed it was an internal dispute among the kidnappers, a disagreement that led to a fatal betrayal. However, further investigation revealed a different story. The fatal injuries inflicted upon Shuang and Ahu could not have been caused by each other. As the police delved deeper, the identities of the kidnappers were uncovered, and it became evident that another individual had fled the scene. Scorpion? Preliminary assessments suggested that this Scorpion was likely the murderer of his son. Now, the majority of law enforcement in Tianhai City was tirelessly searching for Scorpion, but time was short, and they had yet to yield any results. Are these officers merely idle? They can't even locate a single person. What use are they? Bai Xiaochun roared, his heart consumed by the fury of his son's murder. Afyu stood beside him, silent, afraid to utter a word. After all, it had only been a few hours since the incident. Even gathering video footage and witness testimonies had only just begun. At such a time, despite knowing the truth, he dared not voice it in front of Bai Xiaochun, lest he invite trouble upon himself. Let the Black Dragon Society continue to take action. I will increase the bounty for Scorpion's capture. Bai Shui was Bai Xiaochun's hope, pampered beyond measure, and now that he was gone, what use was there for the vast wealth of the Bai group? As long as he could avenge his son, he would pay any price. And what of Yifeng? Why has he not appeared all day? The thought of Yifeng filled by Xiaochun with irritation. It was only after Yifeng had assured him that his son would be safe that he received the police call in the early hours. In the throes of anger, even the slightest annoyance could ignite the flames of rage. Naturally, by Xiaochun's feelings toward Yifeng had shifted dramatically. Fu awkwardly spoke up. Mr. Yi seems to be in some trouble. Since leaving the Bai residence, he has not stepped outside, and according to other bodyguards, he was in his room last night and did not go out. The Bai family's security detail was not limited to just one person. Although Yifeng held a unique status and resided in luxury, he was still surrounded by other Bai bodyguards, akin to an employee dormitory, albeit with marked differences in treatment. Why Yifeng's special privileges had not gone unnoticed, breeding envy and jealousy among some. Rumors began to circulate. He didn't go out last night. By Xiaochun's tone turned icy. What a Yifeng! I invested so much to hire him, only for him to deceive me with such actions? The smoldering anger within him surged and then gradually subsided. For now, he would set aside the matter concerning Yifeng. He had no time to spare. The police, the Black Dragon Society, and even other channels of information. He demanded they all be activated. By Xiaochun's expression darkened, Scorpion has not left Tianhai City. The area is limited. Even if I have to turn the entire city upside down, I must see the murderer of my son before dawn. Chapter 70. The Golden Instructor. Junzi. Some wore troubled expressions, while others radiated joy. Junzi was among the latter, impeccably dressed in a suit, his tie perfectly knotted, his hair slicked back with wax into a slicked-back style. He stood at the front desk of a borrowed hotel conference room, clearing his throat with a fist placed before his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the throng of nearly 100 retired Special Forces soldiers below. Among them were those from his own cohort, as well as acquaintances. The young master had instructed him to gather trusted individuals, yet anyone familiar from the military was inherently trusted. Inadvertently, he had summoned quite a crowd. Junzi, you've truly made it big. Look at all these brothers you've brought together, and each one has their own room. The entire hotel floor is nearly ours. Indeed, Junzi, I envy you. Among all the veterans, you're doing the best. However, Junzi, we need to clarify a few things. We're here to support you. But there are some things we simply cannot do. We won't engage in anything that goes against our principles. Yes, Junzi, I'm doing well with my current company, 8 to 6 hours, 4 days off a month, and a decent salary nearing 10,000. Financial freedom is within reach. Among the neatly seated retired special forces, small groups engaged in hushed discussions. While some envied Junzi, most maintained a watchful stance, many having already secured stable jobs. Qin Lang, seated towards the back, noted that aside from his good looks, he was unremarkable, and no one paid him any mind. He chuckled softly to himself, realizing that Junzi had summoned all his old comrades, including those with jobs. Was he planning to poach them? He was curious to observe Junzi's next moves. Everyone, please quiet down. Junzi raised his hand, signaling for calm. As retired special forces, they were well disciplined, and the room fell silent instantly. The microphone in the conference room was broken, so Junzi raised his voice to ensure everyone could hear. He pointed to a comrade who had just spoken. Old Huang, what do you think wealth freedom means? Some say it's merely having money, being able to do whatever we please. But let me tell you, that's wrong. Wealth freedom is having enough money that you can choose not to do things you don't want to do. Do you have that choice? When your boss orders you to drink a glass of wine, do you have the right to refuse? What will you do if you don't? Will you shout at your boss, "Screw you, I'm not drinking, I'm out of here"? What can you do then? Old Huang lowered his head. Who would dare to say such things? It was evident that would lead to dismissal. Old Huang, feeling defiant, asked, "But Junzi, would you dare to speak to your boss like that?" Junzi snorted. Would I dare? Of course not. I'm probably more exhausted than anyone else here. At the young master's command, I have to scurry about, working myself to the bone every day. Do you think I want to stand here and discuss these lofty ideals? This massive conference room doesn't even have a microphone, and I'm shouting until my voice is nearly gone. Do you think I enjoy it? I don't want to discuss this, but I have no choice. The young master pays too well. The retired special forces, initially stunned by Junzi's outburst, were left speechless. Even Qin Lang, sitting at the back, was taken aback by his words. What a revelation! Junzi had reached a moment of clarity. Old Huang timidly raised his hand. Junzi, what's your income like now? Almost 100 pairs of ears perked up, listening intently. Junzi sighed, shaking his head. Not great. My monthly salary is under 30,000, and with quarterly bonuses and year-end rewards, it's only around $1 million or $2 million. Don't be fooled by the salary. It's not as simple as it seems. In this line of work, we all need to unwind, like getting a massage, which costs hundreds to thousands each time. Do you know what it's like for us working for the young master? It's tough. Each visit costs me at least 10 billion. The young master booked the entire 5th floor of Qin for a month, and we, his workers, are worked to death. Whenever we have a moment to rest, he insists we go to the 5th floor and spin more. My health is deteriorating by the day. Plus, last time the young master went out and had leftover 2 million, he casually tossed it my way to share among 40 brothers. Do you know how difficult that is? It can't be split evenly. There are hard workers and slackers, and no matter how it's divided, I'll offend someone. Life is hard. We get by as best we can. The reason I gathered you here is to expand the young master's security team. That's all I have to say. If you're interested in joining, just let me know. If not, I won't pressure you. We'll remain old comrades. As his words fell, the conference room rang with the sound of a phone ringing. Everyone turned to see it was old Huang's phone. Embarrassed, he raised his hand to answer, and after a moment, he suddenly roared into the phone. Overtime? What the hell? Don't you know I took time off? You want me to work during a holiday? Have you lost your mind? I'm out. Whoever wants to work overtime can go ahead. Idiot. With a snap, old Huang hung up, muttering angrily before turning his gaze to Junzi, clearing his throat before making a strange sound. Squeak. The moment a group of old comrades heard this, they eagerly chimed in. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The entire conference room was filled with the squeaking sounds, and those who knew thought they were in a meeting, while those unaware might have thought a mouse plague had broken out. These old comrades didn't want to squeak either, but Junzi had so much to offer. They too wanted to work tirelessly for a 30,000 salary, and to experience spending billions on a single outing, though their stamina was not what it used to be. Chapter 71. An extremely strong will Junzi hold on. Everyone, let us register one by one. Anyone whose skills Haven T declined over the years can be accepted, but the prerequisite is absolute loyalty. Junzi raised his hand, beginning an extended lecture on the recruitment standards. Qin Lang observed quietly from the back, a faint smile on his face, satisfied with Junzi's performance. However, after Junzi's selection, he would still need to engage with these individuals, and a meal together was inevitable. To truly have someone work for you, it was necessary to establish a rapport, akin to making friends. First courtesy, then action. As evening approached, Qin Lang reserved several private rooms in the hotel. In the room he occupied, there were a total of 15 people. Excluding Junzi and Qin Lang, the remaining 13 were all elite individuals carefully selected by Junzi. An estimate of their physical prowess showed none were below 50. Even after retiring, their skills had not waned. In fact, many had improved significantly. If these individuals banded together, even against Yifeng, they could at the very least inflict serious injury upon him. Qin Shao, I didn't expect you to be here in the conference room the whole time. It's quite surprising indeed. I thought so too when I first saw Qin Shao. You don't seem like an ordinary person. Qin Shao, I toast you a drink. The 13 prospective bodyguards began to flatter him politely, and Qin Lang did not refuse, engaging with each of them in turn. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were served, Qin Lang clapped his hands, and the door to the private room swung open. A line of women in black and white uniforms entered from outside. The hotel was adjacent to Qin, making it incredibly convenient to find these technicians. Each one was stunning, with a lovely figure that was hard to ignore. Once the last technician closed the door, 7 or 8 women entered the room. Their graceful forms captivated the attention of everyone present. Someone swallowed hard, and Qin Lang smiled, encouraging, "Don't just stand there. Take your seats." The women settled in, with one sitting between every 2 men. Regardless of who it was, they frequently glanced over, unable to resist stealing sidelong glances. Old Huang awkwardly chuckled. "Qin Shao, what's that black stuff on these beauties?" Every woman was adorned with a layer of black powder, making them look particularly striking. Qin Lang chuckled, "It's just a fashion statement, don't be shy. We're here to have fun, so let loose a little." He brought these 7 or 8 technicians not merely for indulgence, but to test the character of Junzi's loyal followers. After all, certain sensitive tasks could not be entrusted to just any bodyguard. These special forces had proven their skills, and he trusted Junzi's judgment regarding their loyalty. Next, he aimed to assess their character and gauge their responses. As soon as these 7 or 8 women appeared, the temperature in the room seemed to rise by 8 degrees. Their smiling eyes and flirtatious demeanor, coupled with the occasional playful touch while toasting, left the men feeling as though their souls were about to escape their bodies. Yet, not a single one exhibited any inappropriate behavior. All remained poised, with only a few stealing glances. Coughing lightly, Qin Lang turned to Junzi on his left, smiling. Isn't this your favorite kind of setting? What's wrong? Can't you relax? Junzi chuckled awkwardly. Young master, you don't understand. I've been getting close to Manager Zhang lately, and our relationship has been developing quite rapidly. If I were to do something inappropriate, wouldn't she just twist my ear? Are you under strict control? Qin Lang chuckled at this. It seemed that Junzi was unable to lighten the atmosphere. He fiddled with his cup, and in a moment of carelessness, it slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. Simultaneously, the lights in the entire room dimmed, plunging them into darkness. Who's there? Who is it? So annoying. Whose hand is that? Stop it. The room was filled with the women's playful laughter, creating a ruckus. After a short while, the lights flickered back on, restoring the previous decorum. If one hadn't noticed that the black powder on the women had nearly been rubbed off, they might have believed that nothing had happened at all. Qin Lang's expression darkened as he looked at the 13 individuals below. Everyone, extend your hands. Old Huang led the way, and the 13 individuals slowly extended their hands, each palm smeared with the black powder. Their faces flushed with embarrassment as they lowered their heads. Qin Lang coldly reprimanded, I merely sought to test your composure, yet I find myself utterly disappointed by each of you. If I were to assign you tasks in the future, must I then worry that a mere woman could distract you from your duties? The generous benefits offered are akin to a sweet date given first, followed by a stern reprimand that is equally essential. Without such discipline, it would be difficult to manage your actions. After all, must we have Junzi issue commands for everything? Is he the young master, or are you all the young masters? Qin Shao, we acknowledge our mistakes. We should not have been so lacking in self-control. It is indeed true that these young women are exceptionally beautiful, and for a moment, we simply could not restrain ourselves. Qin Lang scoffed, unable to restrain yourselves? Are you human while Junzi is not? Junzi, extend your hands. Junzi promptly laid his hands flat on the table, showing some calluses but not a trace of any black powder. Look at Junzi. This is the true composure and professionalism expected of a bodyguard. I do not deny your capabilities, but in certain aspects, you indeed fall short and must learn from Junzi, understood? Qin Lang spoke with a serious tone. The dozen or so individuals, including Lao Huang, nodded in shame repeatedly. Some even gave Junzi a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother Jun, you are truly impressive. You managed to hold back. You are my idol. Heh, just a small feat, Junzi replied with a grin, revealing his dark teeth. Chapter 72. Junzi faces punishment. The room fell into an eerie silence. Remarkable. Junzi was indeed worthy of being a top-notch instructor, his thought processes distinctly different from the average person. While others used their hands, he employed his words. The technicians nearby couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere in the private room became increasingly jovial. The 13 bodyguards all raised their thumbs in Junzi's direction, some even gesturing at their own teeth, laughing out loud. Wow! Junzi's expression changed drastically, realizing the situation was dire, and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hands, wishing he could slap himself to death. He had already guessed the young master's thoughts, but failed to control his expression, and his small actions had been exposed. Qin Lang, noticing Junzi's immediate silence, coldly remarked, knowing the rules and still breaking them warrants an even harsher punishment. 200,000 will be deducted from next month's salary. In front of these new bodyguards, he could not afford to lose face. He needed to establish authority. Since he could not set a good example, he decided to drag Junzi out and administer 30 strikes as a warning. Junzi lowered his head. Young master, I acknowledge my mistake and accept my punishment. The 13 bodyguards sensed the tension in the air and obediently suppressed their laughter. Seeing Qin Lang's stern demeanor made them feel a bit nervous. If even Junzi, a trusted confidant, could be punished so decisively, what would happen to them if they made a mistake? They dared not harbor any contempt. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lang remained silent and simply said, You may all leave. He took the initiative to exit the hotel without sparing another glance at the 13 future bodyguards. It was a psychological cue. He was very dissatisfied with their performance today. Junzi hurriedly arranged the evening's entertainment for the group before escorting Qin Lang home. On the way, Junzi incessantly apologized, pouring out his heart, feeling immensely guilty. However, Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, casually saying, "It was merely a show. Do not take it to heart. The people you brought together do not compare to your importance in my eyes, understood?" In public, he needed to assert his authority. In private, he sought to earn Junzi's loyalty. Public and private, he was a man of two faces, often referred to as a cunning fox. "Younger master, I understand your intentions. If any of those fools dare to betray you, I will be the first to make them pay," Junzi sincerely declared, his gaze towards Qin Lang filled with increasing loyalty. Qin Lang simply acknowledged. Upon returning to the villa, he sent Junzi off to enjoy himself, suggesting he relax and unwind. Sometimes, one must not push too hard. Otherwise, he feared Junzi might develop some strange emotions. That was something he did not wish to deal with. Stepping through the dark blue door, since Su Xiaoxiao moved in, the vast house had remained spotless, never touched by a speck of dust. Even though their relationship had progressed to this stage, Su Xiaoxiao still acted like a little maid, doing everything daily, as she put it. If she were idle for even a day, she would feel uncomfortable. In the kitchen, Su Xiaoxiao was washing dishes amidst the sound of flowing water. Qin Lang picked up a bowl from the counter and began washing it at another sink. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head, startled, and hurriedly snatched the bowl from his hands, incredulously saying, "Young master, why are you back? Go rest for a while. There aren't many dishes, and I can finish them quickly. You mustn't touch anything. It will dirty your hands." Qin Lang ignored her protests and continued to wash the remaining small plate. With only Su Xiaoxiao at home, the dishes were indeed few. He grinned mischievously. "I can't touch them. But you can? You care for me, yet you won't allow me to care for you." "Young master," Su Xiaoxiao pouted playfully, her cheeks turning a rosy hue, feeling a bit flustered. She remained as innocent as ever, unable to conceal her joy, her excitement evident even as she pretended to complain. "Young master, please don't say that. This is what I should be doing." She gazed at Qin Lang, who lingered in the kitchen, filled with curiosity. Typically, the young master was one who never lifted a finger. Why was he acting so differently today? She curiously murmured, "Young master, you seem a bit strange today. What are you thinking?" Qin Lang smiled warmly, inexplicably stating, "The moon orbits the Earth day and night. Yet the Earth remains indifferent, continuing its orbit around the sun. Even while enduring the scorching flames of sunlight. One day, the sun asked the Earth, 'Why do you neglect your beloved moon and instead orbit around me? What are you thinking?' The Earth replied helplessly, 'I simply like the sun.'" Su Xiaoxiao placed the clean dishes in the cupboard, perplexed, and asked, "What does it mean to like the sun?" Qin Lang stepped closer, whispering near her ear, "What is the name of the sun?" In that moment, even the slowest to react would sense something amiss. Su Xiaoxiao instinctively felt her legs weaken, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Young master, I'm still a little scared." "Scared? Well then, I suppose I'll just have to endure." Qin Lang sighed, lowering his head. The dejected expression starkly contrasted with the warm smile he had worn upon entering the kitchen. Su Xiaoxiao's heart ached suddenly. She regretted her earlier words. After a moment's hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's waist, resting her head against his chest, stammering, "Young master, I'm not scared anymore." Su Xiaoxiao gasped as Qin Lang swept her off her feet, swiftly carrying her upstairs. Bang! The door was kicked shut. Before they could even start their activities, Qin Lang seemed to remember something and dashed out, heading straight for the study. When he returned, he held a set of black and white maid outfits. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. Chapter 73. Qin Lang, demand 5 billion. After changing into a new and dry set of bedding, Qin Lang continued to sleep soundly through the night, without dreams. The following morning, as he activated the system notification, he relished a moment of satisfaction. Ding! The female lead, Su Xiaoxiao, experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 villain points. Ding! Su Xiaoxiao's favorability continued to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 by 3 villain points. What a delight! Qin Lang stretched lazily, one arm draped over Su Xiaoxiao. Groggy, Su Xiaoxiao felt a tickle and rubbed her sleepy eyes awake. She hugged Qin Lang's arm, resting her head against his bicep, adorably pouting. Her little head slid off his arm one moment and then stubbornly rested back on it the next, clearly suffering from exhaustion. Let us sleep a bit longer. Qin Lang affectionately patted her little head. Xu Xiaoxiao obediently murmured in agreement and closed her eyes again. He, too, remained, leaning against the headboard, picking up a book to read, occasionally pulling his right hand from under the covers to turn the page. Around 9 o'clock, Bai Ruyu arrived at the villa and met Qin Lang in the tea room. Bai Ruyu sat in a chair, sipped her tea, and looked rather unwell. The reason was simple. She had just been angered by Bai Xiaochun. Although she was no longer employed at the Bai Group, many investment insights remained in her mind. She sought to reclaim her share of the circulating funds from the Bai family for her investments. However, when she asked Bai Xiaochun for money, she not only received nothing but was also berated harshly, nearly having her nose pointed at while being insulted. How could he treat me like this? Does that illegitimate child deserve his affection? I can't get a single cent from him, and he doesn't need to drag my mother into this. Just because I didn't give him a son, all my previous efforts are now rendered meaningless in his eyes. Bai Ruyu vented her dissatisfaction, her grievances pouring forth. Qin Lang listened, amused. Bai Xiaochun leaving money for Bai Shui? He had been cut off. How could he possibly give it? Burn it for him. Of course, Bai Ruyu was unaware of this, and he wouldn't bring it up, instead curiously asking, "Why do you suddenly need this money? Is the company short on funds?" Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes. "I won't take a salary from you for nothing, nor will I occupy shares in the company without a reason. I intend to invest part of the funds as my share. Moreover, there are some companies and industries I believe will experience significant growth in the coming years. Although the company isn't in immediate need of funds, it will fall short when entering these industries. How much do you need?" "I can provide it," Qin Lang said directly, getting straight to the point. Bai Ruyu furrowed her brow, suspiciously asking, "You trust me that much? Aren't you worried I might run off with the money? After all, in Tianhai City, I have nothing to hold me back. Taking Yun and leaving for another place wouldn't be an unthinkable decision." Qin Lang smiled warmly, shaking his head. "I trust you. Whatever you want to do, just go for it. If you need money, I'll provide it. If you need manpower, I'll recruit it for you." Bai Ruyu was undoubtedly a business queen, as evidenced in the original work. Even when the Bai Group was on the decline, under her leadership, it not only stabilized but also transformed into a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, ranking among the top in Huaxia. What does that mean? It meant that the investment goals in Bai Ruyu's mind were all future leading enterprises or indicators of popular industries. As long as money was invested, the returns would be tenfold or even 100-fold. How could he not be at ease with such a money tree? After all, Bai Ruyu was also one of the leading ladies. Once she committed to someone, she would be wholeheartedly devoted. So he merely needed to engage in some banter. She would never truly betray him. Bai Ruyu bit her lip, gazing into Qin Lang's deep eyes, feeling not only touched but also a sense of absurdity. When asking her father for her rightful share of the family fortune, she was met with scorn. Yet, in front of Qin Lang, she merely mentioned it casually, without even needing to explain the feasibility of her thoughts, and was believed. Compared to Bai Xiaochun, she suddenly felt Qin Lang resembled a father figure more. As this absurd notion sprang up in her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson. She shook her head, forcefully dismissing such thoughts, and extended a hand. $5 billion. Just give me $5 billion to start. In reality, in the investment sector, the more capital, the better. However, out of respect for Qin Lang's trust, she didn't want to put him in a difficult position, thus stating her minimum requirement. Qin Lang pondered for a moment. $5 billion? At this moment, I don't actually have that much liquid capital. Bai Ruyu chuckled. Then forget it. The beauty-enhancing pills are already in production. Once they hit the market, profits will roll in quickly. Even if I earn a little less for a year or so, I can still catch the wave of excitement. I merely said I don't have it. I never said I couldn't get it. Qin Lang smiled wryly. I'll come up with a solution right now. He wasn't foolish. He understood that the earlier the investment was made, the greater the returns would be. Otherwise, by the time he entered the market later, the big players would have snatched up all the profits, rendering his efforts moot. Was he someone who merely enjoyed sipping soup? Taking out his phone, he opened his contacts and lightly pressed on the entry labeled Mom, dialing the number. Once connected, a gentle voice greeted him. Xiao Lang, why are you calling your mom today? Are you missing me? If you miss me, hurry back. Your father has been mentioning you nonstop, wanting to see you so badly but too embarrassed to call. Qin Lang, direct and to the point, stated, I, Qin Lang, demand $5 billion. Chapter 74, Qin, the heartthrob of flames. Lang 10 minutes later, Bai Ruyu received a notification from the company's finance department, stating that a transfer of 5 billion had just been received. She stared wide-eyed, aghast, at Qin Lang, who was still mumbling on the phone. How is this possible? 5 billion transferred in just 10 minutes. Even from a personal account, there should be some verification from the bank. After all, any bank would be alarmed by such a sudden disappearance of a substantial amount, prompting multiple verifications, perhaps even requiring a senior executive to visit in person. Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly. My mom's company is right next to the main bank. My aunt is the vice president there. A simple stamp from her can confirm the transfer. Bai Ruyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something but falling silent. What seemed impossible to her, Qin Lang had resolved with a single phone call. I heard you're the legitimate heir of the Qin family in Yinjing? She asked, curious. Qin Lang nodded. Yes, why? Bai Ruyu, suspicious, pondered aloud, the Qin family in Yinjing. Not to mention your father's connections, just your mother's side alone makes you the sole heir. Why come to Tianhai City? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life as a top-tier second-generation heir back in Yinjing, preparing to inherit the Qin family's legacy? Qin Lang rolled his eyes, exasperated. Do you think inheriting from a wealthy family is as simple as it sounds? It's not as easy as you imagine. Let's not even talk about me. How are things for you with the Bai family? Stung by a sensitive topic, Bai Ruyu pressed her lips together, feeling an unspoken sorrow. You are different. You are the legitimate son. Is it possible that the Qin family has an illegitimate child who surpasses you? Qin Lang shook his head. That's not the case. The main issue is that you have no idea how troublesome it is to remain in Yinjing. My age is now a factor, and both my grandfather's and father's families, as well as my mother's side, are urging me to take over the family business. If I continue to stay in Yinjing, my schedule will be packed from dawn till dusk. Even if I were to muddle through for a few years, my future prospects would be assured. Even if I worked in some small county for a few years, I would undoubtedly become a prominent official before the age of 40. Even if I joined a company, I could immediately take charge of a vast enterprise worth hundreds of billions or even more. But what is the point? Work is meant to support life. In my relentless pursuit of work, I would lose my freedom and, in turn, the very essence of living. Bai Ruyu's eyelids twitched violently as she listened to Qin Lang's earnest soliloquy, feeling an overwhelming impulse to remove her lacquered stiletto and shove it into his mouth to silence him. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, upon hearing his final remarks, she felt a flicker of reluctant agreement beneath his warm smile. Bai Ruyu instinctively recoiled, sensing the discord within her. If you make one more call and request another 100 to 80 billion, you know as well as I do that the more you invest, the greater the returns. I had no idea you could procure funds so easily. Had I known you were such a devoted son, I would not have only asked for 5 billion. Qin Lang firmly rejected her. That is impossible. Acquiring funds is not as simple as you think. Even for pocket money, it would take 2 to 3 months. For now, just this 5 billion will suffice. But do not worry, since you have made the request, I will find a way to get it for you. Pursue your ambitions boldly. I will steadfastly support you from behind. Remember, behind every successful woman stands a man who cherishes her. Lastly, I must say, do not be so impulsive in my presence. I tend to mirror the impulsiveness of others. With a creak, Qin Lang's hand grazed a nearby cabinet, slightly pulling it open to reveal a glimpse of a bunny girl outfit. Initially warmed by Qin Lang's words, Bai Ruyu cherished the feeling of being believed in, but upon glimpsing the color within the cabinet, her heart raced with alarm. Rising abruptly, she fled without uttering a word. It was broad daylight, and she had important matters to attend to. Should she fall prey to Qin Lang's impulsiveness, she would be left incapacitated for half the day, unable to accomplish anything. Watching Bai Ruyu's graceful silhouette disappear, Qin Lang could only sigh inwardly. He had just intended to retrieve some interest from Bai Xiaoyun when his phone rang again. The caller was Zhou Juer, who wasted no time once connected. Qin Lang, I need to know the intel on the Scorpion. Bai Xiaochun has gone mad, raising the bounty to 1 billion. If the Black Dragon Society can provide information leading to the Scorpion, the funds will be remitted immediately. I can offer you a 90-10 split. Qin Lang coldly chuckled to himself. He was fully aware of the situation concerning Bai Xiaochun, as his subordinates had been tracking it closely. It was no wonder the Black Dragon Society and the authorities had no leads thus far. Who could be blamed? The Scorpion was exceptionally cunning, hiding away in a remote village. If not for Qin Lang dispatching men to monitor from a haystack, who could have guessed that the Scorpion intended to establish residence in the mountains? After musing for a moment, he replied, I do not favor that division of profit. Qiu Jior was taken aback. Is 9-1 not sufficient? Bai Xiaochun offered this astronomical sum because the Black Dragon Society has a multitude of personnel. A private investigator would be lucky to secure even half of that bounty. Qin Lang shook his head. It's not that it's too little. It's simply that the ratio is unfavorable. 0.90 to 10. Mr. Qin, who are you implying? Just give me 5 billion and have it transferred to the public account of the Qin Tianxia investment. Qin Lang replied nonchalantly, not attempting to seize too much. After all, Qiu Jior was one of the channels for acquiring villain points. Reflecting on Bai Ruyu's recent departure, Qin Lang found himself unable to suppress a smile. Bai Ruyu had sought funds from Bai Xiaochun, who had refused to comply. Yet now, through selling information, he had maneuvered that very sum into his hands. When he later presented it to Bai Ruyu, it would surely leave a lasting impression on her heart. Was this not akin to winning a beloved's affection through the funds of a generous father-in-law? Following his stint as a bounty hunter, he had acquired yet another title, Qin, the arsonist of affections. Under Qiu Jior's pressing inquiries, Qin Lang divulged the scorpion's whereabouts, instructing Junzi to immediately withdraw the surveillance to avoid leaving any traces. As the night unfolded at the Queen's bar, the atmosphere was decadent and extravagant. Women in the dance floor exuded vitality, swaying with abandon, their scant attire barely clinging to their forms. Men, resembling wolves, encircled them, hands raised high, hips swaying to the rhythm, their heads bobbing in time. Amidst this cacophony, Lin Yuchu sat at a booth, her head bowed as she sipped her drink, enveloped in a cloud of discontent and sorrow. She felt utterly dejected. Calls to Mu Yuyan went unanswered, and her attempts to visit were met with closed doors. She felt as though they were strangers to one another. A profound ache resonated within her, akin to losing something invaluable, driving her to seek solace in this raucous environment, where she hoped to drown her emotions in alcohol. A bottle of Wangzai. Pleased, a familiar voice broke through Lin Yuchu's reverie. She turned to see a familiar face and gasped, What are you doing here? Qin Lang ignored her, accepting a bottle of Wangzai from the bartender, popping the cap and drinking deeply. He scrutinized the smiling bartender for several moments, until the latter lowered his gaze, revealing no sign of reaction. What a pity, Qin Lang sighed, shaking his head. Had I been the fortunate son, I would have relished the opportunity to mock him. Imagine the fortunate son pulling out a black VIP bank card to purchase 100,000 cans of Wangzai milk on the spot, commanding the bartender to open them all. Yet, here I find this bartender averting his gaze, not even daring to utter a word. Why is it so difficult to appear impressive? Lin Yuchu, oblivious to Qin Lang's musings, snapped, Are you stalking me? Qin Lang rolled his eyes and retorted, Are you out of your mind? Why are you incessantly blabbering at me? Did you memorize the civic code and have nothing better to do? You? Lin Yuchu felt her anger rise, only to be silenced by his words. Pointing an accusing finger at Qin Lang, she declared, If you have the guts, then don't speak to me. In a deliberate act, Qin Lang mimicked the motion of zipping his lips. An awkward silence enveloped them. Moments later, a group of men clad in black suits approached, surrounding Lin Yuchu at the booth. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Yuchu exclaimed, startled, her senses returning to her. The leader, a burly figure, coldly addressed her, You are Lin Yuchu, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family in Yinjing, correct? The treasure left by the Lin family's patriarch in Tianhai City remains unfound. Does it not? Where might it be located? Provide me with the details. Lin Yuchu's expression turned frantic. What treasure? I don't know. Don't know? The burly man sneered. If Miss Lin refuses to speak, then I will have to insist that you come with me. Until we locate the treasure, you shall remain in temporary confinement. Lin Yuchu, originally from Tianhai City, was the granddaughter of a notorious thief from the chaotic years, who had amassed untold riches only to conceal them due to the war. During an escape, the patriarch fell victim to stray artillery, and while his family tended to his wounds, they discovered that he had perished in the chaos. The treasure's whereabouts became a mystery since then. Yet, in the eyes of outsiders, especially the descendants of those who had heard tales from their elders, it was believed that the Lin family knew the treasure's location but refrained from accessing it due to its immense value, leaving it buried in its original location. The leader, named Zhang Hu, was a descendant of one of the patriarch's subordinates and was well aware of these rumors. Previously, the Lin family had resided in Yinjing, and even if he had tenfold the courage, he would never dare to act recklessly in such a place. However, with Lin Yuchu now in Tianhai City, wandering alone to drink away her sorrows. This opportunity was too good to miss. "Take her away," Zhang Hu commanded, gesturing for his men to advance. Lin Yuchu, terrified, was not one to be intimidated easily, especially when confronting Qin Lang, but in the face of these formidable thugs, she was reduced to a cowering figure. With a pleading expression, she turned to Qin Lang, "Help me, please, I truly don't know anything about the treasure." While she had heard whispers of the secret, the treasure's location was known only to a select few, and even her father and grandfather, who had lived through those times, were but infants then. How could anyone truly grasp the intricacies of that secret? In the original narrative, this plot point was a gaping hole, left unanswered by the author. Even though Qin Lang understood that Lin Yuchu spoke the truth, it mattered little to Zhang Hu, who remained skeptical. As his men began to close in, a wall of bodies prevented anyone from approaching or taking photos, clearly a group accustomed to the underworld. "I see the error of my ways. I acknowledge my wrongs. Qin Lang, help me, please. I apologize. I will apologize if need be," Lin Yuchu cried, her face drawn in desperation. Had she known better, she would have refrained from venturing out alone that night, without even a bodyguard. Was she expected to fend off these thugs with her delicate demeanor? Once again, Qin Lang mimicked, zipping his lips, remaining silent. Lin Yuchu, overwhelmed, blurted out, "I'm such a fool. Help me, please. I beg you, just say something." Qin Lang took a sip of the Wangzai milk, speaking slowly and deliberately, "Call me Daddy, and Daddy will save you." "Great-grandfather," Lin Yuchu exclaimed. Her words completely off mark. In her heart, she felt that her great-grandfather was already gone. Calling out to him was merely a form of remembrance. Her father was still alive, and she could not risk disrespecting her mother. Yet, that utterance of great-grandfather sent chills down Qin Lang's spine. He glanced down aghast. "Damn it! Your great-grandfather was blown to bits. Who are you cursing? You all continue. Enjoy your night. I shall take my leave." Qin Lang waved dismissively at Zhang Hu and his group, rising from his seat, no longer interested in the Wangzai. Lin Yuchu, witnessing this, felt a surge of panic. Ultimately, her resolve crumbled before her fear of Zhang Hu and his men. Her lips parted slightly, trembling as she called out, "Daddy!" Qin Lang feigned ignorance, continuing to walk away. Behind him, anguished cries erupted. "Daddy! Daddy! Hurry! Come save me!" Qin Lang turned slowly, pointing at one of the thugs blocking the path. "Give me a favor and let her go for now." The thug opened his mouth to curse but was halted by Zhang Hu's hand. He was no ordinary henchman. He had seen the world and was a formidable figure in Tianhai City. Once a rival to Qin Lang, however, after a failed power struggle, he had retreated to develop in a neighboring city, and his territory, the Tiger Gate, rivaled even the Black Dragon Society. For years, Zhang Hu had harbored ambitions for Tianhai City, and he could see that Qin Lang was no ordinary person. Rather than being intimidated, he laughed. "You want me to give you a favor? You'll have to show some sincerity first." After a moment's hesitation, Qin Lang proposed, "How about a wager? If you win, you can take her and do as you please. I'll even provide you with a secret regarding the treasure. If you lose, she comes with me." "Deal?" Zhang Hu was intrigued by what secret Qin Lang might possess regarding the treasure. Besides, as a man who had made his fortune through gambling, he would never back down from a bet. "You all head upstairs. I'll join you shortly." Zhang Hu, unsuspecting, waved his hand, leading his men while escorting Lin Yuchu to the second floor. As she walked among them, Lin Yuchu wore a sorrowful expression, pleading, "I don't want to go upstairs with them." Qin Lang turned back, his gaze sharpening slightly. "Be good. Daddy is busy right now. I'll come to save you soon." With that, he returned to the booth, calling to the bartender another bottle of Wangzai. He believed in the saying, to replenish what one consumes, and he needed to restore his vitality. Meanwhile, in a luxurious extended Lincoln, the Qin family sat in the plush back seat. Qin Lang's expression was grim, akin to someone who had been cheated out of a substantial sum. What audacity! Does he think that just because he belongs to the Qin family, he can act high and mighty over me? Even if the Black Dragon Society pales in comparison to the Qin family, he will eventually be my son and Lord. Is this how he treats his future father-in-law? I must meet him in person. When we do meet, I intend to question who raised him to behave in such a manner. He shot a glare at his daughter. Is this the man you chose? If I am not satisfied, not only will he never set foot in my home, but you two will also be separated. you will obediently return to arranged matchmaking. The Qin family is utterly unacceptable. I, Qin Lang, have never endured such indignities. Just wait and see how I will educate that boy. Qin Lang. Feng Chunyu rolled her eyes in annoyance, stating, if my daughter is fond of him, I shall consent. What do you know, you old fool? The Qin family is prestigious and influential. A bit of pride is only to be expected. Have you even considered whether your daughter is worthy of him? What is wrong with my daughter? Qin Lang retorted angrily. Even if my daughter is not exceptional, do I not deserve a modicum of respect as her father? Since when has a father-in-law had to visit his son-in-law? In 5,000 years of history in Huaxia, has there ever been such a thing? The more you say this, the angrier I become. I must teach that boy a lesson later. Qiu Jur sat across from them, arms crossed, pretending she hadn't heard a thing. They were still uncertain if Qin Lang had even arrived. She didn't dare to be sure. As for inviting Qin Lang to her home, that was utterly out of the question. Based on her 12 in-depth exchanges with Qin Lang, and through the three-layered one-way view glass, which had served as a battleground before, there might still be a slim chance, but in other places, she wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Minutes later, a stretched Lincoln came to a halt in front of the Queen's bar. The Qiu family, all wearing cold expressions, exited the car. The 8 doormen at the entrance politely bowed and greeted, "Good day, Chairman." Once inside the bar, they spotted Qin Lang sitting in a booth, having consumed 2 cans of Wangzai milk. Their gazes locked. Qin Lang did not rise, but merely waved towards the entrance, right here. Suddenly, Qin Lang's face darkened from cold to furious, resembling the charred bottom of a pot that had been used for decades. Unbelievable. How can a son-in-law act like this? The father-in-law comes to visit, and he remains seated without a hint of courtesy. My first impression of Qin Lang is exceedingly poor. He truly lives up to the reputation of a spoiled playboy. The 3 advanced towards him, but before they could speak, Junzi approached, leaned into Qin Lang's ear, whispered a few words, then obediently stood behind him, silent. Feng Chunyu and Qiu Jur simultaneously turned to Qin Lang, who had boasted earlier in the Lincoln. Now, with Qin Lang right before them, the mother and daughter were eager to see how Qin Lang would react. Just as Qin Lang was about to speak, he was interrupted. Uncle Qiu, Aunt Feng, Jiuer, I truly apologize. I encountered a bit of trouble just before your arrival and need to handle it. Would you care to join me? Once I resolve it, we can chat some more. Without waiting for their response, Qin Lang took Junzi and headed to the 2nd floor. The attitudes of elders differ. With someone like Bai Xiaochun, if you were polite, he would reciprocate the false courtesy. But someone like Qin Lang? That wouldn't work. He is the type to take advantage of any semblance of politeness. What Qin Lang intended was to give Qin Lang a rather unique greeting on the 2nd floor. After much contemplation, Qin Lang decided to follow. He wanted to see what tricks this playboy had up his sleeve. However, upon entering, he immediately spotted Zheng Hu Da, Qiu Haiden. They both exclaimed simultaneously, calling out each other's nicknames. Despite Qin Lang's fierce demeanor, the nickname Haiden was quite fitting. Zheng Hu was unmistakably imposing. Qin Lang noticed that his head was noticeably larger than average. Were you invited? Zheng Hu asked darkly, glaring at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, being astute, glanced at Qin Lang, fell silent, and stepped aside a little. It was evident that Zheng Hu was at odds with Qin Lang. Both were displeased with each other, especially Zheng Hu, who, despite being from a neighboring city, had recently extended his influence into Tianhai City. Had it not been for his daughter discovering the Black Dragon's traitors, they could have caused quite a stir. He relished the thought of Zheng Hu and Qin Lang clashing. If Zheng Hu were suppressed, he would benefit. Qin Lang smiled, unfazed by Qin Lang's reaction, and said nonchalantly, "Let the games begin. They are not my hired hands. They merely came to observe." What do you mean? Qin Lang, you're gambling with him? He is one of the 36 gambling heroes. Qiu Jur gasped in shocked. Doesn't anyone realize that Zheng Hu is a notorious gambler? There are 4 elite tiers in the gambling world. The gods, the kings, the 36 heroes, and the 72,000. Zheng Hu ranks among the 36 heroes. What does that imply? There are only 111 people on Earth who are supreme in gambling, and Zheng Hu is ranked in the upper echelons. Once, he single-handedly won $200 million in Hong Kong, but only returned with $20 million after the banquet. This is why he thrived on the streets upon his return. He knew that to win more, he required sufficient influence. Had it not been for the notoriety of the 36 heroes, he wouldn't have even secured $20 million, let alone his life. I never expected that some fleeting fame would still be remembered. Ah, Qiu Haiden, it seems you have indeed mentioned me often in front of your daughter. Zhang Hu chuckled heartily. Qiu Long remained silent, feeling his authority wane. However, if it came to gambling skills, he knew he was no match for Zhang Hu. Trapped in the corner, Lin Yuchu felt her eyes welling up. She had completely lost hope. Though she didn't gamble, her cousin was a gambler who had boasted about the top 111 gamblers. Even the 72,000, being among the notable figures in Hong Kong, it was hopeless. She regretted it so much. Are we gambling or not? Zhang Hu smirked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, bewildered, asked, why not gamble? Just because you're skilled doesn't mean I should lack integrity. Besides, if I lose, I merely have to share a secret. You crafty devil. Lin Yuchu felt an urge to spit blood. Realizing that in Qin Lang's eyes, he felt no pressure at all. Zhang Hu laughed heartily, gleefully declaring, since you're so keen, don't blame me for taking advantage. Mahjong, Pai Gao, poker, dice, roulette. Choose any game you like. I'm here to play. If it were the son of fortune present, he would have been ridiculed and then insisted to choose the gambling method, ultimately defeating Zhang Hu in his area of expertise. But who was Qin Lang? He was the villain. The key to gambling was to have the necessary villainous value, and it wasn't cheap. Why expend such effort on someone like Zhang Hu? If he could take advantage, why complicate matters? Qin Lang clapped his hands, expressing, the host is generous. I want to be polite then. Let's make this a bit more interesting. Let us gamble with life. Guess whether you will be alive or dead in a minute. Zhang Hu's expression turned cold, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. Through gritted teeth, he forced a smile. In my lifetime, I've weathered storms and consumed more salt than you have rice. I've made it thus far. Of course, I will still be alive in a minute. Qin Lang shook his head, extending his hand behind him. A dark gun barrel aimed at Zhang Hu's head. With a bang, a shot rang out, and Zhang Hu's head exploded like a watermelon. Blowing the smoke from the gun, Qin Lang sighed, what a pity. A member of the 36 heroes, you gambled poorly. If you gambled on your own death, I wouldn't be able to stop your suicide. Zhang Hu's bodyguards were dumbfounded, pointing at Qin Lang, shouting, why you killed the boss? Qin Lang raised his gaze, aiming at the one who spoke. Bang! Another shot rang out, claiming yet another life. Qin Lang slowly shifted the gun to the left, targeting the henchman who had prepared to insult him downstairs, saying, who fired the gun? Who killed your boss? I. The henchman trembled. Bang! A third shot rang out, and the one who hesitated fell backward. The fourth and fifth shots followed, silencing those who spoke slowly or answered incorrectly. At this moment, Qin Lang bore no semblance of the polite demeanor from earlier. He was a veritable demon of death. Turning halfway around, almost instinctively, he aimed at the next person, asking, who fired the gun? I did. Qiu Long stammered, his legs quaking. Even a big shot like him was intimidated by Qin Lang's overwhelming murderous aura. He knew Zhang Hu was no match for Qin Lang and realized he would be suppressed after this. Yet, he never anticipated that Qin Lang would fire a weapon in such a setting, and to take down 5 men in quick succession. Now, with perhaps only one bullet left in the chamber, Qiu Long was filled with dread, fearing he would be the next target. Gradually, Qin Lang calmed down, tossing the gun to Junzi to handle, and approached Qiu Long politely, Uncle Qiu, what are you saying? Clearly, it was my bodyguard who fired. Not you. No need to tremble. It's all good. This matter doesn't concern you. I'm merely an observer. When the authorities arrive, there won't be any issues. After all, an agent with special operations credentials taking out a few intent on resisting milk salesmen is not a bad thing. It's a great service to the public, indeed. It's a good deed. Qiu Long's eyelids twitched thrice. His peripheral vision caught sight of the corpses on the floor, and his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Zhang Hu's standing was no less than his own, yet upon their first meeting, he had been dispatched so easily. Qin Lang's methods were ruthless. He was certainly not the spoiled playboy that rumors suggested. The air thickened with the stench of blood, and the atmosphere grew tense. Qiu Jiu'er and Fang Chunyu, having spent considerable time with Qiu Long, had witnessed bloody scenes before. They merely covered their mouths and noses, retreating a few steps, unwilling to look. Lin Yuchu, usually tough, was in a dire state, hunched over, retching violently, even expelling the drink she had consumed at the booth, far more effective than any hangover remedy. The ground was littered with bits of Zhang Hu's shattered skull. The sound of police sirens grew louder outside. Junzi stepped forward, saying, Young master,
You should leave now. It's not a big deal, but someone still needs to resolve it. You have important matters tonight, right? Leave the rest to me. He pulled out a red book and coldly addressed Zheng Hu's terrified subordinates. You know what to say and what not to say. If you cooperate and tell the truth about the criminal facts, you might only face a few years. But if you say something you shouldn't, even as a witness, you won't survive 3 days. Do you understand? The henchmen exchanged fearful glances, nodding vigorously, already terrified of Qin Lang's ferocity. With no thought of retaliation, Qin Lang, appearing nonchalant, smiled at the Chiu family. Uncle Chiu, let us leave this place. Once the police arrive, we'll have to explain, which would be a hassle, delaying your conversation with Andy. All right, as you say, young Master Qin. Chiu Lang nodded. The family of 3 followed Qin Lang out through the back door of the Queen's bar. They had initially intended to take Lin Yuchu with them, but she was paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground like a duck, refusing to budge, no matter how they called her. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered any longer. Worst-case scenario, she would be taken to the station for questioning, and he would have Junzi keep an eye on her to prevent her from speaking out of turn. She would eventually be released. There was no rush. A few hours later, after the meeting between father-in-law and son-in-law concluded, a tipsy Chiu Lang and Fang Chunyu exited their hotel and entered the stretch Lincoln. Fang Chunyu rolled her eyes in annoyance. What happened to your plan to teach Qin Lang a lesson? You talked for barely 2 sentences before drinking, and in the end, you even wanted to take him as a brother. Do you have any idea what you're doing? That's your daughter's boyfriend. Where's your dignity as an elder? After a tirade, seeing Chiu Lang sprawled on the seat with his eyes half closed, Fang Chunyu's voice softened, muttering, "It wasn't tea," until the car pulled away that Chiu Lang slowly opened his eyes. His face flushed and his gaze suddenly clear. Don't mention it. I nearly died back there. Fang Chunyu frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? You're alive and well. Even your formidable adversary, Zhang Hu, has been dealt with? Chiu Lang remained shaken, recalling how Qin Lang had aimed a gun at him. He suspected that the boy genuinely intended to kill him. Didn't you see how Qin Lang had his men do his dirty work? With that red book in hand, killing 5 people and then me wouldn't he make much difference? That's terrifying. Who dares to label Qin Lang a playboy? If he is a playboy, then are there no real men left in this world? Initially, he had thought of putting Qin Lang in his place, considering he was the father-in-law. Yet upon meeting, he hadn't even had a chance to speak before Qin Lang displayed such overwhelming power. If Qin Lang had merely shot Zhang Hu, it might have been bearable. Chiu Lang had seen his share of intense situations before, but the key was that this was clearly all premeditated by Qin Lang, eliminating Zhang Hu without leaving a trace, and perhaps even earning merit for it due to his subordinate's affiliation. Rash and reckless second-generation heirs are not to be feared. What is truly frightening is when such an heir possesses both significant background and intelligence. Playing with someone like him, Chiu Lang felt that even if he had 10 more lives, it wouldn't suffice. What should we do now? Are we being targeted? What about Jiu'er? She is still in the hotel. That's your own flesh and blood. Fang Chunyu grew anxious. Chiu Lang sighed. If it weren't for Jiu'er, I suspect that bullet would have been reserved for me. I just hope Qin Lang and Jiu'er are on the same page. Are they seriously dating or just seeking momentary pleasure? Whatever happens, happens. Children will have their own fortunes. This is all Jiu'er's doing with Qin Lang. It has nothing to do with us. I hope she can navigate this well. Fang Chunyu, furious, exclaimed, Chiu Lang, are you out of your mind? You were once a man of principles, and now you won't even dare to manage your daughter? Are you still a man? Is there anyone as cowardly as you? Had I known this would transpire, I would have refrained from returning. I should have insisted on staying with Jiu'er, for I could never allow her to confront that terrifying figure, Qin Lang, alone. Chiu Lang pressed his forehead in silence, burdened by unspoken woes. Meanwhile, Qin Lang supported Chiu Jiu'er as they entered the opulent standard room. Observing Jiu'er's flushed face, Qin Lang wore an expression of deep concern. Jiu'er, why is your complexion so red? Are you perhaps running a fever? Lie down for a moment while I check your temperature. Don't move. Taking one's temperature necessitates meticulous care. Any slight misstep could yield inaccurate results. Time flowed slowly, like a languid stream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,002 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,003 villain points. Jiu'er, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Qin Lang, you scoundrel. Is this how you bully someone? Chapter 79. Finding the Scorpion, the Killer. Yifeng the following day. In the early morning, Qiu Jur wore a smug expression, casting a cold smile at Qin Lang beside her. Are you still impulsive? Qin Lang swallowed hard, shaking his head in response. No longer impulsive. Jur glanced down, her voice laced with inquiry. Your hand? Qin Lang, resembling a well-behaved child, withdrew his hand from beneath the blanket. Grinning foolishly, Jur, don't cause a fuss, you've grasped happiness in your palms. Please don't act recklessly, is that so? Jur tightened her fist slightly. Weren't you rather arrogant last night? You even aimed a gun at my father. What was that about? Were you intending to eliminate him as well? No matter his faults, he is still an elder. Qin Lang shifted uncomfortably, a bitter smile gracing his face. Didn't I hear you complain about him constantly setting you up on blind dates? That's why I was a bit incensed. What do you mean? Jur questioned incredulously. Are you jealous? Qin Lang refrained from admitting it. Such an acknowledgement would appear insincere. He turned his head away, scoffing. What nonsense. Jealous? My woman is not to be trifled with by others. Really? Jur regarded Qin Lang with suspicion, her heart racing at the thought that he might genuinely have feelings for her. Why else would he be so impulsive every time they met? Perhaps, amidst his busy life, he sought her out to express his true feelings. She loosened her grip slightly, teasing. When I was a child, my mother always told me that girls shouldn't be naughty as they grow up. I never understood back then, but now it seems quite amusing, at least, before me. Your arrogance has diminished significantly. Next time, regardless of the situation, you must not treat my father that way again, understand? After all, he raised me. At his age, what if you frighten him? Qin Lang inhaled deeply. What if he seeks trouble with me? Wasn't his demeanor upon our first meeting enough of a warning? If I don't keep him in check, he'll inevitably cause me trouble. Also, don't even think about Zhang Hu's territory. You should consider transitioning to legitimate business. Otherwise, even I cannot protect you indefinitely. Do you comprehend? Humph, Jur scoffed inwardly. The man, speaking of not allowing her to encroach upon Zhang Hu's territory, was merely hinting at her to refrain from reckless behavior. Lest something go awry, if he was worried, then he must have feelings for her. Why hide it? They were no longer children, nor was he some timid figure. She rolled her eyes flirtatiously. I understand. No need for your reminders. As for my father, should he dare to bully you, I am not defenseless. Her tone softened considerably, and her grip loosened further. What is wrong with you? Jur sensed something amiss, her expression shifting instantly. Qin Lang offered an awkward smile. Jur, are you truly unaware of your charm? How about we exercise together in the morning? No girl is immune to flattery, and Jur was no exception. Yet, faced with such a situation, her heart skipped a beat. How long do you usually exercise in the morning? That's hard to say. It depends on the situation. As Qin Lang explained, he began to explore the room. Beep beep, the phone rang on the bedside table. Jur stretched to grab it, pressing it to her ear. Hello? Speak quickly. Miss, Bai Xiaochun has found the scorpion's whereabouts and has captured him, but it seems he wasn't the one who killed Bai Shui. What? How could that be? I need the news delivered. The bounty must be deposited into my account by tomorrow. Or let him wait. Tell him the bounty must be given to my Black Dragon Society. Otherwise, we are not to be trifled with. On the other end, the Vice Master of the Rose Hall was left bewildered, struggling to grasp what had transpired on the young lady's end. She blurted out, Miss, are you injured? Your voice sounds strange, Dio, as I say. With a click, the call ended. About 60 kilometers from the center of Tianhai City, in the countryside, the Vice Master of the Rose Hall looked perplexed, sensing that the young lady seemed injured yet had likely escaped. Otherwise, how could she have made the call? The Vice Master, raised in secrecy by Qiu Lang, was trained as a confidant, knowing only combat and loyalty, oblivious to many other matters. Following the mountain path, she approached Ah Fu, the butler of the Bai family, and spoke sternly, whether or not the killer is the scorpion. The 10 billion bounty belongs to my Black Dragon Society. We must see the money by tomorrow. Ah Fu felt annoyed, thinking this was merely inviting trouble. Yet, most people here were from the Black Dragon Society. If he didn't convey the message, once they left, he might not stand a chance against the scorpion. He could only comply and approached Bai Xiaochun, whispering a few words in her ear. Bai Xiaochun frowned, ordering the transfer without further thought, her gaze fixated on the scorpion kneeling before her. What do you mean? You didn't kill Shui. Who did? The scorpion knelt, bowing repeatedly to Mr. Bai. I swear it wasn't me. We didn't even know Bai Shui was your son. Had we known, even with borrowed courage, we wouldn't dare. The real killer was a man who suddenly barged in. He was far too strong for my two brothers, who were injured in the first encounter and subsequently killed. And it was he who harmed young Master Bai. I hid in the restroom, or else I would have fallen victim too. I don't know him, but it seems Bai Shui recognized him and called him Yifeng. Chapter 80. Qiu Zhuer's genuine feelings for Yifeng. How could it be him? Upon hearing Yifeng's name, Bai Xiaochun's anger doused him like a bucket of cold water. He never wished to be at odds with Yifeng unless absolutely necessary. Unlike others, he was well aware of Yifeng's powerful mercenary organization abroad and his formidable prowess. His lackeys were no match for Yifeng alone. What's going on here? Bai Xiaochun glared at the scorpion, whose disheveled demeanor was particularly exasperating, especially considering that he had been easily captured by several members of the Black Dragon Society earlier. It was quite unexpected. The investigation results indicated that the other two kidnappers had been killed by a master. One had his neck broken by brute force, while the other had his organs crushed by a kick. The scorpion's skills were insufficient for such a feat. The scorpion lamented internally, feeling utterly wronged. He had retreated to the mountains, surviving on stolen provisions, too afraid to return home for money, let alone visit a bank. He had no idea how his whereabouts had been exposed, and now, having been captured, there was no longer anything to conceal. Mr. Bai, I am not familiar with your family's affairs, but according to young Master Bai, it seems Yifeng has ties to your two young ladies and intends to have them inherit the family fortune before claiming them for himself. Bai Xiaochun stood frozen, unable to respond, merely standing still. After a long pause, he slowly turned to descend the mountain. A Fu quietly inquired, Sir, what about the scorpion? Buried. As soon as the words left his lips, a heavy object struck the scorpion's head, rendering him unconscious with no chance of revival. Bai Xiaochun moved slowly, tears streaming down his face. Shui, it was all Father's fault. Inviting a wolf into the house, it's all my fault. The scorpion's words resonated with him. He believed them to be almost entirely true. The evidence of Yifeng's strength and the scene's investigation corroborated everything. Most importantly, an outsider like the scorpion would never know of Yifeng's connection to the Bai family unless he had heard it from his son. No matter how Bai Xiaochun pondered, he dared not suspect Yifeng. But now, with the scorpion's revelation, everything made sense. Why Yifeng, a merciless mercenary leader, thrived on murder and mayhem. What wouldn't he do for the Bai family's legacy? Die. I want you dead. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his entire being trembling. In that moment, his fear of Yifeng was completely eclipsed by the truth of his son's tragic death. With his son gone, what did he have left to fear? He must avenge his son. Yifeng must die. He wanted him to suffer a fate worse than death. A Fu. Bai Xiaochun's voice was desolate. A Fu bowed beside him. Sir, what are your orders? It seems there's a hit list on the black market. Money is no object. I'll pay whatever it takes. I want Yifeng dead. One assassin isn't enough. Send 10. If 10 aren't enough, send 100, until he is killed without fail. Understood? Bai Xiaochun's tone was eerily calm, but beneath that calm lay the seething rage of a volcano poised to erupt. The Bai family's bodyguards, members of the Black Dragon Society, and assassins from the black market. Bai Xiaochun would summon them all to create an unavoidable trap for Yifeng. On the other side, before Qiu Zhuer and Qin Lang parted ways, she received news of the impending attack on Yifeng. What is happening? Qin Lang noticed Zhuer's troubled expression and curiously pressed her for answers. Biting her lip, Zhuer replied, Qin Lang, I need your help. Having shared numerous intimate moments with Qin Lang, she had never before requested assistance, as their interactions had always been transactional. Yet this time, she felt a sense of urgency. Qin Lang chuckled, pinching her cheek. Speak. What is it? Zhuer sighed. Bai Xiaochun is planning to kill Yifeng and has hired my Black Dragon Society's muscle. But Yifeng previously caused a ruckus at the Queen's bar, single-handedly taking down nearly 30 men. I'm certain that is even his true strength. This time, I want you to hold the fort and, if necessary, eliminate him. Yifeng's disturbance at the Queen's bar should have been an opportunity for Zhuer to get acquainted with him. But Qin Lang's arrival had turned it into a conflict. The Black Dragon Society was heavily at odds with Yifeng, and Zhuer didn't want him to continue living, hence she planned to take action. However, her only concern was that if Yifeng survived, both her and her father's lives would be at stake. It had to be foolproof. Qin Lang furrowed his brows. Bai Xiaochun can't contain himself anymore? There are still things I need to accomplish. Some villain points remained unclaimed. Nonetheless, Yifeng was the child of destiny. Bai Xiaochun's reckless move could alert him, and should he escape abroad, even if Qin Lang wished to intervene, it would prove exceedingly difficult. It's fine. This was initially my one-sided desire. Yifeng is powerful, not someone to be trifled with, and even you could be in danger. Seeing Qin Lang hesitate didn't upset Jur. She found it quite normal. After all, Qin Lang was the scion of the Qin family. How could he place himself in danger? She had overstepped her bounds. Don't say that. Qin Lang's expression shifted, a look of trepidation crossing his face as he gazed intently at Jur. Are you implying that this time the Black Dragon Society will spare no expense to eradicate Yifeng? You will also be involved? Jur nodded gently. Correct. Last time at the Queen's bar, Yifeng injured many of my elite fighters, some of whom may never walk again. This is undeniably a slap in the face to my Black Dragon Society. If we do not eliminate Yifeng, we cannot maintain authority. In the underworld, loyalty is paramount. If the brothers under him were harmed and their leader remained silent, who would still be willing to serve? Both Qiu Long and Qiu Jur were determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. Qin Lang's jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a deep affection as he caressed Jur's smooth cheek. Jur, initially I did not wish for you to partake in this venture. It is far too perilous. However, seeing your earnest expression leaves me with no desire to deter you. Go ahead. If you wish to pursue this, I will support you unconditionally, regardless of time or place. Wherever you are, I will stand resolutely by your side, utilizing all my strength to back you up. In Jur's beautiful eyes, turbulent ripples emerged as she gazed at Qin Lang's earnest face, feeling a mix of daze and guilt. Her audacious request was a bold encroachment upon Qin Lang's identity, yet he did not scold her. Instead, he offered resolute support. That warmth and acceptance even moved her. Perhaps she had indeed encountered her true soulmate for life. Chapter 81. The siege against the Child of Destiny, Qiu Jur's terror. A day later, in the evening, at Mengdang Mountain, under a moonless night with howling winds and swaying shadows. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the sharpness of crushed grass. Yifeng looked puzzled and turned to Bai Xiaochun. Mr. Bai, is young master Bai being held here? There shouldn't be any nearby residents, right? Before them lay a desolate wilderness with visible graves, yet not a single thatched hut in sight. Bai Xiaochun wore a troubled expression, sighing, Mr. Yi, I apologize for the trouble. While my family's bodyguards are mobilized, I cannot fully trust their skills and judgment. According to reliable sources, Shui should be hidden here, but I cannot ascertain his exact location. I hope him, or Yi can assist in finding him. Seeing Yifeng's indifferent demeanor, Bai Xiaochun's anger flared. He knew Yifeng was aware. His son was unlikely to be hidden here. Others might be oblivious, but as a killer, Yifeng understood perfectly, leading to his impatience. Consumed by hatred, the more Yifeng displayed such behavior, the more Bai Xiaochun was convinced he was the one who had killed his son. I will head up the mountain to search. Yifeng shook his head, opting for silence as he made his way up the mountain, accompanied by his entourage of bodyguards. During this period, Yifeng had endured an unfortunate streak of misfortunes, and he had already foreseen the disheartening outcome of the day. Sighing, he recalled recent events that sent chills down his spine. Encounters with unsavory characters while fishing for wealth, and an unfortunate incident where he was the target of an elderly woman's scam. He had attempted to play the hero when a young girl was bullied, only to receive a resounding slap from her, revealing that she had no need for a savior. Her champion was, in fact, her tormentor. Though the girl was young, she possessed an extraordinary talent for feigned reluctance. As he pondered these thoughts, the group delved deeper into the heart of Mengdang Mountain. Suddenly, a strange atmosphere enveloped them. Yifeng sensed an unusual tension, as if every hair on his body stood on end. Danger. This was a familiar feeling of impending peril. Perhaps it was an innate instinct, but for a mercenary like Yifeng, who walked the razor's edge, every wave of anxiety heralded the approach of danger. It was this uncanny awareness that had allowed him to escape death numerous times. He turned to alert his fellow bodyguards, but to his astonishment, a sharp dagger swiftly sliced towards the artery in his neck. The attack was lethal. The promise of wealth was enticing. Bai Xiaochun had placed a bounty of 100 million on his head. Whoever could eliminate Yifeng would receive it instantly. That was an immense sum. Even if one spent their days reveling in luxury, it would suffice for a lifetime. Who could resist such temptation? Seeking death, Yifeng roared in fury, Seizing the would-be assassin's arm, with a twist and a shake, he swiftly disarmed the attacker, swinging the dagger with reckless abandon, and in an instant, the traitorous bodyguard's throat was slit, blood gushing forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gripping the dagger tightly, Yifeng glared fiercely. "Who sent you to kill me? By Xiaochun? Or perhaps Qin Lang?" Facing the 20 or so bodyguards before him, Yifeng felt no fear, only a surge of righteous anger. Onward, together, eliminate this scoundrel. The bodyguards exchanged glances, wordlessly assessing one another, before they all lunged at Yifeng in unison. With a disdainful snort, Yifeng reversed his grip on the dagger and charged forward. He resembled a deity of death, weaving through the throng of nearly 20 bodyguards with eerie grace, facing no obstacles as he moved. With each step, lifeless bodies fell around him. The number of slain bodyguards increased, while the standing ones dwindled. Who was Yifeng? The leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, a true god of slaughter, a butcher on the battlefield. How could these inexperienced bodyguards, untouched by the horrors of war, hope to match him? Not to mention their physical capabilities, which barely constituted 1/8 of his. It was akin to harvesting vegetables as he systematically dispatched the advancing bodyguards. In less than 5 minutes, all of Bai Xiaochun's bodyguards had perished. Bai Xiaochun, you have some audacity. Yifeng twisted his neck, emitting a series of cracking sounds, his gaze predatory like a wolf lurking in the shadows. He had never faced such humiliation before. He had come with the intent to assist, only to be ensnared by Bai Xiaochun's treachery. Was a billionaire in Tianhai City truly so formidable? He had dared to kill high-ranking officials abroad. What was a mere billionaire to him? He strode down the mountain, eager to discern what other tricks Bai Xiaochun had up his sleeve. Did he truly believe that these individuals could bring about his demise? Such underestimation of Yifeng's prowess was laughable. He intended to dismantle the traps set by Bai Xiaochun step by step, and in the process, he envisioned carving into Bai Xiaochun's flesh, letting him die in torment and regret. However, just as he took a few steps, more figures emerged from the thickets, members of the Black Dragon Society adorned with dragon tattoos, and professional assassins clad in dark attire, darting through the shadows. Come forth, today, I shall demonstrate what it means to slay 1,000. As the wind howled, Yifeng pressed onward, charging into the surging crowd. The scent of blood began to permeate the air. Farther away, atop a high peak, Qin Lang observed through a telescope, exclaiming in astonishment at Yifeng's prowess. Having already dispatched nearly 50 foes, yet sustaining only minor injuries, he could not help but marvel. Indeed, he was the child of destiny. Yet, he was difficult to kill. If it were his subordinates attempting the ambush, even if they succeeded in eliminating Yifeng, they would suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, the current forces were not his own, and as mere cannon fodder, Qin Lang was content to watch the spectacle unfold. Dressed in a snug black leather outfit, Qiu Jiu'er appeared alarmed, lowering her telescope anxiously, murmuring that Yifeng was too terrifying. Could such a being truly be slain tonight? Do not worry, it will be fine. There are still others yet to emerge. These individuals are merely cannon fodder. The true experts are still in reserve, Qin Lang reassured her, his arm wrapped around her slender waist. The reinforcements he referred to were not himself, but rather the formidable experts Bai Xiaochun had likely hired at great expense, who had yet to make their appearance. Had it not been for the infrared thermal imaging feature of his telescope, he might have been deceived himself. In the depths of the desolate mountains, the fallen bodies continued to accumulate. If this were reported to the authorities, the entire Tianhai City police force would be sleepless. Amidst the bloodshed, Yifeng advanced step by step toward the base of the mountain, his body riddled with numerous wounds inflicted by the assassins, toxins still lingering in his system. Yet, as the child of destiny and a seasoned mercenary, having injected himself with countless antidotes for various poisons over the years, the myriad toxins manifested only as a faint numbness, failing to significantly hinder his movements. His eyes burned with fury as he reached the mountain's foot, spotting Bai Xiaochun standing not far away. "You old dog, why do you seek to kill me?" he bellowed, every fiber of his being trembling with rage. In his fury, an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from him, causing even a billionaire like Bai Xiaochun to stagger back a few steps. Die! Yifeng surged forward like a ferocious tiger, gripping the dagger that glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Yet, just as the blade was about to slice through Bai Xiaochun's neck, Several shadowy figures intervened. An emaciated elder, resembling a withered tree, wielded a cane that struck Yifeng's wrist with such force that the dagger fell to the ground. Another figure, a dwarf with a weathered face but a child's stature, brandished a katana that was even longer than himself, slicing away a piece of flesh from Yifeng's right leg. Lastly, a female assassin cloaked in dark attire emerged. The unmistakable single-eyed rabbit tattoo marked her identity. If one could not discern her gender, they might as well bash their head against a tofu block. The stunning female assassin's sudden appearance startled Yifeng, who retreated in alarm, his expression grave. Withered wood in spring. Blood-colored mandrake. He had not anticipated that these three would also reveal themselves. As the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, Yifeng was well acquainted with some notorious figures in the black market. The three before him were clearly ranked among the top 10 assassins, with the blood-colored mandrake occupying a position in the top 3, a formidable match for his own strength. Moreover, the blood-colored mandrake was renowned for her penchant for lurking in the shadows. Had she not shown mercy before, he would likely be gravely injured by now. Master of the Blood Wolf, the Butcher, or perhaps I should call you Mr. Yifeng. You are already at your wit's end. Why not simply gift us your head? The elder known as Withered Wood in Spring chuckled lewdly, leaning on his cane. Mr. Yi, your head is worth over $100 million, such a delightful prize. If I could claim it, my ranking on the assassin list would surely ascend by at least 3 places. The dwarf, wielding his katana with an air of awkwardness, exuded a menacing aura that warned against underestimating the 6th-ranked assassin. Kill! The remaining bodyguards surrounding Bai Xiaochun, incited by the battle cries, charged forth as vanguards. Meanwhile, Withered Wood in Spring and the dwarf lurked like phantoms behind them, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Yifeng's fist connected with one bodyguard's skull, caving it in and resulting in instant death, yet simultaneously, his left shoulder was sliced by the dwarf's katana. With a powerful kick, he crushed another bodyguard's chest, but his right shoulder was struck by the elder's cane, fracturing his bone. This was a dire predicament. Even at his peak, Yifeng would struggle against these 3 renowned assassins, let alone in his current wounded state. Even the child of destiny deserved a chance to grow. Having just returned to the country for less than half a month, he found himself embroiled in such a life-or-death struggle, with no respite in sight. In a swift motion, Yifeng snatched a dagger from a fallen bodyguard and hurled it toward Bai Xiaochun's neck with blinding speed, aiming for his forehead. A direct hit would surely be fatal. Yet, at that moment, the blood-colored mandrake finally made her move, effortlessly deflecting the incoming dagger. However, Bai Xiaochun's anguished scream echoed, "My!" The blood-colored mandrake looked down to see a gaping wound opening between Bai Xiaochun's legs, blood gushing forth. Covered in blood, Yifeng grinned maniacally. "Old dog, this is merely interest I am collecting from you. In due time, I have even more delightful greetings awaiting you." With that, he chose not to linger and swiftly fled up the rugged mountain. "Pursue him," Withered Wood in Spring and the dwarf followed closely behind. The blood-colored mandrake cast a glance at Bai Xiaochun, noting the bodyguards rushing to check on him, before she too took off in pursuit. She had refrained from intervening not out of familiarity with Yifeng, nor any other sentiment, but rather due to her position, which did not warrant collaboration in his assassination. Yet now, Yifeng had humiliated Bai Xiaochun before her eyes, a significant affront to her profession. She had to exact retribution. Only by claiming Yifeng's head could she cleanse this stain. On a distant peak, Qin Lang observed Yifeng's escape and had already preemptively deployed his forces through communication, instructing his hidden subordinates to prepare ambushes. Watching the female assassin darting through the desolate mountains, he could not help but marvel. With a slim waist, graceful stature, and legs that seemed to stretch endlessly, she possessed strength rivaling that of the child of destiny. Such an extraordinary female assassin could not possibly exist without being the protagonist. He was certain that if this stunning assassin seized an opportunity, she would undoubtedly amass at least 50,000 points in villainous destiny. Without a doubt, he decided to abandon Qiujiur for the moment and headed towards the direction Yifeng faced, seeking to intercept him. The child of destiny, surviving calamity, flaunting his prowess, he was eager to see if Yifeng could defy fate once more amidst the layers of encirclement. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anticipation. If capturing a woman endowed with destiny yielded such substantial rewards, eliminating the protagonist who was the child of destiny would surely yield even greater spoils. Yifeng, you have nowhere left to run. Ahead lies a precipice. Should you persist in your obstinacy, you may find yourself shattered into a bloody mist below. Surrender now, and you may yet leave behind a headless corpse, Withered Wood in Spring's cold voice urged. Following closely were the dwarf and the blood-colored mandrake. The three instinctively aligned, their murderous intent directed at Yifeng, cornered at the edge of the cliff. Ha ha ha. You wish to kill me? Just wait. If I survive this time, none of you will escape. Today's humiliation shall be repaid 100-fold. Yifeng laughed defiantly, stepping forward and leaping off the cliff. Withered Wood in Spring reached the edge, gazing at the mist-shrouded depths below, gritting his teeth. This madman would rather shatter into a bloody pulp than face us in battle. Let us descend and see. Even if he becomes a bloody mist, as long as we can confirm his demise, we shall consider our task complete. The dwarf took a narrow path down to the base of the cliff. Alive, we seek to see him. Dead, we seek to find his corpse. Meanwhile, as Yifeng plummeted rapidly, he too believed this would be his end. Yet just before hitting the bottom, he was miraculously caught among the trees. Crack, crack, the branches broke his fall, slowing his descent, and moments later, he landed in a thicket of shrubs. Rustling leaves accompanied a muffled thud as Yifeng hit the ground. Pain coursed through him, and he grimaced, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered. Yet, rather than regret, he gazed up at the cliff with astonishment. Surviving such a height without death was a miracle. A narrow escape brings great fortune. His legs still able to move, he spotted a river nearby. If he could reach it and float downstream, he still had a considerable chance of survival. Suddenly, as he attempted to shift his position, a sharp intake of breath escaped him, his body trembling as he sensed a change within. Ha ha ha! You cursed old dog, and those three assassins have inadvertently allowed me to cheat death. Your doom awaits. Yifeng was ecstatic, to his surprise. After this life-and-death struggle, his internal cultivation had broken through to the second tier, resulting in a significant boost to his strength. His injuries began to heal on their own, and given time, he would recover completely and ascend to an even greater level. The seeds of vengeance were sown deep within him, already taking root. At that moment, a barrage of bullets erupted, striking Yifeng's legs with deadly precision. What had once been mere bullet holes transformed into mangled flesh, blood sprang forth, bones exposed. Following this, a squad of heavily armed soldiers emerged from the dense forest. Damn, the young master truly has foresight. This big fish fell from such a height and still survived, truly terrifying. One soldier exclaimed, "You must admit, the young master is a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Simply remarkable. Zhuge Liang, my foot. You pathetic sycophant. The young master has no time for your flattery. Apart from us, there are landmines hidden throughout the caves of Mangdang Mountain, and even in the lake. This fellow wouldn't he be able to escape even if he sprouted wings. He just happened to stumble into our trap," the soldier retorted, glaring at Yifeng, whose legs had been blown to bits. "Who told you to open fire?" "Both legs gone, damn it. As long as the young master allows us to control the situation. What if he dies?" Old Huang, scratching the back of his head in a naive manner, awkwardly remarked, "Wasn't I just scared? The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is terrifying. How many has one person killed? We, without a decent AK-47 or something like that, might not even be able to handle him. Including Junzi, there are only 10 of us here. The area of Mangdang Mountain is too vast, with countless hiding spots. Even if the young master tries his best to maintain balance, there are only so many of us waiting at the cliff's edge." The firearms in hand were hastily allocated by Junzi, and they must be returned afterward. After all, while one can play with such weapons, excessive use may attract trouble. "Who did this?" A cold scoff echoed from the dense forest as Qin Lang emerged, his expression as dark as water, glaring at Yifeng, who lay on the ground with both legs blown off, his eyes ablaze with pain and fury. Old Huang trembled. "Young master, it was me. I was worried this monster would harm others, so I disabled his movement." Qin Lang glared at Yifeng, his face cold. "Who told you to fire? Did I instruct you to shoot? Do you not know who Yifeng is? He is the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a big shot among foreign mercenaries. Your actions have tarnished his status." Old Huang bowed his head in shame, genuinely regretting his actions. He had embarrassed himself during the first character test and now had caused a real problem. Surely he wouldn't be dismissed, right? Even if he didn't receive as high a year-end bonus or dividend as Junzi, his monthly salary was around 30,000. Most importantly, he had already developed feelings for Qin Lang placed a reassuring hand on old Huang's shoulder, giving it a firm pat. Old Huang, there is something I don't know whether to say or not. All the words can be summed up in one. Well done. With a cough, Yifeng, lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from the fury. Instinctively, he unleashed all his energy, using his broken hands to push against the ground, enduring immense pain as he lunged toward Qin Lang. All his fantasies drowned in the agony of his severed legs. Even in death, he sought to drag Qin Lang along to the grave. Young master. Be careful. Junzi and the others, their eyes wide with horror, found themselves powerless to stop Yifeng's advance. Qin Lang, somewhat surprised, turned around to face Yifeng, whose eyes glowed with a wolfish ferocity. He extended a hand, effortlessly pressing it against Yifeng's head. Exerting a sudden force that twisted it, a crack echoed as Yifeng's neck was snapped at a 90-degree angle. The fiery red in his eyes gradually dimmed, his breath fading. The upper half of his body collapsed to the ground, blood still oozing from the severed legs. Get to work, Qin Lang urged, prompting a somewhat dazed bodyguard, who, upon regaining composure, approached with a flamethrower and began to incinerate Yifeng's corpse. Under the intense heat, in no time at all, Yifeng's body was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind, disintegrated by the night breeze. A seamless service of killing and scattering the ashes. Thus, the child of destiny, Yifeng, met his demise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the child of destiny, Yifeng. The calculation of the villain value is currently underway. Please hold on. Chapter 84, Madness, Great Gains, System Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring advanced firearm mastery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining basic medical skills. Critical reward. Congratulations to the host for attaining intermediate medical skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring basic danger perception. Critical reward. Congratulations to the host for gaining intermediate danger perception. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the Child of Destiny's technique True Dragon Art first turn. Critical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 turns Heavenly Dragon Art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 constitution points. Ding! At this moment, the sound of system notifications echoed in Qin Lang's mind, each reward evidently stripping the already turned to ash Child of Destiny of even his soul. Almost all rewards were directly seized from Yifeng or were products of further upgrades. Particularly, that True Dragon Art, a rare martial arts technique, had evolved into the even more terrifying 9 turns Heavenly Dragon Art, exponentially increasing in power like a compounding force. Each of the 9 steps taken was imbued with increasing power, presenting a multiplied effect. Upon reaching the first turn and unleashing full strength, one could amplify their constitution to 1.5 times its effect, and the second turn promised an equally terrifying enhancement. Ding! System upgrade successful. The villain value has been calculated. The host may check the system panel for rewards. System panel. Character. Qin Lang. Age. 25. Constitution. 250. Charm. 99. Villain value. 1,216,700. Technique. 9 turns Heavenly Dragon Art. First turn amplification 1. 5. To ascend to the second turn requires 200,000 villain value. Skills. Affinity LV8. Group Affinity 80. Advanced Piano Skills. Advanced T-Art. Advanced Aesthetic Sense. Disguise Technique. Advanced Firearm Mastery. Intermediate Danger Perception. Intermediate Medical Skills. Store. Opening. Lucky Draw Center. Opening. Each draw consumes 1,000 villain value. System Backpack. A photo book of Ant Xiao. Qingfeng Tissues 100 uses already consumed. A photo book of Ms. Bai. Electric Massager 1, damaged. Hiss. Even Qin Lang, gazing at the current system interface, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Over 120,000 villain value? How much villain value did he seize from eliminating Yifeng? Over 1 million. Is this what the system is? Is this the Child of Destiny? He had thought Lu Bu was invincible, but he never imagined the Child of Destiny to be so terrifying. Just who was Yifeng a subordinate of? Ding! A new plot has successfully integrated, requiring 200,000 villain value. Does the host wish to be informed in advance? Yes. With the deduction of 200,000 villain value, Qin Lang felt a pang in his heart. After all his hard work, he barely had enough to know the next plot in advance. Thankfully, Eliminating Yifeng compensated him over $1 million. Otherwise, how long would he have to toil to earn it back? A lengthy stream of gentle information flowed through his mind. This was a plot about a divine doctor descending the mountain, and the time until the plot triggered was shorter. It was likely that the child of destiny was already in Tianhai City. However, one commendable point was that the next child of destiny appeared to still be in the nascent stage of growth, not particularly strong. Even compared to Yifeng, he wouldn't be much of a threat, making him an excellent target for harvesting. Moreover, Qin Lang had begun to suspect the identity of the striking female assassin who had just appeared in Mengdang Mountain. The blood-colored mandala? A top-3 assassin on the leaderboard. Prideful, with a sense of honor befitting a top-tier killer. Indeed, she was a character worth 50,000 villain value. No, wait, the system had already upgraded, and even the draws now required 1,000 villain value. It should be worth even more than 50,000. Right? Young Master. Junzi, watching the young master remain in a daze, called out softly, his mind buzzing. He could hardly believe that Yifeng had met his end at the hands of their young master. Even though his legs had been blown apart, his final desperate strike was something even he might not have escaped from. At the very least, he would have been gravely injured. Yet, under the young master's hand, Yifeng died in such a bizarre manner. It was simply unbelievable. Qin Lang turned back, taking the micro-submachine gun from Junzi. With advanced firearm mastery, produced by the system, Qin Lang's control over firearms was no less impressive than that of Junzi or Old Huang, indeed surpassing them by a significant margin. With his heightened danger perception, he sensed 3 sources of danger, 2 of which emanated from the same area. Aiming the micro-submachine gun at a large thicket in the dense forest, he began to fire wildly. Old Huang and the others raised their micro-submachine guns in tandem, joining the barrage. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Amidst 2 cries of agony, Old Huang and the others dragged out 2 assassins, riddled with bullets. They were none other than the recently emerged Kumu Fengchun and Ao Jiaoqi, who had come down from the cliff to search for Yifeng's corpse. With intermediate danger perception, Qin Lang's ability to sense threats had vastly improved compared to Yifeng's basic perception, enabling him to discern the general direction of danger. The micro-submachine gun's sweeping fire was far too extensive for a few hidden assassins to evade. His gaze shifted to another area of the dense forest, and with a cold snort, he thought, now that Yifeng is dead, this news cannot reach anyone else, not even by Xiaochun. If you wish to live, then be obedient and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for opening fire. That sense of danger felt almost tangible, sending a shiver down Qin Lang's spine. Rat-a-tat. Qin Lang aimed the micro-submachine gun at the thicket beside the dense forest, firing a warning shot without the intent to kill. The blood-colored mandala? Prideful. Then I shall trample your arrogance underfoot. If that's not enough, I'll spit on it again. What if this striking female assassin decides to escape after finding herself outmatched? If a killer of her caliber wishes to flee, even Qin Lang might struggle to track her down in a short time. It would be better to provoke her first, marking her as a target for later. Before long, the eerie sensation of being watched faded, and Qin Lang glanced back, knowing that the blood-colored mandala had departed. He instructed Junzi and the others to clean up the scene before quickly making his way in another direction. He had other, far more important matters to attend to, and he felt a growing sense of urgency, even fear. Chapter 85. Qin Lang's fear. Qiu affection. Qin Lang moved with incredible speed, nearly unleashing all his 250 constitution. He even considered using the first turn of 9 turns heavenly dragon art to hasten his journey. Anxiety surged within him like relentless waves. He raced toward the peak where Qiu was located, and after about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the previous spot. Yet, he found no one there. Qiu was not here. Jiuer, where are you, my Jiuer? Qin Lang's heart raced with worry. He was not Lu Bu, and Jiuer was certainly not Diaochan. While Diaochan was at Lu Bu's side, where was Qiu? Taking out a pair of binoculars from his system backpack, Qin Lang scanned the entirety of Mengdang Mountain. Large areas were littered with scattered corpses. After a long search, he finally spotted Qiu amidst a particularly grim scene. He hastily stowed the binoculars back into the system backpack and chased after her with fervor. After exhausting considerable energy in pursuit, Qin Lang finally reached Qiu. At that moment, she wore a gloomy expression, directing members of the Black Dragon Society to clear the battlefield. The casualties had far exceeded her expectations. Even the Black Dragon Society could not withstand such a frenzied assault. That man Yifeng was utterly insane. How could he kill so many? He was nothing short of a demon. Transport the fallen members of the Black Dragon Society. For the injured, we will provide all economic support and the best medical conditions. For those who have perished, we will not neglect any of their families. Qiu Jior commanded with poise, making solemn promises to reassure her comrades. She knew she had to do more and pay a greater price to maintain the allegiance of the Black Dragon Society, even if it meant offering substantial compensation. Jior. Qin Lang's voice rang out behind her. Qiu Jior turned in surprise, her gaze landing on Qin Lang, whose eyes were slightly red. Curiously, she asked, "What are you doing here? Where are Yi Feng and those assassins?" Qin Lang stepped forward, his expression icy. "What are you doing here? I told you to stay put." Qiu Jior felt indignant. How could I sit idly by with such severe casualties among the members of the Black Dragon Society? Does your presence even matter? Do you know how terrifying Yi Feng is? He kills without a second thought, a true demon. Are you his match? Qin Lang berated her. Foolish. If that man returns and kills you. What then? What do you want me to do? Can you not consider my feelings? You only think of your Black Dragon Society, not yourself. Qiu Jior wanted to retort, but seeing Qin Lang in such an agitated state, she inexplicably felt a warmth wash over her, softening her gaze. Worry leads to chaos. She had never seen Qin Lang in such a disheveled state, and it was solely due to his fear for her safety. Could it be that her position in Qin Lang's heart was more important than she had realized? I doubt I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Wait for me a moment. Qiu Jior murmured softly, turning to the approaching members of the Black Dragon Society. She ordered sternly, "Do as I say. Transport all the injured to the private hospital and clean up the scene thoroughly. Leave no traces behind." When the Black Dragon Society was first established, clashes were frequent, and many members were injured daily. Going to public hospitals often led to complications. Many years ago, Qiu Lang had funded the establishment of a private hospital, which had now become quite renowned in Tianhai City. After giving her orders, Qiu Jior felt it was time to leave the scene. Grasping Qin Lang's hand, she led him deeper into Mangdang Mountain. Finally, they came upon a concealed cave, where she halted, her voice taking on a reproachful tone. "There are so many people here. I am, after all, the young lady of the Black Dragon Society. In their eyes, I hold considerable authority. You treating me like a little girl is not appropriate. Please refrain from doing this in front of others next time. You know what I am worried about. Why didn't you listen to me? This place is dangerous. What if something happens to you?" Qin Lang replied sternly, refusing to indulge in playful banter. Nor did he expose any of the flaws in Qiu Jior's words. Not in front of others, but behind the scenes. It seems there is a misunderstanding here. Qin Lang decided not to explain, feigning ignorance. Qiu Jior held Qin Lang's hand gently, saying, "I know what I'm doing. I only came down to handle matters after seeing Yi Feng disappear into the depths of Mangdang Mountain. Have you encountered any danger? Are you hurt?" Qin Lang maintained a serious demeanor, moving closer to inspect her. Qiu Jior felt a bit shy but didn't refuse Qin Lang's concern. Suddenly, Qin Lang exclaimed, "Jior, you're hurt." Leaning against a rock, Qiu Jior crossed her arms over her chest and scolded. "I'm not hurt," she had to concede. Qin Lang was indeed quite greedy. Just a moment ago, he was worried about her safety, and now he was probing for any signs of injury. After a minute, Qiu Jior gritted her teeth, pushing against Qin Lang while playfully scolding him. 3 minutes later, despite her initial reluctance, her beautiful eyes brimmed with affection and concern. Qin Lang's display of care left her heart filled with warmth, even if she was reluctant to show her feelings. She couldn't genuinely refuse him. 2 hours later. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain value. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a destiny villain value of 2,000. The fear that once resided in Qin Lang's heart has finally dissipated. He was terrified, believing that if the child of fortune perished, the entire plot would vanish, and the destiny villain value would no longer be counted. However, it appears that this is not the case. The child of fortune remains a child of fortune, and the child of fate is simply that, with their fates largely independent of one another. Thus, the tasks he had yet to undertake are not lost opportunities. He can continue to accomplish them in due course. Furthermore, for the sake of the destiny villain value, he shall strive onward. For good habits are paramount. It is not merely about seeking fleeting pleasures. What truly matters is the swift accumulation of villain values. Chapter 86. Spending 500,000 villain values on advanced medical skills sitting upon a stone, Qin Lang, feeling the ache in his waist, exhaled a smoke ring with a sense of satisfaction. It is said that a smoke after an event feels divine. Moreover, through experimentation, he has discovered that the fortune of the child of fate will not diminish with the death of the child of fortune. What could possibly bring greater joy than this? Where did you find that cigarette and lighter? Qiu, feeling exasperated, extended her delicate hand and discarded the cigarette that Qin Lang had been smoking, retorting, "What on earth are you smoking so much for? It smells terrible. If you smoke in front of me again, don't expect to touch me." She covered her mouth and nose, clearly disapproving. But who is Qin Lang? A master of tea arts. He is adept at brewing the finest green tea. He can certainly discern what is genuine and what is not. Qiu is evidently just concerned for his health, reluctant to let him smoke, rather than genuinely detesting the smell, as the head of the Rose Hall and the Black Dragon Society. Though she herself does not smoke, how often has she found herself amidst clouds of smoke during meetings? If Qiu truly cared about this, why had she never mentioned it before? Qin Lang chose not to expose her and instead retrieved another cigarette from his pocket, which was actually from his system's backpack. Lit it and preemptively asked, "Can you cook?" Qiu rolled her eyes. "Who do you think I am? A cook? Or a common girl? The people of the Rose Hall only know how to stab with daggers. We don't touch pots and pans." Qin Lang sighed. What a pity, I thought, Qiu, with your femininity, you would be good at managing a household, but it turns out I was mistaken. Qiu retorted with annoyance. "Dream on. Why would I need to manage a household? I just need to run my Rose Hall well with that." She turned away, donned her black leather jacket, and seemed to sulk. As for Qin Lang, he silently opened the system panel, first spending 200,000 villain values to upgrade the 9 turns True Dragon technique from the first to the second turn, enhancing its amplification from 1.5 times to 2.25 times. This meant that with a physique of 250, when employing the second turn of the 9 turns True Dragon technique, he could unleash an explosive force of 562.5. What does that signify? A once evenly matched opponent could be struck down like a dead dog with a single punch if Qin Lang took them by surprise. "Lottery," he silently chanted, and a light golden wheel appeared before him. Beginning to spin, he had been eager to validate certain matters, and now, having achieved his desired outcome, he was keen to ascertain the effects of the system upgrade. Especially since the lottery had shifted from consuming 100 points to 1,000 points per draw, a tenfold increase. Perhaps the corresponding rewards had also escalated by tenfold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving heartfelt wet wipes 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a stand-in doll of Sister Hui 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cleansing elixir 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving human infant fart bags 10. Ding. Wet wipes. Stand-in doll. Upon seeing these two items, Qin Lang's expression darkened. Damn it. This lottery is a trap. Can't he buy these items himself? If he buys, it should be in bulk. The system only offers these trifles, all related to that particular aspect. What? Is it too difficult to express gratitude and provide a little sweetener to satisfy his curiosity? At least there's a cleansing elixir, which can enhance the user's physical abilities. Otherwise, he would have seriously considered shutting this down. It's all a scam. Just like football, it's all fake. How can one play football at night under a blazing sun? It's all pre-recorded. Determined, Qin Lang gritted his teeth and glanced at the system mall, where the cleansing elixir was not yet available. He had no choice but to gamble on his luck. With fewer items, the rewards might be deceptive, but with a larger quantity, unexpected gains may arise. If he could draw 1 or 2 high-level skills, any of them would suffice to recoup his losses. If he truly suffered a great loss, he could only apologize to Qiu and Bai Ruyu, the unfortunate sisters without blood ties. Or perhaps teach Su Xiaoxiao to count. At least he could recover some of his investment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cleansing elixir 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing physique 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving advanced medical skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a brand new electric medical device 1. After spending 500,000 villain values, Qin Lang glanced at the system panel, feeling a bit pained as he temporarily closed the lottery interface. Fortunately, he acquired advanced medical skills. Otherwise, even with the cleansing elixir, spending 500,000 villain values would still sting. System panel. Character. Qin Lang. Age. 25. Physique. 320. Charm. 99. Destiny villain value. 316,700. Cultivation technique. 9 turns Heavenly Dragon technique. Second turn amplification 2.25. Requires 500,000 villain values to upgrade to the third turn. Skills: Affinity LV8, Group Affinity 80. Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced Tea Art, Advanced Calligraphy, Disguise Technique, Advanced Firearms Proficiency, Intermediate Danger Perception, Advanced Medical Skills. Store: Open, Lottery Center. Open, each lottery consumes 1,000 villain values. System Backpack. Cleansing Elixir 18, Aunt Xiao's Photo Book. Qing Feng Tissues 1, 120 draws used. Ms. Bai's Photo Book. Sister Huey's Stand-in Doll 1. Heartfelt Wet Wipes 3. Human Infant Fart Bags 10. Brand New Electric Medical Device 1. Qin Lang took a glance, having spent 200,000 to gain an understanding of the next child's fortune plot. Spent another 200,000 to elevate the 9 turns True Dragon technique to the second turn, and then spent 500,000 villain values on the lottery to obtain advanced medical skills, etc. He still had over 310,000 villain values remaining, which was not a loss. This round was a guaranteed profit. However, if he did not possess sufficient villain values, rashly participating in the lottery might lead to significant losses, as the rewards from this dog of a system only get increasingly advanced. Feeling his physique of 320, even if He Feng, after breaking through, had not perished, facing him in full force would likely yield a win rate of less than 0.02. If employing the 9 turns True Dragon technique, the win rate might be around 0.0001, at best. I'll head back now. Qiu Jur muttered, spotting the deputy hall master of the Rose Hall searching nearby. Despite her staggering steps, she stubbornly rose and began walking deeper into the thicket. Let me help you. Qin Lang stood to assist, but Qiu Jur rejected him, seemingly sulking. After meeting with the deputy hall master, she distanced herself from the cave before speaking. The cooks at the Rose Hall have been underperforming lately. I want to personally observe their culinary skills tonight. If they don't meet the standard, I'll dismiss them. Chapter 87. Truth Serum Pill. After losing sight of Qiu Jur, Qin Lang returned to the villa. The subsequent matters concerning Mengdang Mountain were entrusted to Junzi, ensuring that no trouble would arise while also securing rewards and promotions. This fellow had privately uncovered a black market skirmish involving the assassin ranking list and eliminated all those dangerous individuals. This would undoubtedly be a significant merit for Junzi, who bore an official title. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Lang leaned back on the sofa in the living room, gazing at the lights in the dining room. Xiao Xiao, he called out. Yu Xiao Xiao hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing the young master return so late. Sniffing the fragrant aroma wafting from the kitchen, Qin Lang teased, "What, have you been secretly drinking pork rib papaya soup while I was away?" Su Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Caught in her secret, she awkwardly lowered her head, frozen in place, caught between two choices. "Come here, let me help you." Qin Lang beckoned, pulling the timid Su Xiao Xiao, who resembled a little rabbit, into his embrace, murmuring, "This stuff, if you drink it every day, doesn't it make your heart feel warm?" Su Xiao Xiao, blushing, curled her neck, shivering slightly, and softly replied, "Mem." Thus, you need someone to help dispel that warm feeling. Only then can you grow fully, Qin Lang coaxed, resembling a cunning wolf tricking Little Red Riding Hood. If you ever find yourself in a similar situation again, just come to me. Though I'm often busy, I will spare no effort in this regard, understand? Su Xiao Xiao felt flustered, her mind buzzing with confusion. She felt as if she were on fire, her entire being nearly cooked through. Her fair face was flushed, yet nestled in the young master's embrace, she was reluctant to pull away. Yu Xiao Xiao furrowed her brows, inhaling sharply as her head bumped into Qin Lang's chest, appearing quite distressed. "Does it hurt?" Qin Lang paused his movements. Su Xiao Xiao leaned against Qin Lang's heart, her voice hesitant. "It doesn't hurt, young master." How to describe it? Su Xiao Xiao was a simple yet conflicted girl. Sometimes, before being obtained, she wished to hold out a little longer. Even though she knew that if a girl is too easily acquired, the likelihood of being taken for granted increases. Yet, when the relationship reached that intimate level, Su Xiao Xiao became fearful, somewhat forgetting what it meant to refuse. Ultimately, she feared that her rejection might provoke Qin Lang's aversion, leading to a rift between them, causing them to part ways. Su Xiao Xiao was a very traditional and innocent girl. In her heart, once she gave herself away, she belonged solely to the young master for life. Having endured hardships in her childhood, she had grown up, and what truly frightened her were not the other forms of suffering. Moreover, even if Su Xiao Xiao did not want to admit it, each time the young master acted like that, she felt a profound sense of happiness within her. Silly girl, if you're uncomfortable, just admit it. There's no need to hide anything from me. Qin Lang ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair, pulling out a cleansing elixir from his pocket and placing it in her mouth, saying, "Swallow it." Gulp. Su Xiaoxiao swallowed the cleansing elixir in one go. Then curiously inquired, "Young master, what did you just give me? It's sweet and quite delicious." Qin Lang, with a mischievous grin, laughed. "It's a little pill that allows you to express your true intentions." Truth serum pill? The name sprang to Su Xiaoxiao's mind, only for her to quickly realize she had embarrassed herself with that thought. There's no such thing as a truth serum pill. What the young master gave her was clearly that kind of pill, the one that would make a girl quite shameless. Before Qin Lang could speak again, his lips were already sealed by hers. Qin Lang's eyes widened. "Xiao, how did you become so bold all of a sudden? A single kiss was fine, but why wouldn't she let go?" Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks were flushed, resembling a girl who had drunk too much. Stammering, "Young master, I feel as if the effects of the medicine are kicking in." She felt warm all over. Wasn't that a sign of the medicine's effect? Why was there any need to hide? After all, she had been fed the medicine by the young master. She might as well take this opportunity to pour out all her love. Previously, she had always been passive. This time, she wanted to savor the taste of the young master's lips properly. "Xiao, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. This is a pill that can improve your physical condition, expelling impurities from your body and enhancing your overall fitness." Seeing that he was losing control, Qin Lang hurriedly explained. What could he do? The cleansing elixir, according to its description, was supposed to expel impurities after consumption. If Su Xiaoxiao ended up sweating black from her skin, what then? Given Su Xiaoxiao's innocent nature, if she were to embarrass herself in front of him, she would likely not dare to face him for a long time, let alone be together. The balance between one moment of pleasure and lasting satisfaction was something Qin Lang could manage. What? How can this be? Su Xiaoxiao looked down at her arms, noticing some unusual sweat stains, feeling both bashful and fearful, glancing pitifully at Qin Lang, reproaching, "Young master, you're so bad. Hurry and go take a shower. Let us just call a truce for tonight. The effects of this pill might last for a while." Qin Lang pinched Su Xiaoxiao's cheek, urging her, "What comes will come." From the moment that sense of crisis arose, I had already devised a way to send Su Xiaoxiao away. Coincidentally, this cleansing elixir can also enhance her physique, allowing her to spend considerable time in the bathroom, facilitating what I need to do next. Blood Red Mandala, the proud female assassin, a top 3 expert on the assassin ranking list, not inferior to the Child of Fortune. If you have the ability, come and challenge me. Let us see whether your notorious reputation on the assassin list prevails or my villainous methods prove superior. Chapter 88. Blood Red Mandala Assassination. As the night deepened, a lithe figure darted through the darkness of the villa. In the past, there would have been bodyguards stationed nearby. However, tonight, Qin Lang had deliberately instructed everyone to go to the Qianzhi for entertainment. The Blood Red Mandala moved swiftly and easily infiltrated the villa. Drawing on her assassiness instincts, she quickly discerned Qin Lang's bedroom and stealthily made her way inside. Upon seeing the figure beneath the bedding, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her, and she raised her dagger, thrusting it down onto the bedding. Thud. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. No blood? What is happening? The Blood Red Mandala's beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she lifted the bedding, only to find not Qin Lang lying there, but rather a human-shaped silicone doll. Bang. The door swung shut as Qin Lang stood behind it, a smile on his face as he regarded the Blood Red Mandala, who had just stabbed Sister Hui 3 times. He coldly chuckled. What a vicious method. You're willing to kill me for the sake of a mere prey. Those who steal my prey deserve death. The Blood Red Mandala's pupils constricted as she quickly regained her composure, raising her dagger and launching an attack against Qin Lang. Her strength was formidable. Even the earlier confrontation with Yifeng hadn't diminished her prowess. To her, Qin Lang was merely an arrogant young master, daring to confront her alone, clearly unaware of the peril he faced. Having failed to assassinate him, she intended to crush him with unyielding strength. The black glimmering dagger, laced with poison, sliced toward Qin Lang's neck. It should have been a straightforward task to take a life. Yet due to a slight evasion by Qin Lang, the attempt was thwarted. Furthermore, while positioned sideways, Qin Lang executed a swift kick, striking directly at the groin. Even though blood-colored Mandala was a woman, she doubled over in discomfort, gritting her teeth and growling fiercely, "You shall pay for this." She ranked among the top 3 on the assassin's leaderboard, harboring an absolute pride in her identity as a killer. Qin Lang had stolen her prey and threatened her as if she were nothing more than a pig or dog. This was a severe violation of her boundaries. Now, humiliated in front of Qin Lang, her tolerance had vanished. She brandished another poison dagger, wielding it with both hands, launching a deadly assault towards Qin Lang like a flurry of raindrops. Dual wielding? Quite intriguing. A smile crept onto Qin Lang's face as he observed the menacing blood-colored mandala, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were strolling leisurely, dancing on the edge of danger no matter how frenzied blood-colored mandala became. She could not inflict even a scratch upon him. Calculating her physique, it appeared that blood-colored mandala had yet to surpass 100. At most, she was on par with the unbroken Yifeng. It was essential to note that Qin Lang's physique had now reached 302. Rendering his dynamic vision and reaction speed far superior to that of blood-colored mandala. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the play, Qin Lang yawned, effortlessly swatting aside blood-colored mandala's 2 daggers, seizing her delicate wrists and twisting them behind her back, pinning her against the wall. "Don't move." "How could you be so strong?" Blood-colored mandala's voice trembled with disbelief. She had arrived at the cliff's bottom only after Qin Lang had slain Yifeng, initially assuming that he had relied on the firepower of his bodyguards to do so. Who would have thought this man possessed such formidable strength? Unexpected. Is this what it means to be powerful? I have even greater strength yet to be revealed. Qin Lang snorted coldly, retrieving a red rope from his system backpack to bind blood-colored mandala's wrists together, winding it around her form. In no time, the curvaceous blood-colored mandala found herself ensnared by a peculiar knot of red rope. She could barely move, reduced to lying on the ground, emitting a series of whimpers. Her beautiful eyes ablaze with a mix of murderous intent and humiliation. She had never endured such disgrace, a sheer affront. She longed to devour Qin Lang's flesh and blood to cleanse the humiliation from her heart. Qin Lang crouched before her and removed his black mask, revealing a face of exquisite beauty that filled the air. His peach blossom eyes seemed to ensnare souls, a potent blend of killing intent and embarrassment that was utterly captivating. "Kill me," blood-colored mandala hissed through clenched teeth, her voice cold yet quivering due to her bindings. Qin Lang gently caressed her cheek, marveling, such a beautiful face, clearly capable of thriving on looks alone. Why resort to such bloody endeavors? Stop wasting words. Either kill me or let me go. Once I find the opportunity, I will surely kill you. Blood-colored mandala, in her agitation, leaned forward, her lovely face pressed against the cold ground, her elegantly curved legs rising behind her. Qin Lang, with a hint of kindness, pressed down on her beautiful back, retorting, "Do calm down. What if you injure yourself?" "Don't touch me," blood-colored mandala exclaimed. She detested anyone touching her body, especially men. Seeing her seething with murderous intent, Qin Lang pondered whether this was a manifestation of misandry. Had it truly penetrated so deeply that she would resort to murder simply for having her prey snatched away, and for a mere touch? Her wrath boiled over. After all, he was now a highly skilled physician, embodying the noble principle of healing and saving lives. When confronted with a patient afflicted by a virus ravaging their organs, how could he stand idly by? To thrive is to benefit the world. Since blood-colored mandala harbored such fears, it was imperative to assist her in overcoming this psychological shadow. A minute later, the room echoed with heart-wrenching screams. Qin Lang. "I will kill you." Chapter 89. The Child of Destiny, Chun Ping. An hour later, blood-colored mandala's beautiful eyes regained their luster, fixating on Qin Lang with a gaze filled with malice. "You had better kill me. Otherwise, I will stop at nothing to eliminate you." "Your words bring me comfort," Qin Lang responded, untying the red rope from blood-colored mandala's wrists. "You may leave now. I eagerly anticipate your next assassination attempt. However, I must inform you of one thing. Tonight, fortune favors you, for I am in a good mood. Otherwise, I would not have been so benevolent as to treat you." Blood-colored mandala struggled on the ground, unsteadily rising to her feet. She yearned to confront Qin Lang, but her body betrayed her, feeling as if she had been paralyzed, devoid of any strength, and even walking proved to be a challenge. She would regain her strength and seek vengeance against Qin Lang. She swore not to rest until he was dead. Bang. The door slammed shut as blood-colored mandala departed, leaving behind a gaze filled with resentment. as if she would return at any moment. Qin Lang wore a knowing smile, unafraid of her seeking him out, yet wary of her fleeing to distant lands. After tonight's events, it was likely that even if blood-colored mandala were offered 1 billion assassination contracts, she would be too preoccupied to take them. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought: to eliminate him. Allowing her to leave was but a temporary reprieve. Blood-colored mandala held a clear sense of justice, targeting only those who crossed her. There was no need to worry about those around her. She was, in fact, a benevolent presence who might occasionally intrude upon his bedroom at night for companionship. Should he not nurture her properly? A night of sweet dreams. The following morning, Su Xiaoxiao prepared breakfast early and went to the orphanage to care for the children. Qin Lang, while enjoying his meal, glanced at Junzi as he approached and calmly inquired, "Have the matters been resolved?" Junzi scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "The matters have indeed been resolved, but the benefits all fell into my lap." The previous incidents of dismantling the Black Dragon Society and the accusations of selling milk powder, as well as the recent large-scale conflict, had allowed Junzi to rise 3 ranks. He now held an official position, and with further elevation, he became quite distinguished, even attaining the rank of a 1-star battle general. With a higher position, tasks became more manageable. Qin Lang nonchalantly sipped his millet porridge and continued, "I have a matter at hand. Please assist me in facilitating a transfer to Tianhai University." Junzi had no questions, merely nodding and replying with a yes. What was there to ponder? The young master had graduated over 2 years ago. Why would he still need to attend university, if not for chasing girls? However, he was somewhat curious. For mere pursuit of women, even if it were the campus beauty, would the young master still need to go through such cumbersome procedures? Little did he know that Qin Lang's transfer to Tianhai University was a necessity. For there, it was not merely a single heroine, but several prominent heroines resided within its halls. The next child of destiny, Chun Ping'an, would embark on his first task upon descending the mountain: to protect the campus beauty, Chu Mingyao. Moreover, the events surrounding the campus beauty were of significant importance in the unfolding narrative. He needed to seize opportunities from the very source, while also gathering some villain points for future draws. After Junzi left to handle the transfer, he had barely stepped away when the sound of high heels announced the arrival of Mu Yuyan. Her face a portrait of urgency and panic. Cough, cough. Just as Qin Lang was deep in thought about the unseen dangers, he accidentally choked on his millet porridge, coughing a couple of times. What was this? Mu Yuyan, witnessing this, rushed forward in alarm, gently patting his back with her delicate hand. "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Why on earth did you go to Mengdang Mountain?" "What?" Qin Lang turned, puzzled. He was bewildered by Mu Yuyan's anxious demeanor. Mu Yuyan began to complain bitterly. "Was it really necessary? Even if I made mistakes in the past, you need not be so clear-cut in your separation from me. I already know. And Ning told me. She said you went to Mengdang Mountain last night with Junzi to eliminate some of the top assassins on the leaderboard, right? Why take such risks when Junzi could handle it?" Early that morning, Mu Yuyan had carefully pried information from Ning regarding Qin Lang's whereabouts, compelling Ning to contact Junzi, ultimately uncovering that Qin Lang had indeed gone to Mengdang Mountain. Moreover, Junzi had mentioned that Qin Lang had sustained injuries. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuyan could no longer remain seated. She had not even dealt with the neatly stacked documents in her office before rushing to Qin Lang's home. "Where exactly did you get hurt? Don't sit there. Let me help you back to your room to rest." Mu Yuyan supported Qin Lang's arm, guiding him towards the upstairs bedroom. After finally settling Qin Lang onto the bed, she began to examine his body, searching for any injuries. "The injuries I sustained are internal. They cannot be seen from the outside," Qin Lang replied, clenching his fist to his mouth as he coughed heavily, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Right now, I feel like a useless person, lacking the strength even a girl could surpass." He shook his head, a hint of melancholy evident. Mu Yuyan's delicate hand roamed. It accidentally ventured into overly intimate territory, causing her to retract her hand in surprise. In her mind echoed Qin Lang's words. Could it be that I am now stronger than you? What was she to do? She was determined to confront him. "Qin Lang, what are you trying to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Some things cannot be reversed. We must follow our hearts." Qin Lang stared wide-eyed, taken aback by Mu Yuyan's bold approach. "Mu Yuyan, have you lost your mind? If you dare to proceed, I swear I will not let this end well." "Calm down, Mu Yuyan. Let us discuss this rationally. There seems to be some misunderstanding between us. You cannot act this way. I am not the person you think I am. Even if you continue like this, I will never surrender my heart. Mu Yuyin, if you believe I will retaliate once I recover, you are sorely mistaken. Don't move. You are injured. Mu Yuyin gently caressed Qin Lang's cheek, her beautiful eyes filled with deep affection. Qin Lang pushed her away, urging her to sit upright, his expression cold. Mu Yuyin, I truly misjudged you. I never expected you to act so shamelessly while I am severely injured. Had it been the day before, Mu Yuyin might have felt disheartened by such words. But now, she was well aware of Qin Lang's true feelings. There was a contradiction. His words were harsh, yet his body betrayed him. Time dragged on, each moment stretching into an eternity. She rested her cheek against his chest, wrapping her arms around his neck, murmuring incoherently. Qin Lang at that moment. All her love poured forth, and not a shred of embarrassment lingered within her. Her mind was wholly consumed by images of Qin Lang. She was determined to express her feelings. Rejection? Humiliation? Such consequences did not concern her in the least. After a brief respite, Mu Yuyin nestled against him, showing no intention of leaving. Qin Lang, with great effort, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, releasing a swirling smoke ring. Mu Yuyin looked up, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of something unusual. Qin Lang chuckled. I almost forgot. You dislike the smell of smoke? If it bothers you, you may leave. I cannot escort you. Mu Yuyin's eyes sparkled as she took the cigarette from his hand, inhaling deeply and bursting into a fit of coughs, the smoke swirling chaotically around her, not forming a single ring. She stubbornly shook her head. What you like, I will strive to accept. Although I still dislike the smell of smoke, at least I no longer detest it. Moreover, even if I wanted to leave now, I cannot. Will you forgive me? I promise not to oppose you again. I truly do not understand what has come over me. I used to find you insufferable, yet now I feel empty without seeing you for just a day. I have never pursued a boy before, but I know I have fallen for you, deeply and truly. Feel free to scold or hit me. I am being unreasonable now. If you try to send me away, I will simply refuse to go. Even if you do not accept me tomorrow, I will still come looking for you. Mu Yuyin leaned against Qin Lang's chest, pouring forth her heartfelt confession. Qin Lang listened silently, feeling a swell of emotion. Although they shared the same name, they were indeed two different people. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. Smack! Without a word, Qin Lang lightly patted her back. Mu Yuyin looked up in confusion. Was that it? Have you forgiven me? Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Some understanding requires time to cultivate and develop. Chapter 91. Words must be kept. Waiting for opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning over the heroine Mu Yuyin. Reward, 50,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 villain points. Mu Yuyin nestled in Qin Lang's embrace, sleeping soundly until late evening, when the ringing of her phone jolted her awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she noticed Qin Lang watching her from the head of the bed, a hint of embarrassment causing her to lower her gaze. The earlier intensity had finally subsided. Now, facing Qin Lang, she felt an inexplicable sense of humility. Aren't you going to answer? Qin Lang asked, glancing at her bag on the floor. Mu Yuyin murmured softly, it's a company dinner. I was supposed to attend, but now I don't want to go anywhere. Her mind was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of him. The notion of dinner gatherings and karaoke to foster relationships between superiors and subordinates has long been cast aside. At present, she yearned solely to be in the company of Qin Lang. Qin Lang, feeling the gnawing hunger in his stomach, chuckled ambiguously, remarking, it's almost dinner time. Have you given a thought to my feelings? Su Xiaoxiao had matters to attend to this evening and would return quite late. Otherwise, Qin Lang would not have been able to indulge in such intimate moments with Mu Yuyin. After all, one is made of iron, and food is steel. Skipping a meal leaves one in disarray. Mu Yuyin shivered slightly, retracting her neck, and stammered, if you agree to one request of mine, I shall prepare a meal for you. Is that acceptable? A request? Qin Lang exhaled, smacking his lips, feeling somewhat displeased. Was he too easy to obtain, leaving Mu Yuyin devoid of a sense of achievement? Was she truly making demands again? With her head bowed, Mu Yuyin timidly mumbled, just give me a kiss, just one. All right. From the morning until now, Qin Lang had yet to even brush his lips against her cheek. She felt a lingering sense of disappointment, convinced that she had not received the affection a girl ought to enjoy. Smack. Qin Lang pressed his lips against Mu Yun's cheek. Mu Yuyan then stood up, preparing to wash up before heading to the kitchen to cook. After a refreshing bath, Mu Yuyan busily occupied herself in the kitchen, humming a tune while following a recipe on her phone, somewhat clumsily preparing the dishes. After a considerable amount of time, she managed to whip up a few home-style dishes. While they may not have been a feast for the eyes, they were certainly edible, unlike the foolish women depicted in novels who often blew up gas canisters or set fires. The girl as capable as Mu Yuyan, even without prior kitchen experience, would not falter too badly with a little willingness to learn. How could such elementary mistakes occur? Moreover, Mu Yuyan had cooked alongside her mother on several occasions. She resolved that, time permitting, she would prepare more dishes at home, recalling her mother's words. To capture a man's heart, one must first win over his stomach. While she may not be there yet, her mother certainly was. If it came to it, once her mother's health improved, she could invite her to Tianhai City for a while and learn from her. Drink some soup? Your face looks a bit pale, Mu Yuyan said, serving a bowl of pork rib soup in front of Qin Lang. He took a sip, savoring it, while Mu Yuyan stood beside him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, anxiously inquiring, "How does it taste? Is it too salty or too bland? If it's salty, I can add some water and cook it again. If it's bland, I'll add some salt. It's quite all right. This is already commendable for a first attempt." Qin Lang replied nonchalantly, "You're not a professional chef. Why fret so much? I wish to know your preferred flavors. It's not as though I'll be cooking just once for you," Mu Yuyan said, dragging a chair over to sit beside Qin Lang, diligently serving him more dishes while resting her chin on her hand, eagerly watching him taste each bite. "Try each one. If any don't suit your palate, I'll improve next time." Qin Lang felt slightly unnerved under her gaze. It suddenly struck him that Mu Yuyan seemed to be taking on the role of a devoted little wife. Nonetheless, this sensation, truth be told, was rather agreeable. Regardless of their identities, being cared for in such a manner would bring joy to anyone's heart. Mu Yuyan sought to bridge the distance between herself and Qin Lang, intentionally scooting her chair closer, but inadvertently bumped her calf, causing her to wince in pain. Qin Lang, feigning indifference, produced a healing pill and placed it in her mouth. After swallowing it, Mu Yuyan skeptically asked, "What kind of candy is this? It's sweet?" Before long, she felt a warmth spreading through her body, accompanied by beads of dark sweat emerging. Qin Lang sipped the pork rib soup, casually remarking, "It's a medicinal pill. More miraculous than beauty pills. It can enhance one's physical condition. Given your current constitution, you'll have to wait until I recover to benefit." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of mist. Although Qin Lang's tone was rather indifferent, she gleaned the value of the healing pill from his words, feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude. She realized today had indeed been a fortuitous gamble. After dinner, under Qin Lang's intimidating gaze, Mu Yuyan, fearing embarrassment in front of him, hastily called for a Ning and returned to her residence. As the sun set, a chill filled the air, and a sense of impending danger crept up her spine once more. Qin Lang, unhurried, retrieved a hook from the storage room, returned to his bedroom, and firmly anchored the hook into the ceiling. Chapter 92. Treating the illness of the Scarlet Mandala as night deepened, with a creak, the bedroom door was pried open from the outside. The Scarlet Mandala, clad in dark attire, made her entrance once again. However, this time, Qin Lang did not treat the unfortunate Hui Jia as a mere decoy. Instead, he relaxed against the headboard, a smile gracing his face as he observed the Scarlet Mandala's graceful figure. "You've come?" Strangely enough, despite her intent to avenge, the Scarlet Mandala felt an impulse to respond with a soft sound. Before she could make a move, Qin Lang curiously asked, "Why do assassins always enter through the front door instead of the windows?" With a frosty demeanor, the Scarlet Mandala replied, "The windows are made of bulletproof glass. Do you think I'm ignorant? That stuff can withstand a barrage from a submachine gun for a while. Not to mention, even if I could acquire a submachine gun, what good would it do? By the time you get set up, the target would have already fled. Besides, I'm an assassin, not a machine gunner. Hurry up and change your clothes." Qin Lang tossed a set of clothing at the Scarlet Mandala. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with rage, exclaiming, "Qin Lang, you're truly despicable." Qin Lang rolled his eyes. "Despicable or not, what does that have to do with you? Can you even defeat me? Now that I've seen through you, what tough talk is left? Here's your chance. Put on this outfit, and I'll let you keep one hand free." Are you serious? The Scarlet Mandala glanced at the clothes on the ground. Although the fabric was somewhat lacking, if it could genuinely diminish Qin Lang's combat prowess, she had no objections. After all, what reservations did she have in front of Qin Lang? Keep your word. Hurry up, will you? Qin Lang urged, with gritted teeth. The Scarlet Mandala picked up the clothes and stepped out. When she re-entered, clad in a black leather ensemble, her alluring figure was perfectly accentuated. Qin Lang approached, delivering a sweeping kick that sent the Scarlet Mandala tumbling to the ground, pressing her arm behind her back as he threatened, "Are you convinced now?" The Scarlet Mandala trembled with rage. "I refuse to submit. You attacked me unexpectedly." Unexpectedly? Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle at her words. "You're an assassin. After all, your job is to kill in the shadows, and now you accuse me of an ambush? Didn't I tell you I wouldn't strike first? Besides, I still have one arm untouched. I haven't gone back on my word. If you have the ability, let me go, and we can face each other in a fair fight." The Scarlet Mandala, feeling the cold, familiar floor beneath her, seethed with anger. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. "I'd be insane to face you again. It's just one hand. I can manage just fine with one hand." With practiced ease, he bound the Scarlet Mandala. "I submit. I submit. Let me go. I want to return tomorrow night." For the first time, the Scarlet Mandala showed fear in front of Qin Lang. "Now you're afraid?" Qin Lang lightly patted her exquisite cheek. The Scarlet Mandala suppressed her fury, gritting her teeth, murmuring, "I understand." "Realized your overestimation of yourself?" "Yes, I understand." Qin Lang hoisted her up. "I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Please, let me go." The Scarlet Mandala pleaded in terror. "Even death would be preferable to enduring such humiliation. Now you're frightened? It's too late." Qin Lang rolled his eyes. The Scarlet Mandala, filled with dread, attempted to struggle, but Qin Lang had already secured her tightly, leaving no room for escape. "Qin Lang, I will kill you. If you don't kill me, I'll find an opportunity next time and ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts. Qin Lang, I will feast on your flesh and drink your blood. I harbor a deep-seated grudge against you." The Scarlet Mandala raged, her voice echoing in the soundproofed room, making one wonder if something dire was unfolding. Qin Lang switched off the lights, retrieved earplugs from his system backpack, and fell asleep to music. It wasn't that he hesitated to deal with the Scarlet Mandala. Rather, this woman was undeniably strong and possessed potential for cultivation. As a divine physician, Qin Lang felt obliged to assist her in overcoming her misogyny. Only by shattering her pride could he have a chance to win her over, and a third-ranked female assassin on the killer list would prove invaluable for covert operations. The next morning, after the Scarlet Mandala was lowered down, she staggered to her feet, nearly leaning against the wall as she exited. Just before leaving, she cast a glance back at Qin Lang, her eyes brimming with a palpable killing intent. In the following days, Qin Lang found himself relatively unoccupied, occasionally pondering how to manipulate the chosen one of fate, sometimes tirelessly tutoring Bai Xiaoyun with her homework, while also discussing grand business ventures with Bai Ruyu. Moreover, the evening activities remained as dull as ever, still involving assisting the Scarlet Mandala, who, despite her serious illness, tirelessly sought his medical expertise. On Friday, the weather was clear, and the patient, the Scarlet Mandala, visited at night. On Saturday, the skies turned overcast, and a light rain began to fall. When the patient arrived seeking treatment, she exhibited signs of madness. Qin Lang promptly silenced her with a cloth. On Sunday, the weather was clear again. The patient's fruit knife had been left at Qin Lang's residence the previous night. When the patient returned at night without the knife, Qin Lang handed it over, only for the patient to throw it to the ground in frustration, prompting Qin Lang to strike her thigh in anger. Chapter 93. The stunning Professor Zhou Ziqing once again, deep into the night, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The Scarlet Mandala arrived several hours early. Perhaps the effects of the treatment were remarkable, for even the patient herself felt the difference, arriving increasingly earlier each day. Alas! With no time to assist her, Qin Lang had no choice but to truthfully inform her that he could not continue the treatment. The Scarlet Mandala turned to leave, but when she glanced back, the killing intent in her gaze had diminished, replaced by a hint of lingering sorrow. Ding! The protagonist, the Scarlet Mandala, experienced an emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain points. Ding! The fate of the chosen one, Chun Pingon, decreased by 500 points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the chosen 1S opportunity. Reward. 1 Peach Luck Talisman. Qin Lang listened to the system's notifications, feeling a wave of emotions. As the Scarlet Mandala grew increasingly diligent in her visits. Now that he had no time, she simply turned and left. Truly, women are unpredictable. Thankfully, she provided 1,000 villain points. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. Checking the income sources on the system panel, Qin Lang was astonished to discover that with the chosen 1's luck points diminishing, he was no longer receiving a 10-fold return but rather a 20-fold return in villain points. Chen Pinggon's luck points had decreased by 500, granting him 10,000 villain points. If Yifeng was a free-range sheep, then Chen Pinggon was undoubtedly a sheep that had run away from home for years. Why? Because Chen Pinggon had wandered for several years without being sheared, meaning he was bursting with resources. He continued to peruse the system backpack, where a bright red talisman caught his eye. Qin Lang retrieved the Peach Luck Talisman from the system backpack and clicked on the annotation section. Peach Luck Talisman. A one-time product. Upon use, the host may randomly encounter a woman of good fortune, thereby increasing their affinity. Ding. Does the host choose to use the Peach Luck Talisman? Yes. As soon as he spoke, the Peach Luck Talisman transformed into a beam of red light, dissipating into his body. Qin Lang examined himself, finding no abnormalities. Yet, being a product of the system, he had no concerns regarding its effects. He was merely curious about which fortunate woman he would encounter. Go expedite its effect. Qin Lang rose, leaving the villa with a sense of experimentation. Tonight, Junzi was on duty nearby. Upon seeing the young master heading out, he approached with curiosity, inquiring, "Where are you headed, young master?" "I'll go fetch the car." Qin Lang waved his hand. "No need. I'm just going for a stroll, if you're really looking for something to do. Could you pick me up 2 electric massagers, the larger ones that take 6 batteries?" "No, wait. 8 batteries." Junzi did not press further, simply acknowledging and departing to purchase the items. Meanwhile, Qin Lang wandered aimlessly through the streets. After a short while, he heard a woman's cries for help echoing from a nearby alley. "Help! Help, what the hell? Here it comes. Is it really this mindless?" Qin Lang stood frozen, gazing into the dim alley. Feeling a sense of incredulity at encountering such a ridiculous scenario, one typically reserved for protagonists, he stepped forward toward the alley, where a group of 5 or 6 colorful-haired thugs had cornered a girl. No. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman, against the alley wall, clad in a form-fitting white t-shirt and a black knee-length pencil skirt, complemented by black stockings and glossy pointed high heels. She was the epitome of a professional work attire. The crucial detail was that this woman wore a pair of crimson glasses, accentuating her already gentle visage with an air of intelligence. Zhou Ziqing. This woman was undoubtedly the stunning Professor Zhou Ziqing from the original work. There was no mistaking it. Her striking red glasses paired with that teacher's OL outfit could only belong to the enchanting professor style of Zhou Ziqing. Bang! Qin Lang advanced, delivering a kick that sent one of the thugs sprawling. Before the others could react, he dispatched them all with a swift kick, leaving them in a heap on the ground. He exerted excessive force. Otherwise, this group of thugs would have met their demise. With a demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze, he approached the woman, warmly asking, "Are you all right? Did they harm you?" "Thank you. I'm fine," Zhou Ziqing replied softly, adjusting her crimson glasses, her heart fluttering slightly. "Please wait here for a moment. When I noticed these people following me, I had already called the police and pretended to be on the phone with a friend to inform them of my location. I intended to shout for help to attract attention, but I didn't expect you to come and deal with them instead." Intelligent, mature, composed, gentle, with a captivating figure, and enhanced by the attributes of a stunning professor in the original narrative, Zhou Ziqing was nearly a perfect goddess. And in their first meeting, Qin Lang had merely played the role of a passive protector. Had he not appeared, Zhou Ziqing likely would not have encountered any trouble. Nevertheless, this initial encounter left no negative impressions, which could be considered a budding affinity. Moreover, the Peach Luck Talisman was not limited to a single occasion. There would be plenty of opportunities ahead. "I'm glad you're safe. Then I'll keep you company while we wait." Qin Lang smiled subtly, standing nearby, occasionally stealing glances at the exquisite visage of Zhou Ziqing. For the past few days, he had been tormented by thoughts on how to win over this stunningly beautiful professor. To his astonishment, the object of the fortune charm's influence turned out to be her. It was nothing short of serendipity, simply marvelous. Beep beep. Before long, a police car arrived. The few officers disembarked, accompanied by a female officer clad in a deep blue uniform. Please escort these individuals away, as for you too. If it's convenient, I would appreciate your cooperation in providing a statement. Zhou Zuching turned her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a blooming water lily. As she looked at Qin Lang and softly inquired, "Do you have some time to spare? If not, I can explain the situation to you, allowing you to leave early. Today's events have already caused you inconvenience, and I feel rather guilty for troubling you again. It's not a significant matter. Since I find myself with spare time, I might as well accompany you." Qin Lang replied with a warm smile. Curiosity began to stir within him. Could it be that the interpretation of the fortune charm was flawed? Wasn't it supposed to lead to a serendipitous encounter with a woman of destiny? Yet, how could the captivating officer Chen Ziki also be involved? The female officer stepping down from the police car, exuding both valor and undeniable allure, could only be Chen Ziki. Even without enlisting Junzi to gather photographs of the women of destiny, he could assert with certainty that this officer was none other than Chen Ziki. In one evening, encountering two women of fortune, was the fortune charm unleashing its full potential with a critical hit?